Chapter E. Being weak is a mistake in itself. Yefei, 25 points. As the homeroom teacher's voice fell, the classroom erupted in laughter. Elias stared at two fat handsome young men in Hilastro, their faces filled with mockery. 25 points, that must bring me for a court for the lowest score in our class. I could score more than 7 with my eyes closed. This country bumpkin hastened Sigi in dragging down our class savory gesture. Hearing these comments, Yefei earnest, his face turning crimson, had clenched his hands tightly under the desk but didn't say a word. The homeroom teacher glanced at Yefei with annoyance, then continued distributing the test papers without looking at him again. After handing out her papers, they pronounced the end of class, and the students began to leave on turnover. Yefei, weren't you all leaving yet? A clear voice suddenly urged in Yefei's ear. He looked up to see the class monitor, Luo Yurong. Luo Yurong was not unlike that class monitor but also top student, the show beauty, and though not he felt hooded to look down on Yefei. No boy in class of his senior year didn't like her, and Yefei was no exception. However, Yefei came from a poor family and had poor grades, so he hid his feelings deep in his heart and didn't dare to express them. Oh, you go ahead, you want to finish the remaining exercises before we leave, Yefei said, raising it. Luo Yurong nodded and didn't persuade him further, leaving the classroom. Soon, Yefei was the only one left in the classroom. Hailing arrogantly it was dark before packing up and leaving. Once outside the show gate, he took a small path even so, as passed it through admirably, he was stopped by Simeon. 3 boys came from either end of the hilly, blocking Yefei in the middle. Kid, are you still hiding? Fate and strong Sanyon pushed Yefei's scooter, sending him crashing against the wall. I'm not hiding, Yefei tried to explain. Where is the money you were supposed to bring? I don't think you need money. Still daring to talk back. Sanyon slapped Yefei across his face, causing it to act to swell instantly. Lu Guang had a smirk on his face as Sherry acted into Yefei's buckets. When he pulled out an old Nokia phone from Yefei's pants pocket, his expression changed, and he angrily cursed, "What the hell, it's still Nokia in his standage." Saying that, he smashed the phone against the wall. Afterward, Lu Guang searched through Yefei's buckets and only found it over for Taiwan change, which made him so furious to have punched Yefei a few more times. Alright. At this moment, Wang Chen, who had been recording the scene with his phone, spoke up, stopping the virtual from continuing to bully Yefei. Wang Chen put away his phone and light-lipped Yefei's cheek. His hand was gentle, not painful, but it was extremely insulting. Kid, remember this, bring 300 yuan tomorrow, or every time I see you, I'll beat you up. After saying this, he and his two companions left, chatting and laughing. Once Wang Chen and his gang were out of sight, Yefei picked up the phone that had been thrown against the wall, just as she inserted the back and turned it on. I tell mine. I could just now, but it said the phone was off. A gentle voice came from the other end of the line. The caller was Yefei's mother, then Kay. Yefei took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound normal, forcing Gasmolis has it. Mom, I'm fine. My phone just ran out of battery, and I just charged it. How's your study in Govardora? Is the money enough? If not, just tell me, and you'll send you more, then kissed. Mom, it's fine, you don't need to worry about me. My classmates are over in Siton. Today the teacher even praised me progress in studying, Yefei said, pretending to be happy. Brother, I miss you. When are you coming on the other end of the line? Hija under Sister Yasuan's sweet voice came through. Xiao Yan, I'll come back as soon as I have a break. You study well, and when I get home, I'll bring you a gift, Yefei said with a smile. Really? Yasuan immediately became excited. Of course. When have we ever told you? After chatting with his family for a bit, Yefei hung up the phone, and this expression turned Nedrum. He grabbed the phone tightly, biting his lip, and tears fell uncontrollably. Yefei's family lived in the countryside, and being able to attend high school no. All middle school was thanks to his son's connections. He had always studied in the countryside, so he was a bit behind when he came to high school no or middle school, and his studies were hard to keep up with. He didn't understand why, despite studying hard every day and never causing trouble, the teachers and students in class treated him with such disdain. He knew that Wang Qing and this gang came from wealthy families. They often extorted him, not because they needed the money, but because they found it amusing. What did I do wrong to deserve this? Yefei's lips were stained with blood, and his vision blurred. Don't you understand, being weak is a mistake in itself? A hoarse voice suddenly echoed in Yefei's ear. The sudden voice startled Yefei. He looked around but couldn't see anyone. Are you a person or a ghost? Yefei shivered, wanting to escape quickly. Kid, there is no need to look. You can sing. I just want to skill you until become as strong and no longer Beyblade builders. The voice continued. Do you have a way? Hearing the word strong, Yefei couldn't help but seriously. I am.
Chapter 2. The new language teacher. Upon hearing Chenwan's words, Yifei's mouth fell agape, his gaze fixed on her, his face a canvas of incredulity. Chenwan, under Yifei's intense scrutiny, felt a rush of crimson flood her delicate features, hastily clarifying, "You must not misunderstand. The apartment I rented has 2 bedrooms. I fear they might come over tonight." So, by the end of her explanation, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper. It was only then that Yifei comprehended his overthinking, and just as he was about to decline, the voice of the reincarnation ancestor suddenly resonated in his ear. "Kid, agree to her." "Old man, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yifei mentally shouted. Chenwan was exceptionally beautiful, with exquisite features, fair and taut skin, and a figure that was undeniably alluring. At her age, she had already blossomed, exuding an allure characteristic of a mature woman. Even the school beauty, Luo Iran from their school, appeared somewhat naive in comparison. However, was it truly appropriate to cohabit after just meeting? "You little brat, it's the ancestor, not some old man." The reincarnation ancestor's voice blared in frustration. "Do not be oblivious to your fortune. Do you realize that this girl before you possesses a rare Xian in body, cultivating beside her and absorbing her Xian in energy can yield remarkable results? Do you wish to continue being bullied?" The ancestor's words struck Yifei like a heavy blow, silencing him momentarily. Observing his silence, Chenwan assumed he was unwilling, and a shadow of disappointment crossed her charming visage. "If you are unwilling, then no, I am willing," Yifei quickly interjected. "What? You truly are willing?" Chenwan's eyes sparkled with hope, and upon seeing Yifei's affirmative nod, she was nearly elated enough to leap with joy. Once inside, however, Chenwan suddenly became aware of something. Her face flashed crimson, tinged with embarrassment. She recalled that while her rented apartment had 2 bedrooms, the second bedroom contained only a solitary bed frame, cluttered with various items, lacking any bedding whatsoever. That room was originally intended for storage. "He just saved me, and I invited him to stay. I cannot let him sleep on the bed frame, can I?" Chenwan pondered a solution. "Must we share a room?" The moment this thought crossed her mind, she cursed inwardly, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Yifei soon noticed her discomfort and took the initiative to say, "Sister Chenwan, I can sleep on the sofa." At his words, Chenwan's face turned even redder. Although summer was approaching, the living room would still be quite chilly. Summoning her courage, she declared, "Let us just sleep in the master bedroom. You take the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor." "That won't do," Yifei exclaimed in shock, vehemently refusing. There was no way he could allow such a delicate young lady to sleep on the floor, yet Chenwan remained resolute. After much back and forth, they reached a consensus. They would share a room, but Chenwan would sleep on the bed while Yifei would sleep on the floor. After enduring such an eventful night, both were devoid of appetite, and after a simple dinner, they retired for the night. Yifei, lying on the floor atop a quilt, quickly succumbed to slumber, while Chenwan tossed and turned, finding it difficult to sleep, especially with a young man lying beside her. Turning onto her side, she propped her chin in her hand, scrutinizing Yifei's handsome, refined face. It was then she realized just how extraordinarily attractive he was, his well-defined features, strong jawline, and a glimmer of determination in his brows, with a slender yet upright physique. Yet, all of this had previously been masked by his baggy, tattered school uniform. As she gazed at him, she found herself entranced, unaware of when she finally drifted off to sleep, her lips curved in a smile, her face radiating sweet contentment. Despite the presence of a stranger beside her, she felt inexplicably at ease. Yifei enjoyed a remarkably restful sleep, awakened in the morning by the tantalizing aroma of food. "Wow, Sister Chenwan, you've prepared such a delightful spread," he exclaimed, surveying the array of dishes on the table as Chenwan busied herself in the kitchen. With a gentle smile, she replied, "Quickly wash your hands, the meal will be ready shortly." By the time Yifei finished washing up, Chenwan was already seated at the dining table, awaiting him. Without hesitation, Yifei joined her, devouring the meal with gusto. "This is incredible, Sister Chenwan, you are truly talented. Whoever marries you will be quite fortunate," he mumbled between bites. Chenwan shot him a playful glare, serving him a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee. "Eat slower. Don't choke. I'll be heading to your school soon, let us go together." "That won't do, we are running out of time." Yifei glanced at the clock. "Today, our new language teacher is arriving. If I'm late and leave a bad impression, it could spell disaster for me." "Surely not, Haijo No. 1 High School is renowned nationwide. Anyone teaching there is no simple matter. Trust me, the new teacher won't make things difficult for you over trivial matters," Chenwan said with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "How could that be?" What if the new teacher is like our homeroom teacher, not only Bali but also a fiery-tempered shoe? Wouldn't I be wearing shoes of hardship every day? Yifei mumbled, a head down, sipping his congee, entirely oblivious to the fact that when he uttered the phrase a fiery-tempered shoe, Chenwan nearly bit through her silver teeth in frustration, almost splattering her congee on his face. Though Chenwan mentioned she would also visit the school, Yifei left early. Upon reaching the classroom door, all eyes in the class fixated on him, their gazes laden with curiosity. Yifei felt a bit uncomfortable under such scrutiny, but accustomed to their cold glances, he maintained his composure and returned to his seat. I heard Wang Cheng and the others cornered you last night, his desk mate, Guoliang, leaned in to whisper. Yifei nodded, his expression grim. What a bunch of rascals, Guoliang seethed. He leaned closer. Wang Cheng spread the video of him cornering you throughout the school group chat, but luckily it was dark, so they couldn't capture your face clearly. Yifei's expression darkened further. No wonder those students had looked at him like that upon entering. Although they couldn't see his face in the video, it was likely that 9 out of 10 classmates guessed it was him who was beaten. After school today, I'll walk with you. If they dare to act so brazenly again, I'll hire someone to deal with them. Guoliang declared angrily. No need. Yifei shook his head, gazing down at his textbook. As thoughts of Wang Cheng and his companions swirled in his mind, his fists clenched, a cold smile gracing his lips. Today, as Yifei was no longer the one they could bully at will, who would bully whom in the future remained uncertain. Guoliang was about to say something when he noticed their homeroom teacher, Zhao Yun, a towering figure, entering the room, followed by another person. Upon recognizing who was behind Zhao Yun, Guoliang became ecstatic, grabbing Yifei's arm and shaking it excitedly. Yifei, it's over, I'm in love, are you not always in love? Yifei replied dismissively, not even lifting his head. Guoliang came from a wealthy family. Though he was a bit chubby, his personality was delightful. Coupled with his decent looks and willingness to spend, he was quite popular among the girls at school. This time it's different. Oh no. I've realized I'm completely smitten. Just then, their homeroom teacher reached the podium, tapping the desk to garner the students' attention. Class, this is our new language teacher. As soon as the homeroom teacher finished speaking, the classroom erupted into a buzz of excitement. Wow, she is stunning. Is she our new language teacher? Haha, we've struck gold. Hearing the commotion, Yifei lifted his head, and when he recognized the person standing beside Zhao Yun, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, instinctively rising to his feet. The new teacher was none other than Chen Wan, the very same whom he had parted with not long ago. Yifei felt his mind spinning in confusion. Zhao Yun cast him a look of disdain. Yifei, do you have an issue? When he first arrived, she thought she had stumbled upon a gem and felt a surge of delight. However, after the first mock exam, she realized she had only picked up a piece of grass. Her attitude toward Yifei had shifted from warm inquiries to outright disdain. Why Yifei noticed Chen Wan wink at him when no one was watching, her expression innocent, as if to say, I intended to tell you all along, it was you who didn't give me a chance. And no. No problem, Yifei replied, utterly speechless. No problem, then sit down. Zhao Yun shot him a glare and continued, Teacher Chen is a top student from Beijing Qing University and will be responsible for teaching our class's language. The classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. Once the applause subsided, the homeroom teacher said a few more pleasantries, and after Chen Wan introduced herself, she remained behind to prepare for the lesson. Even halfway through the first class, Yifei remained in a daze. Recalling his earlier malicious speculations about the new teacher in front of Chen Wan, he couldn't shake the ominous feeling that lingered. His desk mate, Guoliang, wouldn't he relent, insisting, Yifei, do you know my goddess? Huh? Who is your goddess? Yifei asked, bewildered. Of course, it's our teacher Chen Wan. Wasn't your goddess Luo Iran before? From now on, my only goddess is teacher Chen Wan. Quickly tell me, have you known teacher Chen for a long time? No. Yifei glanced down at his textbook, responding absently to Guoliang. He realized his memory had improved significantly. He could recall what he read after just one glance, and many previously incomprehensible concepts now seemed clear. Just as Yifei was reveling in this newfound ability, Chen Wan's voice rang out. Guoliang, please summarize what I just explained. Since the beginning of class, Guoliang had been pestering Yifei and had no idea what Chen Wan had been discussing. As he stood up, his face flashed crimson, and after a long pause, he stammered, Teacher, I don't know. Boom, the classroom erupted in laughter. Chen Wan wore a gentle smile, revealing no trace of anger. She then turned her gaze to Yifei. Yifei, would you like to answer? Instantly, all eyes were once again on Yifei, filled with amusement, and several boys couldn't help but snicker. For them, seeing Yifei embarrass himself in front of a beautiful teacher was a source of great entertainment. Gazing into Chen Wan's charming eyes, Yifei inexplicably recalled a famous saying, "In this world, what goes around comes around." He understood that Chen Wan was not merely reprimanding him for daydreaming. She was avenging his earlier remark about that fiery-tempered shrew of a new teacher. Chapter 3, Encountering the Supernatural. Teacher, I am equally perplexed. Yifei had yet to utter a word when a student seated at the back suddenly imitated his voice, provoking a wave of uproarious laughter. Just as their mirth began to subside, a clear voice resonated among the crowd. Dumu, styled Muji, known as the recluse of Fanchuan, was an eminent poet and essayist of the Tang dynasty. He was the grandson of Prime Minister Du Yu and the son of Du Congeu. At the age of 26, he achieved the highest honor in the imperial examinations during the second year of the reign of Tang Wanzong. As Yifei's voice fell, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. The mockers gaped in disbelief, as though their throats had been seized, their sounds abruptly halted, their eyes reflecting utter incredulity. He actually managed to respond, and flawlessly at that. How could this be? Chen Wan was equally astonished. She had observed Yifei for some time and knew he had been engaged in conversation with Guoliang, seemingly oblivious to her lecture. Yifei, you must have taken advantage of our inattention to sneak a glance at your book. Wang Cheng's voice cut through the air. It was then that the others began to comprehend. So, Yifei was indeed the familiar figure they had always known. The reason he could answer was merely that he had covertly consulted his book moments ago. With this realization, the gazes of many classmates shifted from astonishment to disdain. Wang Cheng, reveling in the collective reaction, chuckled triumphantly at Yifei, his eyes brimming with provocation. He yearned to witness Yifei's flustered or dejected demeanor, yet the outcome proved disappointing. Yifei remained composed, not even sparing him a glance. Teacher, I did not peek at the book, Yifei stated earnestly, meeting Chen Wan's gaze with unwavering confidence. Yifei, you truly lack shame. If you cannot answer, simply admit it. Resorting to sneaking a look at your book is a disgrace to us, the students of Class 10. Wang Cheng's sycophant San Yuan exclaimed loudly. Indeed, sneaking a glance and yet refusing to acknowledge it. I propose we expel Yifei from the class. We cannot endure further embarrassment. Another lucky, Lu Guang, echoed. Chen Wan furrowed her brow slightly. She had merely intended to retaliate lightly against Yifei for his earlier slander, not to fuel Wang Cheng and his cohort's efforts to humiliate him. Teacher, I firmly believe that Yifei did not sneak a glance at his book. At that moment, Luo Iran, seated in the front row, spoke up. The sight of Luo Iran, typically aloof and distant from her peers, defending this country bumpkin left all the students momentarily stunned. What on earth was happening today? Wang Cheng's face flashed crimson, and his gaze towards Yifei became a mixture of anger and jealousy. He had pursued Luo Iran since their first year of high school for 3 years, yet had never received a favorable response, let alone had her speak on his behalf. Now, witnessing her defend someone he had always looked down upon drove him to the brink. Chen Wan, initially concerned that Yifei might falter, felt reassured seeing his clarity and composure. Enough. Let us cease this discussion. Whether Yifei peered at his book is a matter I shall determine myself. Chen Wan interrupted the chatter and turned her attention back to Yifei. Since you claim you did not peek, I shall test you further. If you can answer correctly, I shall concede that you did not consult your book. Feel free to question me, Yifei replied with an air of tranquility. Chen Wan presented a passage from the classical text she had just explained. The concubines and princes of the 6 kingdoms bid farewell to their palatial towers, descending from the halls, embarking on carriages to the Qin state. They sing in the morning and play music at night, becoming the courtesans of the Qin palace. Yifei responded without hesitation. The classroom fell into a state of disbelief. While the previous instance might have been attributed to him sneaking a look at the textbook, this time, all eyes were fixed on him, leaving no opportunity for such a ruse. Could it be mere luck that he remembered this line? Before they could process this, Chen Wan posed another question. What does this mean? The precious tripod is treated as a mere iron pot, exquisite jade regarded as worthless stone, gold as clods of earth, pearls as mere gravel, discarded endlessly. The Qin people do not seem to lament this. Yifei provided his answer once more. A collective intake of breath echoed through the classroom. Chen Wan had just covered the Ofang Palace Ode up to this point, and Yifei's responses matched her explanations precisely. The content was fresh in everyone's minds, having been heard only once. At this juncture, even Luo Iran might struggle to articulate such answers without pause, yet here was Yifei, seemingly transformed from the academic underachiever he once was. The students' gazes towards him grew increasingly peculiar. Even Luo Iran, seated at the front, turned her head back, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. However, Chen Wan's inquiries were far from over. This was material Chen Wan had yet to cover in her lesson. Surely, this time you cannot answer, the students thought to themselves, yet, as if on cue, Yifei's voice resonated once again. The border guard Chen Sheng and Wu Guang called out. The Hangu Pass was seized. The Chu general Xiang Yu set fire, lamentably turning the magnificent Ofeng Palace into scorched earth. The class exchanged bewildered glances. Astonished, the quicker students frantically flipped through their textbooks, only to be met with the painful realization that Yifei's words were flawless. The Qin people have no time to mourn themselves, yet posterity laments them. If posterity mourns without drawing lessons from them, it will only lead future generations to lament those who came before. The question and answer flowed as though rehearsed, each time Yifei translating with remarkable ease. By the time he concluded the final line, those clutching textbooks were left numb, exchanging glances filled with a singular thought. Today, we have truly seen the supernatural. Chen Wan blinked, a glimmer of intrigue sparkling in her eyes. Initially, she had merely speculated, but to her astonishment, Yifei had managed to answer even questions she had yet to discuss. The classroom was enveloped in silence, with even the sound of breathing palpable. Yifei, you may take your seat, Chen Wan nodded, signaling for him to do so. Wang Cheng clenched his fists tightly in his seat, especially furious at the sight of Luo Iran's unwavering gaze upon Yifei. Hold on, teacher, I object to letting Yifei sit down. Wang Cheng suddenly sprang to his feet, shouting. Wang Cheng, do you have any objections? Chen Wan regarded him, her patience waning. She had long perceived Wang Cheng's attempts to vex Yifei, yet her composure prevented her from revealing her displeasure, maintaining a gentle tone. Teacher, Yifei is openly disrupting classroom discipline. As the class vice president, I believe he should not be allowed to simply sit down. Wang Cheng proclaimed, adopting a self-righteous demeanor. Oh, and what do you propose we do? Chen Wan's eyes narrowed, a smile gracing her lips, concealing her true thoughts. Seeing that Chen Wan did not dismiss his suggestion, Wang Cheng's spirits soared. He believed Yifei's audacity to slack off in the new teacher's first class would surely earn him the latter's disdain. I propose that Yifei recite the entire Ofeng Palace Ode from memory before he is allowed to sit down. If he fails to do so, he should be punished to copy it 100 times and write a reflection to be read aloud before the entire student body at tomorrow's morning assembly. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the classroom at Wang Cheng's words. How ruthless! The Ofeng Palace Ode was material Chen Wan had only introduced that very day, and they had only covered half of it. No student present could possibly recite it from memory. Should Yifei falter, he would be tasked with copying over 60,000 characters. The humiliation of reading his reflection before the entire school would be utterly devastating, leaving him unable to hold his head high ever again. Chapter 4. I was right all along. As Wang Cheng's words fell, the eyes of everyone present converged once more upon Yifei. It was evident to all that Wang Cheng was intentionally making things difficult for him. Yifei, what do you think? Chen Wan asked with a beaming smile, her heart tinged with anticipation as she discreetly winked at him when no one was watching. It was clear that she did not wish for Yifei to embarrass himself. Wang Cheng, overhearing Chen Wan's comment, naturally interpreted it as her disapproval of Yifei, which only served to swell his pride further. Before Yifei could respond, his deskmate Guoliang could no longer contain himself and exclaimed angrily, Wang Cheng, don't go too far. Guoliang, this is none of your business. You'd best keep your mouth shut and not make a fool of yourself. Wang Cheng retorted disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Guoliang, laced with a hint of menace. Although Guoliang's father was a billionaire, he still paled in comparison to Wang Cheng's father, especially since Guoliang's construction company was undertaking projects for Wang Cheng's family. Wang Cheng had ample means to deal with him. Guoliang's face flashed crimson in response to Wang Cheng's brazen threat. Observing Yifei's silence, many classmates began to believe he was simply too timid to speak up. Luo Iran, who had been fixated on Yifei, also displayed a glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. Wang Cheng, looking at Yifei with a sneer, taunted, What's the matter, Yifei, are you too scared? Just as everyone expected Yifei to back down, he spoke up, his tone unruffled. Oh, what if I manage to recite it, Wang Cheng? What then? You recite it and sit down, it has nothing to do with me. Wang Cheng scoffed, his mockery evident. He was no fool, after all. Ha! Yifei let out a cold laugh. Reciting it merely means sitting down. If I fail to recite it, I would have to copy the Ofeng Palace 100 times and write a self-reflection, then read it aloud in front of the entire school. How can such a thing even exist? Hearing Yifei's proclamation, Wang Cheng became even more convinced that Yifei could not possibly recite the entire text and assumed he was merely trying to evade his proposition. He sneered, "Oh, what do you propose? How about we place a bet, with Teacher Chen and the entire class as witnesses?" Yifei extended a finger, speaking nonchalantly. Such composure rendered the entire class momentarily dazed. Was this truly the same Yifei who had been so meek and inconspicuous? "If I cannot recite the Ipang Palace, I will copy it 100 times and read it aloud before all the students. If I succeed," Yifei continued, a cold smile gracing his lips, "you won't have to copy anything or write a self-reflection. You simply need to write 'I am a foolish pig' on a piece of paper, stick it to your forehead, and walk 3 laps around the school during the big recess. How does that sound? Oh, and the paper must cover your entire forehead, with the letters uniformly sized, clearly visible at a glance." Yifei added with a touch of benevolence. Boom! As Yifei's words fell, the classroom erupted in laughter, some students clutching their stomachs, their heads resting weakly on their desks, struggling to catch their breath. Even Chen Wan and Luo Yiren, the 2 beauties of the class, could not suppress their amusement, their lips curling upwards as they fought to stifle their laughter, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Had Yifei refrained from delivering that final remark, it might have been a different story. However, with that apt addition, they could vividly envision Wang Cheng parading about with "I am a foolish pig" affixed to his forehead, drawing the attention and ridicule of his peers. If such a scenario were to unfold, Wang Cheng would surely become infamous throughout Haijiao. Wang Cheng's face turned a deep shade of crimson, his gaze directed at Yifei as if he intended to devour him whole, gritting his teeth as he spat. "Yifei, you are courting death. What's the matter? Are you afraid?" Yifei disregarded Wang Cheng's overt threat, mimicking his previous tone. "Indeed, Wang Cheng, are you afraid? If you are, then cease the charade and stop pretending to be so impressive," Guoliang jeered, laughing heartily at Wang Cheng, his earlier gloom all but forgotten. With the eyes of the entire class upon him, Wang Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and tear Yifei apart. He had desired to be the center of attention, but certainly not in this manner. "Fine, I accept your challenge." Wang Cheng spat out the words through clenched teeth, "But I have a condition. You only have 5 minutes. If you exceed that time, you lose." "Not a problem." Yifei readily agreed. Eager classmates, upon hearing their exchange, took out their phones, ready to start the timer. Chen Wan, her face adorned with a smile, watched them with amusement. Having no intention of intervening as a teacher, the students, relishing the spectacle, soon pushed several class representatives forward to act as judges. Surprisingly, Luo Yiren, the class monitor who typically shunned such antics, did not decline when invited to serve as a judge, readily agreeing to the role. "On your marks, get set, go." With a signal from the class representative, the timers were set simultaneously by the judges. However, to everyone's astonishment, they had no sound of Yifei reciting the text. All eyes shifted back to him. "Yifei, time is of the essence, why aren't you reciting?" Guoliang urged anxiously, sweat beading on his forehead. "Why the rush? I'll have a sip of water to moisten my throat first," Yifei replied leisurely, taking a swig from an unopened bottle of mineral water on the desk. Why Yifei had a plan in mind. Today, he aimed not only to triumph over Wang Cheng but to do so with flair. He intended to teach Wang Cheng a lesson while simultaneously informing those classmates who had belittled him in the past that henceforth he, Yifei, would no longer be the target of their scorn and ridicule. Guoliang wiped the sweat from his forehead, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he leaned closer to Yifei, whispering, "Brother, you didn't actually forget the lines, did you?" Guoliang's voice was barely audible, yet at that moment, all eyes in the classroom were fixed on them, making it impossible to go unnoticed. Wang Cheng burst into laughter. "Yifei, why aren't you reciting? Have you forgotten the first line? Need me to remind you? I thought you were something special, but it turns out you're just a fool. Like a pig with a green onion, pretending to be a grand elephant. Put on a pair of glasses, and you think you're cultured. Damn it, I worried for nothing." Wang Cheng's 2 lackeys, San Yuan and Lu Guang, joined in with unabashed mockery, yet Yifei seemed oblivious to their taunts, continuing to sip his water at a leisurely pace. 5 minutes is neither short nor long, and before long, 2 minutes had passed. The classmates, initially filled with anticipation, were beginning to lose hope, the more irritable among them already unable to restrain their curses. "Damn it, what a ridiculous waste of my time. Truly a pretentious fool. I knew it. How could this bumpkin possibly succeed?" All that expectation for nothing. Another 2 minutes slipped by. Only 1 minute remained. The crowd glanced at the timer, shaking their heads in unison. 1 minute to recite 600 characters. Impossible. At this point, even if they opened the book and let Yifei read from it, he would not finish in a minute. Wang Cheng laughed triumphantly. Victory was assured. It's over, it's over. Guoliang muttered incessantly, looking utterly crestfallen. Just then, Yifei's clear voice rang out among the crowd. 6 kings perished, the forces united, Mount Shu stands, the Ipang rises. It looms over 300 miles, blocking out the sun. Mount Li bends northward and then westward, heading straight for Xianying. Yifei's voice was not loud, yet it was remarkably clear, his pace astonishingly swift, each word articulated with precision. The entire class stared wide-eyed at Yifei, disbelief etched on their faces. One girl could not help but exclaim, voicing the collective sentiment, "My heavens, is this a machine gun?" Yifei, however, paid no heed to the astonishment around him, his speed accelerating even further. When the thunder suddenly roars, the imperial carriage passes. The distant sounds echo, unaware of its destination. Each feature, each grace, is a manifestation of utmost beauty. Standing tall while gazing upon fortune, Wang Cheng's expression darkened considerably. Yifei's pace was so rapid that he could hardly keep up, even if he tried to read along in the book. To add to Wang Cheng's frustration, Yifei enunciated each word with clarity, leaving no room for misrepresentation. Casting a glance at the timer, Wang Cheng regained a semblance of composure, sneering, "What does speed matter? There are still 20 seconds left, let us see how you manage to recite the remaining bulk." As soon as his words fell, Yifei's recitation speed surged once more. The Qin people do not have the leisure to grieve, yet the future generations mourn, the future generations lament yet learn not from the past, thus perpetuating the sorrow. Ding, as the final word also escaped Yifei's lips, the sound signaling the end of the time limit rang out simultaneously. The classroom fell eerily silent, no one uttered a word, only the sound of the timer's alarm echoed. Students exchanged incredulous glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. Guoliang's chubby face flashed with excitement, his acne seemingly glowing with enthusiasm, as if he himself had just recited the text. In that moment, he wanted nothing more than to give Yifei a resounding thumbs up. That performance was truly spectacular. As Yifei absorbed the astonishment reflected in the eyes of his classmates, he offered a faint smile, just as he was about to sit down when the voice of the reincarnation elder echoed in his ears. "Kid, I was right all along. You requite the hidden gem." Third, Yifei plopped down onto his chair, the sound of the elder's laughter ringing in his ears. Chapter 5, Chen Wan's illness. In the hushed classroom, one could hear a pin drop. The gazes directed at Yifei from his peers resembled those reserved for a monster. Just then, the school bell rang, and Chen Wan promptly announced the end of class. "Yifei, please remember to visit my office after lunch." Before departing, Chen Wan cast Yifei a meaningful glance. Wang Cheng, who had been looking lost and disheartened, seemed to regain a flicker of vitality upon hearing Chen Wan's words. "I haven't lost yet, he is merely a poor country bumpkin. What if he can recite, he is still a loser and will be bullied by me." With this thought, Wang Cheng's confidence reemerged, and he turned to Yifei, saying, "Yifei, don't get too pleased with yourself. Offending the new teacher will have its consequences." To Wang Cheng's surprise, Yifei did not exhibit the fear he had anticipated. Instead, he merely responded coolly, "I'm more concerned about our wager." Wang Cheng's face flashed crimson. After lunch, Yifei arrived at the office, only to find Chen Wan alone within. After knocking, he was beckoned in by Chen Wan, who had lifted her head. "Miss Chen, did you need to speak with me?" Yifei approached and stood beside her. "There is no one else here. You may call me Chen Wan Jie." Chen Wan tilted her head and flashed a radiant smile, appearing quite enchanting. Today, she was dressed in a formal light pink business suit, paired with a white blouse, the top button left unfastened. From Yifei's vantage point, he could clearly see a tempting expanse of fair skin, the depths of her neckline resembling an unfathomable abyss that seemed to draw his gaze. Feeling slightly dizzy, Yifei instinctively turned his attention to Chen Wan's desk, where he noticed his past examination report cards laid out. Chen Wan seemed oblivious to the shift in Yifei's focus and, seeing him glance at the report cards, smiled and said, "I've reviewed your past exam results, and to be honest, they're rather disappointing." Yifei's lips curled into a bitter smile. His previous exam scores were not merely disappointing, they could be described as abysmal. He had attended school in the countryside, where the educational conditions were dire and a single teacher often taught multiple subjects. Although he had excelled in his rural school, he felt dwarfed upon arriving at Haijo No. 1 High School. Even with relentless effort, his foundational knowledge lagged too far behind, making it exceedingly difficult to catch up with his peers in a short span of time. However, do not lose heart. From your report cards, it's evident that you have been steadily improving. Chen 1 continued. Yifei nodded, feeling a twinge of soreness in his eyes. In the past, whenever teachers saw his initial mock exam scores, they had dismissed him as worthless, the class's burden, subjecting him to ridicule. Not a single person had recognized his gradual progress, perhaps, even if they had, no one cared. Thank you, Chen 1 Jia. Yifei inhaled deeply, his expression earnest. Chen 1 smiled gently, there's no need to be so formal with me. At this point, her brows furrowed slightly, and she added, however, this alone is not enough. You know the college entrance examination is fast approaching, and at your current pace of improvement, it's unlikely you'll even qualify for a second-tier university by the time the exam arrives. I understand. Yifei nodded. Indeed, if he continued with his previous study methods, despite his progress, the best he could hope for would be admittance to a decent vocational school. That was certainly not the outcome he desired. However, things were different now. Ever since he began practicing the cultivation methods taught by the reincarnation ancestor, Yifei had discovered a remarkable enhancement in his memory and comprehension abilities. Formulas that had once eluded him or were difficult to memorize now seemed clear, and he could recite texts he had only read once, word for word. Rest assured, Chen 1 Jia, I will double my efforts and achieve excellent results in the college entrance examination. Yifei declared solemnly, recognizing Chen 1's genuine concern for him. As long as you have confidence, that's what matters. I called you here to let you know that if you encounter any difficulties in your studies, you can come directly to me. Chen 1 paused for a moment, then playfully winked at Yifei. Of course, it's not limited to just language arts. You should know that I was the science prodigy back in my day. Yifei had never seen Chen 1 in such a playful light. Staring at her, he instinctively blurted out, does that mean I can only approach you when I have academic issues? As soon as he spoke, Yifei regretted it. He was a student, and Chen 1 was a teacher. Naturally, he could only seek her help regarding academic matters. Indeed, Chen 1 feigned a fierce expression, what else do you want? Before Yifei could apologize, she blushed and softly continued, well, for other matters, it's best to come when no one is around. By the end, her voice was barely audible. Yifei found her shy demeanor endearing, but knowing that class was about to commence, he could not linger. Chen 1 Jia, I should take my leave now. Go ahead, but Chen 1 waved her hand, but her words were cut short as her body suddenly trembled and her face turned pale. She appeared as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, wrapping her arms around herself and beginning to shiver uncontrollably. Yifei was taken aback by this sudden change and exclaimed, Chen 1 Jia, what's wrong? I am fine, just an old ailment, it will pass in a moment, Chen 1 replied, hugging herself, her teeth chattering. At that moment, her face was sleek with cold sweat, devoid of color, which belied her claim of being fine. Kid, what you are witnessing is the eruption of the mysterious in energy within her. The voice of the reincarnation ancestor rang out just in time. What? Mysterious in energy? Yifei nearly gasped aloud. Humph, I've already told you, this girl before you is a rare mysterious in body. For cultivators, a mysterious in body is an exceptional talent, yet for ordinary people, it is a calamity. Ordinary individuals, lacking the knowledge to guide the mysterious in energy, can only let it run rampant within their bodies. The longer it accumulates, the more painful the eruption becomes. This girl has harbored the mysterious in energy for over 20 years, and it has now reached a critical point. When it erupts, the suffering will be unimaginable, and she could even perish at any moment. The reincarnation ancestor explained. Is there any way my cultivation can assist her? Yifei suddenly thought of a plan and inquired. Useless. The accumulation of mysterious in energy within her is far too great. Any attempt at cultivation on your part will only cause the energy to converge in one place, which could ultimately lead to her demise. The reincarnation ancestor shook his head. Then what should we do? Seeing that Chen 1 was on the verge of fainting, Yifei grew anxious. This time, the reincarnation ancestor did not respond. Old ancestor, can you please speak? Yifei was thoroughly distressed, shouting within. Kid, do you truly wish to save her? The reincarnation ancestor asked. Of course, what kind of question is that? I have a permanent solution that can thoroughly resolve the issue of mysterious in energy within her, and it will greatly benefit you as well. The reincarnation ancestor spoke slowly. What method? Yifei asked eagerly. Break her body. What? Yifei nearly jumped up in shock at the reincarnation ancestor's words. I mean, you must break her body, and it must be done now. The reincarnation ancestor insisted. Kid, you are now a cultivator. Although you have just begun, you already possess true essence, only you can withstand the mysterious in energy within her. If an ordinary person were to attempt this, they would likely be frozen solid before even entering her body. As long as you absorb the mysterious in energy within her, her symptoms will naturally dissipate, and this mysterious in energy will greatly benefit you. This won't do. Ancestor, is there no other way? Yifei rejected the reincarnation ancestor's suggestion. Kid, you must consider this carefully. It is beneficial for both of you. This girl can preserve her life, and if you gain this mysterious in energy along with the cultivation methods I've taught you, achieving foundational establishment is not out of the question. The reincarnation ancestor's voice was filled with a knowing tone. Moreover, I can see that you hold a strong affection for her. This is a rare opportunity. Yifei glanced at Chen Wan and resolutely shook his head again. He did not deny that Chen Wan was exceptionally beautiful, possessing a charm unique to mature women, which was almost irresistibly alluring to a boy of his age. He also acknowledged his feelings for her, but he absolutely could not take advantage of her vulnerability or commit an act of betrayal against her. Furthermore, they were still in the office. Ancestor, I still wish to know if there are other treatment methods. Yifei asked, his heart aching for Chen Wan. What a fool, the reincarnation ancestor muttered under his breath, though there was a hint of appreciation in his tone. Your current cultivation is far too low. Even I cannot completely cure her, however, temporarily suppressing the mysterious in energy within her is not beyond my capabilities. As the reincarnation ancestor's words faded, a memory surfaced in Yifei's mind. Yifei was filled with joy, but his elation lasted only a few seconds. Upon understanding the treatment method, he was rendered speechless. Massage therapy. Chapter 6 In massage therapy, Yifei acquired a method of treatment that necessitates the harmonious integration of internal true essence with the application of pressure on specific acupuncture points to subdue the profound in energy within Chen Wan. Ancestor, this, Yifei hesitated, is there no alternative treatment? Young man, this is the swiftest and most effective method. Whether to proceed is entirely your choice. By the way, I must inform you that the profound in energy unleashed by this girl is particularly fierce. Whether she can endure it remains uncertain. The voice of the ancestor of reincarnation flowed languidly. As a once mighty figure in the celestial realm, the ancestor of reincarnation had long become accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death. Turning to look, Yifei indeed saw that Chen Wan's complexion was as pale as death, frost forming upon her brows, her entire being curled up and trembling. With no further hesitation, Yifei addressed Chen Wan. Sister Chen Wan, I possess a massage technique that can temporarily alleviate your condition. Very well, I trust you. Chen Wan nodded, her voice barely a whisper. With her agreement, Yifei took hold of Chen Wan's hand, beginning to knead several major acupoints upon it. Concurrently, he directed his internal true essence to flow into her body, guided by his thoughts. At that moment, Chen Wan's body felt akin to an ice cave, her blood nearly congealing, prompting Yifei to increase the output of his true essence. As his essence coursed into Chen Wan, the anguish etched upon her delicate features began to ease somewhat, which bolstered Yifei's confidence. Following the ancestor's teachings, he commenced massaging the outer pass, the 3 young channels, the hand 3 li, the crook of the elbow, and the heavenly well acupoints along her arm. Chen Wan's complexion improved significantly. Having learned about her peculiar ailment, she had visited numerous hospitals, yet not one provided a viable treatment. Each episode compelled her to endure alone. Even in a sauna with temperatures soaring, she felt no relief. Her body remained as if ensconced in ice. However, Yifei's massage technique seemed to infuse her body with a warm current. At this juncture, Yifei paused. Chen Wan slightly opened her eyes, gazing at Yifei with a hint of confusion, unable to restrain herself from asking, why have you stopped? Sister Chen Wan, the next area to be treated is rather delicate. It is the Tianqi acupoint, and Yifei found himself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I hadn't realized you were so traditional, not having heard that illness does not shun treatment. Right now, I am the patient, and you are the doctor. Moreover, I am your sister. Once this is resolved, I shall place my faith in you. Chen Wan smiled reassuringly. Well, very well. Yifei sheepishly scratched his head. With a smile, Chen Wan closed her eyes once more, reclining in the chair, awaiting the continuation of her treatment. As she shut her eyes, the question surfaced in her mind. Tianqi acupoint, where is that located? She was not a doctor, how could she possibly know its position? Just as she was about to inquire of Yifei, she felt a warm hand gently applying pressure, followed by another. Realizing the situation, Chen-Wan resolutely closed her eyes tighter, adopting the role of an ostrich. While Yifei was not in a much better position. At that moment, he felt as though grass had sprouted in his chest, accompanied by a herd of wild horses galloping across a prairie. Chen-Wan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. You are pressing too hard. Yet, she did not open her eyes. Startled, Yifei forced himself to concentrate, repeatedly reciting the 5-word tranquility mantra in his mind. This massage was to last longer than the previous one, and it was not until 5 full minutes had passed that Yifei reluctantly withdrew his hands. Looking up, he noticed that Chen-Wan's beautiful countenance had returned to its previous captivating allure. Has the treatment concluded? Chen-Wan inquired, sensing the cessation of Yifei's ministrations. There is still the other side, Yifei replied awkwardly. Upon hearing this, Chen-Wan nodded. While Yifei took a deep breath to steady himself. He understood that while Chen-Wan appeared to have stabilized on the surface, the profound energy within her body was merely lying dormant. If he were to cease now, all that had been accomplished would be in vain. Within an hour, the profound energy would erupt once more, potentially with even greater ferocity. At that thought, Yifei gritted his teeth and resumed reciting the 5-word tranquility mantra, proceeding to massage Chen-Wan once again. Once he completed the treatment, Yifei felt as though his true essence had been entirely depleted, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his complexion pale, and his body devoid of strength. A slight shift in position caused him to lose his balance and collapse onto the ground with a thud. After Yifei ceased his movements, Chen-Wan opened her eyes. Upon doing so, she was met with the sight of Yifei on the ground, looking quite pale. At that moment, Yifei appeared rather disheveled, seated on the floor, gasping for breath, his face as white as a sheet, his clothing drenched with sweat, clinging tightly to his form. Chen-Wan suddenly realized that Yifei's prior treatment was likely far more arduous than she had imagined. Gazing at Yifei, who seemed to have suffered greatly, her heart felt as though it had been tightly constricted. She hurriedly grasped his arm, attempting to help him up. Xiaofei, are you all right? Is anything wrong? Yifei waved his hand, indicating he was fine sitting on the ground. Sister Chen-Wan, you need not worry about me. I just need to catch my breath. Look at your condition, or how can you claim to be fine? I shall take you to the hospital immediately. Chen-Wan, in her anxiety, lost her composure, gripping Yifei's arm, intent on escorting him to the hospital. Yifei forced a smile. Sister Chen-Wan, I assure you I am truly fine, a brief rest will suffice. However, I must discuss your condition with you. At his words, Chen-Wan's countenance dimmed. She was all too aware of her affliction. It was a malady deemed incurable. Since her first episode at the age of 9, she had lost count of how many specialists she had consulted, both renowned doctors domestically and experts from abroad, yet none had shown any confidence in a cure. Had it not been for a peculiar individual who had provided her with a prescription to slightly alleviate her suffering, she likely would not have lived past 20. Now, she sensed that the efficacy of that prescription was waning, and her arrival in Haizhou was merely to find a tranquil place to spend her remaining days. I understand what you wish to convey, Chen-Wan said softly, a hint of melancholic beauty gracing her features. I am afflicted with an incurable illness. A remarkable individual once foretold that I would not survive past 25, and moreover, I can cure you. Yifei interrupted Chen-Wan, lifting his gaze to fix it upon her. What did you say? Chen-Wan's body trembled slightly, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded Yifei. I said, Sister Chen-Wan, your illness, I can cure. Chapter 7. I am not accustomed to looking up at others. Is what you said true? Chen-Wan fixed her gaze on Yifei, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Had it been anyone else uttering such words, she might have thought it a jest. However, Yifei had indeed managed to gain control over her affliction just moments ago. It is worth noting that even the extraordinary individual from earlier had been unable to achieve such a feat. Sister Chen-Wan, I have found a way to cure your illness, though my current abilities are insufficient. Trust me, it won't be long before I completely eradicate your ailment, Yifei stated earnestly. The accumulation of the mysterious energy within Chen-Wan had reached a critical level, necessitating a vast expenditure of true essence. Yet, as Yifei had only just embarked on his journey as a cultivator, he lacked the reserves to manage such a feat. Nevertheless, with the continuous enhancement of his skills, healing Chen-Wan would no longer pose a significant challenge. All right, I believe you. Chen-Wan nodded solemnly. Sister Chen-Wan, do not fret. Although I am presently unable to cure your illness, I possess methods to suppress its progression, Yifei reassured her with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen-Wan was reminded of Yifei's previous treatment, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. However, Yifei continued, a slight frown creasing his brow. Sister Chen-Wan, your health is rather poor. You must take care of yourself, otherwise, given your current physical condition, you will be unable to withstand the treatment. Chen Wan had long suffered from the invasion of the mysterious yin energy, and while it may not be apparent externally, her body was profoundly weakened. For Yifei to treat her and completely eliminate the yin energy within, a fierce battle would likely ensue, and at present, Chen Wan's frail state would not endure such a confrontation. What should we do then? Chen Wan, aware of the validity of Yifei's words, inquired. Yifei pondered momentarily before responding. As the saying goes, jade nurtures a person, and a person nurtures jade. Quality jade has remarkable therapeutic properties. Will that really work? Chen Wan queried, somewhat skeptical. Of course, Yifei affirmed. Ordinary jade would undoubtedly be ineffective, but the jade he referred to had been refined by him, yielding extraordinary results. All this knowledge had been imparted to him by the reincarnation ancestor. After exchanging a few more words, the two agreed to purchase jade together after school. As Yifei noted the time, he bid farewell to Chen Wan and returned to his classroom. Just as he approached the classroom door, he was met with a cacophony of noise. Upon entering, his presence instantly drew everyone's attention, and the classroom fell silent. Yifei scanned the room and, upon spotting Wang Cheng, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Wang Cheng was seated on Yifei's desk, his feet resting on a chair, leaning forward as he engaged in conversation with Luo Yirong, who appeared entirely uninterested in his presence. Yifei, what's the matter? Did the teacher give you a good thrashing? Wang Cheng's sycophant, San Yuan, approached Yifei mockingly, blocking his path. Yifei cast a brief glance at San Yuan, disregarding him entirely, and continued toward his seat. Yifei, are you deaf or just ignoring me? San Yuan, incensed by Yifei's indifference, shouted angrily as he swung his hand toward the back of Yifei's head. Little did San Yuan realize that Yifei was no longer the same person they had once bullied. With an uncanny awareness, as San Yuan's hand was about to make contact, Yifei abruptly turned, grasping San Yuan's wrist with a firm grip. I have no desire to cause trouble at school, but that does not mean I am afraid of it. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige after school, and we can settle yesterday's score. Yifei stated coldly, his gaze piercing. Unlike the others present, Yifei was a rural student who had worked hard to attend Haijo No. 1 middle school. He did not wish to tarnish the institution's reputation or worry his family. Under Yifei's icy stare, San Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, his body freezing in place. It was only after Yifei released his grip that he stumbled back several steps, finally regaining his composure. Furious, San Yuan thought to himself, who was Yifei, merely a country bumpkin, a poor loser, and yet he dared to act tough in front of him. How could he have been intimidated by a rural nobody? As he noticed the gazes of his classmates upon him, his face flushed crimson. Go to hell. San Yuan yelled, seizing a nearby stool from the podium and hurling it at Yifei's retreating back. His strike was fueled by rage, lacking any restraint. Had it connected, it would have surely resulted in a grievous injury. Several female students gasped in shock, their screams piercing the air. San Yuan, what are you doing? Yifei, watch out. Both Luo Yirong and Yifei's deskmate, Guoliang, shouted in alarm. Yet, their warnings came too late. Bang, a resounding impact echoed through the room, followed by a muffled groan. The stool did not strike Yifei, rather, San Yuan was propelled backward, crashing violently against the wall by the entrance. San Yuan slumped against the wall, groaning as he expelled bile, unable to rise. A distinct shoe print marked his chest. The classroom fell into a profound silence, an eerie stillness enveloping the atmosphere. The students regarded Yifei with expressions akin to those witnessing a ghost. Was this truly the Yifei they knew? Just that morning, Wang Cheng and his group had been boasting about the video they had recorded the previous night, showcasing their bullying of him. Although the dim lighting had rendered the victim unidentifiable, nearly everyone had surmised it to be Yifei. The same Yifei who had been unable to retaliate yesterday now exhibited such ferocity. The impact of this transformation surpassed even the astonishment they felt during his recitation in class. Yifei glanced around the room, nodding toward Luo Yirong, who had spoken up for him, before proceeding to his desk. He halted next to it, his gaze fixed upon Wang Cheng, devoid of any emotion. Wang Cheng felt a sense of unease under Yifei's scrutiny and contemplated vacating Yifei's desk. However, with the entire class focused on him, doing so would imply that he had been intimidated by Yifei. Yifei, we are all classmates, isn't your treatment of San Yuan a bit excessive? Wang Cheng said coolly, fixing his glare on Yifei. Indeed, Yifei, you have gone too far. San Yuan was merely joking with you, and you have injured him, came a voice in agreement, belonging to Lu Guang, another of Wang Cheng's sycophants and one of Yifei's tormentors from the previous day. I told you, this country bumpkin doesn't deserve to be in our class, chimed in Lu Guang's deskmate, a tall athlete. Yifei regarded the trio with a bemused smile. Oh, what do you intend to do? You've hurt San Yuan, and this matter cannot simply be overlooked. You must kneel and apologize to him, and allow us to teach you a lesson. Wang Cheng sneered at Yifei. What if I refuse? Refuse? Wang Cheng's smirk widened. Then you will have no choice in the matter. As his words fell, Lu Guang and the athlete rose, flanking Yifei and trapping him in the middle. Each wielded a stool leg, their expressions dripping with disdain. Yifei, today I shall teach you, this country bumpkin, a lesson in humility. Wang Cheng shouted, emboldened by his allies. Attack! The bang bang, the sound of impact resounded, and Lu Guang and the athlete were sent flying backward, crashing against the blackboards at either end of the room. Thud, they fell to the ground, following in San Yuan's unfortunate path, unable to rise again. Meanwhile, Yifei remained standing, maintaining his previous posture as if he had never moved. Turning to Wang Cheng, Yifei grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Now it's your turn. Please, enlighten me on how to conduct myself. Wang Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yifei as if he had seen a ghost. You smirk, before he could. Chapter 8. I see you've been tamed. Boom. Yifei's audacious act stirred a tempest. Who is Wang Cheng? He is a figure of considerable notoriety throughout Haijiao, hailing from an illustrious lineage, known for his lavish generosity, and has amassed a retinue of sycophants, committing innumerable misdeeds across the region. Who in Haijiao would dare to confront him? Even if one were to cross paths with him, they would merely turn a blind eye. Yet now, Yifei had the audacity to slap Wang Cheng off the table. Wang Cheng's right cheek swelled visibly, soon revealing 5 distinct handprints. Yifei, how dare you strike me? Wang Cheng exclaimed, still in disbelief as he covered his face. What, do you have an issue? I'll have you killed. Wang Cheng bellowed, appearing almost deranged as he lunged for Yifei's throat. Bang, before his hands could reach Yifei, he received a kick to the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground once more. Damn it, Yifei, if you have the guts, kill me. Not just you, but your family too. I've heard you have a mother and a younger sister in middle school. Rest assured, once you're gone, I'll take good care of them. Ha ha ha. Wang Cheng cackled madly, emphasizing the word care with malice. Seeking death. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. Yifei's family was his reverse scale. Wang Cheng's words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Yifei. His hand shot out like lightning. As Wang Cheng hit the ground, he gasped, spewing blood mixed with 2 broken teeth. Go on, hit me harder. The more you beat me, the better I'll take care of your mother and sister. With a swift motion, he grabbed Wang Cheng by the collar and unleashed a flurry of slaps. The sound echoed throughout the space. Yifei, if you have the capability, kill me. Slap. It was impossible to tell how many slaps were delivered, but Wang Cheng's face had swollen into something resembling a pig's head, blood and saliva dripping from his mouth. As he I realize my mistake. Boom! At this utterance, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, and the room erupted in laughter. Wang Cheng's already pig-like face grew even redder from the embarrassment, as he could feel the blood rush to his. However, at that moment, he had no inclination to care about his dignity. From Yifei's gaze, he sensed that if he did not submit, the slaps would continue indefinitely. With a huff, Yifei released Wang Cheng, leaving him crumpled on the floor. With many eyes upon him, Wang Cheng hung his head, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Yifei's voice rang out once more. Stop. Wang Cheng's foot froze mid-step, and he turned to face Yifei, his expression darkening. Having already called him grandfather, did Yifei not intend to let him off the hook? You were quite comfortable sitting at my table, weren't you? Before you leave, shouldn't you clean my table and chair? Yifei stated none. Wang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but a deeper humiliation washed over him as he resolved to swallow his pride, knowing that if he could just endure this moment, he would find ways. With his head bowed, he approached and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, used his own clothing to wipe down Yifei's table, then cleaned the chair he had sullied before looking up at Yifei. Is it acceptable now? Yifei didn't even glance. At that moment, a stern figure appeared at the door. What is going on here? What are you all doing? Upon witnessing the chaos and spotting San Yuan at the entrance, her plump face darkened further. San Yuan, what are you doing sitting here? Although San Yuan had been kicked by Yifei earlier, he sustained no serious injury as Yifei had not used his full strength. He merely lacked energy. After resting for a while, he had mostly recovered, and upon seeing the stunned figure, he feigned a look of grievance, exclaiming, "You've arrived just in time. If you hadn't come, I would have been beaten to death." "What? Who dares to be so bold as to strike you?" she pointed at San Yuan, inquiring. It was. San Yuan stood, glancing towards Yifei, raising his hand to indicate that Yifei was his assailant. Just then, Yifei lifted his gaze, locking eyes with San Yuan. A shiver ran down San Yuan's spine, as though he were being hunted by a beast, and he felt an overwhelming urge to soil himself. "San Yuan, I am asking you a question." "Who hit you?" she pressed, noticing San Yuan's hesitation. Interrupted by her voice, San Yuan reluctantly turned to her, forcing out a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. "If I say it was me who hit myself, would you believe that?" Boom. Laughter erupted once more. The stunned woman's face flashed crimson. She had been played in front of everyone. She pointed at San Yuan, berating him, "Get out." San Yuan, feeling as though he wished to die, realized that crossing this fierce woman would make his future unbearable. He had intended to point the finger at Yifei, but for reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable fear at Yifei's gaze, and the words turned back into his previous claim. "Please let me explain." San Yuan attempted to clarify, but was abruptly cut off by the furious woman, who shouted, "Get out." He had no choice but to flee in disgrace. "And you too, get out as well," the woman barked at Lu Guang and others. Once they had scurried away, she approached the stage, her cold gaze sweeping across the crowd until it landed on Wang Cheng. "Wang Cheng, what happened to your face?" In an instant, all eyes turned to Wang Cheng. Everyone knew that Wang Cheng's injuries were inflicted by Yifei, and they were curious to see if he would dare to name Yifei. Wang Cheng opened his mouth, and a sudden flash of "This isn't from being beaten but rather from cupping therapy," he added, pretentiously coughing a couple of times. "Cuckoo." The moment these words left his mouth, a wave of suppressed laughter erupted. It was as if his words had ignited a fuse, causing the remaining crowd to break into uncontrollable laughter. Even Luo Iren had her head down on the table, shaking with suppressed giggles. If anyone remained unamused, it was Yifei and the stunned woman on stage. The woman's expression darkened to the point of nearly dripping with frustration. Cupping? Did he think her a fool? Is there even cupping on the face? This time, the stunned woman was genuinely furious, disregarding Wang Cheng's background, and pointed at him, berating, "Feeling unwell? I see you've been tamed like a pig. Get out." Another wave of laughter erupted, and amidst the din, Wang Cheng hurriedly lowered his head and fled in disgrace. Chapter 9. So it was a puppy. Wang Cheng stumbled out in disarray, having just fled, and after taking a few steps, he spotted San Yuan and his companion seated beside the garden. "Young Master Wang, you have also come out." San Yuan and the others were taken aback upon seeing Wang Cheng. They were well aware that Wang Cheng's status was quite distinct from theirs, and they had to show him some respect. They never anticipated that he too had been ousted. Upon hearing their words, Wang Cheng's expression darkened. Internally, he cursed, "Isn't that obvious? I'm here, so naturally, I've been driven out." "Young Master Wang, are we just going to let this matter rest?" Lu Guang inquired, looking at Wang Cheng. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Who was Yifei? Merely a poor boy from the countryside, often the target of their bullying and mockery, yet, just moments ago, this impoverished lad had audaciously beaten them in front of everyone, leaving them utterly humiliated. Let it rest. Wang Cheng's eyes gleamed with menace. How could that be? He struck me and expects it to be forgotten. I will contact some individuals from the underworld shortly, and they will take care of Yifei. Today, I shall ensure he is utterly crippled. Wang Cheng touched his cheek, recalling that Yifei had knocked out 2 of his teeth. "And where shall we go now?" San Yuan asked. "Where?" "To the infirmary, of course." Wang Cheng retorted angrily, his mouth agitating the wounds on his face, causing him to grimace in pain. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them were bowing and apologizing, not daring to press further. Wang Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief, casting a peculiar glance at Yifei as he passed by, the glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. He was eager to witness the unfolding drama. Unfortunately, Yifei kept his head lowered, not sparing him a single glance. This only fueled Wang Cheng's resentment, and he inwardly seethed, "You little bastard, just you wait." He then settled down obediently. The short 45-minute class felt like an eternity of torment for Wang Cheng, but then his eyes brightened as he thought, "Here they come." At that moment, the door was violently kicked open with a loud bang. Two burly, menacing men appeared at the threshold. "Who are you, and do you know where this is?" Zhao Yun shouted upon seeing the two intruders. Bang! As soon as Zhao Yun finished speaking, the leading brute delivered a kick to her abdomen, sending her staggering back a few steps, her face paling. "We are here for revenge. I haven't asked, so it's best you keep your mouth shut and not bring misfortune upon yourself and your family." The lead man spat, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a cold smirk on his lips. Never had they witnessed such a ferocious scene, leaving them all terrified into silence, akin to a flock of chicks confronted by a hawk. A few among them recognized the identities of the two men at the door and could not help but widen their eyes, instinctively covering their mouths to stifle any sounds. The leading man was thoroughly pleased with their reaction, grinning arrogantly as he bellowed, "Who is Ife?" After saying this, he pulled out a Zippo lighter from his pocket, flicked it open, and lit a cigarette. The most exhilarated among them was undoubtedly Wang Cheng, who could hardly contain his eagerness to see Ife brought to tears, battered and broken. "That is Ife." Wang Cheng stood up, pointing at Ife, and shouted, "Ife, you worthless scum. You've been loafing around, and now you've even tangled the likes of these thugs." As soon as Wang Cheng finished speaking, his gaze towards Ife shifted dramatically, while Zhao Yun glared fiercely at him, wishing she could kill him on the spot. Wang Cheng relished the sight of their reactions, thinking, "Ife, now let us see if you can survive this." "Wang Cheng, you are talking nonsense. Ife is not that kind of person." Guoliang protested indignantly. If Wang Cheng succeeded in pinning this accusation on Ife, he would surely become a public enemy. "I believe Ife is not that kind of person." Luo Yirong, sitting in front, also interjected. Seeing Luo Yirong defend Ife again filled Wang Cheng with both rage and jealousy. He had been pursuing Luo Yirong daily, yet received nothing but cold indifference, while she repeatedly spoke up for this country bumpkin. Enraged by this thought, Wang Cheng's animosity extended to Luo Yirong as well. With a forced smile, he taunted, "Luo Yirong, some people may seem familiar, but you never know their true nature. Don't be fooled. Or perhaps, are you two already involved?" Luo Yirong's face flashed crimson with anger. Bang, bang. At that moment, the menacing leader pounded on the door twice, sneering, "Don't waste my time. I'll ask again, who is Ife?" "Oh, that's me." Ife, who had remained silent until now, suddenly stood up and spoke in a calm voice. "So you are the one," the lead man began, but as he turned to look at Ife, he froze, his throat tightening as he struggled to speak the rest. His eyes widened in shock, with a singular thought racing through his mind: how could it be this cursed figure again? "I am Ife. Are you here for revenge?" Ife looked at the two men at the door, his voice steady, yet his gaze was icy. He recognized them as the same two who had attempted to drag Chen Wan into the woods the previous night, only to be dealt with by him. It's nothing, we mistook you for someone else," the thug leader stammered, visibly shaken at Ife's approach. "Dog brother, that is Ife. What are you waiting for? Aren't you here to take revenge? Hurry up and beat him." Wang Cheng shouted in frustration as the two thugs hesitated to act. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, the thug leader felt a chill run down his spine. He thought angrily, "What is this, an invitation to be beaten up? If I could take him on, would I still be here now?" Though the thug leader cursed Wang Cheng internally, he plastered on a smile that looked more like a grimace and said, Brother Fei, it's all a misunderstanding. We mistook you for someone else, we'll leave right away." The crowd was left dumbfounded at this turn of events, especially those who recognized the thug's background. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. Dog Brother was notorious throughout the East District, yet he was addressing Ife as Brother Fei. Moreover, he seemed genuinely afraid of him. Wang Cheng was on the verge of exploding from anger, pointing at the thugs and bellowing, "You promised me you'd teach him a lesson. You can't just walk away." The thugs seemed to ignore Wang Cheng entirely, turning their heads down and preparing to leave. "Stop, do you think this is some public restroom, where you can come and go as you please?" Yifei's cold voice rang out, halting the two thugs in their tracks. The thugs froze, and Dog Brother turned around, wearing a fawning smile. "Brother Fei, if you have any commands, just say the word, and I will comply. Since you came looking for revenge, let us first discuss who you are." Ife regarded Dog Brother, feigning ignorance. "I am Guochang from the East District, known as Dog Brother. Almost everyone involved in the underworld of East District has heard of my name." Dog Brother quickly introduced himself, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. "Oh, so you are the little dog?" Yifei replied indifferently. Dog Brother wore a grimace that was uglier than crying, but quickly replied, "Yes, it's me, the little dog." At this moment, he wouldn't dare correct Yifei, vividly recalling the events of the previous night. Yifei's gaze shifted meaningfully to Wang Cheng, and he calmly stated, "Since you are here, you might as well deal with him as instructed." Chapter 10. The bet. This dog brother glanced at Wang Cheng, his expression wavering with uncertainty. "What, don't you want to take action?" Yifei's countenance suddenly turned cold. Don't. As he noticed Yifei's inclination to act, dog brother's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily said, "Fei brother Fei, don't." After uttering that, he led his lackey towards Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng's face turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Wasn't it he who had summoned Go Chang and his companion to deal with Yifei? He could hardly believe that, merely due to Yifei's words, these two had turned their attention to him. If he were to be humiliated in front of the entire class, he would lose all face. "Go Chang, what do you intend to do? You are merely a dog raised by my family. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my father will not spare you." Wang Cheng shouted, his voice trembling with a facade of bravery. Wang Cheng's father was a renowned real estate developer in Haijiao City, and whenever issues regarding demolition arose, he would delegate them to Go Chang and his associates. It was precisely because of this connection that Wang Cheng had come to know Go Chang. Go Chang had managed to profit from his association with Wang Cheng's father. However, upon hearing Wang Cheng refer to him as a mere dog, his expression soured considerably. After all, he was a significant figure in the East District, and to be insulted as a dog by a young scion was intolerable. Moreover, the current predicament was instigated by Wang Cheng himself. Initially, he had intended only to inflict some minor injuries on Wang Cheng, but now his intentions had shifted. "Wang Shao, our relationship is merely one of cooperation. Don't think that you, or even your father, can speak to me in this manner," Go Chang said, a forced smile masking his true feelings. Go Chang understood that, although Wang Cheng's father had ample wealth, offending Wang Cheng would only result in losing future contracts. However, if they did not provide Yifei with a satisfactory resolution today, it was likely that they would meet their own demise here. "You dare," Wang Cheng bellowed. Smack. Before Wang Cheng could finish his sentence, Go Chang had already struck him across the face, sending him staggering to the ground. Subsequently, Go Chang and his two companions unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Wang Cheng. They continued this for a full 7 or 8 minutes before finally relenting. "Fei brother Fei, is this acceptable now?" Go Chang looked at Yifei with a fawning expression. While Yifei glanced at Wang Cheng, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and replied indifferently, "Didn't you come to seek revenge on him?" "What does that have to do with me?" Go Chang, being astute, quickly concurred, "Yes, I came here specifically to settle the score with Wang Cheng." He then turned to the classmates and declared loudly, "This brat often bullies his peers at school, and I've long found him intolerable. Today, I merely wanted to teach him a lesson and set him straight." The classmates exchanged bewildered glances. While it was true that Wang Cheng frequently bullied others, hearing such words from Go Chang, a notorious thug, felt utterly incongruous. Moreover, hadn't he claimed upon entering that he was here for Yifei? Although they were puzzled, one thing was certain: the infamous thug dog brother was evidently terrified of Yifei. Realizing this, many classmates began to regard Yifei with a peculiar expression. "Fei brother Fei, can we leave now?" Go Chang inquired. "Don't let me see you again," Yifei stated. Yes, brother Fei, rest assured, we will keep our distance from now on," Go Chang hastily replied, bowing and scraping before making a hasty exit. Once dog brother and his companions had departed, the homeroom teacher, Xiao Yun, glared at Yifei with malevolence and demanded, "Yifei, what is your connection with those gangsters?" "I don't know them." Yifei glanced at Xiao Yun and replied coolly, "You don't know them? Are you trying to fool a ghost?" Xiao Yun shrieked, pointing at Yifei. "If you didn't know them, why would they come looking for you?" "I knew it. We should never have accepted a piece of trash like you into our class. It's bad enough that your poor grades drag everyone down, now you are colluding with gangsters." Yifei's expression darkened considerably at her words. When he first joined the class, Xiao Yun had seen his transcript and believed she had struck gold, providing him with attentive care. However, after the results of the first mock exam were released, her demeanor had changed dramatically. The previous warmth was replaced with snide remarks, and she frequently used him as a negative example to scold others. While Go Chang was present, Xiao Yun had not dared to say a word. Yifei bore her no ill will for that, understanding that Go Chang and his companion were thugs. However, as soon as they had left, Xiao Yun seized the opportunity to unleash her frustrations on Yifei. "I'm talking to you, are you listening? Why aren't you speaking?" Seeing Yifei's silence, Xiao Yun assumed he was feeling guilty and became even more aggressive. "Don't think that by keeping quiet, you'll escape unscathed. I will report this matter to the school, and you can wait to be expelled." Expelled, Yifei's gaze turned icy as he looked at the homeroom teacher, coldly stating, "On what grounds do you intend to expel me? On what grounds? Simply because your grades are the lowest in the entire grade, and because you colluded with gangsters to assault a student." Zhao Yun retorted with a mocking smile, "Teacher, it's obvious to anyone with eyes that those two thugs were sent by Wang Cheng. What right do you have to blame Yifei?" Guoliang couldn't help but stand up and speak. "Guoliang, I haven't addressed you yet. You, like Yifei, are at the bottom of the class. Neither of you is worth anything." "Do you want me to expel both you and Yifei?" Zhao Yun shouted, pointing at Guoliang. "Expel me? Oh, I'm so scared." Guoliang feigned terror, his expression exaggerated as he exclaimed. Unlike Yifei, Guoliang came from a wealthy family. Even if he were expelled from Haijiao No. 1 High School, his father could easily arrange for him to attend another school. Zhao Yun was infuriated by Guoliang's brazen and audacious demeanor. Guoliang was about to taunt Zhao Yun further when he was abruptly stopped by Yifei, who had been silent until now. Yifei fixed his gaze on Zhao Yun, his eyes narrowing, yet a cold glimmer shone within them. "Teacher Zhao, you mentioned that my grades are the lowest in the entire grade. Would you dare to make a bet with me? Let us wager on the results of the second mock exam 1 week from now." "Humph, why should I bet with you?" Zhao Yun replied with a sneer. "If I lose, I will voluntarily withdraw from school," Yifei stated flatly, his voice not loud but resonant, akin to thunder echoing throughout the classroom. "Why, Yifei, what are you doing?" Guoliang exclaimed in shock, quickly grasping Yifei's arm. He was well aware that Yifei's family background was not affluent, and his admission to Haijiao No. 1 High School was thanks to connections. His family hoped fervently for Yifei to achieve good grades in the college entrance examination. Upon hearing Yifei's words, Zhao Yun felt a surge of joy. If Yifei truly withdrew from school, the absence of this burden would likely elevate the class's average score significantly, thereby improving their college admission rates, which would enhance her bonuses. "Oh, what are the terms of this bet?" Zhao Yun inquired, eyeing Yifei. "This mock exam will revolve around whether I can rank within the top 100 in the grade. If I fail to do so, I will lose," Yifei declared. "What?" Yifei's proclamation struck the classroom like a thunderclap, leaving his classmates wide-eyed and staring in disbelief. "Why, Yifei, are you out of your mind?" Guoliang shoved Yifei, believing he was courting disaster. How many students were there in the entire senior year of Haijiao No. 1 High School? Over 4,000. Among them, more than half were review students. What had Yifei's previous ranking been? Over 4,000. The very bottom. Haijiao No. 1 High School was nationally renowned. There were virtually no underperforming students here. The so-called underperformers were merely mediocre when compared to the school's top students. In this context, Yifei, a student at the very bottom, aspired to rank within the top 100 in a mere week's time during the mock exam. Such aspirations were utterly preposterous. Goodness, has Yifei's mind gone awry, thinking he could possibly score within the top 100 in just a week? I suspect he has been triggered. There are only a handful of students in our class who rank within the top 100, probably fewer than 10. How does he expect to place in the top 10? If he manages to rank in the top 100, I'll eat my own words in front of the entire class. The classmates whispered among themselves, their skepticism palpable, with not a single one believing in Yifei's chances. Ignoring their chatter, Yifei reiterated, "If I succeed in placing within the top 100, I want you to apologize to me in front of the entire class." Chapter 11. You can't do it, Yifei. This is what you said yourself. When the results come out, don't say I forced you. Zhao Yun maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, yet her heart surged with excitement. She had already begun to envision the scenario where, after Yifei dropped out, the class's average score would soar, the college admission rate would skyrocket, and she would be celebrated as a distinguished teacher, lavished with gifts from grateful parents. As for Yifei making it into the top 100 of his grade, what a joke. How could that possibly happen? Of course, it was I who said it. Yifei nodded affirmatively. "All right, I promise you," Zhao Yun quickly replied, as if fearing Yifei might change his mind. When the bell rang, Zhao Yun announced the end of class and hurriedly left the classroom, causing a stir among the students. A group of them began to chatter excitedly, pointing fingers at Yifei. "Yifei, are you out of your mind? That she-devil clearly wants to kick you out of school," Guoliang exclaimed anxiously. "I know, don't worry, I have my measures," Yifei reassured, grabbing his backpack and hastily exiting the classroom, heading towards the small shop near the school gate. After about 10 minutes, Chen Wan's charming figure appeared before him, and upon seeing Yifei, her pretty face broke into a radiant smile. "Where are we going?" Chen Wan asked cheerfully. "Perhaps to Jade Street," Yifei replied uncertainly. In the East District, there existed a jade street, renowned for selling various jade ornaments, not far from Haijo No. 1 High School. However, Yifei had only heard of it and knew its location. He had never visited before. Upon their arrival at Jade Street, they gazed at the myriad of stores lining the street and chose to enter the largest shop, named Jade Abundance. The shop was adorned in an antique style, exuding opulence. Several attractive shop assistants were engaged in explaining products to the customers. When they noticed Chunwon and Yifei enter, they merely glanced over, but no one approached to assist them. Having spent considerable time in this shop, the staff had become adept at discerning a person's purchasing power merely by their attire. Chunwon, on her first day of work, wore ordinary professional clothing. Though she appeared lovely, her outfit was not expensive. Yifei, dressed in the school uniform of Haijo No. 1 High School, further diminished their chances of being perceived as potential buyers of fine jade. With no one attending to them, Yifei found solace in the quietude. Despite this being his first visit, he felt no trepidation and began to peruse the items in the shop. Old ancestor, how do I distinguish the quality of jade? Yifei inquired mentally while observing the merchandise. The reincarnation ancestor chuckled, kid, it's quite simple, just channel your true essence into your eyes, and you will naturally understand. Channel true essence into my eyes? Yifei paused, somewhat puzzled, but proceeded to follow the instruction. At the moment his true essence flowed into his eyes, Yifei grasped the ancestor's words, as he was suddenly able to perceive wisps resembling blue smoke emanating from the displayed jade ornaments. However, these wisps were exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible. Spiritual energy. Yifei realized instantly. Well, kid, have you discovered anything? The reincarnation ancestor laughed heartily. But don't rejoice too early, the quality of these jades is abysmal, mere trash, utterly unfit for refining jade talismans, the ancestor continued. What? Then what should I do? Yifei stared at the price tags of the jade ornaments in the display case, stunned. If these items, priced in the thousands or tens of thousands, were all trash, what kind of jade would suffice? To refine jade talismans, you need at least ordinary spiritual jade, the ancestor stated. What standards must one meet for it to be considered spiritual jade? Yifei queried. Jade is formed over countless years of nurturing, inherently containing spiritual energy, albeit in varying amounts. The minimum requirement for spiritual jade is 5 strands of spiritual energy, the ancestor explained. 5 strands of spiritual energy. Yifei felt somewhat speechless as he glanced again at the jade ornaments in the display case, most of which possessed only 1 strand of spiritual energy, and some even none at all, merely stones. Is this what they call a century-old establishment, where a counterfeit leads to 100-fold compensation? Yifei mused inwardly. After examining for a good 10 minutes, Yifei finally located a piece of jade that barely exhibited 5 strands of spiritual energy. He pointed at it and said to the shop assistant, Miss, could you please bring that piece of jade over for me to examine? The shop assistant, standing not far from Yifei, was quite attractive and was enthusiastically promoting items to a middle-aged man. Upon hearing Yifei's request, she glanced at him but chose to ignore it. She had long noticed the pair entering the store, specifically Chunwon. Though she considered herself beautiful, she felt overshadowed by Chunwon's allure. Her jealousy festered, prompting her to feign ignorance of their presence. Furthermore, she could easily deduce that Chunwon's professional attire likely cost less than 1,000, and Yifei appeared to be nothing more than a penniless student. What money could they possibly have? Seeing that the shop assistant was pretending not to hear Yifei, Chunwon frowned slightly and said, could you please help us by bringing that jade pendant over for us to take a look? Are you blind? Can't you see I'm currently assisting a valued customer? The shop assistant retorted aggressively, glaring at Chunwon. And do you even know how much that jade pendant costs? You two paupers want to take a look. If you break it, can you afford to compensate for it? The shop assistant's outburst immediately drew the attention of all the customers in the shop. Yifei furrowed his brow and asked, is this how your store conducts business? We come here to purchase jade, and this is how you treat your customers. The shop assistant scoffed, you think you deserve to be our customer? You should take a good look at yourself. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man beside her burst into laughter, mocking Yifei. Where did this pauper come from, trying to impress girls and play rich? You must be blind. The man's laughter subsided when he turned his gaze on Chunwon, his eyes widening in delight, nearly drooling as he exclaimed, little sister, I advise you to open your eyes. This guy is clearly a pauper. Don't let him deceive you. This man donned 4 or 5 rings, gold, jade, and even a green signet ring on his thumb, while a golden necklace around his neck gleamed ostentatiously, practically shouting, Prima nouveau riche. Chen-wan, repulsed by the middle-aged man's brazen gaze, chose to ignore him. Hehe, how about you come with me? If you become my mistress, I'll immediately gift you a Mini Cooper and give you a monthly allowance of 10,000, the middle-aged man proposed. A Mini Cooper, 10,000 a month. The shop assistant's gaze turned toward Chen-wan, her envy almost reaching a fever pitch. A Mini Cooper cost at least over 200,000, and receiving 10,000 a month without lifting a finger, she stood for hours in high heels each day, and her monthly salary, including commission, barely reached 10,000. Seeing that Chen-wan disregarded him, the middle-aged man remained unfazed. He had experience dealing with such young couples. He turned to Yifei and said, "Kid, you still look like a student. If you break up with her and promise never to contact her again, I'll give you 100,000. What do you say?" The middle-aged man's smile was smug. To him, 100,000 was a mere drop in the bucket, yet for an average family, it was a fortune, especially for a nervy young man from a humble background. 100,000. Yifei blinked, sizing up the middle-aged man, and suddenly spotted an odd smile. "So, you really want to keep her as your mistress?" The middle-aged man replied arrogantly, "What? Do you have a problem with that, kid? You should know your place. The woman as beautiful as her is not someone a poor wretch like you can aspire to." Hehe. Yifei chuckled, his face betraying not a hint of the anger one might expect from such humiliation. "I don't have a problem, but I do have a suggestion." Yifei fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man, his smile growing increasingly peculiar, making the latter feel a bit uneasy. The other customers in the shop watched curiously, eager to see how Yifei would respond. While a typical person might have been mortified by such insults, Yifei's calm demeanor intrigued them. Just as they speculated on Yifei's possible reaction, he spoke up. "You probably can't do it." Yifei said nonchalantly, "If I'm not mistaken, you lost your manhood 2 years ago, did you not?" Chapter 12. Does she have to play the role of your mother? Yifei's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. To lose one's capacity as a man, that would mean, well, you know what. My goodness, this guy looks so robust, yet it turns out he's a living eunuch. Goodness me, he seems to be just in his early 40s, but who would have thought? Goodness. Damn it, a man suffering from impotence still dares to seek a mistress to act as his mother. A chorus of murmurs arose from the crowd. Even the female clerk, who had previously been enthusiastically explaining things to the middle-aged man, now looked at him with an expression that was quite peculiar. "You are talking nonsense." The middle-aged man flushed crimson, pointing at Yifei and shouting in exasperation, yet the guilt on his face was impossible to conceal. Initially, a few people had thought Yifei was merely speaking without thought, but upon seeing the middle-aged man's reaction, they began to believe him. "Kid, stop spouting nonsense here." The middle-aged man was becoming increasingly flustered under the scrutiny of the crowd. "Am I spouting nonsense?" Yifei chuckled upon hearing this. "You had a car accident 2 years ago, didn't you? There should still be a scar about 1.5 inches below your navel. If you wish to prove you are not impotent, then lift your shirt and let everyone see if there is a scar. If there isn't, it would naturally prove that I am talking rubbish." As soon as Yifei finished speaking, cold sweat began to bead on the middle-aged man's forehead, and his gaze towards Yifei was one of sheer horror. Just as Yifei had stated, 2 years prior, he had crashed his car into a large tree while intoxicated, and although he had survived, he had been left with a 2-finger-long scar on his lower abdomen, marking the loss of his manhood. This was his greatest secret, one that even his wife was unaware of. How did Yifei know? In a desperate attempt to mask his impotence over the past 2 years, he had surrounded himself with 4 or 5 women whenever he went out to socialize, often flirting with young and beautiful women. With his meticulous FARD, no one had ever discovered this secret until today, when a young brat had exposed him in this jade shop. Who the hell is this young brat spouting nonsense here? Do you believe I can make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun? The middle-aged man glared at Yifei, his eyes flashing with malice, yet his bravado was but a facade. "Come on, buddy, if you truly deny being impotent, why not lift your shirt for everyone to see? Exactly, we are all men here. It wouldn't hurt you. Stop dragging your feet like an old woman. I think this young fellow speaks the truth." The crowd, eager for entertainment, chimed in, urging the middle-aged man. Seeing the expectant gazes of the crowd upon him, the middle-aged man's face darkened. "Humph, you think a snot-nosed brat can make me lift my shirt? You must be dreaming." With a disdainful snort, the middle-aged man shot a harsh word at Yifei and turned to hastily ascend the stairs to the 2nd floor. In his rush, he nearly stumbled, almost falling flat on his face amidst the laughter of the crowd. Soon, he vanished from their sight. Once the middle-aged man's figure had disappeared, Chen-Wan looked at Yifei with a mix of curiosity and surprise, asking, "How did you know that guy was?" She trailed off, unable to utter the word impotent. I am a divine doctor, naturally able to discern his ailment at a glance. Otherwise, how could I possibly treat your affliction, Sister Chen-Wan? Yifei replied, unabashedly puffing out his chest. In truth, the words he had spoken earlier were relayed to him by the reincarnation ancestor. You are quite full of yourself, Chen-Wan said with a playful smile, raising her hand as if to pinch Yifei's ear. After exchanging a few light-hearted jests, Yifei turned his attention back to the female clerk. However, the moment she caught his gaze, she let out a shriek, hurriedly crossing her arms over her chest, as if Yifei's eyes possessed some sort of magic capable of stripping her bare. Yifei was left speechless by the clerk's exaggerated reaction. His earlier claim of being able to diagnose others' ailments at a glance had merely been a jest aimed at Chen-Wan, yet the clerk had taken it seriously and reacted with such fervor. It was as if she believed that with a mere glance from Yifei, her purity would be compromised. Now, shouldn't you fetch that piece of jade for us to see? Yifei said, his tone icy as he regarded the female clerk. Her earlier demeanor had left him with little patience. The jade pendant you inquired about is too expensive. I do not have the authority to retrieve it. Only our manager can do that, the clerk replied. Then why are you still standing there? Go call your manager, Yifei instructed. All right, please wait a moment, the clerk said, hurrying off towards the second floor. In the Jade Pavilion, on the second floor, the middle-aged man who had just been publicly exposed by Yifei was seated in an office, sipping tea. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, the manager of the Jade Pavilion. Mr. Song, what could have you so worked up? Please, calm down, the manager said with a smile, pouring tea for the middle-aged man. I just encountered a little brat in your shop. It infuriated me, Song Jun exclaimed, recalling the earlier incident and feeling a surge of indignation. Knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The female clerk entered and addressed the manager. Manager, there are customers downstairs who wish to see the jade pendant in the central display case. Oh. The manager raised an eyebrow at this, for the central display case was special, containing jade of considerable value, the cheapest of which was likely worth hundreds of thousands. Moreover, he was the only one with the authority to retrieve it. Before the manager could speak, Song Jun abruptly stood up, asking, is it that little brat downstairs? His eyes bulged with rage, bloodshot and wide. He startled the clerk, who instinctively took a step back, yet she managed to reply, yes, it's them. Damn it, that infuriates me, Song Jun cursed, slamming his teacup to the ground in frustration. Oh. So it's those who offended Mr. Song wanting to see the jade pendant. The manager's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. The clerk nodded. They dared to offend Mr. Song and still wish to buy jade from us. You go tell them that our jade is not for sale to them, and have security throw them out, the manager said with a cold smile. All right then, the clerk replied, but just as she was about to turn and leave, Song Jun called out to her. Wait. Song Jun stopped the clerk. What? Is Mr. Song still not appeased? Then let security teach them a lesson, the manager chuckled. Teach them a lesson? That would be too lenient. Song Jun sneered, a malevolent glint in his eyes. They wish to buy jade, so let them buy. Come here. I have something to discuss with you. Song Jun beckoned the clerk over and shared his plan with her. Brilliant, Mr. Song, that is a fantastic idea, the middle-aged manager praised, giving a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, these two paupers think they can buy jade. I can't wait to see how they manage to pay for it. Song Jun laughed uproariously. Soon, the clerk returned, holding a key. She unlocked the safe and held the jade pendant in her hands but did not hand it to Yifei. Instead, she extended it towards Chen-Wan, cautioning, be careful with this, it's worth over 500,000. If it gets damaged, you'll have to pay for it. Chen-Wan nodded and reached for the pendant, but just as her fingers brushed against it, the clerk let go. Clang, the jade pendant fell, shattering into pieces with a sharp sound that echoed through the room. What have you done? Didn't I tell you to hold on to it? The clerk shouted angrily, pointing at Chen-Wan. Chen-Wan gazed at the shattered jade, feeling helpless. Don't you eye me. I'll tell you this pendant is worth over 500,000, and it broke while in your hands. What do you think we should do about it? The clerk pressed, relentless in her accusation. As if that were not enough, she reached out to claw at Chen-Wan's exquisite face. Stop. Yifei reacted swiftly, using a finger to pinpoint an acupoint on the clerk's wrist. She recoiled as if stung by a scorpion, letting out a shriek. Sister Chen-won, it wasn't my fault, I hadn't even grasped it when Chen-won clung to Yifei's arm. I understand, Sister Chen-won. Leave this matter to me. Yifei smiled at her before turning to glare at the female clerk, his expression turning frostier. A surge of fury coursed through him. This clerk's intentions were truly malevolent. Had he not intervened in time, her attack could have left Chen-won disfigured. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, Yifei's senses had sharpened to an extraordinary degree. The clerk's deliberate move to let go of the jade pendant while Chen-won was about to grasp it had not escaped his notice. From the moment they entered the shop, it was he who had insisted on purchasing the jade pendant, yet the clerk had chosen to hand it to Chen-won instead. Then, she had intentionally shattered the pendant to frame Chen-won and subsequently attempted to disfigure her. Everything felt suspicious. They bore no grudge against this clerk. Why would she act so maliciously? Recalling that the middle-aged man had gone upstairs, Yifei quickly deduced the clerk's motives. You think you can handle this? You broke something in our store and now you want to hit someone. Don't you know where you are? The clerk screeched, clutching her wrist. As her words fell, 5 fully armed security personnel emerged from behind, surrounding Yifei and Chen-won, their laughter dripping with mockery. Today, if you don't compensate, you want to walk out of here on your own 2 feet. With the security's arrival, the clerk felt emboldened, her gaze towards Yifei brimming with animosity. Chapter 13 Corruption of the Soul. Do you truly believe I will exit through this door without an explanation? Yifei remarked with a chilling smile. These individuals really thought him a soft target. What are you standing there for? Quickly apprehend them. The female attendant shrieked. The security personnel had previously received a signal from the manager, so at this moment, hesitation was out of the question. The leading security captain brandished his baton, lunging forward to strike Yifei on the forehead. His intent was not merely to subdue but to inflict serious harm, seeking death. The cold glint flickered in Yifei's eyes as he reacted swiftly, delivering a forceful kick to the captain's chest, sending him flying backwards. Do you even dare to retaliate? The other security guards, witnessing this, roared in unison, drawing their batons and charging at Yifei. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with the sounds of violent collisions, followed by muffled thuds as the 4 guards surrounding Yifei lost grip of their batons, their bodies propelled backwards. Each bore a distinct footprint upon their chests. The female attendant stood frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom that these once imposing security guards had been effortlessly incapacitated by Yifei. Oh, please don't hit me, I didn't intend to make things difficult for you, she shrieked as she caught Yifei's gaze. While Yifei let out a cold snort, refraining from striking her. Though her words were provocative, she was, at best, a mere pawn in this scenario. I understand you cannot address this matter. Take me to see your manager, Yifei demanded. The mastermind behind this incident was likely that middle-aged man, but it certainly implicated their manager as well. Yifei and his companions had come to Yumantang to purchase jade, only to be looked down upon by the staff and subsequently framed, with the security guards prepared to resort to violence. If Yifei did not seek an explanation now, he would truly become a victim. All right, the female attendant, frightened by Yifei's formidable presence, nodded vigorously and led the way. Chen-won, you need not involve yourself in such trivial matters, allow me to handle this. Yifei smiled at Chen-won and followed the female attendant upstairs. Yumantang, 2nd floor, manager's office. Just compensate for the broken jade pendant at its worth. What do you want from me? The middle-aged manager sat back in his chair, legs crossed, sipping tea without even sparing Yifei a glance. The female attendant merely conveyed Yifei's request to discuss compensation, omitting the fact that he had effortlessly dealt with the guards. As such, the manager assumed Yifei was merely there to beg for mercy. The female attendant cast a furtive glance at the manager, but he remained oblivious to Yifei's significance, not even glancing up. 50,000 for the jade pendant, right? I can compensate, Yifei said nonchalantly as he pulled out a chair to sit down. Now, shall we discuss the matter of your orchestrated entrapment? Entrapment, I do not comprehend what you are implying, the manager replied, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes at Yifei's mention of 50,000. Moreover, who stated that the jade pendant was worth 50,000? That amount merely reflects its pre-carving price. The jade, crafted by the esteemed master Lu Idao from Jiangnan, is now worth at least 200,000. Out of pity for you, I'll let you off with 200,000. Cash or bank transfer. The manager grinned, a smug look plastered across his face. Is that so? Yifei smiled, casually surveying the decor of the manager's office before continuing. I've heard your Yumantang is a century-old establishment. Indeed, the manager replied, a hint of pride in his voice. All our jade pieces have been certified by the National Jade Association. Each comes with a certificate. If any piece is found to be counterfeit, we compensate 100-fold. What relevance does this hold concerning your compensation? 100-fold, that is excellent. Yife nodded. In your central display cabinet, there exists a guanine jade sculpture priced at $1.5 million. However, it is merely 2 pieces of jade spliced together, and the quality of the jade is mediocre. It may not even fetch 150,000. At these words, the manager seemed to bounce off his chair as if propelled by springs, pointing an accusatory finger at Yife. You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? Yife chuckled, continuing, next to the guanine is a longevity lock priced at 300,000, claimed to be ancient Ming jade, yet it is merely artificially aged and isn't even jade. It's just a peculiar stone worth no more than 3,000. If the clientele downstairs were to learn of these discrepancies, what do you suppose the consequences would be? Yife's demeanor remained cheerful, yet his words struck the manager's heart like a sharp dagger. Cold sweat began to bead on the manager's forehead. Yumantang thrived on its reputation as a century-old store, promising 100-fold compensation for counterfeits. If the customers discovered they were sold fakes, they would likely walk out immediately and never return. Furthermore, they would spread the word to their acquaintances, advising them against visiting. If those who had previously bought jade learned of this, they would undoubtedly return to seek refunds. What terrified him most was the possibility that some customers might take their jade to an appraisal center, only to discover it was counterfeit. In that case, the store would face ruinous compensation claims, and even if only half of those who bought fakes sought restitution, Yumantang would be doomed. As the implications of such a scandal loomed in his mind, the manager felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly realizing that his shirt was drenched in cold sweat, clinging to his back. The female attendant's eyes widened in shock. After 2 years of employment, she had no idea that a renowned establishment like Yumantang was selling counterfeits. Kid, watch your tongue, be wary of your exit. The manager warned, his gaze darkening. He then turned to the female attendant, backing, go, summon old Wang and the others. However, the female attendant remained motionless. What are you still doing? The manager snapped. Manager, Captain Wang and the others, they likely won't be coming, the female attendant stammered. Why won't they come? Did these incompetent fools slip away again? The manager scolded. And no, it's not that they offended this customer and have been dealt with. They are currently lying on the ground, unable to rise, she explained. What? The manager's eyes widened in disbelief. Yife was quite pleased with the manager's reaction, offering a slight smile as he leaned back, mimicking the manager's previous posture. Now, shall we discuss the matter of compensation? The manager's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, he clenched his jaw and waved the female attendant away. He then closed the door and approached Yife, speaking in a hushed tone, Kid, I warn you, this shop is under Xiongyi's protection. Xiongyi, Yife raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, you may not be aware, but the true owner of this establishment is Xiongyi. To offend him, the manager presumed Yife was intimidated by Xiongyi's name and spoke with arrogance, but before he could finish, Yife interrupted. I don't know him. The manager let out an exasperated grunt, nearly choking on his indignation. Internally, he cursed. How dare you raise an eyebrow when you don't even know him? What exactly do you want? The manager growled, struggling to cope with Yife's insufferable demeanor. I came to your store to purchase jade, intending to contribute to your business, yet I was ridiculed by your staff. Shouldn't an apology be in order? An apology is warranted, the manager nodded, relieved, yet before he could fully exhale, Yife's voice rang out once more. I have been wrongfully entrapped by you. Shouldn't there be compensation for that? Yife pressed on. Compensation is warranted. The manager gritted his teeth, regretting ever agreeing to the middle-aged man's proposal. However, at least the broken jade pendant would be compensated, so he didn't stand to lose much. How about this? I'll give you 10,000 as compensation for your troubles. The manager suggested tentatively. Don't rush, I haven't finished speaking. Yife waved his hand with a casual eye. The manager felt his body tremble, wishing he could leap forward and strangle Yife. Are you some kind of toothpaste, squeezing out every last bit? Yife, unfazed by the manager's expression, continued, your entrapment has forced me to confront the darker aspects of humanity prematurely, which has severely tainted my soul. It is you who has sullied the purity of my spirit. Should there not be compensation for that? Third, the middle-aged manager collapsed onto the floor in shock. Chapter 14: Million compensation. Young man, do not overstep your bounds. This establishment belongs to Master Xiong. If you offend him, you might find yourself in grave danger without even realizing it. The middle-aged manager bellowed in fury, thoroughly provoked by Yife. There's no need for you to worry about that. We should now discuss the specifics of the compensation. Yifei replied calmly, "You have inflicted significant harm upon me, resulting in losses amounting to at least 1 million. Out of pity, I shall overlook the extra." This was indeed a debt from June that needed to be repaid swiftly. The middle-aged manager had not anticipated that the words he had previously directed at Yifei would soon be turned back upon himself. "What is the matter? Do you not wish to pay?" Yifei's gaze turned icy. "Then perhaps we should enlighten the clients downstairs about the true nature of your establishment, Yumantang." With that, Yifei made a move as if to stand and leave. "Wait." The manager's heart raced, and he hurriedly blocked Yifei's path. "Fine, I will pay." He was acutely aware that allowing Yifei to walk away would spell doom for the store, and his own fate would be even more tragic. Master Xiong had entrusted him with the management of this establishment, and he had nearly ruined it. Master Xiong was a formidable figure in Haijo City's underworld. Offending him could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even a fatal end hidden beneath the guise of a peaceful slumber. Thus, at this moment, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Yifei's demands. As for being extorted of 1 million, he would simply report the matter to Master Xiong, who would undoubtedly deal with Yifei personally. "I do not have that much cash on hand right now. I will need a few days to gather it." The manager sought to delay, hoping that before he could pay Yifei, Master Xiong would have someone take care of Yifei. "What era are we in? Who still uses cash?" Yifei cast a derisive glance at the manager and produced a bank card from his pocket. "Just transfer the funds." The manager's breath caught in his throat. Reluctantly, he resorted to transferring 1 million from his personal savings to Yifei. In no time, Yifei received a text notification on his phone. 1 million received. "That was quick," Yifei remarked as he pocketed his phone, addressing the manager. "Pleasure doing business." The manager could hardly contain his resentment towards Yifei. As Yifei rose to leave the manager's office, he noticed the manager following closely behind and said, "No need to see me off, I will be back often in the future." "Who has seen you off?" "I merely want to confirm that you are truly leaving," the manager muttered inwardly, though he replied with a forced smile, "Of course, of course." "Oh." Just as Yifei was about to step out, he suddenly paused. The manager's heart raced. "This brat isn't planning something again, is he?" Ignoring the manager's thoughts, Yifei's gaze fell upon an ancient wooden box on the antique shelf. As he casually glanced over the antiques before leaving, he inadvertently channeled his internal energy, and what he saw left him astonished. He discovered that the seemingly inconspicuous wooden box was emanating a dense spiritual energy, far more potent than the shattered jade pendant from earlier. "Manager, what is that object?" Yifei inquired, pointing at the wooden box on the shelf. The middle-aged manager followed Yifei's gaze and, upon seeing the box, let out a sigh of relief. It was an antique that an old farmer had attempted to sell a few days prior, but since they only dealt with jade-related items, they had declined the offer. Although the box was ancient, it was made from ordinary jujube wood and held little value. He had purchased it for 500 yuan due to its decent craftsmanship and had left it there unattended since then. "If you like it, I'll just give it to you," the manager said with a dismissive smile. As he held the wooden box, the glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. The manager smiled, inwardly cursing Yifei for being so naive and inexperienced. "Not bad, young man," the voice of the reincarnation ancestor echoed in Yifei's mind. Why is there such an abundance of spiritual energy?" Yifei communicated with the reincarnation ancestor in his mind. It contains a set of silver needles, but they are not ordinary. They are used by cultivators. The creator of this box must have been a practitioner, the reincarnation ancestor explained. "So I've struck gold." Yifei's eyes brightened. "Hardly a treasure," the ancestor scoffed. "If this trinket, while the silver needles might not hold much value in the immortal realm, this was earth, where cultivators were scarce amidst a dearth of spiritual energy. It was rare to find items once belonging to a practitioner. These silver needles must have been crafted by a golden core cultivator. Though they may be crude, they are more than sufficient for you. You were intending to treat that girl with the mysterious in-body, and now you need not seek silver needles elsewhere," the ancestor said with little enthusiasm. "Golden core?" Yifei's eyes sparkled even more. He was also a practitioner, albeit just a beginner. At the first level of Qi refinement there were a total of 9 levels in Qi refinement, followed by the foundation establishment stage, and only then the golden core stage. He had just reached the first level of Qi refinement, yet he had already begun to sense the myriad wonders brought about by cultivation. How powerful a golden core practitioner must be. Lost in thought, Yifei couldn't help but smile foolishly. Look at you, with that foolish expression. As long as you cultivate the techniques I've imparted to you, not just golden co-practitioners, but even nascent soul and divided spirit. During his period of weakness after overcoming the immortal king tribulation, he had been betrayed by his subordinates, who colluded with his enemies to attack him. Ultimately, 5 immortal kings had besieged him, causing... Just then, a knock sounded at the manager's office door, and a panicked young female employee rushed in. "Manager, it's bad," a customer fainted while looking at the jade items downstairs, the female employee exclaimed in distress. "What happened?" The middle-aged manager was startled and quickly inquired. Seeing that his own matters had been resolved and having unexpectedly acquired a treasure, Ife felt no need to further trouble the manager and decided to head downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, he noticed a large crowd gathered, seemingly in the midst of a spectacle. Peering into the throng, he discovered that Chen-Wan was at the center, encircled by onlookers. In the middle of the crowd lay an elderly man, his hair gray and dressed in traditional attire, unconscious on the ground with barely perceptible breathing. Meanwhile, Chen-Wan knelt beside him, performing CPR. Sweat beads had formed on Chen-Wan's forehead, and her damp hair clung to her face, indicating she had been at it for quite some time. "Young lady, save your strength. He is beyond help." "Indeed, young lady, you've done all you can, let us wait for the ambulance." Some bystanders attempted to dissuade her. Chen-Wan ignored them. "Humph, his fainting is due to a brain condition. CPR is futile, stop wasting your efforts." At that moment, a voice interjected, laced with sarcasm. The speaker was a young man in his 30s, clad in an Armani suit with slicked back hair, exuding an air of elitism. However, his words drew the ire of the crowd. "How can you say that? It's one thing not to help, but to criticize the girl trying to save him." "Exactly, this guy looks decent, but he is clearly a scoundrel. What a disgrace." He had merely intended to impress Chen-Wan with his supposed expertise. "What have I said that is wrong? I am a doctor, I cannot possibly make a mistake," he argued, brandishing his work ID in defense. "If you are a doctor, why aren't you helping?" "Exactly. Why are you standing there making snide remarks instead of offering assistance?" "Oh, so you are a doctor, my apologies, I mistook you for a disgraceful charlatan." The young man's face grew even redder as he shouted, "What do you all know? This elderly man fainted due to a brain condition. CPR will have no effect. Moreover, judging by his pallor, he must have suffered from his illness for quite some time, possibly even terminal conditions like brain cancer. As a Western doctor, I lack the necessary equipment here to assist." Hearing his words, the crowd began to waver in belief, yet no one offered him any sympathy. "Why isn't he waking up? It must be useful." Chen-Wan, exhausted and nearly numb in her arms, sat on the ground muttering. At that moment, a warm hand rested on her shoulder. Turning, she found Ife standing beside. "Don't make a spectacle of yourself." The previous young doctor scoffed at Ife's words. Why Ife ignored the young man, turning to Chen-Wan with a smile. "If Sister Chen wishes for him to live, then I shall save him." 15. For symbol needle technique, what nonsense, do you even understand what illness he has? How dare you claim you can cure him? The young doctor mocked. "I assure you, if I say I can awaken him, then I certainly can," Ife replied calmly. "Huh? Where did this little brat come from, boasting so arrogantly? You are still a student, aren't you? If you can revive him, I'll pluck out my eyes and let you use them as light bulbs." The young man laughed derisively. "Kid, don't drag me into this. If the elderly man were to die suddenly in his store, it would merely be bad luck, the store would bear no responsibility. However, if Ife attempted to save him and failed, leading to the old man's death, the consequences would be dire." "I will take responsibility for whatever happens," Ife replied, casting a glance at the manager. With that, he ignored the manager's presence and retrieved the wooden box he had obtained from him, producing a set of silver needles. What is this young man doing? He isn't thinking of doing acupuncture? That is absurd." The young doctor's ridicule grew more brazen as he declared, "Who still uses traditional Chinese medicine these days? It has long been debunked as superstition with no scientific basis." Ife paid no heed to the jeers, taking a silver needle and flicking it with his finger. The needle emitted a crisp, resonating sound, causing the once boisterous fast flow to fall into silence. When they turned to look at Ife, he had already inserted the needle into the old man's Tianjin acupoint. Ife's movements were swift, the crowd could barely make out his actions as mere blurs. By the time Ife withdrew his hand, beads of sweat dotted his face. He hadn't anticipated that the 4-symbol needle technique imparted to him by the reincarnation ancestor would consume so much of his true energy. The 4-symbol needle technique comprised 4 forms: Laja dragon tail, white tiger shake, Tsang turtle probe, and red phoenix welcoming source. Each form required true energy to activate, wielding powers beyond comprehension. Yifei had just executed the first form, Laja dragon tail, and with the meager true energy he possessed, he could barely manage to perform this one technique. However, after withdrawing the needle, the elderly man did not awaken. The young doctor, seeing this, began to mock even more brazenly. The old man hasn't he woken up? I told you this kid was just putting on a show. Do you believe him now? The crowd sighed in unison. Yifei remained unfazed, assisting the old man into a seated position, then striking the man's back with his palm. Wow! The elderly man expelled a dark, purplish blood before slowly opening his eyes. He is awake. The old man is awake. A sharp-eyed onlooker exclaimed loudly. Is it really possible he is awake? How can this be? The young doctor's face turned white, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. He had a brain condition. How could acupuncture possibly cure him? Could this be the legendary 4-symbol needle technique? Suddenly, an elderly voice rang out among the crowd. A sprightly old man appeared, flanked by several doctors in white coats. These doctors had arrived at the jade store unnoticed and remained silent until now, only speaking up after witnessing Yifei's successful withdrawal of the needle. Indeed, this is the Laja dragon tail from the 4-symbol needle technique. Yifei glanced at the elderly man and replied nonchalantly. What? This is truly the 4-symbol needle technique. I can hardly believe it. To witness such a long-lost skill in my lifetime is truly miraculous. Outside Yumantang, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz S600 suddenly screeched to a halt at the entrance, and a commanding middle-aged man stepped out of the vehicle. Master Xiong has arrived. One onlooker gasped. Is that Yan Xiong? The underground overlord of Haijo. I've heard he has powerful connections, enough to make even the city leaders treat him with respect. That is a bulletproof Benz. It must be worth millions. When will I ever achieve such stature? The crowd buzzed with excitement. The middle-aged manager hurriedly approached Yan Xiong, wearing a fawning smile. Master Xiong, you've come, smirk. Before the manager could finish his sentence, Yan Xiong slapped him, leaving him stunned. Where is Old Song? Take me to him at once. If anything happens to Old Song, I'll hold you accountable. Yan Xiong demanded, a fierce urgency in his tone. Who is Old Song? The manager asked, covering his face in shock. The elderly man who fainted in the store, Yan Xiong replied. What? That old man is from the Song family. The manager's eyes widened in horror, paralyzed by fear. The only person in Haijo who could provoke such seriousness from Yan Xiong was none other than the patriarch of the illustrious Song family. Good heavens, that elderly man belongs to the Song family. The manager was left speechless, struck dumb by the revelation. Just then, another champagne-colored Bentley Mulsanne pulled up to the entrance of Yuman. A middle-aged man and a young woman, around 17 or 18, stepped out of the vehicle. Mr. Song has arrived. Come on, let us head over. Song. Yan Xiong greeted the middle-aged man respectfully. How is my father doing? Song Jiming asked anxiously upon seeing Yan Xiong. Let us go inside and talk, Song Jiming replied, stepping ahead. At that moment, Old Song was being lifted onto a stretcher by several staff members. Dad. Grandfather. Both Song Jiming and the young woman beside him called out simultaneously. You've all come. Old Song, having regained consciousness, looked vibrant and healthy, appearing no different from a normal person, though for safety's sake, he still needed to be checked at the hospital. Xinghua is here too. I am fine, don't worry about me, Old Song said, smiling upon seeing the young woman beside Song Jiming. Dad, please don't speak, let us get you to the hospital for a checkup first, Song Jiming urged with concern. By the way, I must thank that young man. If it weren't for him, I might never have seen you all again. As Old Song spoke, he turned to look for Yifei, but found no trace of him. Where did that young man go? Old Song inquired. Yeah, where did he go? He was just here a moment ago, the crowd echoed, glancing in the direction where Yifei had last stood, only to realize that both he and Chen Wan had vanished. Dad, let us get you checked out at the hospital. Don't worry, I will definitely find this benefactor, Song Jiming insisted, not wanting to delay his father's treatment. You must help me find that young man. I want to express my gratitude properly, Old Song urged repeatedly before being helped onto the ambulance. Once the ambulance carrying Old Song departed, Song Jiming finally relaxed but soon found himself frowning with worry. In a vast city like Haijo, with a population of over 10 million, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack for the Song family to locate a person without any leads. The middle-aged manager, realizing the gravity of the situation upon learning that the fainted elderly man was from the Song family, felt as though his heart had plummeted. This was truly the end. The Song family was the epitome of a prestigious lineage in Haijo. As the saying goes, wealth rarely lasts beyond 3 generations. A family is only considered established after flourishing for 3 generations, and the Song family was indeed such a lineage, standing at the pinnacle of prestige. The fact that old Song had fainted in a store the manager oversaw, nearly losing his life, filled him with an overwhelming urge to bang his head against a wall in despair. I cannot let it end like this. The manager thought desperately, racking his brain for a way to save himself. Do any of you have any leads on that young man? Song Jiming's voice rang out. The crowd shook their heads. Though they were eager to connect with the Song family, they had no knowledge of either Yifei or Chenwan. I remember. The middle-aged manager suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed, that young man was the person who had saved her grandfather was actually her classmate. I didn't know Haijo No. 1 High had such a remarkable student. Song Qinghua furrowed her brow in thought. Haijo No. 1 High. Song Jiming's interest piqued. Nodding, he mused, this lead is sufficient. With the Song family's influence in Haijo, we should be able to locate him swiftly. Meanwhile, Chenwan and Yifei were strolling down the street, having taken advantage of the chaos to sleep. Of course, they were not the only ones who discreetly left. The young doctor who had boasted about plucking out his eyes had also made a hasty exit. As they walked, Chenwan gazed at Yifei, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Xiao Fei, you are truly amazing. You even know acupuncture and managed to revive a patient that even the doctors couldn't help. Yifei chuckled, then replied with a hint of apology, I'm sorry, Sister Chen. IV caused quite a ruckus today and haven't found a suitable jade pendant for you. It's alright, I trust you. If we can't find one today, we can always look tomorrow. With you as my little divine doctor, I'm not worried about a relapse, Chenwan said with a gentle smile. The two exchanged smiles, a moment of camaraderie shared between them. Eh? What are those people doing? Chenwan remarked, lifting her head to see a crowd gathered outside a shop. Pointing at a stone above the shop hung a large sign bearing the words, Gamble on Stones. Chapter 16. Naive flirting techniques, betting on stones, what is that? Yifei inquired, somewhat perplexed, upon noticing the 2 characters on the signboard. There is actually a stone. They are raw jadeite. The jade available in the market is cut from these stones. Betting on stones is essentially wagering on whether these raw stones contain jade. Jade is cut from these stones. Yifei's eyes widened in astonishment, as it was the first time he had heard such a thing. Yes, however, most raw stones do not contain jade. Therefore, betting on stones carries significant risks and can lead to substantial losses. Yet, if jade is extracted from the raw stone, the profits can be quite astonishing. Chenwan elaborated. Sister Chenwan, do you understand betting on stones? Yifei turned to her, asking. Chenwan faltered. She had encountered jadeite betting during a trip to Yunnan and had purchased a few stones to play with, but she had not managed to cut out even a single green thread. Her friends had teased her about it for quite some time. Seeing Chenwan's expression, Yifei guessed that she was likely just as much of a novice as he was. How about we take a look? Yifei suggested. They had come to buy jade, and since jadeite is a type of jade, finding a spiritually resonant piece wasn't easy. Perhaps they might stumble upon something unexpected here. Perhaps we should refrain. These raw stones can be quite expensive, and the risks are too great. Chenwan shook her head, concerned that Yifei might become infatuated with the allure of stone betting. There is a saying within the stone betting community, one cut can lead to poverty, another to wealth, and yet another to ruin. The enchantment of betting on stones can be more exhilarating than gambling itself. Countless individuals, driven by the thrill of a successful cut, have become ensnared in its grasp, ultimately leading to their financial ruin. If Yifei were aware of Chenwan's concerns, he would surely find them amusing. Since his cultivation journey, his resolve had strengthened immeasurably. How could he possibly succumb to such trivial temptations? That's all right, let's just take a look. Who knows, we might find a suitable piece of jade for you, Sister Chenwan. If someone manages to cut jade, we can purchase it, Yifei said cheerfully, oblivious to Chen Wan's reservations. Chen Wan could only nod in acquiescence. As they approached, a series of sighs emerged from the crowd. Sigh, another one has been ruined. Over 100,000 yuan down the drain. It's faster than burning money for warmth. Over 100,000, that could cover the down payment on a small apartment. Just like that, it's gone. A throng of people was discussing animatedly. Yifei, intrigued by their chatter, glanced toward the center of the crowd. There, beside the stone-cutting machine, sat a middle-aged man, despondent, his face ashen. Next to him lay a pile of discarded stone fragments. Clearly, he was the one who had just suffered a loss. Over 100,000, just like that. Yifei was taken aback. In their countryside, that amount could build a decent home. I must choose again. Today I must win back what I lost. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, embodying the spirit of a gambler who had lost everything. He sprang to his feet and dashed toward the selection of raw stones. Seeing that the crowd had lost interest, they began to disperse, each person selecting their own stones. Sister Chen Wan, let us pick a raw stone to try our luck, Yifei suggested, feeling a surge of confidence with the 1 million yuan he had received from the manager of Yumantang. Until today, he might not have been able to afford even the cheapest raw stone. Betting on stones can be divided into two categories: a half bet and full bet. Half bet refers to raw stones that have been previously opened or polished, revealing some green or white cotton-like markings. Such stones have a higher probability of containing jade, but their prices are also elevated. Full bet, on the other hand, refers to untouched raw stones, which are relatively cheaper but carry greater risk. Understanding this, Yifei pulled Chen Wan toward the full bet area. The surfaces of these raw stones appeared similar to ordinary stones, making it difficult for an outsider to discern whether they contained jade. Since jade is also a type of jade, could I determine its presence by inspecting the spirit? Resolutely, he focused his true essence into his eyes and scanned the raw stones. None. Not this one either. This one doesn't have it. Yifei inspected numerous stones, yet found no trace of spiritual energy emanating from any of them. A faint wisp of spiritual energy was emanating from it. It truly works. Yifei felt a rush of excitement as realization dawned on him. The lack of spiritual energy in the previous The speaker was none other than the young doctor, Fan Wenbin, whom Yifei and Chen Wan had encountered earlier at Yumantang. For reasons unknown, he had also come here and was standing right beside them. Hello, beautiful. I am Fan Wenbin, a neurosurgeon at the People's Hospital. May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? The young doctor, having sarcastically remarked at Yifei, then turned to Chen Wan. Chen Wan glanced at the young doctor but chose to ignore him. Fan Wenbin, unfazed, smiled and was about to retract his card when suddenly, a hand reached out and took it. Yifei glanced at the card and said, "Oh, a doctor from the People's Hospital, and an attending physician at that. Quite an accomplished young man. However, I seem to recall someone stating that if I..." Fan Wenbin's face flashed crimson. The incident at Yumantang had been a tremendous embarrassment for him. Since witnessing Chen Wan's dedicated efforts to save a life, he had been deeply moved, especially by her captivating beauty and alluring figure, which had incited his desire to pursue her. Everything he did was aimed at garnering her attention, yet he never anticipated that Yifei would actually revive the old man. That elderly man's ailment was in the brain, the most enigmatic and least understood part of the human body. Brain diseases are a significant challenge in the medical field worldwide, yet this brat had managed to revive the old man with just a few needle pricks. After the old man's recovery, Fan Wenbin was acutely aware that he had lost face, so he slipped away unnoticed. However, he did not stray far. He lingered not far from Yumantang, secretly observing Yifei and Chen Wan as they exited, intending to make his move. Yet, he never imagined that after mocking Yifei, before he could leave a good impression on Chen Wan, he would be publicly humiliated by Yifei right in front of her. "You," Fan Wenbin's face puffed up with anger as he pointed at Yifei and shouted, "Who do you think you are?" "I'm speaking with Chen Wan. When is it your turn to interrupt? A country bumpkin trying to bet on stones, how absurd." Having been present at the stone betting shop for a while, he naturally knew Chen Wan's name from Yifei's address. His earlier introduction was merely an attempt to appear suave. Ignoring Yifei, he turned to Chen Wan and said, "Miss Chen Wan, while you're selecting raw stones, I happened to have encountered stone betting during my studies abroad and have a fair understanding of jade raw stones. Would you like me to assist you in your selection?" Chen Wan, already harboring a negative impression of Fan Wenbin, felt her expression harden upon hearing him belittle Yifei. She pretended not to hear him, stepping closer to Yifei, and the stone Chen Wan pointed to was the very one Yifei had identified as possessing spiritual energy. However, due to the energy being exceedingly faint, cutting jade from it would likely yield a value comparable to the raw stone itself, rendering it unnecessary. As Yifei was about to shake his head, Fan Wenbin sidled up again and, upon seeing the stone Chen Wan indicated, erupted into laughter. Country bumpkins are indeed unworldly. This raw stone has no python patterns, no blemishes, and no cracks. If this stone were to yield jade, it would truly be a miracle. After inspecting the price tag of the raw stone, he feigned an epiphany, exclaiming, "Only 5,000 yuan, well, it makes sense." A country bumpkin wouldn't have much money and could only afford such cheap goods. This loathsome fellow buzzed around like a fly, proving to be quite bothersome. Yifei sighed and looked at Fan Wenbin, helplessly raising his hands. "I must say, Mr. Pestering, I understand that your actions are merely an attempt to attract Sister Chen Wan's attention. However, I must confess that your flirting techniques are utterly childish." Chapter 17 The Gamble Beyond the Stones. Ha 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 ha. Yifei's helpless expression instantly elicited laughter from those around who were selecting raw stones. "This young lad speaks the truth. I have the utmost disdain for those foolish brutes who, with a mere handful of cash, flit about trying to impress young ladies," laughed a rugged middle-aged man. "Indeed, what a farce. If you are not here to select raw stones, then kindly take your leave and do not disturb us. Look at that sissy demeanor, he is truly bringing shame upon us men. What of the rural folk? What's wrong with being from the countryside? I'm from the countryside, and here I am, gambling on stones. Care to challenge me?" The coarse middle-aged man's words only drew more applause. Fan Wenbin stood awkwardly, his face shifting in color like a chameleon. He longed to confront the middle-aged man, yet the latter's imposing stature and the two black-clad bodyguards behind him made him falter. "Kid, do you dare to wager with me?" Fan Wenbin, unable to take it out on the middle-aged man, directed his frustration towards Yifei. If he couldn't contend with a seasoned man, surely he could intimidate a mere boy. Am I to be treated like a soft specimen? Yifei thought to himself with a silent chuckle, raising an eyebrow. What shall we wager on? Don't you believe this raw stone contains jade? Then let us bet on this stone. If jade is cut from within, you win, if not, I win. What do you say? Are you brave enough? Fan Wenbin asked, a challenging look on his face. And the stakes? Ha! Fan Wenbin pointed at Chen Wan, shouting, if you lose, you must leave her. A pauper like you doesn't deserve her, she ought to live a better life. If you win, I shall give you 100,000. What do you say, are you game? Fan Wenbin pressed with a provocative expression. Not interested. Yifei responded immediately, his disinterest palpable. Are you afraid? Fan Wenbin's face was rife with scorn. I never imagined you to be such a coward. Yifei looked up at Fan Wenbin, solemnly stating, it's not about fear. It is about principles. Sister Chen is a living person, not a mere object for wager. No one has the right to use her as collateral, neither you nor I. Upon hearing this, Chen Wan smiled gently without uttering a word, her gaze towards Yifei softening. Then let us set the wager at 100,000. If you lose, you owe me that amount. Fan Wenbin proposed. 100 is too little, anything below 500,000 does not pique my interest. Yifei disdainfully shook his head. Fan Wenbin narrowed his eyes. What wealth could such a poor student possess? Forget 500,000, he might not even have 5,000. Naturally. Yifei nodded. Little Fei, don't act impulsively. Chen Wan urged, tugging at his sleeve. Sister Chen, worry not. I am confident. Yifei replied with a smile. Seeing the confident smile on Yifei's face, for reasons unknown, Chen Wan refrained from further objection. All right, I accept this wager. I shall make sure to humiliate you thoroughly. Fan Wenbin thought to himself with a cold smirk. The bet between the two had drawn the attention of the surrounding crowd, momentarily halting their selection of raw stones as they gathered to witness the spectacle. After Yifei completed the transaction, the shop owner assisted him in transporting the raw stone to the cutting machine. At that moment, the cutting machine was occupied, forcing Yifei and the others to wait in line. Yifei recognized the person operating the machine. It was the same middle-aged man who had just ruined a stone when they arrived. To his surprise, not long after, the man selected another raw stone to cut. The machine buzzed, and soon, the basin-sized stone was sliced in half. As the machine powered down, the crowd rushed to inspect the result, followed by a chorus of sighs. Alas, another failure. This raw stone was worth 200,000. Who would have thought such an expensive stone would yield no jade? Old Su is having a bad year, clearly should not have come to cut stones. A multitude of voices chimed in. It might be too early to declare it a failure. These two pieces are still substantial, perhaps jade could still be found within, one onlooker remarked. The despondent middle-aged man packed up at this. Right, they're still sizable, jade might still be hidden within. Encouraged, he quickly secured one of the stones again. The machine buzzed once more, slicing the stone into two, yet still no jade emerged. The same fate befell another stone, still no jade. Third, the middle-aged man collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. Kid, it's your turn now. Fan Wenbin urged Yifei, as if the middle-aged man's failure was a prelude to. Yifei, seemingly oblivious to Fan Wenbin's words, focused intently on the smallest of the 4 discarded stones, his expression calm, yet a tempest brewed within. This 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 strands of spiritual energy. What quality of jade could this be? Yifei thought, inwardly astonished. After witnessing the middle-aged man's futile attempts, Yifei knew it was his turn next. He activated his true essence in his eyes, aiming to identify the jade when the cutting commenced. However, as he casually glanced at the discarded stones, he was struck dumb. The smallest of the discarded stones radiated 7 strands of spiritual energy, and the area the middle-aged man had cut was perilously close to that energy. This meant that if the man had cut a bit deeper, he would have unearthed the jade. Buy it, I must buy it. Yifei's mind raced, instinctively moving towards the middle-aged man. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Fan Wenbin, noticing Yifei's disregard for him as he approached the middle-aged man, shouted in discontent. Yet Yifei paid him no mind. Excuse me, sir, do you wish to sell these discarded stones? Yifei inquired as he reached the middle-aged man. Eh? The middle-aged man looked up at Yifei, glancing at his own discarded stones, confusion flickering in his eyes. Why would someone want to buy what was deemed worthless? Yes, of course, I bought these stones for 200,000, now, if you offer me 100,000, they're all yours. The middle-aged man licked his lips, a cunning glint in his eyes. Hey. Yifei smiled, pointing to his own raw stone. I'm about to cut my stone. Since I've never cut raw stones before, I thought to practice on a waste stone first. If you consider me a fool, then I shall pass. You can keep these stones for yourself. With that, Yifei turned to leave. Hey, young brother, don't go. Let us negotiate. The middle-aged man, realizing he might lose this opportunity, quickly called out to Yifei. Those stones were essentially worthless now, and he didn't want to let them. Yifei pointed to the smallest stone, casually stating, I'll take that smallest one for 500. Take it or leave it. These 4 stones must be sold together, I can't sell them separately. If you want them, it's 1,000 for all 4. The middle-aged man, having finally spotted a potential buyer, was unwilling to let go. Why Yifei had initially felt some sympathy for the man, but now any hint of he had no desire to engage further and was about to acquiesce when Fan Wenbin interjected impatiently, a poor loser is still a loser, clinging to trash as if it were treasure. Are you going to cut or not? Indeed, young brother, it's just a matter of 1,000, if you want it, just buy it. Exactly, everyone is waiting to see you cut the stone. Faced with such public pressure, Yifei's face flashed, and greeting, so he was indeed a novice, just a few words of ridicule had forced him to maintain his pride and spend 1,000 on this rubbish. What else could he be but a novice? Indeed, Yifei's demeanor at that moment resembled someone too embarrassed to back down, insisting on saving face by buying the worthless stones. Little Fei, are you all right? If it's too much, we can just leave, Chen Wan quickly suggested upon seeing his distressed expression. Once the transaction was completed, Yifei approached the smallest raw stone, picking it up with the reverence one might reserve for a treasure. The expression on his face could no longer be contained, blossoming into a joyful smile. As for the remaining 3 stones, he didn't spare them a glance. What is up with this young brother? Why is he so gleeful holding that smallest piece of waste? Didn't he want to practice? If he has already bought it, why not select the largest one? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, with the more perceptive among them beginning to piece together the situation. The middle-aged man, once brimming with pride, felt a sinking sensation upon witnessing Yifei's smile, realizing with a jolt. This was not good. It dawned on him that Yifei's true intention was the smallest piece of waste, not the practice he had claimed. With this realization, regret flooded through the middle-aged man. Seeing Yifei's exuberance, he would gladly part with 10,000 for that stone if he could turn back time. Damn it, I've been played, he lamented internally. After all his efforts, he had unwittingly been outsmarted today. This kid is no novice at all. He is clearly a cunning little fox. Chapter 18. Defeated by a piece of rubbish. Chen Wan, here, take this raw stone. Yifei handed the small raw stone from his arms to Chen Wan's hands. The hope of suppressing the mysterious energy within Chen Wan lay in this very stone. Little brother, guarantee you're supposed to be practicing your skills. Why? The middle-aged man who saw he had already made 3 cuts into this stone, and none revealed any jade. He couldn't fathom that the piece Yifei chose would yield anything valuable. Oh, I was just speaking casually, Yifei replied nonchalantly. Now that the raw stone was in his possession, he no longer felt the need to conceal his earlier intentions. A collective silence fell upon the crowd. A country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin. He actually treats a worthless piece of rock like a treasure. Fan Wenbin, unable to bear Yifei's smugness, immediately ridiculed him. Worthless. Yifei chuckled, offering no further explanation as he began to move the raw stone he had purchased. Fan Wenbin, incensed by Yifei's disregard, thought to himself, just wait, I'll see if you can still laugh later. Little brother, hurry and cut the stone, everyone is waiting for you. Yes, brother, that piece of junk only cost 5,000 yuan. Don't waste time thinking about how to carve it, just cut it straight down the middle. Exactly, let us not waste anyone's time. Alright, then let us cut it down the middle. Yifei, feeling elated from a fortunate stroke of luck, accepted the consent. Of course, he was also aware that the jade within this raw stone held no significant value, regardless of the quality of the jade it contained. As long as he could extract jade, victory was assured. The sound of cutting echoed as the stone, roughly the size of a human head, was split in half. The onlookers could no longer contain their excitement and rushed forward before Yifei could even switch off the cutting machine. Hey, after examining one of the cut surfaces, the crowd began to shake their heads, releasing a chorus of. Fan Wenbin attempted to push his way forward for a look but was unsuccessful. Seeing the crowd's reactions, he grew agitated. Hey, brother, what is the verdict? Did he lose? Fan Wenbin tugged at one person, pressing for answers. Indeed, he lost, the person sighed in response. It seems everyone is losing, not a single win in sight. Lost, ha ha ha. Fan Wenbin laughed heartily. How does it feel to lose, kid? Chen Wan, upon hearing this, began to worry for Yifei. Lost, if Xiaofei lost, how will he manage to gather that 500,000 yuan? No, I must find a way to help him. Chen Wan silently resolved herself. I can't believe this little brother actually lost. What a pity, I wanted to see him slap that arrogant fellow in the face. Indeed, I wanted to see that too. Fan Wenbin, unfazed by their comments, looked at Yifei with a smug expression. You lost, kid, any last words? Yifei remained unperturbed, leisurely shutting down the cutting machine before turning to face Fan Wenbin. Lost. Who says I lost? Yifei replied coolly. Kid, are you trying to play tricks? That raw stone clearly failed. You dare claim you haven't lost. What is the matter? Can't come up with 500,000 yuan. You could kneel before me and bow 100 times, and perhaps I'd extend your repayment deadline. Ha 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 ha. Fan Wenbin laughed mockingly, reveling in his triumph. You are shameless. Chen Wan exclaimed. Afterward, she turned to Yifei, reassuring him, Xiaofei, don't worry, I'll help you figure out the money. Yifei smiled, touched by Chen Wan's support. Sister Chen, rest assured, I have not lost yet. Not lost. Kid, are you dreaming? The result is already out, and you dare claim you haven't lost. Fan Wenbin sneered. Oh, is that so? Yifei raised an eyebrow. I concede that this raw stone has failed, but you seem to have forgotten the terms of our wager. A joke. How could I forget? It was a bet on whether there is jade in this stone, Fan Wenbin began confidently, but as he reached the end of his statement, an unsettling realization dawned upon him, freezing the smile on his face. Indeed, the original wager was whether this raw stone contained jade, not whether it was a win or loss. Since jade was cut from the stone, doesn't that mean this little brother has won? Although the quality of the jade is quite poor, it is still jade. This little brother has triumphed. The onlookers began to piece the situation together. Fan Wenbin, nearly frantic, seized the middle-aged man who had previously been questioned, demanding, "Did this stone yield? The quality is so poor it's south akin to street vendor goods. Even if the entire jade were extracted, it wouldn't be worth 1,000 yuan, the middle-aged man replied, furrowing his brow at Fan Wenbin's rough treatment. He had been selecting materials in a semi-gambling area, unaware of the wager between Yifei and Fan Wenbin. What, there is actually jade? Fan Wenbin stood frozen in disbelief. Weren't you just saying it failed, he roared. The middle-aged man, irritated by Fan Wenbin's brutish behavior, retorted coolly, "Isn't that obvious? A 5,000 yuan stone yielding the worst jade valued at less than 1,000, how could that be a win? I lost." I actually lost, and to the worst kind of rubbish jade. Fan Wenbin murmured, his eyes glazed over. Xiao Fei, this raw stone yielded jade, does that mean we won? Chen Wan, hearing the crowd's discussions, also grasped the situation and excitedly grasped Yifei's hand. Yes, we won, Yifei replied with a smile. The outcome is settled. Shouldn't we fulfill our wager now? Yifei looked at Fan Wenbin, her sardonic smile gracing his lips. Impossible, this round doesn't count, what you cut out is merely worthless rubbish, it's not jade at all. Fan Wenbin shrieked in agitation. What? You intend to weasel out? Yifei's expression turned frosty at his words. Humph, I don't care, rubbish jade doesn't count as jade, this should at most be considered a draw, are you brave enough to wager again? Fan Wenbin retorted defiantly. Recently returned from abroad, and although he earned a high salary, he didn't have much cash on hand. 500,000 yuan represented half his entire fortune, and he was unwilling to part with it so easily, especially over a piece of rubbish jade. Hearing Fan Wenbin's evasions, the crowd cast him scornful glances, some expressing sympathy for Yifei. Rubbish jade represents the lowest quality of jade, it could be considered jade or mere stone. Even if Yifei had cut out a glutinous type of jade, at this moment, Fan Wenbin had no excuses left. Another wager. Yifei narrowed his eyes at Fan Wenbin. How can you be so shameless? Chen Wan, infuriated by Fan Wenbin's arguments, grasped Yifei's hand and urged, Xiao Fei, let us go. There is no need to engage with someone so lacking in integrity. Feigning ignorance to Chen Wan's words, Fan Wenbin looked at Yifei. Very well, let us wager again, using the worthless piece you just bought as the stake, still with 500,000 yuan on the line. Do you dare? All right, Yifei replied, the smile gracing his face, though his narrowed eyes glimmered coldly. Seeing Yifei agree, Fan Wenbin let out a sigh of relief, but before he could relax, Yifei's voice rang out again. However, since you lost the last round, that is indisputable. Rubbish jade may be of poor quality, yet it is still jade, thus, the 500,000 yuan is what you owe me. This time, I'll use that 500,000 as the stake, and if I lose, it will be even. But if I win, you owe me 1 million, if you refuse, then so be it. I'm not interested in betting with someone unreliable, who knows if you might again renege after losing. Yifei spoke coolly. Fan Wenbin's expression shifted, he was unwilling to let the matter rest and, after a moment of struggling, gritted his teeth. Fine, I accept, but I have a condition, if you cut out rubbish jade again, it can only be considered stone, not jade. Of course. Yifei nodded in agreement. Little brother, what a bold spirit. How about I act as the referee this time? I want to see who dares to cheat in front of me, Wei Kuan. The burly man who had previously reprimanded Fan Wenbin laughed heartily at Yifei's words. However, his self-introduction drew gasps from the crowd. What, he is Wei Kuan, the Wei Kuan from Dawei Real Estate? I heard he is the richest man in Haijiao City. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Although Wei Kuan is wealthy, he still faces challenges in securing his position as the richest. He is certainly one of the strongest contenders for that title. Is it really Wei Kuan? Why is he here? I heard city officials treat him with utmost respect. Fan Wenbin's face paled upon hearing the Ballyman's self-introduction. Wei Kuan, the founder of Dawei Real Estate, built his empire from scratch and was rumored to have a fortune exceeding 10 billion yuan. Over 90% of the properties in Haizhou City were developed by Dawei Real Estate. Today, the company had expanded beyond Haizhou, covering the entire nation, with many speculating that Wei Kuan's wealth had surpassed 100 billion, or at least was close. With Wei Kuan as the referee, Fan Wenbin would dare cheat even if he had 10 times the courage. Offending Wei Kuan would leave him without a foothold in Haizhou. With just one word from him, Fan Wenbin would be finished. Damn it, how could it be Wei Kuan? What is he doing here? Fan Wenbin cast internally. Chapter 19 Not for sale. Haha, little brother, you wouldn't think I am unqualified to be the referee, would you? Yi Fei smiled and replied, having Mr. Wei serve as the referee is indeed the best possible outcome. Eh? Upon hearing Yi Fei's composed assertion, Wei Kuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, taken aback. Yi Fei's calm demeanor after discovering his identity was beyond what he had anticipated. It was important to note that Wei Kuan was the wealthiest man in Haizhou, with countless individuals vying for his attention daily. To associate with Wei Kuan was to ascend to great heights, yet Yi Fei maintained such equanimity upon learning of Wei Kuan's status, a feat not easily accomplished by ordinary individuals. In stark contrast, Fan Wenbin's reaction upon learning of Wei Kuan's identity was vastly different, revealing a significant disparity between their levels of composure. Had Yi Fei been privy to Wei Kuan's thoughts, he would have surely laughed heartily. What of the richest man in Haizhou? What of a top-tier tycoon? At the end of the day, he remained an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Yi Fei was a cultivator, potentially the only one of his kind on earth. As long as he diligently practiced the techniques imparted by the reincarnation ancestor, there would come a day when even the powerful figures on this planet would be regarded by him as mere ants. I'll be the referee. You have no objections, do you? Wei Kuan turned to Fan Wenbin, though his tone had grown considerably colder. And no objections, Fan Wenbin stammered. And no objections, how could he possibly have none? Yet at this moment, even if he had objections, he dared not voice them. Yi Fei received the raw stone from Chen Wan, securing it before refraining from cutting it immediately. Instead, he picked up the nearby polishing machine, preparing to polish the stone. Little brother, this raw stone is merely leftover waste from someone else's cuts. There's no need to polish it, just cut straight down the middle, be direct. Indeed, it's merely a matter of a single cut, there's no need for such fuss. What is there to polish in a piece of waste? The crowd chimed in, none of them harboring any faith in Yi Fei. To them, it was simply a piece of waste that had been cut multiple times, and they believed there was no chance of it revealing any jade. As for the raw stone Yi Fei had previously selected that yielded jade, they attributed it solely to luck. Otherwise, why had Yi Fei cut a piece of jade that was virtually worthless? Waste, be careful, or you might be blinded by its brilliance. Yi Fei chuckled inwardly, unaffected by the crowd's disparaging comments, and began to polish the stone with care. At this moment, aside from Fan Wenbin, who was directly involved, the most anxious individual was the middle-aged man who had sold the waste to Yi Fei. Both of them shared a common hope. That Yi Fei would falter. Of course, Fan Wenbin's hopes were even higher. He wished for Yi Fei to produce nothing at all, otherwise, after losing $1 million to Yi Fei, he would be left destitute. In contrast, Chen Wan was not nearly as anxious as they were. Even if Yi Fei lost, it would merely result in a cancellation of their dealings, and Yi Fei would not suffer any significant loss, so she had little to worry about. The sound of the polishing machine echoed, pulling at the heartstrings of the onlookers. This was no ordinary piece of waste, it was tied to a $1 million wager. Ah, it's green. Little brother, stop polishing, it's green. Only a few strokes into the polishing, an astute observer in the front suddenly shouted, halting Yi Fei's actions. I see it too, it's really green. My heavens, this piece of waste actually contains jade. In that moment of excitement, Yi Fei polished off a coin-sized layer of stone, revealing the jade within. Under the bright light, a captivating green hue emerged before the crowd, its rich color reminiscent of spring water that could not be dissipated, enchanting all who beheld it, leaving them reluctant to awaken from this spell. Heavens, how exquisite! What quality jade could this be? One individual exclaimed in awe. The color is pure and rich, vibrant yet untainted. Given this clarity, it must be of ice variety. Could this be the legendary imperial green? A piece of waste yielding imperial green? Good heavens, am I dreaming? As these murmurs filled the air, the crowd grew increasingly agitated, with those in the back desperately pushing forward to catch a glimpse of the jade. Stop. Everyone, do not crowd, calm down. Wei Kuan shouted, attempting to rein in the frenzied crowd. His two bodyguards rushed forward to assist, creating a barrier to keep the onlookers at bay, just a step away from Yifei. "Little brother, may I have a look at this raw stone?" Wei Kuan inquired with a gaze directed at Yifei. "Sure." Yifei nodded, handing the raw stone over to Wei Kuan. "What a rich shade of green." Wei Kuan marveled as he glanced at the jade, though he did not linger with it in his hands. Instead, he passed it to an elderly gentleman beside him. "Old Su, you are an expert in this field, could you assess the quality of this jade?" Mr. Wei overstates," the elderly man humbly replied, accepting the raw stone without refusal and examining it closely with a magnifying glass. "Eh? Why does this elder seem somewhat familiar? I feel as though I've seen him somewhere before. I think he looks familiar too. Silly, he is Su Jingluan, the president of the National Jade Association. Su Lao is a towering figure in our jade community. How could you not recognize him and still claim to be part of the circle?" Finally, one person identified the elder, and the crowd displayed expressions of realization. Su Jingluan, the president of the National Jade Association, renowned as the King of Yunnan Jade, was undoubtedly an expert among experts in jade raw stone. Every piece he handled saw its price soar exponentially. However, Su Jingluan had grown elderly in recent years and rarely offered assessments anymore. "What is happening today?" First Wei Kuan, now Su Jingluan. Such formidable figures have appeared simultaneously in Haizhou, and in such an inconspicuous little shop. Indeed, Wei Kuan's influence knows no bounds. He managed to invite Su Lao personally to select raw stones for him. Impressive, truly impressive. The crowd was astounded, feeling that this day was well worth their while. Meanwhile, the shop owner, upon learning of Su Jingluan's identity, was flushed with excitement. Su Jingluan, that was Su Jingluan. If he were to place a sign outside his shop tomorrow reading, "Su Jingluan has gambled stones here," the raw stones in his shop would likely be snatched up in no time. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Su Jingluan finished his examination of the raw stone, putting away his magnifying glass and declaring, "The texture is fine, the green is pure and rich, evenly distributed, and full of vitality. Indeed, this is imperial green." Boom! With Su Jingluan's words, the entire shop erupted into fervor. Imperial green, this was indeed imperial green, a rare gem among jade. Some jade merchants who had dedicated their lives to jade dealings had never encountered imperial green in their lifetimes, highlighting its rarity. Even wealth does not guarantee one can obtain it. "Little brother, how about selling me this raw stone? I'll offer 1 million. 1 million for imperial green? Are you dreaming? I'll offer 5 million, please, little brother, sell it to me. I'll offer 8 million. How does that sound? If that's not enough, I can increase it." The jade had yet to be fully unveiled, revealing only a coin-sized display, yet it had ignited a bidding frenzy. Upon hearing the enthusiastic offers, Fan Wenben, standing at the back, turned as pale as a ghost, devoid of any color, while the middle-aged man who had sold the raw stone to Yifei for 10,000, "That is imperial green he has stumbled upon." Fan Wenben shouted internally, fixating on the raw stone in Wei Kuan's hand with envy. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: how wonderful it would be if it were mine. Chen Wan, too, was quite excited, her cheeks flushed with delight as she genuinely rejoiced for Yifei. In contrast, Yifei remained remarkably composed. Upon hearing Su Jingluan declare that the jade was imperial green, he was merely taken aback. He had heard of the illustrious name of imperial green but never expected to encounter it today. "Little brother, do speak up. If the price is unsatisfactory, we can negotiate further," the crowd urged, as all eyes turned to Yifei. After a brief pause, Yifei smiled lightly and stated, "I apologize, but I have other uses for this piece of jade. It is not for sale." "What, not for sale? Little brother, do you have any idea how much this jade is worth? Selling it would suffice for a lifetime of expenses." "Indeed, little brother, heed my advice and sell it." The crowd urged him, but Yifei's resolve remained unwavering. "Not for sale." Seeing Yifei, though reluctant, if he was unwilling to sell, they could not resort to force. Once the crowd settled down, Wei Kuan, still holding the raw stone, addressed Yifei, "Little brother, I have an earnest request. Would you consider selling me this raw stone? I am willing to offer 50 million. 50 million. Upon hearing Wei Kuan's offer, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. It was important to note that while the jade within the raw stone was indeed imperial green, no one knew how substantial it truly was. For Wei Kuan to boldly offer 50 million at this moment was nothing short of audacious. "Little brother, to be candid, this piece of imperial green holds great significance for me. I hope you might consider parting with it. If this price does not satisfy you, please feel free to increase it," Wei Kuan stated sincerely. Increase it? The onlookers were baffled, wishing they could rush forward and snatch the raw stone away. Fan Wenbin, driven by jealousy, was nearly beside himself, internally screaming, "This little brat is just a country bumpkin, what right does he have to own this imperial green? It should be mine." Yet now, with the raw stone in Wei Kuan's possession, even if he had the audacity, he would not dare to act. Yifei, under Wei Kuan's intense gaze, felt somewhat uneasy and could only shake his head with a wry smile, saying, "Mr. Wei, to be frank, this piece of imperial green is also of great use to me, as it pertains to the life of someone very important to me. Therefore, I can only apologize. This piece of imperial green was intended to suppress the dark energy within Chen Wan. No matter how much Wei Kuan offered, his answer remained the same. Not for sale. Chapter 20. A million, how I detest it. 50 million is insufficient, can I just add more? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yifei refused to sell. The gazes of the crowd towards Yifei shifted dramatically. This fellow is quite ungrateful. Wei Kuan's brows furrowed as well, given his status. Who did not lower their voice and ingratiate themselves upon encountering him? He had offered an astronomical price for the jade in Yifei's possession, yet this young man still declined. Kid, it's a blessing that President Wei has taken a fancy to your jade. You should promptly present it to him, don't be so ungracious. Before Wei Kuan could utter a word, Fan Wenbin leapt forward, shouting. Fan Wenbin had his own calculations in mind. On one hand, he spoke on behalf of Wei Kuan. On the other hand, he aimed to sow discord between Yifei and Wei Kuan. Should Wei Kuan, out of disdain for Yifei, declare him the loser during the impending judgment, none present would dare oppose Wei Kuan's wishes. Naturally, if Yifei managed to provoke Wei Kuan into forcibly seizing his jade, that would be even better. He was utterly eager to witness Yifei's downfall. Shut up, who do you think you are to interject here? A bodyguard beside Wei Kuan scolded Fan Wenbin angrily. As for Yifei and Wei Kuan, they had not cast a single glance towards Fan Wenbin. To them, he was merely a ridiculous clown, utterly unworthy of their attention. Fan Wenbin's face flashed crimson with humiliation. Being reprimanded by a bodyguard in front of so many people was a severe blow to his pride. Humph, a dog biting El Dongbin, you two dogs biting each other is the best. Fan Wenbin cast inwardly, now harboring resentment towards Wei Kuan as well. Wei Kuan's gaze fixed on Yifei, sharp and imposing, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. In an instant, the entire stone gambling shop fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word. The imperial green jade was of immense significance to Wei Kuan. He had gone to great lengths to enlist the help of the reclusive Su Jingluan to assist him in locating it. Logically speaking, with his status, acquiring a piece of imperial green jade should not prove difficult. However, the specific type he sought was quite particular. Only freshly cut jade would suffice. At this moment, he contemplated whether he should forcibly compel Yifei to sell him the jade. Yet, upon observing that Yifei displayed no sign of panic under his piercing gaze, Wei Kuan hesitated. This young man is certainly no ordinary individual. A thought flickered in Wei Kuan's mind, dispelling his intentions of coercion. Since the young brother is unwilling to part with it, then so be it. Wei Kuan's stern expression softened into a sudden smile. The crowd felt a collective sense of relief upon witnessing Wei Kuan's smile, the previously tense atmosphere instantly becoming vibrant once more. Though imperial green is rare, it is not unattainable for me. President Wei need not worry, since I have promised you, I will certainly find a piece of imperial green jade to cure your mother's ailment. Su Jingluan interjected at this moment. Then I shall trouble you, Elder Su. Wei Kuan nodded in gratitude. Young brother, you are indeed extraordinary. Here is my business card. Should you reconsider and wish to sell this jade, please contact me at the earliest opportunity. The price is not a concern. Wei Kuan produced a finely crafted business card and handed it to Yifei. The onlookers gazed at the card in Yifei's hand with shining eyes, eager to snatch it away. After all, it was Wei Kuan's business card. If sold, it could easily fetch a price of 1 million, and there would likely be buyers. Certainly, Yifei nodded. He was not ungrateful. Had it not been for the need to treat Chen Wan's illness, he would have been quite willing to sell the jade to Wei Kuan. Young sir, may I assist you in extracting this jade? I assure you that I will not damage it in the slightest. At that moment, the shop owner approached Yifei, inquiring cautiously. That would be much appreciated, Yifei agreed. Not a trouble at all. Not at all. The owner exclaimed, his face flashed with excitement. This was imperial green jade, a rarity he had never encountered in his extensive career in the stone gambling business. Now, he had the opportunity to personally extract a piece of it, which filled him with excitement. Yifei handed the raw stone to the shop owner and then turned to Fan Wenbin. Mr. Annoying, isn't it time we fulfilled our wager? Upon hearing Yifei address him in such a manner, Fan Wenbin's anger nearly caused him to curse. He had hidden himself in the most inconspicuous corner, yet this rascal still sought him out. I don't have that much money on me right now, Fan Wenbin reluctantly replied. What? Are you trying to renege on your debt? Yifei frowned upon hearing this. Humph, to renege in a game presided over by me, Wei Kuan, I would like to see who possesses such audacity. Wei Kuan also scoffed coldly. Under Wei Kuan's penetrating gaze, Fan Wenbin trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. I will pay. Fan Wenbin hastily declared, then promptly requested Yifei's bank card number to initiate a transfer via his phone. Ding, ding, 2 notification sounds chimed simultaneously. While Yifei checked his phone and saw the alert confirming the arrival of 1 million. Meanwhile, Fan Wenbin also glanced at his phone, which displayed a balance reminder. Upon seeing his remaining balance of less than 10,000, tears of despair welled up in his eyes. That is 1 million, how I detest it. Fan Wenbin lamented internally as he left the gambling shop like a soulless being. The shop owner did not keep Yifei waiting long. Soon, the raw stone was cut open, revealing a piece of jade approximately the size of an egg. The owner delicately cradled the jade in both hands and presented it to Yifei with utmost care, as if it were a precious child. Yifei accepted the jade and casually placed it into his pocket, a sight that left the onlooker's jaws agape, rendered speechless. My goodness, how casual, did he truly regard that as an egg? Having secured the appropriate spiritual jade, Yifei exhaled in relief, bid farewell to Wei Kuan, and departed with Chen Wan. Once outside the stone gambling shop, Chen Wan let out a long breath, patting her impressive chest as if she had just relaxed. Sister Chen Wan, what is the matter with you? Yifei inquired with a smile. I was just so tense earlier. I was genuinely afraid that Wei Kuan would disregard his status and take action against you. Thankfully, he did not. I was terrified, whereas you appeared completely unfazed, Chen Wan replied, casting an exasperated glance at Yifei. Indeed, when Wei Kuan had remained silent, merely watching Yifei, everyone present felt the weight of an invisible pressure, as if a mountain had descended upon their shoulders. At that moment, Chen Wan observed that the only person unaffected was Yifei, who seemed to disregard Wei Kuan's intimidation entirely. Was Yifei truly so carefree? It was evident that he was not. This only confirmed that Yifei possessed an inner strength far beyond the ordinary. Listening to Chen Wan's complaints, Yifei smiled, offering no further explanation. He had certainly felt the pressure Wei Kuan exuded. However, he was no longer the ordinary student he once was. He had become a cultivator. The pressure emanating from Wei Kuan, a mere byproduct of wealth and power, held no sway over Yifei. What is this pressure worth? Yifei chuckled nonchalantly, his thoughts drifting to the true terror of a cultivator's might. If Yifei were at the golden core stage, even a slight release of his aura would likely cause everyone present to kneel in trembling fear. Although Yifei was not at the golden core stage and had only just stepped into the realm of cultivation, even if Wei Kuan attempted to seize the jade by force, his 2 bodyguards would hardly suffice. After escorting Chen Wan back to her residence, Yifei returned to his own abode in the eastern district. While Yifei resided in his aunt's former old house, which was not only far from the school but also quite dilapidated, having long been designated for demolition. His aunt's family had moved out long ago, and the place had remained vacant until Yifei moved in. Initially, when Yifei came to Haijiao for his studies, his aunt had hoped he would stay in their villa, which was spacious and well situated, with available rooms. However, Yifei's cousin, Suzilin, adamantly opposed this, declaring that if Yifei moved in, she would vacate the premises. Ultimately, it was Yifei who insisted on residing here, thus resolving the matter. Gazing at the large cracks on the bedroom wall, Yifei fell into silence. His aunt, Zheng Hong, had always treated him well. It was through her connections that he was able to attend Haijiao No. 1 high school. However, his uncle, Su Haishan, had always looked down upon their family, adopting a condescending attitude whenever he interacted with Yifei's relatives. Furthermore, his cousin Suzilin, who attended the same school and was in the same grade as Yifei, had warned him in person to refrain from mentioning their relationship to anyone. Whenever they happened to cross paths at school, Suzilin regarded Yifei as a stranger, completely ignoring him. Indeed, their family is worth billions, or how could they possibly regard us as anything but poor relatives? Yifei self-deprecatingly smiled. Kid, do not overthink. Only by gaining strength can you earn the respect of others. This world is fundamentally fair. The voice of the reincarnation ancestor suddenly resonated in Yifei's mind. While Yifei passed his lips and nodded. Elder, can I now forge a jade talisman for Sister Chen-wan? Yifei inquired inwardly. With your current level of true essence? Not even close. The reincarnation ancestor scoffed. To forge a jade talisman, you must at least reach the second layer of chi refining. This is only feasible due to your unique cultivation method and my personal guidance. If it were any other cultivator, even those at the foundation establishment stage would find it impossible. Kid, if you wish to assist that girl, you must rapidly enhance your cultivation. Yifei was left speechless. After a night of cultivation, the next day, Yifei arrived at class early. Just as he was engrossed in his reading, the classroom suddenly erupted in commotion. Yifei, someone is looking for you, the classmate shouted. While Yifei looked up to see a strikingly beautiful girl with an air of aloofness standing at the classroom door, his cousin, Suzilin. Despite being under the scrutiny of so many classmates, Suzilin remained unperturbed, her chin slightly raised, her delicate face adorned with an air of arrogance. Upon noticing Yifei's gaze, Suzilin coldly remarked, Yifei, come out for a moment. Chapter 21 The Four School Beauties. Suzilin's tone was rather brusque, exuding an air of command. Yifei frowned, disliking Suzilin's haughty demeanor, which was replete with an attitude of superiority. Nevertheless, he complied and stepped forward. After all, even if he were to disregard Suzilin's feelings, out of respect for his aunt, it would be unseemly to embarrass her. The two of them arrived at a secluded spot, and Yifei remarked, if you have something to say, just say it, I still have exercises to complete. Suzilin, taken aback by his words, cast a surprised glance at Yifei. After not seeing him for a few days, she felt he had undergone some transformation. The Yifei of the past had poor academic performance and was meek, especially in his own home, where he dared not speak loudly. However, at this moment, Yifei could maintain eye contact with her. His voice, though soft, was clear and resonant. Confidence. A word suddenly surfaced in Suzilin's mind. Yes, it was confidence. Yifei now radiated self-assurance, no longer that timid and insecure boy. Suzilin found herself momentarily dazed, silently questioning whether she had misjudged him. After all, Yifei was merely a poor student from the countryside, whose grades were abysmal and who was known for his cowardice. What grounds did he have for such confidence? What exactly do you want from me? Yifei, noticing that Suzilin had been staring at him in silence, furrowed his brow and asked. Humph. Suzilin let out a cold snort, regaining her proud demeanor, and said, tomorrow is the weekend. My mother wants you to come to our house for dinner tonight. I understand, Yifei replied with a nod. I've already conveyed the message, whether you come or not is up to you. Suzilin, irritated by Yifei's lack of immediate agreement, turned on her heel and departed, leaving him standing there alone. Yifei had long grown accustomed to Suzilin's attitude. As he returned to the classroom alone, he found that every classmate's gaze was fixed squarely upon him. Not a single person spoke. Their stares felt akin to those directed at a curiosity. Even Luo Iran, the class monitor and a school beauty, regarded Yifei with a slight furrow of her brow, as if she found him somewhat inscrutable. Yifei ignored the collective scrutiny and returned to his seat. No sooner had he sat down than his desk mate, Guoliang, seized his arm excitedly and asked, so, when did you get to know the school beauty Suzilin? Suzilin is a school beauty. Yifei responded, in the past, he had devoted himself entirely to studying, striving to improve his grades, leaving him no time to concern himself with such matters. He only learned about Luo Iran being a school beauty because they were in the same class. The invincible academic prodigy Luo Iran, the enigmatic Song Qinghua, the commoner beauty Li Yunshu, and the proud girl Suzilin, these four are universally recognized as the beauties of our school. How could you not know? Guoliang enumerated, his gaze fixed on Yifei as though he were simple-minded. Proud girl. Yifei couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Suzilin's title. It was indeed quite fitting for her. I understand about Luo Iran and Suzilin, but who are the other two? Yifei asked with interest. Seeing Yifei's curiosity, Guoliang eagerly elaborated, clearly well informed about the topic. You probably don't need me to elaborate on Luo Iran's reputation, right? Guoliang began. While Yifei nodded. Luo Iran was the top scholar at Haijo No. 1 High School, consistently ranking first in her grade, with her mock exam scores never dipping below 700 out of 750. To call Luo Iran an invincible academic prodigy was indeed an understatement. Guoliang continued, as for the proud girl Suzilin, her family is affluent. I've heard her father, Su Haishan, is the chairman of Su's trading company. Suzilin herself is quite proud and tends to ignore others. She only converses with a few acquaintances and disregards everyone else, hence the nickname Proud Girl. Then there's the school beauty Song Qinghua from class 1. Rumor has it she comes from a significant background, yet no one knows her actual lineage. She seldom appears at school, and even her classmates hardly see her, but she consistently ranks within the top 10 in her grade, which is why people say she is enigmatic. I've only seen her once, and her appearance is truly. Guoliang's expression turned infatuated as he spoke. Yife chuckled and couldn't help but interject, "You might want to wipe that drool." Guoliang instinctively reached for the corner of his mouth, but upon noticing Yife's mischievous grin, he realized he had been teased, and his face flushed with embarrassment. "I always thought you were quite honest. I never knew you had this playful side." Afterward, he continued to enlighten Yife. As for Li Yunju from class 8, she is referred to as the commoner beauty precisely because she differs from the other three. Li Yunju comes from a modest background. I've heard her family is struggling financially, and even her tuition fees are cobbled together by her family. Moreover, Li Yunju is exceptionally kind and humble, garnering the most supporters at school. Upon finishing his account, Guoliang grasped Yife's collar and adopted a mock menacing demeanor. "Now, you still haven't told me how you came to know the school beauty Suzilin. As far as I know, she usually doesn't bother with people, let alone seek someone out." Hearing this, Yife recalled Suzilin's earlier warning not to disclose their relationship to anyone. The smile faded from his face as he replied coolly, "What if I said she is my cousin, would you believe it?" "Haha, I didn't realize you had such a sense of humor, but that joke falls a bit flat." Guoliang laughed heartily, but when he caught sight of Yife's somewhat somber expression, his laughter abruptly ceased. "You can't be serious, can you?" Guoliang inquired. "After all this time, you're going to turn your back on me? It's over, our friendship is done." Guoliang chattered on, but Yife chose to ignore him, returning to his studies instead. After school that afternoon, Yife remained in the classroom, engrossed in his reading for half an hour before packing his things to leave. His reason for staying was not that he was particularly studious, but rather to avoid running into Suzilin on the way, as that would lead to an awkward encounter for both of them. Upon arriving at the Fujin Garden community, Yife rang the doorbell of a townhouse. The door was answered by a gentle-looking woman in her 30s, who was none other than his aunt, Zheng Hong. Wearing an apron, Zheng Hong's face lit up with a smile upon seeing Yife. "Xiaofei, why are you so late? Didn't you and Linlin finish school together? She's been home for quite some time now." Her mildly reproachful tone was laced with deep concern, warming Yife's heart. "Aunt, I stayed at school to study for a bit longer, so I'm a little late." "I hope I didn't worry you," Yife replied with a smile. "Oh, you were studying, that's wonderful, keep it up, and when it's time for the college entrance exam, you'll surely achieve good results and make your mother proud," Zheng Hong said, affectionately ruffling Yife's hair in approval. Upon entering the living room, Yife saw Su Haishan and his daughter Suzilin. Su Haishan was engrossed in the news on television, while Suzilin was preoccupied with her phone. Upon noticing Yife's arrival, Suzilin couldn't help but scoff, "Humph, pretending to be earnest, who doesn't know what your grades are? Studying, who would believe that?" Zheng Hong immediately frowned. "Linlin, how can you speak to Xiaofei like that? He is your brother." "Brother?" Suzilin scoffed, her expression one of disdain. "Mom, can you guess how much Yife scored on the recent mock exam?" Before Zheng Hong could respond, Suzilin continued, 250 points. Out of a total of 750, he scored 250, placing last in the entire grade. "I can't possibly aspire to have such a cousin." After finishing, she muttered under her breath, "I wonder what qualifications he has to attend number 1 high school with such scores." Yife felt his face flush crimson, his hands clenched tightly into fists within his sleeves, yet he refrained from defending himself. Suzilin's words were factual, or he knew that whatever he said at this moment would be futile. To earn the respect of others, one must display genuine ability. He would use his actions to prove himself to her. Zheng Hong shot Suzilin a fierce glare, then turned to Yife with a slight sigh. Though she showed no signs of shock, it was evident she had already been aware of his grades. "Xiaofei, it's alright if your grades aren't great. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will surely improve," his aunt encouraged, patting his shoulder. Yife relaxed his clenched fists and smiled. "Aunt, please rest assured, I will work hard. I am determined to gain admission to a prestigious university and live up to your expectations." Hee. Suzilin let out a cold laugh, ready to mock him further, but was met with Zheng Hong's stern gaze, causing her to lower her head and return to her phone, no longer paying attention to the two. Yet her mind was consumed with a singular thought. With less than 3 months until the college entrance exam, how could someone with such grades hope to improve by several hundred points and gain admission to a prestigious university? What an absurd joke. Chapter 22. Yifei, come get in my car. Noticing the disdain in Suzy Lin's eyes, Yifei chose not to argue. The mock exam was just a week away. By the time Suzy Lin received her report card, even if Yifei remained silent, his unspoken words would carry far more weight than 1,000 spoken ones at this moment. Yifei excused himself to the restroom, not wanting to instigate an argument among them. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Hong had prepared the meal. At this time, Su Haishan had also finished watching the news broadcast, turned off the television, and joined them at the dining table. Little Fei, I know the principal of a vocational school that specializes in training excavator operators. Although it's a vocational school, its reputation is quite strong. Graduates earn 5,000 to 6,000 a month right after they finish. Should I have a word with the principal to get you in there? Su Haishan spoke up after a few bites of food. Given your current academic performance, it's unlikely you'll gain admission to a university. Even a junior college would be financially burdensome for your family. Some junior colleges are inferior to vocational schools. At least with a trade, you'd have a skill to rely on. Su Haishan's words appeared to stem from concern for Yifei, yet they were merely a display of his connections and a subtle exhibition of superiority. If Yifei were to agree, it wouldn't be long before Su Haishan would concoct an excuse like, the school is already full this year, to brush him off. This had happened before, and Su Haishan relished it. Moreover, his tone carried an air of condescension, subconsciously affirming his belief that Yifei would never be admitted to university. Su Haishan, what do you mean by that? Why are you so certain that little Fei won't get into university? Zheng Hong exclaimed, slamming her chopsticks down, ready to explode. I'm merely considering little Fei's future. You know his grades. Do you really believe he can raise his score by several hundred points in just a few months to get into a prestigious university? It's better to plan ahead. Su Haishan defended himself with a smile, as if his words were genuinely for Yifei's benefit. Zheng Hong fell silent upon hearing this. Although she too wished for Yifei to attend a prestigious university, she was acutely aware that improving by several hundred points in such a short time was nearly impossible. Yifei merely smiled at Su Haishan's comments, contemplating how the man's expression would change if he knew he currently had nearly 2 million in his bank account. It would surely be quite a sight. Yifei mused. Once Su Haishan finished speaking, Yifei replied, thank you, Uncle Su, but there's no need. I still wish to give it a try. Perhaps I can perform beyond expectations. Su Haishan chuckled. In an instant, the entire dining room fell silent. The atmosphere at the table grew rather peculiar. With a loud clatter, Suzy Lin tossed her chopsticks aside, declaring, I'm full, before grabbing her small bag and heading outside. Where are you going? Zheng Hong hurriedly called out from behind. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I've made plans to hang out with Qingjia and the others. Don't you worry, I'll be back by 11, Suzy Lin replied impatiently. Take little Fei with you, Zheng Hong insisted. My friends don't even know him, why would I bring him along? Suzy Lin was adamant in not wanting to include Yifei. Then you're not allowed to go. Zheng Hong stated firmly. Alright, fine, I'll take him, okay. Suzy Lin relented, shooting Yifei a glare and adding, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come over. Yifei was somewhat speechless. He hadn't intended to join her outing. He thought it would be far more productive to return and cultivate, to help Chen-Wan resolve the mysterious energy within her as soon as possible. However, before he could refuse, Zheng Hong had already taken his backpack and cheerfully said, Little Fei, you've been in Haijiao for a while and haven't had a good look around. It is a perfect opportunity to go out with Lin Lin today. While studying is important, one must also balance work and rest. Besides, I wouldn't feel at ease with Lin Lin out alone. With you accompanying her, I can relax a bit. Zheng Hong's words made Suzy Lin roll her eyes in exasperation. Seeing that his aunt had said so, Yifei reluctantly agreed and followed Suzy Lin out of the villa. Suzy Lin walked briskly, seemingly trying to create distance between them, making it appear to onlookers as if they were strangers. While Yifei, however, maintained his own pace, strolling leisurely behind her. As soon as they exited the community, the sound of car horns filled the air. While Yifei looked up to see several stylish sports cars parked in a line at the entrance, attracting attention. Lin Lin, over here, the fast car, the Bumblebee, had a girl leaning out from the passenger seat, waving at Suzy Lin. This girl was Qingjia, a student from Haijiao No. 1 High School and Suzy Lin's close friend. Upon seeing Suzy Lin approach the car, Yifei followed suit. Lin Lin, why did you take so long to come out? We've been waiting ages, but I have to introduce a handsome guy to you later, Qingjia chattered excitedly until she noticed Yifei trailing behind Suzy Lin, abruptly halting her words. Hey, who are you? Why are you following our Lin Lin? Cheng Jia raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Yifei. Su Dame, is this country bumpkin your boyfriend? He looks a bit underwhelming, still wearing his school uniform while out. Hilarious. Cheng Jia's boyfriend, Shichen, guffawed from the driver's seat of the bumblebee. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Lin could never date someone like him. Cheng Jia pinched Shichen's arm. He's my cousin, Yifei. He also studies at Haijo No. 1 High School and will be joining us, Su Zilin replied with resignation. If given the choice, she would have preferred to keep her relationship with Yifei a secret, but she certainly did not want anyone to mistakenly believe he was her boyfriend. Cousin. I've never heard you mention him before. Wait a minute. Yifei, that name sounds familiar. Cheng Jia suddenly widened her eyes, pointing at Yifei and exclaiming, didn't someone score 250 points in the last mock exam, coming in last place? That person was named Yifei. Could it be him? 250 points, ha, who would have thought you were such a character? Shichen leaned over the steering wheel, laughing uproariously. Alright, we are not at school now, so why discuss grades? Su Zilin waved her hand in annoyance. Which car should I sit in? I don't want to ride with you two lovebirds. After saying this, Su Zilin shot Yifei an irritated look, regretting bringing him along, especially since Yifei had remained silent in the face of Shichen's ridicule. His meekness only fueled her frustration. Don't worry, Lin Lin, I've arranged for a handsome driver for you, Cheng Jia said cheerfully. Just as she finished, the door of a white Jaguar F-Type behind the bumblebee swung open. A young man stepped out, appearing to be around their age, dressed in a gentlemanly British style. Hello, Lin Lin, I'm Kong Xian, a friend of Shichen's. It is a pleasure to meet you, he greeted Su Zilin with a charming smile. As for Yifei standing beside Su Zilin, he was completely overlooked. Su Zilin was caught off guard by Kong Xian's sudden appearance. Lin Lin, how about that? Surprised, Kong Xian is also from Haijo, but he has been studying abroad until recently, which is why you haven't met him before, Cheng Jia giggled. Su Zilin shot Cheng Jia an annoyed glare, reproaching her for the unexpected introduction, before turning to Kong Xian. Hello, I'm Suzy. Though both were of similar age, and Yifei was not lacking in looks, their demeanor was worlds apart. Lin Lin, I have a spare seat in my car, why don't you join me? Kong Xian gallantly opened the car door, inviting Su Zilin with a smile. As Su Zilin entered the car, he gently closed the door, everything exuding an air of perfect gentlemanliness. Once the door was shut, Kong Xian glanced at Yifei, wearing a disdainful smile, as if just noticing him, and said, bro, sorry, my car is full. You might want to check if there is space in the other cars. With that, he left Yifei standing there alone while he got into the car. Yifei was indifferent, his gaze shifting towards the bumblebee in front. Sorry, this is a couple's car, and we prefer not to have a third wheel, Shichen shrugged, eyeing Yifei with a look of amusement. My car only accommodates beautiful girls, and you clearly don't meet the criteria, the owner of the Audi TT behind chimed in. Further back came the dismissals. My car is full. I've just washed mine, but I don't want to do it again. The drivers rolled down their windows one after another, rejecting Yifei while leaning over the doors, watching him with a mocking expression. Kong Xian sat in the Jaguar, a smirk playing on his lips, a hint of smugness evident, while Su Zilin in the passenger seat furrowed her brow. Yifei, why don't you head back for now? Su Zilin rolled down the window, frowning at him. That sounds good. Yifei shrugged, having little interest in this gathering of wealthy second-generation elites. Had it not been for his aunt's invitation, he would have likely declined outright. Just as Yifei prepared to leave, the last car, a Porsche 911, lowered its window, revealing a stunningly beautiful face within. Yifei, come get in my car. The melodious voice rang out, catching everyone off guard, causing them to instinctively turn around. Yifei followed the sound, and upon seeing the familiar face emerging from the Porsche, he couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. This person was none other than the class monitor and the unrivaled academic goddess of his class, Luo Iren. Chapter 23 At the private club. Upon seeing Yifei standing there in a daze, Luo Iren couldn't help but smile brightly. What's the matter? Have you forgotten me after just over an hour? Yifei chuckled and stepped towards Luo Iren's car. Wait, did I hear correctly? Luo Iren actually invited this country bumpkin into her car. It seems that I had it too. How is that possible? A group of onlookers, eager to witness Yifei's embarrassment, were left dumbfounded. Luo Iren was not part of their small circle. She rarely mingled with them, the primary reason being that every time they extended an invitation, she had declined. This outing was only made possible because Cheng Jia leveraged her acquaintance with Luo Iren, which had the male members of their circle brimming with excitement. A few had even washed their cars beforehand and spritzed fragrances inside, hoping that Luo Iran would choose to ride with them. To their disappointment, she drove herself this time. Moreover, the usually unassuming Luo Iran arrived in the most luxurious car among all present, one that was worth over $1 million. This left them feeling regretful for quite some time, yet the reality that truly astonished them was that Luo Iran had allowed Yifei, whom they deemed a rustic, to sit in her vehicle. Damn, this country bumpkin has truly hit the jackpot. Many found themselves cursing internally. Suzy Lin, surprised to see Luo Iran inviting Yifei, reflected that although both were the belles of Haijo No. 1 High School, they were not closely acquainted. However, considering Yifei's class, she felt a bit more at ease. Luo Iran must have seen Yifei's plight and decided to help him, Suzy Lin thought to herself. Beside Suzy Lin, Kong Xian's eyes darkened momentarily. Few among the crowd knew that Kong Xian and Luo Iran were actually middle school classmates. In the third year, Kong Xian had pursued Luo Iran and even sent her a love letter. However, that very night, his parents received a warning from a powerful figure, one they could not afford to offend. Upon returning home, they reprimanded Kong Xian severely and sent him to study in England overnight. Since then, Kong Xian understood that Luo Iran was not a girl he could aspire to. Never did he expect that Luo Iran would invite a country bumpkin, whom he deemed utterly useless, into her car. Lin, your cousin actually knows Luo Iran. Seems like he has some impressive connections. Kong Xian feigned nonchalance as he asked. Yifei is my second aunt's cousin. He grew up in the countryside, and it was through my mother's connections that he was transferred to Haijo No. 1 High School. What connections could he possibly have? His acquaintance with Luo Iran is purely because they are in the same class, Suzy Lin replied dismissively. Oh, I see, Kong Xian responded with a smile. Damn, this country bumpkin really has struck it rich, getting into Luo Iran's car. Shichen cursed, then impatiently called out, since everyone's in the car, let's get going, everyone follow closely. With that, he started the vehicle and led the way. As Yifei settled into the car, he took in the heavily feminine DCOR and teased Luo Iran, class monitor, you certainly know how to hide your wealth, I never would have guessed you were a little rich girl. Luo Iran, steering the car, glanced at Yifei and smiled, I never imagined Suzy Lin would be your cousin. Yifei shrugged in response. Noticing Yifei's silence, Luo Iran's curiosity piqued. His recent behavior had completely overturned her previous impressions. She wondered what had transpired in Yifei's life to bring about such a drastic transformation. The former Yifei was timid and fearful, hardly daring to meet her gaze, yet now, he faced her with composure, even jesting in the presence of her lavish vehicle. As she scrutinized him, Yifei raised his gaze, their eyes locking. Luo Iran felt her cheeks flash and quickly turned her head, pretending to focus on driving. After a moment of silence, Luo Iran couldn't help but speak up, Yifei, you've changed so much recently. I find it hard to read you now. I'm genuinely curious about what's happened. Yifei, feeling a surge of emotions, reflected on his significant transformation. Indeed, upon arriving at Haijo No. 1 High School, he had harbored feelings for Luo Iran but had been too afraid to voice them. Even speaking to her would leave him blushing and looking down, avoiding eye contact entirely. Deep down, he had harbored a profound sense of inferiority, yet now, he could engage her in conversation without flinching. Class monitor, did you know that feeling curious about someone is the beginning of liking them? Yifei replied with a smile. Bah, Luo Iran lightly spat, her cheeks tinged with pink, I used to think you were a quiet student. I never realized you could be so witty. I misjudged you. For some reason, Yifei's presence made her feel incredibly at ease, leading her to speak more than usual. This was something that would have been impossible in the past. That's because you don't know me well. Once you do, you might just want to hit me, Yifei joked. I want to hit you right now, Luo Iran declared, playfully shaking her small fist in a mock show of aggression. As they laughed and chatted in the car, they lost track of time. After about 20 minutes, the convoy slowed down, eventually stopping at an open-air parking lot as they neared the outskirts of the city. Once Luo Iran parked the car, Yifei stepped out and realized they had entered a suburban area that, despite its remoteness, felt anything but desolate. The parking lot was filled with various luxury vehicles, with even brands like Mercedes and BMW blending in seamlessly. Is this a private club? Yifei exclaimed, gazing up at the opulent building that resembled a palace. He thought to himself how city dwellers truly know how to indulge in their pleasures. What's so luxurious about this? Just as Yifei was marveling, the voice of the reincarnation ancestor echoed in his ear. Don't even mention the celestial realm. Even in the realm of cultivation, the palaces of powerful cultivators far surpass this place in grandeur. Surpass it 1,000,000 times, ancestor, aren't you exaggerating? Yifei thought skeptically. Exaggerating, have you ever seen an island the size of 100,000 miles floating in the sky as a residence? Or a peak 10,000 zhong high serving as a decorative hill, with streams flowing from the essence of the earth, countless pavilions and celestial birds everywhere, the reincarnation ancestor continued floating in the sky? 100,000 miles, a peak 10,000 zhong high as a hill, streams from the essence of the earth. Is what you're saying true? Yifei asked, astonished. What is this compared to that? The reincarnation ancestor scoffed, those palaces of celestial emperors are the real deal. The smallest are 100 million miles in radius, carried by divine birds like the Quanpang, traversing the endless universe without losing a single feather. That piece of spirit jade in your hand wouldn't even qualify to be a floor tile. Yifei was left speechless. Hey, Yifei, what are you standing there for? Why not come inside? At that moment, Luo Iran approached, noticing Yifei lost in thought about the club. Country bumpkin, never seen such a high-end establishment before. Is poverty limiting your imagination? A voice interrupted, inappropriate for the moment. Yifei turned to find the speaker was the owner of the Audi TT who had previously rejected him. The gaze directed at Yifei was filled with provocation. Another self-righteous fool, Yifei thought, recognizing that the man aimed to showcase himself in front of Luo Iran. He had no desire to engage with such a person. Guochanhai, you've gone too far. Luo Iran frowned at the Audi TT owner, clearly displeased. Am I wrong? He came from the countryside. How can he not be a country bumpkin? Guochanhai chuckled, patting the back of his head as if remembering something, then continued to Yifei. Oh, I think I heard you scored 250 points in your last mock exam. Impressive, ha. Really annoying, ha. Yifei shook his head helplessly, finding Guochanhai buzzing around him like a fly, successfully irritating him. Why? Yifei lazily lifted his eyelids and said, I understand your eagerness to belittle me, showcasing your superiority as a city dweller to attract Luo Iran's attention. But do you realize that you resemble a peacock trying to flaunt its feathers in front of a female, unaware that it has exposed its most unsightly rear? Luo Iran couldn't help but laugh at Yifei's analogy, finding it quite vivid. However, it was also quite harsh. Yifei's unhurried words caused Guochanhai's face to flash crimson, and he pointed at Yifei, ready to retaliate. What the hell did you just say? Guochanhai, what are you doing? Hurry up and come inside. At that moment, Shichen, who had already entered, came out and urged the three of them. Kid, you better wait for me. Guochanhai spat, grinding his teeth, before turning and entering the club. Guochanhai's father is the deputy director of the Haijiao City Police Department. Even Wang Cheng has to bow to him. You've offended Wang Cheng, and now Guochanhai, you're in for it, Luo Iran remarked, half smiling, half serious as she looked at Yifei. Whether it's a single sheep or a flock, they all get driven away. I won't worry about deaths, the more lies, the less they bite, let them come at me, Yifei responded lazily, leaving Luo Iran speechless. With a serious expression, she remarked, I've realized something you said is quite true. Your current demeanor is truly asking for a beating. Chapter 24. A daring to provoke. Upon entering the club, Yifei was truly struck by its opulence. To describe it as luxurious would be an understatement. Although the reincarnation ancestor had mentioned that the palaces of powerful cultivators could extend over 100,000 miles, such grandeur felt far beyond Yifei's reach at that moment. What lay before him was tangible and awe-inspiring. They were led by a server to a private box, no less than 100 square meters, adorned with the utmost extravagance, complete with a wine cabinet and a bar, resembling a small upscale tavern. Upon seeing Yifei and Luo Iran enter, Guochanhai emitted a heavy snort through his nose, turning his head away in disdain. Guochanhai, what were you two discussing outside? Everyone has been waiting for you, Shichen inquired, noticing Guochanhai's displeased expression. Nothing, Guochanhai replied dismissively. He was naturally reluctant to disclose the embarrassment he had suffered in front of Yifei to the others. Yifei smiled. Since Guochanhai chose silence, he too had no interest in speaking and found a corner to sit down. Just as Luo Iran was about to sit beside Yifei, Qingjia, prompted by Shichen, hurried over and seized Luo Iran's hand. Iran, why are you sitting there? Come, let us go pick some songs. With that, she didn't allow for any objections and pulled Luo Iran along with her. Luo Iran cast Yifei a helpless glance, resigned to being taken away by Qingjia to select songs. Yifei noticed that these individuals were deliberately isolating him, yet he remained unfazed. He had never intended to integrate into the circle of these affluent second-generation elites. His earlier ride in Luo Iran's car had already stirred dissatisfaction among several young men present. One of them, upon seeing Yifei enter, put on an air of superiority and couldn't help but sneer, exclaiming loudly, "This box is quite spacious. I've been here a few times, yet I've never booked such a large room." "Kudos to you, Shichen. It seems some country bumpkins need to take a good look, they may not get another chance to come here." At these words, everyone turned their gaze towards Yifei, their eyes filled with mockery. Shichen glanced at Yifei and smirked disdainfully before explaining, "I don't have such influence. The larger boxes on this floor are not easily reserved. Even with wealth, one requires a matching status. We owe this to Kong Shao." "Haha, it's no big deal," Kong Xian replied nonchalantly, though a hint of pride flickered across his face. "My father is a golden member here, and I benefit from his status." "Golden member, you say?" one person exclaimed in astonishment. "I heard that to become a golden member, one must spend at least 10 million annually." "You're correct, but that's merely one standard. Merely spending 10 million a year isn't sufficient to attain golden membership." Kong Xian smiled, feigning indifference as he tucked his golden membership card into his pocket. This action ignited envy among the onlookers, causing them to forget about mocking Yifei. Just then, the door to the box was knocked open, and a stunningly beautiful woman, exuding an irresistible allure, entered, holding a bottle of red wine. "I hope I haven't interrupted your enjoyment," she said, smiling as she entered. Her mature charm captivated many of the young men present, leaving them momentarily stunned. Upon seeing her, Kong Xian quickly stood up, saying, "Sister Man, what brings you here?" "I heard from the staff that Kong Shao brought friends here, so I brought a bottle of wine to liven things up." "I hope I haven't disturbed your festivities," the enchanting woman, known as Sister Man, replied with a smile. Such a captivating woman was, in fact, the owner of the club, personally delivering wine to Kong Xian. The crowd's gaze towards Kong Xian shifted once more, filled with admiration and envy. They all wished they were the one receiving such attention. Kong Xian felt a mix of surprise and pride, and as he noticed the looks directed at him, he felt a surge of self-importance. Waving his hand, he said, "Haha, Sister Man, you flatter us. It is our honor that you came." Sister Man smiled, placed the wine down, exchanged a few polite words with everyone, and then took her leave. Once Sister Man departed, the entire box erupted in excitement. "Wow, it's a 1996 Lafite," one exclaimed, picking up the bottle on the table. "While it doesn't compare to the 1982 or 1964 vintages, its market price exceeds 10,000 yuan. Shichen chuckled. "Kong Shao, that lady is indeed the owner of this club, right?" "Indeed." Kong Xian nodded proudly. "That Sister Man is the proprietor of this establishment." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in disbelief. "I've heard that the person behind this club is Master Xiong." "Is that true?" Wu Chanhai asked. "Correct, that Sister Man is indeed Master Xiong's woman." Kong Xian affirmed. A collective gasp filled the box. Master Xiong, Yan Xiong, he was one of the most influential figures in Haijiao City, a bigwig in the underground forces, known for his extraordinary connections. Even the leaders of Haijiao City treated him with utmost respect. Guo Chanhai clicked his tongue. Yan Xiong was someone his father wouldn't dare provoke. Kong Shao must have met Master Xiong if Sister Man came to toast you, Guo Chanhai couldn't help but inquire. Kong Xian's expression flickered with a hint of unease. Although his father had some wealth and was a golden member of the club, he only knew Sister Man and had yet to earn the right to meet Master Xiong. "Of course, I have toasted Master Xiong before," Kong Xian replied with a laugh. "Impressive. Respect. Come, Kong Shao, let me toast you. From now on, I'll stick with you." The atmosphere in the box grew lively, and Kong Xian undoubtedly became the center of this small circle. By the karaoke station, Cheng Jiao nudged Suzy Lin's shoulder, saying, "Did you see that? It's someone like Kong Xian who is a true Prince Charming. Your cousin is merely a loser, don't do anything foolish." She emphasized the word cousin, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "What nonsense are you talking about? Yifei is genuinely my cousin." Suzy Lin shot Cheng Jiao an irritated glare. Beside them, Luo Iran chuckled, choosing not to interject. If anyone was unaffected by the atmosphere, it was only Luo Iran and Yifei. Yifei appeared as an outsider, sitting in the corner, sipping the tea placed before him, feeling distinctly out of place. Kong Xian noticed Yifei sitting there, casually drinking tea, showing no inclination to come over and toast him, and a glint of irritation flashed in his eyes. He dared not provoke Luo Iran, but Yifei was merely a country bumpkin, surely he could handle that. "Hihi, brother Yi, you must not have experienced such fine wine in the countryside. Be sure to drink a few more glasses later," Kong Xian said with a grin. Sure, Yifei replied with a smile, seemingly oblivious to Kongxian's veiled taunts. Kongxian's breath hitched, feeling as if his punch had landed in thin air, leaving him frustrated and unable to vent his anger. He couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Hey, country bumpkin, be careful not to swallow your tongue later, Guo Chanhai sneered. Oh, just a reminder, an empty wine bottle can fetch over 1,000 yuan. Don't forget to take it with you when you leave. It might cover your living expenses for half a year. The group laughed gleefully at Yifei, and no one stepped forward to defend him. Su Zilin frowned at the sight of the group ridiculing Yifei but soon relaxed, thinking to herself, let him learn a lesson, it's for his own good. He shouldn't pretend to be above others when he clearly lacks any real ability. With that thought, she had no intention of stepping in to defend Yifei. After a few more jabs, the crowd lost interest when Yifei remained silent, resuming their singing and drinking. Within half an hour, the box was filled with the mingled scents of smoke and alcohol, which became unbearable for Yifei. He decided to step outside for some fresh air. As he exited the box, Su Zilin followed behind. Is something the matter? Yifei asked, turning to her. I advise you not to have any designs on Luo Iren. She will never look your way. Su Zilin declared coldly, hands on her hips. Oh, thank you for the warning. Yifei replied nonchalantly. Su Zilin's frustration boiled over at Yifei's demeanor. Luo Iran and you are from entirely different worlds. Her letting you into her car was merely an act of pity. Don't get the wrong idea, after seeing today's scene, don't you feel anything? Kongxian is of similar age, yet even the club owner personally brought him wine. Though he is still in high school, he is destined for greatness, and he and Luo Iran are of the same kind. My warning is for your own good, to prevent you from getting hurt later. Yifei chuckled at her words, silently shaking his head. Su Zilin, oh Su Zilin, you have no idea who stands before you. So what if Kongxian's family is wealthy? He is still just a mortal, and I am a cultivator. No matter how rich he is, or how powerful his family, in the face of a formidable cultivator, he is but an ant. Wealth and connections are mere illusions in the presence of absolute strength. Yet, Yifei had no intention of revealing this to Su Zilin. Before Su Zilin could continue her admonition, the box door swung open, interrupting her words. In a tipsy state, Shichen emerged, draping an arm around Chengjia as they sought the restroom. Isn't there a restroom inside? Su Zilin inquired, puzzled. It's occupied, so we are heading to the public restroom, Chengjia replied, her face inexplicably flashing as she quickly offered an excuse. Oh, be careful then, Su Zilin said. Once Shichen and Chengjia left, Su Zilin continued, however, you did one thing correctly by not arguing with Kongxian in the box. None of them are people you can afford to provoke. With that, she concluded with a parting remark, take care of yourself, before re-entering the box. Yifei shook his head helplessly, thinking his cousin was quite self-righteous. He had ignored Kongxian's mockery merely out of disinterest, yet Su Zilin interpreted it as fear, as though he dared not provoke them. While there may indeed be individuals he could not challenge, Kongxian and his friends were certainly not among them. If they had crossed the line of his patience, Yifei would not hesitate to teach them a memorable lesson. Just as he was about to return to the box, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Chapter 25, No Way Out. Yifei took out his phone and noticed an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. His brow furrowed. Aside from his family, only a select few were privy to his phone number. Could it be a family emergency? Yifei pondered silently but ultimately decided to answer the call. Hello, who is this? Are you Yifei? A somewhat urgent voice came through the line. Did you visit Human Tang on Jade Street yesterday and revive an elderly man there? The person you saved was Old Song, and he wishes to meet you. Where are you? Upon hearing this, Yifei quickly grasped the situation. He had suspected last night that the identity of the person he revived was likely significant. He never anticipated that within a mere day, they would uncover his details, even acquiring his phone number. Why Yifei surmised that Old Song's desire to see him was likely not a simple courtesy. Although he had revived Old Song, he had not cured him. This indicated that Old Song was merely awake, yet his ailment persisted. Old Song wants to meet me, he probably seeks my help in curing his illness, Yifei mused with a smile. After all, Old Song's affliction was cerebral. Had anyone else been capable of treating it, it would not have lingered until now. Yifei, not wishing to linger any longer, felt it would be prudent to meet, so he provided the address. I am at a private club, I know that place. I will come to pick you up immediately. The caller promptly hung up. Once the call ended, Yifei noticed several missed calls from the same number. He had been in a noisy private room and had not heard them ring. Cheng Jia and Shichen sneaked into the public restroom. Before they even reached the restroom door, Shichen had already embraced Cheng Jia from behind, his hand slipping beneath her clothing. Cheng Jia's face flashed crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment. Shichen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached for Cheng Jia's pants. Just then, the door of a stall swung open, revealing a portly middle-aged man. Upon seeing Cheng Jia's alluring demeanor, his eyes gleamed with desire, and he could not help but ask, "Hey, young man, how about letting me have this lady? The price is negotiable." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Cheng Jia's voluptuous figure. Ugh! Cheng Jia, already stirred by Shichen's advances, shivered at the man's unwelcome touch. Damn! Shichen, furious that the middle-aged man had dared to lay hands on his girlfriend, shouted, "You're the one who should be ashamed, you and your entire family. What, you little brat, how dare you insult me?" The middle-aged man's expression darkened. "Insult? I am going to hit you." With that, Shichen swung his fist towards the man's nose. Crack! The middle-aged man clutched his nose, crying out in pain as crimson blood seeped through his fingers. Yet, Shichen was relentless, landing several more punches that sent the drunken man crashing to the ground, followed by a barrage of kicks. At that moment, Cheng Jia regained her senses and urgently pulled at Shichen. "Stop. If you keep this up, someone might get seriously hurt." Shichen delivered a few more kicks before cursing, "Don't let me see you again, or I swear I'll hit you every time." "You, just wait." The middle-aged man, nursing his nose, spat out a threatening remark and fled in disarray. "Damn it, what a mood killer. I swear, if I see that scum again." Shichen grumbled, losing interest and dragging Cheng Jia back to their private room. "Hey, you two finished so quickly, Shichen, I didn't realize you were such a quick draw." Guo Chanhai laughed heartily as they entered. "Damn it, a punk ruined our fun. We didn't get to do anything." Shichen replied, visibly displeased. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately pressed for details on what had transpired. In the top-floor private room of the club, the largest and most luxurious suite, exclusively reserved for Yan Xiong, was alive with the sound of young women performing on stage. Each girl was strikingly beautiful, their slender forms a rare sight in public. Seated comfortably on the plush sofa was a bald middle-aged man, Yan Xiong, the notorious underground figure of Haijiao. On his lap sat a captivating woman, Manjie, who had previously served drinks to Yifei and his friends. At that moment, Manjie, resembling a devoted wife, was feeding Yan Xiong peeled grapes from her hand. The only person who could elicit such treatment from her was none other than Yan Xiong himself. The door creaked open, and the middle-aged man who had just been assaulted entered, nursing his injured nose. "Hey, boss Guan, you just stepped out for a moment, then now you look like this?" Yan Xiong inquired, perplexed. "Don't ask, I ran into a couple at the restroom entrance." The woman looked young and rather provocative. "You know my tastes, I thought she might be a hooker, so I asked the guy if he'd let me have her. Turns out, I got beaten up." The middle-aged man lamented, frustration evident in his tone. "Oh." Yan Xiong's eyes narrowed. "Who has the audacity to lay a hand on my guest?" "I don't know who they were. I had a few too many drinks, and in my hazy state, I ended up on the third-floor restroom. What a stroke of bad luck." The man cursed. "The third floor?" Manjie chimed in with a knowing smile. "I think I know who it is." "Oh. Pray tell," Yan Xiong said, a cruel smile creeping across his face. "Today, only one room on the third floor is reserved. It must be them." The reservation was made by Kong Shenyan's son, Kong Shen, who is here with some friends. Manjie explained with a grin. "Kong Shenyan? Who is that?" the middle-aged man asked, unable to contain his curiosity. "Just a small-time boss in the building materials business, with a net worth of a few billion." Manjie dismissed casually. "Damn it." The middle-aged man erupted in anger. "I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a small fry. I lose more than that every time I go to Vegas." "Rest assured, Boss Guan, since you've been assaulted on my turf, I will certainly give you an explanation," Yan Xiong declared, turning to a bodyguard standing nearby. "Shao Dao, take a few men and bring them here." "Understood," the bodyguard replied and promptly left the room. In the third-floor private room, the group listened to Shichen recount the earlier events, secretly feeling sympathy for him. While Yifei glanced at the time, it was already 10 o'clock. He needed to meet Old Song soon. Rising, he approached Suzy Lin and suggested, "It's getting late, shall we head back? We wouldn't want to worry my aunt." "It's only 10, what do you mean it's late? Don't you understand, the nightlife is just beginning," someone retorted harshly. "Hey, Yifei, aren't you just afraid that the person Shichen hit might come looking for you?" If you're scared, just admit it, we won't laugh at you. Guo Chanhai chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Rest assured, my brother Ye.No one here dares to bother us in this club, Kong Xian said with an air of reassurance. Shi Chen, already irritable, snapped, if you want to leave, go ahead, who's stopping you, why drag Suzilin along? Exactly, is anyone preventing you, you are the one clinging to us. You country bumpkin, do you really think you belong in our circle, the group taunted Yifei mercilessly. Su Beauty, you decide. Will you stay here with us, or leave with this bumpkin? Shi Chen asked, looking at Suzilin. Yifei, why don't you go ahead first, I'll stay a little longer. Suzilin furrowed her brows, slightly reproaching Yifei for being the one to stand out in this situation. Huh? Little brat, did you hear that? Su Beauty wants you to leave fast, why are you still hanging around? Shi Chen laughed derisively. Call my aunt and explain the situation. I will leave, Yifei said, casting a calm glance at Suzilin. He chose to ignore Shi Chen completely. Smash, as Yifei finished speaking, Shi Chen violently smashed the bottle in his hand onto the ground, shattering it and causing the girls in the room to scream in fright. Are you deaf? Su Beauty told you to leave, and you still want to go, are you just itching for a fight? Shi Chen said, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Yifei. A cold glint flickered in Yifei's eyes. He chose not to engage with these people, not out of fear, but sheer disinterest. However, it seemed these individuals mistook his restraint for cowardice. Yifei, just go back. I'll explain everything to my mom later. Suzilin interjected, sensing the escalating tension in the room. Alas, Yifei sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. These reckless second-generation rich kids were truly simple-minded. They failed to consider that anyone in the third-floor restroom could not be a mere nobody. Did they genuinely believe no one could challenge them here? If it weren't for his aunt's request, Yifei would have preferred to ignore this cousin of his. Nevertheless, since Suzilin had spoken, he felt he had no reason to linger any longer. As Yifei stood up to leave the room, he suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. Instinctively glancing towards the door, his expression thoughtful. It appeared that leaving now would not be so simple. Chapter 26. Show me some respect. Yifei rose to his feet but did not take a step away, inciting further ire in Shi Chen. With a loud crash, Shi Chen seized a wine bottle from the adjacent table and hurled it to the ground near Yifei, shattering it into countless pieces. Get the hell out of here. This place makes it difficult to hail a cab. Allow me to drive you home. Suddenly, Luo Iran, who had remained silent until now, stood up, offering to drive Yifei away. Damn it. The onlookers silently cast Luo Iran's gesture. Yifei turned to Luo Iran with a wry smile and said, it seems that even if I wanted to leave now, it wouldn't be possible. You brat, what do you mean by that? Are you regretting it and wishing to stay? Guo Chanhai sneered. Damn, do you think this is a public restroom? You come and go as you please. Get lost already. Have you looked at yourself? Without us, would you even have the right to be here? A chorus of mocking voices rang out. Bang! Before their taunts could settle, the door to the private room was kicked open, and a dozen fully armed bodyguards clad in black rushed in. The leader of the group toyed with a sharp knife in his hand, recognized as Xiao Dao by Yan Xiong. Who was it that assaulted my guest in the restroom? Xiao Dao surveyed the room with a cold smile. With a rustle, all eyes fell upon Shi Chen. Who are you? Who the hell let you in here? Guo Chanhai, closest to the door, was startled by the sudden intrusion, and upon identifying the bodyguards, he erupted in curses. Bang! Before Guo Chanhai could finish his tirade, Xiao Dao delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling to the floor, where he promptly retched. Silence. Xiao Dao brushed non-existent dust from his shoes, complaining before turning his gaze to Shi Chen, so it's you, huh? What of it? If you dare to touch me, I swear I'll kill you. The disdainful look from Xiao Dao ignited Shi Chen's fury, and he shouted back. Watch your mouth, kid, I hope you don't start trembling in a moment. Xiao Dao chuckled darkly, instructing his companions, take him away. Two bodyguards advanced towards Shi Chen. He attempted to resist, but one of them struck his lung with a punch, causing him to gasp for breath, collapsing in a heap, sweat beading on his forehead, unable to utter a word. Absolutely clueless. One bodyguard seized Shi Chen by the collar, lifting him as if he were a ragdoll. Stop. What do you intend to do? If you harm Shi Chen, his father will not let you get away with it. Cheng Jia screamed desperately. Unfortunately, the black-clad men paid her no heed. Kong Xian realized that if he did not intervene now, his recently established position within this circle would crumble. Gentlemen, is there some sort of misunderstanding here? Kong Xian approached Xiao Dao. Whether there is a misunderstanding or not isn't for you to decide. Of course, it isn't for me to decide either. Xiao Dao shot Kong Xian a glance and said, if you wish to stand up for him, come with us, let us discuss this in front of the principal. Kong Xian's expression shifted, and after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth, very well, I will accompany you. Xiao Dao smirked, leading the way out. Once the bodyguards had exited, Kong Xian turned to the remaining guests in the room, assuring them, do not worry, my father is a gold member here, and they wouldn't dare harm us. Besides, this is Lord Xiong's territory. Although this was meant to reassure everyone, it felt more like a self-encouragement for Kong Xian. He stepped out of the private room, with the others following suit. Yifei quietly instructed Luo Yiran and Suzilin beside him, stand by my side, if anything unexpected occurs, I may not be able to protect you. Luo Yiran nodded, but Suzilin scoffed, unconvinced of Yifei's ability to safeguard them, thinking he was merely trying to impress Luo Yiran and finding Yifei increasingly irksome. In the top-floor private room, Yan Xiong swallowed his wine glass, eyeing the young men and women standing at the door like frightened quails, then coldly remarked, so it was you who assaulted my guest. It's him. This little brat, even if he turned to ashes, I would recognize him. The middle-aged man pointed at Shichen, cursing vehemently. He stepped forward and slapped Shichen across the face, splitting his lip. You bastard. Shichen had never endured such humiliation in front of so many people. He cursed vehemently and struggled to retaliate against the middle-aged man. However, as soon as he moved, two bodyguards clamped down on his neck, rendering him immobile. Breathing heavily, Shichen's face turned crimson. Haha, little brat, still so cocky. Come on, hit me again. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, raising his foot to kick Shichen once more. Stop. Cheng Jia cried out, tears streaming down her face. Please, don't hit him anymore. We can pay you. Kong Xian's expression darkened. He looked at Yan Xiong, seated at the center, and said, friend, my father, Kong Shengyan, is a gold member here. Can you show us some respect and let this matter go? Show you some respect. Yan Xiong erupted into laughter, as if he had had the most absurd joke. Kid, who do you think you are? Not even your father, Kong Shengyan, would dare ask me for that. Yan Xiong's eyes glinted with a menacing light. You, Kong Xian's face flashed crimson. I warn you, this is Lord Xiong's territory. Young Master Kong has even toasted to Lord Xiong, if things escalate, it will be unfavorable for everyone. Guo Chanhai recalled Kong Xian's earlier words and warned loudly. Toasted to Lord Xiong? The middle-aged man glanced at Yan Xiong, whose gaze met his, creating an oddly charged atmosphere. Kong Xian, thinking that Guo Chanhai's words had intimidated them, casually remarked, indeed, I have toasted to Lord Xiong. Surely, such a trivial matter doesn't require me to invite Lord Xiong to intervene, does it? Pfft. Just as the words left his mouth, Sister Man, who had just entered from outside, couldn't help but burst into laughter. The middle-aged man nearly doubled over from amusement. Haha, Lord Xiong, this kid claims he toasted to you but doesn't even recognize you. Truly, this is hilarious, the middle-aged man bellowed without a shred of decorum. What? Lord Xiong? Kong Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. He was none other than the notorious Yan Xiong of Haijiao's underground forces. In an instant, Kong Xian's face turned beet red, then shifted to a sickly pale, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Today, he had truly embarrassed himself beyond measure. The onlookers behind Kong Xian finally grasped the magnitude of their blunder, their faces paling in horror. The man before them was the very figure who dominated Haijiao's underworld, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Boss Guan, how do you suggest we resolve this matter? Yan Xiong relinquished the decision-making power to the middle-aged man. Higi. The middle-aged man grinned lewdly as he approached Cheng Jia, his eyes filled with undisguised lust. What do you want? We can pay you, and apologize, can't we? Cheng Jia stammered, now utterly bewildered. Pay you? I lack nothing in this world except money. The middle-aged man sneered, grasping Shichen's chin and saying, aren't you the one who complained about me touching your woman? Today, I'll do it right in front of you, let us see what you can do about it. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jia's complexion drained of color, while the other young men and women turned ashen, paralyzed with fear. Although they were all wealthy second-generation heirs, they had never encountered such a scene, leaving them utterly helpless. At that moment, the middle-aged man's hand reached for Cheng Jia. Stop. Suzilin pulled Cheng Jia behind her, her voice icy. I warn you, I've already called the police. You'd best not act recklessly. Yifei, hearing his cousin's words, closed his eyes in exasperation. Suzy Lin's declaration was not a warning, it was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. Sure enough, as soon as Suzy Lin's words fell, the atmosphere in the private room froze. Ha 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 ha. Yan Xiong's laughter echoed throughout the room, yet to the ears of those present, it felt like a chilling wind. Good, calling the police is excellent. I'd like to see which officer dares to step foot in my domain. Yan Xiong's expression was terrifyingly fierce. Higi. The middle-aged man crossed his arms, sneering. Originally, I intended only to teach you a small lesson, but since you've broken the rules fast, don't blame me for being merciless. Yan Xiong coldly smirked, pointing at Xingjia, Suzy Lin, and Luo Yiren. Today, you three will stay behind for drinks. I can let this matter slide. Lord Xiong, you cannot, Kong Xian hastily interjected, but before he could finish, Xiao Dao delivered a kick to his abdomen, sending him flying. What are you, to dare advise Lord Xiong on how to conduct his affairs? Xiao Dao disdainfully retorted. Bring them over. Everyone else, get the hell out. Yan Xiong commanded his bodyguards. As the order was given, 3 bodyguards advanced towards Suzy Lin and her companions, intending to drag them to Yan Xiong's side. Oh! The 3 young women screamed in terror as the bodyguards rushed towards them. Bang, 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 3 loud thuds echoed as the bodyguards were sent crashing back before they even reached the girls. After Yifei had kicked the 3 bodyguards away, he stepped forward and calmly stated, "So, you are Lord Xiong. Show me some respect, and let this matter end here today." Chapter 27. Am I qualified now? Silence. The air in the private room was so still it was unnerving, with every gaze fixed on Yifei as though he were a fool. Give you face. Who the hell do you think you are? This was the unspoken thought in the minds of the onlookers. Haha, how amusing, it has been ages since anyone dared to seek my favor. To my surprise, 2 have presented themselves today. Yan Xiong's face bore a playful smile. Young man, who are you, who is your backing? Speak up, I wish to see if he is worthy of my consideration. Though Yan Xiong chuckled, a murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. Me, Yifei also smiled, seemingly oblivious to Yan Xiong's predatory glare. He nonchalantly replied, I am but an ordinary student, without any backing. Boom! Upon hearing this, the air in the room felt as though it had solidified. Good, good, good. Yan Xiong repeated the word thrice, fixing his gaze on Yifei. Kid, very well, you have successfully provoked my ire. With a clap of his hands, dozens of armed bodyguards surged into the room, encircling Yifei and his companions with mocking sneers. It seems I have been too low-key for far too long. Some insignificant beings dare to come and provoke me. Kid, you claim to be quite formidable, don't you? I shall grant you the opportunity to prove yourself. Yan Xiong sneered. It's over, Kong Xian lamented, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, they were filled with loathing as he looked at Yifei. There was still a chance for reconciliation. If we had only begged for mercy, Lord Xiong would not have made things excessively difficult for us, given my father's standing. Now, thanks to this country bumpkin, it's all over. The others, hearing Kong Xian's words, directed their glances at Yifei, filled with animosity. What does this country bumpkin intend to do? Is this fool trying to get us killed? Does he not realize who he is up against? Is he really going to bring about his own demise? A chorus of low curses arose from the group. Kid, if you wish to die, don't drag us down with you, Guo Chanhai shouted angrily at Yifei, then turned to Yan Xiong, saying, Lord Xiong, we don't know him at all. Yes, we don't know him, we aren't with him, indeed, we have no connection to this country bumpkin, the others chimed in unison. At that moment, the beautiful woman who had been performing on stage approached Yan Xiong, casting an odd glance at Yifei. She leaned in and whispered a few words into Yan Xiong's ear. Boom! Yan Xiong abruptly stood up, glaring at Yifei with a fierce glint in his eyes. Kid, so it's you. Yesterday, you extorted $1 million from me in my establishment. Yan Xiong gritted his teeth. I hadn't sought you out, yet here you are at my doorstep. Excellent, I shall settle both new and old scores. Yifei glanced at the woman speaking to Yan Xiong and recognized her as the waitress from Human Hall the previous night. What, Yifei actually extorted $1 million from Lord Xiong? Is he seeking death? How is this possible? Yifei is merely a country bumpkin. How could he dare extort Lord Xiong? Upon hearing Yan Xiong's words, Kong Xian and the others felt as though their souls were about to leave their bodies. Who was Yan Xiong? He was the overlord of the underground forces in Haizhou, a figure so formidable that even the leaders in Haizhou had to regard him with respect, a true tyrant. Yet, this rustic from the countryside had the audacity to extort $1 million from Yan Xiong. Was he not courting death? Though surrounded by dozens of bodyguards, Yifei's demeanor remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "Since you wish to settle the score, let them leave fast. I shall remain here to entertain you at my leisure." "Yes, Lord Xiong, let us leave. He has enmity with you. It has nothing to do with us." "Exactly, we don't know him." "Lord Xiong, Yifei has offended you. You may do as you please. We have not wronged you." Kong Xian and the others quickly echoed, eager to distance themselves from Yifei. "Yifei, speak up. You offended Lord Xiong. It has nothing to do with us. Don't drag us down," Cheng Jia urged anxiously, hoping to shift all blame onto Yifei. Yifei surveyed the group with disdain. Were it not for his desire to keep his secrets hidden from them, he would care little for their fates. "Very well, I am curious to see how you will proceed." Yan Xiong nodded and instructed his bodyguards, "Throw them all out." Upon hearing this, Kong Xian and the others felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and rushed towards the exit. At that moment, they conveniently ignored Yifei, not a single one asking what he would do next. "Yirong, we should leave too, right?" Cheng Jia urged Luo Yirong, who stood beside Yifei, unmoving. "You go ahead, I will stay here with Yifei," Luo Yirong replied, not even turning her head. "Yirong, are you out of your mind? Staying here is pointless. You might as well come with me and wait for news outside." Cheng Jia insisted. However, Luo Yirong calmly shook her head. "This matter originally had nothing to do with Yifei. I cannot allow him to bear it alone. You all should leave. I have made my decision." Su Zilin also chose not to leave, her expression a mix of anger and anxiety as she looked at Yifei. Though she harbored disdain for him, he was still her cousin. She was furious at Yifei for making a stand at this moment, yet she could not abandon him. "Cheng Jia, Birong, you all should leave. I will stay here with Yifei," Su Zilin stated. Yifei turned to Luo Yirong and Su Zilin, saying, "You should all go. Your presence here will only hinder me." Yes, Yirong, Zilin, we will only be a burden to him here. It would be better to go out and contact our families. Perhaps they can think of a way to rescue him. Cheng Jia quickly concurred. Su Zilin, seeing Yifei still trying to act tough, was nearly driven mad. Yet, she had to admit Cheng Jia had a point. Frustrated, she pulled Luo Yirong, stating, "Yirong, we are leaving. Let him be foolish on his own." Yifei, Luo Yirong, being tagged along by the two, was reluctant to leave, worry evident in her gaze as she looked at Yifei. Yifei returned her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Seeing this, Luo Yirong had no choice but to nod and followed the two women out. Once the three women departed, Yifei stretched his limbs and looked at Yan Xiong, saying, "Whatever tricks you have, unleash them upon me." "You're quite bold, kid." Yan Xiong grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and commanded his bodyguards, "All of you, together, teach this young man a lesson on how to behave." The bodyguards responded in unison, akin to a pride of lions launching a ferocious assault on a lone sheep, wielding their weapons as they charged at Yifei, with dozens of armed bodyguards attacking him. This was not merely a lesson in behavior. It was a clear intent to turn Yifei into a pulp, seeking death. Yifei muttered under his breath, his eyes glinting with cold light. His body moved in an instant, his back leg propelling him forward with explosive force, launching him like a cannonball. Bang, 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 the sound of heavy impacts echoed throughout the private room, followed by figures being sent flying. Yifei moved through the horde of bodyguards like a tiger among sheep, striking each one with a punch or a kick, sending them soaring into the air. The bodyguards could barely catch a glimpse of Yifei's fleeting figure, let alone land a hit on him. In less than half a minute, the carpet was strewn with sprawled bodies, each bodyguard lying on the ground, wailing in pain. Just as Yifei was about to send the last bodyguard flying, a whistling sound sliced through the air, and a flying knife shot towards the back of Yifei's head like a dart. Buzz, with the knife just an inch from Yifei's skull, he seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, suddenly spinning around. Two fingers appeared in an instant, effortlessly pinching the flying knife just before it could pierce his brow. "How is this possible?" The knife thrower behind Yan Xiong's eyes nearly bulged out, exclaiming in disbelief. He caught it. He actually caught it. The knife thrower, known as Xiao Dao, had earned Yan Xiong's trust through his exceptional knife-throwing skills. He had left countless experts defeated at his feet, never missing a shot in his career, yet just now, he had launched a little strike while Yifei's back was turned, only to have it caught. His knives were specially crafted, and coupled with his extraordinary strength, they could pierce through even a steel plate an inch thick, yet, it was caught by Yifei, and so effortlessly. How could this be? How could this possibly be? Yifei did not afford him the luxury of time to process this, stating coolly, "A gift should be reciprocated, your knife is returned to you." Whoosh! As soon as Yifei finished speaking, he flung the knife back at a speed several times faster than it had arrived. No! Xiao Dao screamed, raising his hand to block it. But it was too late. The knife pierced through his palm, traversed the bones in his arm, and shot out from near his shoulder blade, embedding itself into the wall of the private room. Boom! The moment the knife left his hand, Xiao Dao's entire right arm exploded at the shoulder, bursting into a cloud of blood. A horrifying scream, unlike any human sound, echoed through the room. My arm, Xiao Dao lay on the ground, clutching his right shoulder and howling, but after just a couple of cries, he succumbed to unconsciousness. While Yifei remained calm, not even glancing at the unconscious Xiao Dao. The earlier attack had been aimed at his life. Yifei would naturally show no mercy to those who sought to kill him. Now, having disabled an arm, he considered it an act of exceptional mercy. The air thickened with the pungent odor of blood, and the women in the private room stared in horror at the scene that had transformed into a hellish nightmare, each one screaming in terror. Yifei placed his hands in his pockets and looked at Yan Xiong, stating coolly, "Now, am I qualified to demand your respect?" Chapter 28 The Price of Arrogance. Yifei's calm words lingered in the ears of the crowd, leaving them momentarily stunned. Indeed, was he truly qualified? If the current Yifei was deemed unworthy, what manner of person would be considered deserving? The previously arrogant and domineering middle-aged man now sat on the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably as if shaken by a sieve. Yan Xiong squinted at Yifei, yet his expression bore no trace of fear. "Kid, I admit I misjudged you just now. You are indeed formidable." However, Yan Xiong's voice turned icy cold. "If you think this will compel me, Yan Xiong, to submit, you are gravely mistaken." He sneered, his demeanor appearing quite sinister. He turned to the woman beside him, Manjie, and instructed, "Go, summon Mr. Wu." Just as Yan Xiong finished speaking, a resonant voice boomed through the closed door of the private room. "No need, I have arrived." Even before his arrival, the sonorous voice had already reached the ears of those within. Bang! The door swung open. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe and sporting a crew cut strode in. His eyes sparkled with intensity, his temples bulging, and although his muscles were not overly developed, he exuded an aura reminiscent of steel. This man was none other than Wu Kuan, the guardian of the establishment whom Yan Xiong had paid a hefty price to summon. "Mr. Wu, your presence is truly fortuitous," Yan Xiong exclaimed, slapping the armrest of the sofa as he rose with a hearty laugh. Wu Kuan's expression was one of indifference. He merely nodded in acknowledgement of Yan Xiong's enthusiastic greeting, offering no more than that. Yan Xiong, undeterred by Wu Kuan's aloofness, found it entirely acceptable. After all, Wu Kuan was a martial artist, and a genuine external force practitioner. As Wu Kuan scanned the room, his gaze felt like two daggers, causing each individual he looked upon to instinctively lower their heads. Until his eyes fell upon Yifei. At that moment, Yifei was also curiously observing him. "Yan Xiong, is this the brat you want me to deal with?" Wu Kuan remarked, casting a glance at Yifei, yet failing to detect anything remarkable about him. "Yes, Mr. Wu, it is indeed him. I implore you to take action." Yan Xiong gritted his teeth and nodded. "You must think this through. This kid lacks any internal power. He is merely an ordinary person. I have only agreed to intervene 3 times for you, and you are certain you want to waste one of those chances on a commoner?" Wu Kuan said with a smirk that barely concealed his disdain. To him, Yifei was no more than an ant, utterly unworthy of his effort. "Yes, I am certain." Yan Xiong clenched his teeth and affirmed. Thus, he resolved to expend a chance to summon a martial artist, a decision that pained him deeply. However, if he did not deal with Yifei today, word of this incident would surely tarnish his reputation in Haijo. Money could be earned again, but once lost, reputation was far more challenging to reclaim. "I hope, Mr. Wu, that you will subdue this brat and leave him for my disposal," Yan Xiong declared through gritted teeth. "Very well." Wu Kuan agreed with a nod. Turning his attention to Yifei, he said, "Kid, you have heard what was just said. Surrender now and await Yan Xiong's judgment. You are nothing but a mere mortal, utterly unaware of the might of martial artists. Should I engage you, you will either die or be left severely injured." Wu Kuan regarded Yifei with a condescending glare, as if looking at an insect he could crush at will. "Me, surrender?" Yifei chuckled, narrowing his eyes. "Indeed, I do this for your own good. You are but a trivial mortal, indistinguishable from an ant in my eyes. The strength of a martial artist is beyond your imagination," Wu Kuan declared arrogantly, his hands clasped behind his back. "Ha ha ha." Yifei could not contain his laughter. Wu Kuan's expression turned frigid. "Kid, what are you laughing at? You expect me to surrender?" Yifei's demeanor mirrored his, growing equally cold. "Then may I inquire, what are you exactly? Do you think you are worthy of my submission?" Wu Kuan's eyes gleamed with icy fury, akin to two swords piercing through Yi Fei. As a martial artist, and a practitioner of external force, he was treated as a guest of honor wherever he went. Even Yan Xiong, a powerful figure in Haijiao's underground, treated him with the utmost respect and caution. Yet today, in this very place, he was challenged by a brash young man who emerged from nowhere. How could he not be enraged? Kid, you are courting death. Wu Kuan spat through clenched teeth, each word dripping with malice. Courting death? I believe the one courting death here is you. Yi Fei retorted defiantly. You sharp-tongued brat, I am eager to see if your skills are as formidable as your tongue. Wu Kuan laughed, filled with rage. I had originally planned to spare your life, but now it appears unnecessary. Since you dare to provoke an external force practitioner, let your life be the price to appease my wrath. Wu Kuan's voice, at its conclusion, was as frigid as ice from the depths of the abyss, causing everyone in the room to shudder. Yi Fei looked at Wu Kuan with a mocking smile. You are far too verbose. Die for me. Wu Kuan bellowed, his right foot crashing into the ground. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the concrete floor beneath the carpet caved in, leaving a foot-shaped indentation, while Wu Kuan's figure shot towards Yi Fei like a cannonball. Seeing Wu Kuan take action, Yan Xiong finally exhaled, relieved that his reputation was preserved. Yet, amidst his relief, a hint of regret lingered. He had intended for Wu Kuan to subdue Yi Fei and then hand him over, allowing him to deal with Yi Fei at his leisure, thereby sending a warning to the underlings of Haijiao about the consequences of crossing him. However, it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Yi Fei had provoked Wu Kuan, and now what fate awaited him? Perhaps leaving behind a complete corpse would be the best outcome for this brat. Yan Xiong mused inwardly. Crack! Before Yan Xiong could ponder further, a sharp sound echoed through the air, akin to a whip cracking, resonating in the ears of the crowd. Then, Yan Xiong beheld a figure soaring through the air, akin to a discarded sack, hurtling towards the wall of the private room. Bang! The figure collided with the wall, causing the entire room to tremble violently, leaving the occupants unsteady as they toppled to the ground. Dust cascaded down, eliciting screams from the women present. Haha, I thought this brat was impressive, only to discover he couldn't withstand a single move from Mr. Wu. You truly are. Yan Xiong began to laugh heartily, rising and casting a glance toward the center of the room to flatter Wu Kuan. However, upon realizing who stood in the center, his throat felt as though it had been gripped by an iron hand, rendering him speechless. For standing there was Yi Fei, the one who had been struck and embedded in the wall was none other than. In an instant, Yan Xiong grasped the implication. How is this possible? He screamed internally. Wu Kuan is a martial artist, a genuine external force practitioner. You, Yan Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Fei stood in the center, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, his posture unchanged as if he had never moved at all. What is it? Yi Fei asked, looking at Yan Xiong with a smile. Cough, cough, a violent fit of coughing erupted from the wall as Wu Kuan's disheveled figure emerged from the large hole, covered in dust and with his clothes in tatters. He had lost all semblance of his previous arrogance. His right cheek was swollen and marked with a clear imprint of a hand. Wu. Mr. Wu? Yan Xiong stammered, unable to contain himself, yet Wu Kuan ignored him, taking deliberate steps toward Yi Fei, his expression darkening. I admit, I underestimated you earlier. I did not expect you to be an external force practitioner as well. However, at this point, Wu Kuan's teeth clenched in anger. You, an external force practitioner, feigning ignorance before me, left me unguarded. Was that not rather despicable? Am I an external force practitioner? How would I know? Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback by Wu Kuan's words, then burst into laughter. Wu Kuan had mistaken him for an equal. Regrettably, he was mistaken. Yi Fei was not merely a martial artist but a cultivator, an entity far superior to any martial artist. Of course, Yi Fei would not disclose this to Wu Kuan. Since Wu Kuan had misunderstood, let him remain in that delusion. With a shrug, Yi Fei replied, that is the price you pay for your earlier arrogance. Chapter 29. Do not back down. What? Yan Xiong stammered in shock, rendered speechless. Yi Fei was also a martial artist, moreover, he was an external strength master, just like Wu Kuan. How is that possible? How old is he? Cold sweat broke out on Yan Xiong's forehead. It was the first time he had lost his composure since Yi Fei had appeared in the private room on this top floor. Even when he had witnessed Wu Kuan being slammed into the wall by Yi Fei, he had only felt startled, not panicked. But this was different. Yi Fei was not yet 20, and he had already attained the status of an external strength master. What would happen in the future? Who could claim he wouldn't grow even stronger? Offending such a young and potentially limitless powerhouse would surely jeopardize his own future. With this thought, Yanxiong felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly realized that the shirt beneath his clothing had become damp with sweat, clinging to his back. Wu Quan was so enraged by Yifei's words that he found himself at a loss for words. Kid, don't be so arrogant. You are an external strength master, then so am I. I only fell for your trick because I was careless. Wu Quan's expression darkened. Oh. Yifei shrugged, non-committal. Why Yifei's indifferent demeanor only served to infuriate Wu Quan further. He wished he could rush forward and strangle Yifei right then and there. However, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. As both were external strength masters, Wu Quan was powerless against Yifei. We are all martial artists. There is no need for us to resort to life and death conflict, Wu Quan said, looking at Yifei. How about this? I will mediate. You apologize to Yanxiong, and we will put this matter to rest. You want me to apologize to him? Yifei's face broke into a mischievous smile upon hearing this. Although Wu Quan claimed to be mediating, his attitude clearly favored Yanxiong. Furthermore, while Wu Quan insisted they were of the same realm, he presented himself as superior to Yifei, clearly underestimating him due to his youth. What are you laughing at? Wu Quan's brows knitted together. What are you, to think you can demand an apology from me? Yifei's voice turned to a cold scoff by the end. Crack, crack, Wu Quan clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoed ominously. This was the second time Yifei had questioned his worth directly. Kid, do you genuinely want to go down with the ship? Wu Quan's face darkened. The fish may perish, but the net will not break. Yifei replied with a chilling smile. Enough with your hypocritical facade. Do you think I am oblivious to your schemes? Has he figured it out? Wu Quan's heart tightened at his words, yet he feigned confusion, saying, What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying. I am merely trying to mediate. Considering we are both martial artists, what ulterior motive could I possibly have? Yifei's expression turned disdainful. At this point, he could no longer be bothered to feign politeness with Wu Quan. Upon learning that I am a martial artist, you pretended to want to mediate, but in reality, you sought to suppress me into submission. Yifei directly exposed Wu Quan's conspiracy. And what of it? You came to Yanxiong's territory and caused trouble. Shouldn't you apologize? Wu Quan retorted defensively. Hey. Yifei let out a cold laugh. If that were the only issue, it would be one thing. However, Yifei's voice suddenly halted, his gaze turning icy as he stared at Wu Quan. Martial artists value courage and relentless progress. If I bow my head and apologize today, a sense of indignation will fester within me, potentially forming a psychological barrier over time. While it may not affect me immediately, it will lie dormant deep within my heart like a malignant tumor. When I reach a critical moment in my training, it could erupt. At best, I would stagnate in my cultivation, but worst, it could lead to my demise. Tell me, do you believe you are playing your cards wisely? Yifei's voice dripped with derision. I must say, your intentions are rather sinister. Wu Quan stared at Yifei in shock, disbelief evident in his expression. He never expected that his hidden motives would be so easily unraveled by Yifei, and even exposed to his face. Having been exposed, Wu Quan no longer cared to conceal his true self. A sinister grin spread across his face as he said, Hey, I didn't expect you to possess such cunning at such a young age. It's truly remarkable. If you continue to grow at this rate, one day, you may become a master akin to the Dragon Master on the land of China. Unfortunately, you have crossed paths with me, kid. You can only blame your misfortune. Who told you to be so reckless before you fully matured? Wu Quan's smile was twisted, his gaze fixed on Yifei, revealing a hint of twisted excitement. To extinguish a potential master among the young geniuses, how exhilarating. What, now that I've exposed your scheme, do you wish to resort to violence? Yifei sneered. I advise you to consider carefully before you act. Do you remember who it was that was sent flying just now? Haha, instead of becoming enraged, Wu Quan broke into a deranged laugh, his smile chillingly sinister. Is that why you consider yourself unfortunate? Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't stand a chance against you, but this time is different. As he spoke, Wu Quan flipped his right hand, revealing a pea-sized crimson peel in his palm, exuding a faint, repulsive odor. His eyes sparkled with madness and obsession, akin to a famished wolf fixating on a naked beauty. Kid, perhaps you are unaware of what this is? Wu Quan chuckled ominously. This peel is known as the boundary-breaking peel. Consuming it will allow an external strength master to temporarily possess the power of an internal strength master, although the effects will leave one bedridden for 3 months, to personally extinguish a young genius with the potential to become a master. That price is worth it. With that, he swallowed the pill whole. In an instant, Wuquan's body turned crimson, the veins on him bulging grotesquely as if enormous worms writhed beneath his skin, a truly horrifying sight. Oh! The excruciating pain forced a tormented howl from him, and simultaneously, an immense surge of energy erupted from his body. Buzz, his robe fluttered as if caught in a windstorm, and those closest to Wuquan, including Yan Xiong, were all sent hurtling backward from the force of this energy. Wuquan's eyes were bloodshot, his demeanor frenzied. He let out a deafening roar, one hand aimed at Yifei Dai. Before his palm even reached Yifei, a gust of wind charged toward him, laden with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Kid, circulate your true essence throughout your body. Don't hesitate, fight back. Just as Yifei was contemplating whether to evade or confront Wuquan's full-force strike, the voice of the ancestor of reincarnation echoed in his ears. Trusting the ancestor, Yifei did not hesitate and instantly circulated his true essence, meeting Wuquan's attack with a palm of his own. Bang! The sound of a violent collision reverberated throughout the private room. The turbulent energy unleashed from their clash wreaked havoc across the entire room. Some of the weaker individuals succumbed to unconsciousness from the force of the blast. Whoosh! As the sound of their impact faded, a figure flew backward like a kite with its string cut, causing the already ravaged private room to tremble violently once more. Cough, cough. Yan Xiong and the others waved their arms, attempting to disperse the dust before them. Through the haze, Yan Xiong caught sight of a tall figure standing in the center of the room. Joy surged in Yan Xiong's heart as he rushed over, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Mr. Wu, congratulations, Mr. Wu, that kid misjudged his own abilities, daring to provoke you, Mr. Wu." How truly, however, as he approached, the flattering smile on Yan Xiong's face froze, and his words abruptly halted. Less than a yard away stood a youthful, handsome face, now gazing at him with an enigmatic smile. Yan Xiong rubbed his eyes, and when he finally recognized the face, he felt as though he might burst. One thought echoed in his mind, "Damn it, why is it you again?" The figure standing in the center of the room was none other than Yifei. "Do go on." Yifei wore a smile that made him appear as harmless as the boy next door. However, this smile sent chills down Yan Xiong's spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "Why Yi, Mr. Yi, it's you." Yan Xiong managed to force out a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Who else would it be? Did you think it was someone else?" Yifei asked coldly, a smirk on his lips. Yan Xiong was instantly rendered speechless, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. "Did I think it was someone else? Of course, I thought it was Wuquan. Damn it, this Wuquan is truly useless. Normally, if he couldn't win, that would be one thing, but after taking the pill, he still can't defeat me." Yan Xiong cursed inwardly. At this moment, he longed to insult Wuquan's entire lineage. As the dust began to settle, Yan Xiong surveyed the scene of his private room, which now resembled a garbage dump, feeling utterly despondent. Cough, cough, a violent coughing sound came from the wall, followed by the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. "Ah! Mr. Wu, you," Yan Xiong shouted. Only then did he realize that the figure that had fallen from the wall was none other than Wuquan. Wow! Wuquan hit the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "How is this possible? I consumed the boundary-breaking pill. My strength is equivalent to that of an internal strength master. How could I still not defeat you?" Wuquan screamed. Aren't you an external strength master?" "Did I ever claim to be an external strength master?" Yifei replied with a cold smile. "Could it be you are an internal strength master? My strength was already equivalent to that of an internal strength master. Even an internal strength peak master shouldn't be able to defeat me so easily." "Oh, my Dantian!" Wuquan screamed again, this time in a more wretched tone. "You are ruthless. You actually destroyed my Dantian." Wuquan glared at Yifei with a venomous look. Suddenly, a realization seemed to dawn upon him, causing him to shiver in fear as he regarded Yifei as if he had seen a ghost. The energy penetrates flesh and bone, striking like a painting. "You are not an internal strength master, you are actually a master of the transformation realm. I hate this." Wuquan spat out another mouthful of blood before slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 30 must be settled. A master of transformation. Yan Xiong nearly fainted upon hearing the words of Wuquan before his unconsciousness. This youth, appearing to be merely 17 or 18 years old, was actually a master of transformation. What does it mean to be a master? In the martial arts realm, a saying has long been circulated: masters are like dragons, soaring in the 9 heavens. This phrase serves 2 purposes. First, it describes the immense power of a master. Such individuals have transcended the mortal realm, no longer bound by worldly laws. Even if they take a life, the secular laws cannot touch them. Secondly, it underscores the rarity and scarcity of masters. Throughout Hoshia, there are but a handful of such figures. Each of these masters is like a divine dragon, elusive and seldom seen. Yan Xiong never imagined he would encounter one today, and moreover, such a young one. More critically, he had inadvertently offended this master. At this moment, Yan Xiong felt a deep desire to end his own life. Strangely, he found himself envying the unconscious Wukuan, for in oblivion, one is free from all worries. Now, shall we settle our accounts? Just then, Yifei's voice broke through the tension. Third, Yan Xiong decisively knelt to the ground with a resounding thud, repeatedly bowing his head towards Yifei. Master Yi, spare my life. It is I, Yan Xiong, who failed to recognize a mountain amidst the hills. I implore you to show mercy and spare my wretched life. Yan Xiong continued to bow, his head striking the ground like a hammer, causing a cacophony of noise. In an instant, his forehead swelled to the size of a pigeon egg, yet he remained oblivious to his own pain. In his heart, he understood that standing before him was a youthful master. If Yifei were to take offense and eliminate him without a second thought, he would have nowhere to weep. No one would dare offend a youthful master for the likes of Yan Xiong. Furthermore, bowing before a master is not a source of shame. The onlookers, hiding in the corners of the private room, were utterly astounded. Who is Yan Xiong? He is the underground overlord of Haijo, a figure whose mere stomp could shake the entire city. Yet, this formidable character now knelt before a youth, repeatedly begging for mercy. The scene was indeed bizarre. Yifei furrowed his brow, observing Yan Xiong's fervent attempts to strike the ground with his head, feeling no satisfaction, only a sense of ennui. He was not one to be overly aggressive. Moreover, he had not suffered any losses throughout this encounter. Enough, rise, Yifei commanded, stomping on the ground. A powerful force surged from beneath, propelling Yan Xiong's kneeling form back to a standing position, yet without causing him any harm. Yan Xiong's eyes widened as he regarded Yifei with increasing reverence. Is this the power of a master? Truly unfathomable. Let today's events conclude here. I hope you will refrain from causing trouble for those young ladies, Yifei stated calmly. Yes, Yan Xiong replied, hastily affirming his compliance. Even if he were given the audacity, he would not dare to trouble those individuals again. Just as Yifei was about to speak further, his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was a call from the seasoned driver, Song. I've arrived at the club, Mr. Yi. Where are you now? Song inquired. I'm in the private room on the top floor. You can come directly, Yifei replied before hanging up. He then turned to Yan Xiong and added, I do not wish for too many people to know about today's events. Understood, I will ensure their confidentiality. Yan Xiong responded promptly, glancing back at the onlookers and threatening, if anyone dares to utter a word about today's events, I will have their tongue severed. We wouldn't dare. We will keep it a secret, the crowd quickly assured him. Soon, the door to the top floor private room swung open. A serious-looking young man, around 30 years of age, appeared before them. Upon witnessing the scene inside the room, even this resolute young man was taken aback. His gaze swept over the individuals present, ultimately locking onto Yifei. He had seen Yifei's photograph before and recognized him instantly. As he approached, he was shocked to discover that standing opposite Yifei was none other than Yan Xiong. The young man's brow immediately furrowed, unable to restrain himself from scolding, Yan Xiong, what on earth are you doing? Xing? Brother Xing, what are you doing here? Yan Xiong exclaimed, equally stunned by the sudden appearance of the young man. Though this young man appeared to be in his 30s, Yan Xiong was already in his 40s, yet Yan Xiong referred to him as brother. Others might not know the young man's background, but Yan Xiong understood clearly. This young man was none other than Xing Jun, the driver for the esteemed Song family of Haijo. The Song family of Haijo, that was the true behemoth of Haijo. While Yan Xiong was a prominent figure in Haijo, it was merely in the eyes of ordinary citizens. Compared to a super-rich family like the Songs, he was worlds apart, entirely different levels. Xing Jun ignored Yan Xiong's question and spoke with an air of warning. Yan Xiong, Mr.Ye is the savior of old Master Song. If you dare to disrespect Mr.Ye, no one will be able to save you. The savior of old Master Song? Yan Xiong was taken aback once more. Indeed, last night, old Master Song suddenly fell unconscious, and it was Mr. Yi who intervened to revive him, Xing Jun explained. Last night, he was the one who revived old Master Song. Yan Xiong looked at Yifei in astonishment, then upon noticing Yifei's school uniform, the look of realization washed over his face. That makes sense. Only a master of such extraordinary capability could save someone as gravely ill as old Master Song, Yan Xiong mused inwardly. Seeing Yan Xiong fall silent, Xing Jun's heart sank as he questioned, "You haven't offended Mr. Yi, have you?" Yan Xiong was instantly rendered speechless. He hadn't merely offended Yifei, he had practically sought to eliminate him, yet all of that was in the past. With that thought, Yan Xiong couldn't help but grumble internally about Xing Jun. "Couldn't you have arrived a bit earlier? Had I known he was old Master Song's savior, I would never have dared to treat him so. Now, I wish to show him respect, but how could I dare? This young master before me is a master of transformation." However, due to Yifei's explicit instructions for confidentiality, he didn't dare voice any of these thoughts to Xing Jun. Seeing Yan Xiong remain silent, Xing Jun's expression darkened. Yan Xiong opened his mouth, unsure of how to explain, and could only look to Yifei for assistance. Observing Yan Xiong's pitiful demeanor, Yifei felt a sense of exasperation. Yan Xiong, a notorious figure in Haijo, was now behaving like a bullied little wife. What a sight to behold. "He has not shown me any disrespect," Yifei interjected. "The matters here have been resolved. Please take me to see old Master Song." "Understood." Seeing that Yifei did not intend to pursue the matter, Xing Jun dismissed it and led the way. They soon arrived at a discreet phaeton car parked outside the club. Once Yifei entered the vehicle, Xing Jun executed a sharp turn, and the car sped away like an arrow released from a bow. After more than half an hour, Xing Jun's phaeton arrived in the northern district of Haijo. Unlike the eastern district, this area is renowned as a wealthy enclave, with each residence priced in the millions. A legend circulates in Haijo regarding the northern district. Should you encounter an unassuming elderly lady rummaging through a trash can for beverage bottles, do not underestimate her. For it is likely that her savings far exceed your entire fortune. As the car entered the northern district, it showed no signs of slowing down, continuing northward toward the peak of Tianyun Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the vehicle was halted, and Xing Jun presented a credential to the individual in charge of security before they were allowed to proceed. Following that, they encountered 2 more checkpoints, with each subsequent one becoming increasingly stringent. Ultimately, the car came to a stop at a private estate atop the mountain, having taken nearly an hour to reach their destination. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yifei discovered that they were in an outdoor parking lot within the estate, a space no smaller than a football field, filled with an array of luxury vehicles, essentially a luxury car exhibition. "Wow!" Yifei exclaimed, marveling at the opulence of the wealthy. Exiting the parking lot, Xing Jun led the way, while Yifei followed leisurely behind, occasionally observing the estate's layout. Xing Jun moved quickly. Though he appeared to be walking, it gave the impression of running. Initially, he thought Yifei might struggle to keep up and considered slowing down. However, upon noticing that Yifei maintained a consistent distance of 2 meters behind him, he abandoned that notion. Though Yifei's pace was unhurried and appeared relaxed, he kept within 2 meters of Xing Jun. Particularly after entering the estate, Yifei remained calm, his demeanor composed, displaying curiosity rather than the trepidation one might expect in the presence of such lavish surroundings. This compelled Xing Jun to regard Yifei with greater respect. After walking for nearly 5 minutes, they arrived at a standalone villa resembling a castle. "Brother Xing, have the guests arrived?" Just as they were about to enter, a melodious voice, as sweet as a nightingale, drifted from within the villa. Yifei instinctively looked up, only to see a young maiden, around 17 or 18 years old, approaching them. The girl possessed a delicate oval face, her features exquisite like porcelain, her skin fair and tender, than adorned yet radiating an ethereal beauty that outshone the most captivating of blooms. She carried a tray in her hands, exuding a gentle grace, and the faint aura of purity about her made her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting. A mere glance at her was enough to evoke a warm fondness in the heart. Why Yifei was astonished to discover that upon seeing the young maiden, his inner essence began to flow uncontrollably. What an innate Tao body! How is this possible? The voice of the reincarnation ancestor suddenly echoed in Yifei's ears, and he could not discern what had prompted such an exclamation. This was the first time he had witnessed the reincarnation ancestor lose composure. How can this be? How can this be? The ancestor's voice was nearly a shout. In a place so barren of spiritual energy, how could an innate Tao body manifest? Innate Tao body, aligned with the heavens. Yes, it cannot be wrong. It truly is an innate Tao body. Ancestor, what are you talking about? Yifei could hardly bear the ancestor's cries, unable to restrain himself from asking, what is an innate Tao body? You rascal, you have truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. First, you encounter a rare in body, and now you encounter an even rarer innate Tao body. The ancestor's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. Your luck is such that even I, the ancestor, am envious. The ancestor offered no chance for Yifei to inquire further, urging, you must do whatever it takes to secure her. Otherwise, you will be guilty of betraying your master. Chapter 31. In no more than 5 minutes, the Song family will be begging to see me. If I cannot handle her, am I not betraying my master and ancestors? Upon hearing these words from the ancestor of reincarnation, Yifei nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What on earth was he talking about? Ancestor, it's almost summer, why are you still so flustered? Yifei thought to himself in silence. Little brat, how dare you speak like that? The irate voice of the ancestor of reincarnation echoed in Yifei's ears. You ungrateful scoundrel, do you have any idea what kind of constitution that girl possesses? The innate Tao body, right? Didn't you say so? Yifei replied helplessly. Do you even know what an innate Tao body is? No. Yifei admitted honestly. Let me enlighten you, young man. The innate Tao body is a physique that is inherently in harmony with the Tao, a favored child of the heavenly Tao. Such individuals, once they begin to cultivate, are truly terrifying because they face no bottlenecks. The ancestor of reincarnation spoke with a tone of envy. What, no bottlenecks? This time, Yifei was genuinely astonished. Ever since he began cultivating, he had learned quite a bit about the difficulties of the practice. He understood that as one progressed to higher realms, breakthroughs became increasingly arduous. Some powerful cultivators could be stuck at a bottleneck for thousands or even tens of thousands of years without making any progress. Hey, now you understand the horror of the innate Tao body, don't you? The ancestor of reincarnation chuckled. Let me tell you something else. Among the 10 great immortal emperors of the immortal realm, there is one with the innate Tao body. Do you know how long it took her from the start of her cultivation to become an immortal emperor? How long? Yifei inquired. 8,000 years. The ancestor of reincarnation snorted. That's quite a long time. Yifei exclaimed in surprise. Little brat, do you even understand what a long time means? The ancestor of reincarnation nearly jumped in frustration upon hearing Yifei's outburst. Do you know how long it took the other 9 immortal emperors to reach their level? Over 10 million years, each of them is an ancient monster who has lived for over 10 million years. Do you still think 8,000 years is long? Wow, Yifei couldn't help but curse inwardly. To think that one could achieve the status of an immortal emperor in merely 8,000 years, while the others took over 10 million years, what a staggering difference. Wait a minute, ancestor. She has the innate Tao body, what does that have to do with me? Yifei couldn't help but ask. Why do you think you have such outrageous luck to encounter someone with a transcendent innate Tao body? Do you know that the innate Tao body has another title? The ancestor of reincarnation said. Another title? Yifei blinked in curiosity. Indeed, it is known as the best furnace. The best furnace. Yifei subconsciously repeated. Hey, little brat, even on a planet as spiritually barren as Earth, an innate Tao body can emerge. The immortal realm is vast beyond comprehension, and throughout countless epochs, why has only one innate Tao body managed to flourish? Why? Yifei's curiosity was piqued. Because those with the innate Tao body are often captured and used as furnaces before they even mature. The ancestor of reincarnation lamented, revealing a bloody truth. Using an innate Tao body as a furnace might not allow for cultivation without bottlenecks, but it greatly enhances the understanding of the heavenly Tao for those who utilize it, significantly aiding their breakthroughs. Thus, whenever an innate Tao body appears, all the major sects in the immortal realm go into a frenzy, with even powerful immortal kings and ancient monsters who have been in seclusion for millions of years scrambling to seize them. The ancestor of reincarnation sighed. They are given a transcendent physique, yet their fate is far more arduous. Perhaps this is a form of balance imposed by the heavenly Tao. Now, young man, do you comprehend the value of the innate Tao body? Therefore, you must spare no effort to win her over. Ancestor, you don't mean to suggest that I should use her as a furnace, do you? Yifei's eyes widened in shock. Rascal, what are you thinking? Do you think I am such a despicable person? The ancestor of reincarnation wished he could kick Yifei but lamented that he was merely a fragment of consciousness at present. Only vile and wicked cultivators would stoop to such acts. I would never consider that. Yet, the ancestor's tone suddenly shifted. While you cannot treat her as a furnace, you can engage in dual cultivation with her. Dual cultivation? Yifei blinked in confusion. Precisely, dual cultivation. The ancestor of reincarnation affirmed dual cultivation is distinct from merely taking advantage of another. In dual cultivation, both parties can progress together without harm to either side. Young man, if you engage in dual cultivation with this girl, especially considering her mysterious in physique, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly soar. I've shared all this with you. Do you understand? Remember, you must do everything in your power to win her over, the ancestor of reincarnation insisted firmly. All right, I'll do my best. Yifei replied helplessly. Not just your best, it is a must, the ancestor of reincarnation declared emphatically. Otherwise, you will be betraying your master and ancestors. During the period when the ancestor of reincarnation was recovering from the immortal king tribulation, he was ambushed by rivals, and subsequently besieged by 5 immortal kings, resulting in the shattering of his immortal body. Ultimately, only a fragment of his consciousness managed to escape into the rift of space. Originally, the ancestor of reincarnation had chosen Yifei not to seek revenge, as becoming an immortal king was exceedingly difficult. It required not only talent, perseverance, and great wisdom, but also immense fortune. Among other things, the ancestor merely sought to find a successor to ensure the continuity of his legacy, with no desire for vengeance. However, he had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of Yifei's fortune. First, he encountered an incredibly rare mysterious in physique, then now he had come across an even more extraordinary innate Tao body. The moment the ancestor of reincarnation saw the innate Tao body, he felt a glimmer of hope for revenge, which was enough to excite him. All right, it must be done. Yifei conceded reluctantly. Do not think of it as a burden. By winning her over, you are ultimately doing her a favor. The innate Tao body is far too unique, it is akin to the coveted flesh of the Tangseng from your Earth novels. There must be more than just you as a cultivator on Earth, and should she be discovered by malevolent cultivators, her fate as a furnace will be all but assured. She wouldn't even be able to die peacefully. Thus, our actions are, in truth, a means of saving her. The ancestor of reincarnation cancelled. The exchange between Yifei and the ancestor of reincarnation seemed lengthy, as it transpired entirely in Yifei's mind, yet in reality, it occurred in the blink of an eye. Young Mississippi. Xingjun, upon seeing the girl, promptly greeted her with respect. She smiled in return, and at that moment, she noticed Yifei behind Xingjun. You must be Yifei. Song Qinghua smiled at him and extended her fair, delicate hand. I am Song Qinghua. Song Qinghua. Yifei murmured, suddenly recalling why the name seemed familiar. You are the mysterious and unfathomable one. Song Qinghua was indeed one of the 4 renowned beauties mentioned by Guoliang, known as the mysterious and unfathomable. Mysterious and unfathomable. Song Qinghua blinked in confusion. Seeing her expression, Yifei realized she was unaware of this title attributed to her at Haijo No. 1 High School and was about to explain when a voice interrupted them. Cousin, has the medicine from Grandpa been prepared? A young man in his 20s, with slicked back hair and a flamboyant demeanor, descended the stairs. Upon seeing Yifei beside Xingjun, his brows furrowed. You are the one who saved my grandfather. His tone was flippant, laced with disdain. He doesn't look like much, the young man commented dismissively before turning to Xingjun. Xingjun, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? This kid looks like a country bumpkin, or how could he possibly heal my grandfather? At his words, not only Yifei but also Song Qinghua and Xingjun frowned in disapproval. Master Baifeng, I can assure you that it was this Mr. Yi who saved Song Lao last night, Xingjun explained. So you were present then? Baifeng replied, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Well, Xingjun found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing Xingjun's reaction, Baifeng laughed mockingly. It seems you are not so certain after all. Xingjun, how could you let an unknown person meet my grandfather? Baifeng chided, glaring at Xingjun. I'm glad I intercepted you. What if he had ulterior motives towards my grandfather? Can you bear the responsibility for that? Baifeng, you are being unreasonable. Yifei is my classmate. Song Qinghua interjected with a furrowed brow. Unreasonable. Baifeng raised an eyebrow, laughing derisively. I see nothing unreasonable about it. For the safety of my grandfather, strict measures are necessary. Besides, even if he harbors no ill intent, you should know that this kid hails from the countryside. Who knows what kind of germs or viruses he might carry? After finishing his condescending remarks to Song Qinghua, Baifeng turned his gaze towards Yifei, his expression cold. You may have deceived others elsewhere, but if you think to set your sights on the Song family, I can only say you are courting death. While I still have not changed my mind, you had better get out of here right now. Bai Feng sneered, pointing to the villa's entrance. Why Ife couldn't help but admire the young man's ability to change his demeanor so quickly. However, it seemed that this fellow was rather full of himself. Oh, is this how the Song family treats its saviors? Ife shot a glance at Bai Feng, his tone nonchalant. Savior? You think you deserve that title? Bai Feng burst into laughter. Kid, get out of here right now, or you can only live horizontally. As he spoke, Bai Feng gestured to the two bodyguards stationed at the villa's entrance. The two, understanding his signal, quickly approached Ife, flanking him on either side, their gazes wary, as if guarding against a thief. Bai Feng. Cousin. Simultaneously, Song Qinghua and Xing Jun exclaimed. Enough. I've made up my mind. Bai Feng raised his hand imperiously to silence them. He then turned to Ife and shouted, Kid, are you still not leaving? Hey. Ife wore no trace of anger. Instead, he smiled. He pulled out his phone to check the time and then extended one hand. What, you intend to make a move, kid? I suggest you take a good look at where you are. Bai Feng sneered at Ife's outstretched hand, filled with disdain. Make a move? You are not even worthy of that. Ife scoffed, raising his hand. 5 minutes, no more than 5 minutes, the Song family will be begging for my return. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit. Bai Feng, look at what you've done. Song Qinghua stamped her foot in fury. Despite being the beloved granddaughter of the old man, her youth rendered her powerless in the family. Additionally, her gentle nature meant she had never cared much about family affairs, which resulted in the bodyguards being more inclined to heed Bai Feng than her. Yifei, let Xinggu take you home, Song Qinghua hurriedly called after him. No need. Yifei waved his hand dismissively, not looking back as he rejected her offer. At this moment, he was genuinely furious, regardless of whether Yifei could heal Song Lao's illness. The mere fact that he saved Song Lao's life last night warranted enough respect from the Song family. What did it matter how powerful the Song family was? Yifei had not come to beg them, rather, they were the ones who needed to seek him out to heal Song Lao. Now, after being summoned in the dead of night, the Song family displayed such an attitude. Yifei had already been in the villa for quite some time, yet no one of importance had even shown their face, and instead, a younger generation member had come down to mock him. Realizing this, Yifei understood everything. The Song family clearly did not regard him as significant. Beg you, ha ha ha, Bai Feng laughed uproariously, as if he had had the greatest joke. Kid, you must still be half asleep. He then instructed the two bodyguards keeping a close watch on Yifei. You two, keep a close eye on him. This country bumpkin has never seen the world, make sure he doesn't steal anything. Bai Feng, you have gone too far. Song Qinghua's pretty face turned icy, unable to restrain her scolding. Xing Jun shook his head. Since Yifei had already been driven away by Bai Feng, he felt there was no need to add anything further. However, he internally lamented that Bai Feng was likely to encounter serious trouble today. The scene at the top floor of the Yanxiong Club had left a profound impression on him. Throughout the journey, he had been observing Yifei. From various indications, Xing Jun was certain that Yifei was no ordinary person. Too much. Cousin, you are still young and do not understand the treachery of human hearts. Bai Feng feigned a concerned expression, as if he was acting in the best interest of others. Song Qinghua, uninterested in her self-righteous cousin, turned to ascend the stairs. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Soon, a middle-aged man with a flustered expression came rushing down. It was Song Qinghua's father, Song Jiming. He moved quickly, his face betraying a hint of panic. Dad, how is Grandpa? Uncle, why are you down here? Came the voices of Song Qinghua and Bai Feng. Song Jiming's expression was grave, his brow furrowed with worry. Upon hearing his children's inquiries, he did not respond. Just moments ago, the old man had fallen into unconsciousness once more. Should old Master Song slip into an eternal slumber, the Song family's foundation would be shattered. Ah, Shaoxing, weren't you supposed to fetch that little divine doctor? Has he arrived? Song Jiming's eyes brightened upon seeing Xing Jun in the villa. What divine doctor? Just a charlatan, I already kicked him out. Bai Feng declared loudly. What? Song Jiming was first taken aback, then his expression darkened with fury, nearly dripping with rage. Bai Feng, however, was oblivious to the change in Song Jiming's demeanor and continued to boast about his actions. Hey, uncle, you didn't see it, that kid is just a country bumpkin, probably only 17 or 18 years old. What could he possibly slap? Before Baifeng could finish his sentence, a crisp slap resonated throughout the entire villa. Chapter 32. Teaching disciples is no easy task. At the summit of Tianyun Mountain, within the luxurious manor of the Song family, a conference room buzzed with tension. All the prominent figures of the Song family were present, and among these co-second-generation members, there was an unusual attendee, Baifeng. Baifeng was neither a second-generation member of the Song family nor a central figure among the third generation. His presence here was undoubtedly due to his own reckless actions. At this moment, Baifeng knelt on the floor of the conference room, his head bowed, a picture of despair. No one paid him any heed. All eyes were fixated on the video being projected on the screen. The footage, captured by a surveillance camera, depicted Chen Wan's frantic efforts to save Old Master Song. The video continued to play, soon revealing Yifei's intervention as he employed the 4 symbols needle technique to revive Old Master Song. With a sharp clap, the video paused, freezing on Yifei's face. The lights in the conference room flickered on. Now that everyone has witnessed it, it was this individual, Yifei, who intervened and revived the old man, Song Jiming announced, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly. I had sent Xingjun to summon him on behalf of the old master. Yishao, the divine doctor, was already here, but, pausing momentarily, Song Jiming's gaze turned stern as it swept over Baifeng. It was due to Baifeng's arrogance and self-importance that he took it upon himself to have the bodyguards expel the young doctor. Now, the old master has fallen into a coma once more. The doctors are still attempting to revive him, yet there are no signs of improvement. A heavy silence enveloped the room, the gravity of Song Jiming's barely contained fury palpable in his deep voice. Elder brother, what did the doctors say? A strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s inquired. The doctors have advised us to brace ourselves for the worst, Song Jiming sighed, his eyes shutting heavily. At this, all eyes turned towards the kneeling Baifeng, their gazes filled with a mix of fury and disdain, as if they wished to tear him apart with their bare hands. Why not just find him again? Let him treat the old master, it would be a privilege for him, and I refuse to believe he would dare turn us down. A middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s, coldly remarked. This woman was, in fact, Baifeng's mother. Isn't it just money he wants? The Song family has plenty. How much does he want? 100 million. If that is not enough, make it 200 million. Humph, to be associated with the Song family is a blessing he could only dream of. Does he dare ask for money? He must fear the consequences. Exactly, as long as the Song family calls, those renowned doctors and experts will come rushing. Who does he think he is to threaten us? Isn't he's still a student? Let us pressure his school. I refuse to believe he wouldn't come. The crowd's voices rose in a cacophony, as if the mere act of allowing Yifei to treat Old Master Song was an immense favor that demanded gratitude. Song Jiming shook his head in disbelief. Even at such a critical moment, these individuals could not set aside their pride as members of the Song family. The issue is not whether Yifei will come. Rather, it is that we cannot locate him, he interjected, his tone grave. What? How is that possible? You haven't even searched. How can you claim he cannot be found? Then let us check his residence. The room erupted into chaos. After Yishao left, I had Xingjun pursue him. Unfortunately, it seems he vanished into thin air after exiting the manor. Even Xingjun cannot find a trace. Song Jiming's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Even Xingjun cannot find him. The assembly was taken aback. They were well aware of Xingjun's capabilities. Officially, he was merely Old Master Song's driver, but in reality, he was his personal bodyguard, a retired elite soldier from a special forces unit. The Song family had invested considerable resources to secure his services, and over the years, he had thwarted countless assassination attempts against Old Master Song. The fact that even this adept tracker could not locate Yifei sent ripples of alarm throughout the conference room. Could he have gone home? Someone ventured hesitantly. Impossible. Song Jiming shook his head. Not to mention the short time frame, he could not have returned home. Furthermore, I have already sent someone to his residence. There is no one there. Could he have taken a taxi? Another voice piped up, Baifeng, desperately attempting to make amends for his grave misstep. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd regarded him as if he were a fool. A taxi, in this place, this was the most affluent residential area in Haijo. Not only would a taxi be turned away at the first checkpoint, but given Yifei's unfamiliarity with the area, it was improbable he could catch a ride with anyone. Fool, someone muttered under their breath, the derision audible enough to reach Baifeng's ears. His face flashed crimson, shame and anger overwhelming him. Just then, the door to the conference room burst open. Dad, it's bad, Grandpa. Song Chinghua's pretty face was etched with worry. Hearing this, a sense of dread washed over the assembly, an ominous thought taking root in their minds. Could it be that the old master has already? Song Jiming's eyes widened in horror, his complexion paling, hands trembling. Panic gripped the others as well. Though the Song family was indeed a prestigious lineage in Haizhou, they had only recently risen to prominence, thanks to old master Song Yongchang. He was the pillar of the Song family, their very foundation. Despite having stepped back from family affairs in recent years, old master Song remained the soul of the Song family. As long as he was alive, the family had a steadfast anchor, and adversaries would think twice before making a move. However, if old master Song were to pass, rival factions would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to divide the Song family among themselves, possibly uniting against them. Even a powerful entity like the Song family would struggle to withstand the onslaught of multiple rival factions. Should that day come, the very sky above the Song family would collapse. Not yet. Song Qinghua, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly clarified, Grandpa is still in a coma. It's just half. Relief washed over the crowd at the news that old master Song was still alive. As long as he breathed, adversaries would hesitate to act. However, as they regained their composure, they realized that they were drenched in cold sweat from the mere thought of losing him. Song Qinghua's voice broke through the silence once more. The doctors say Grandpa has at most 12 hours left. If he doesn't awaken by then, I'm afraid. She trailed off, the implication clear to all. Bang! A middle-aged man slammed his fist onto the conference table, voice resolute. We must find that divine doctor, at all costs. Indeed, even if we must turn Haizhou upside down, we will locate him. Mobilize all of the Song family's resources. We must find him within 12 hours. The assembly echoed in agreement. Song Jiming nodded. Since we are all in accord, let us not waste another moment. Remember, spare no effort, and heed no consequences. We must locate Yifei within the next 12 hours. Baifeng, you need not kneel here any longer. Song Jiming cast a glance at Baifeng. Upon hearing this, Baifeng sighed in relief. After kneeling for so long, he felt his knees had lost all sensation. Just as he prepared to rise, Song Jiming's voice cut through the air once more. Go kneel at the entrance of the villa until we find Yi Shao, the divine doctor. Third. Baifeng collapsed back to the ground. The onlookers regarded him with no sympathy. Even his mother dared not intercede amid the collective ire. Once the gathering dispersed from the conference room, they hastened to contact their networks, inquiring about Yifei's whereabouts. That night, Haizhou seemed to erupt into a frenzy. Countless individuals jolted awake by phone calls as they sought a man named Yifei. Unbeknownst to Yifei, the Song family was in turmoil. After leaving the manor, he had not returned home. Instead, he sought refuge in a nearby park, turning off his phone to immerse himself in cultivation. This session lasted the entire night. As dawn broke and Yifei emerged from his meditative state, he noticed the sun had risen. Through a night of cultivation, he found his internal essence had doubled, and his senses had sharpened significantly. He could even see ants scurrying about 100 meters away. Old ancestor, have I now reached the second level of chi refinement? Yifei inquired with excitement. Just the second level of chi refinement, and look at how pleased you are, the voice of the reincarnation ancestor scoffed. Can I now forge jade talismans for Sister Chen Wan? Yifei asked hurriedly. That should be about right. Higi. Yifei chuckled, marveling, the spiritual energy here is indeed abundant. If I could secure a residence here, my cultivation speed would increase dramatically. Kid, what you should be focusing on is not acquiring a residence but winning over that innate Dao body girl, the reincarnation ancestor admonished, frustration evident in his tone. Old ancestor, didn't you say that the Song family would come looking for me? It's been an entire night, why haven't they found me yet? Yifei suddenly questioned, recalling his earlier confidence before leaving. Before Yifei departed, he had dared to speak so boldly because the reincarnation ancestor had already sensed that old master Song's condition was critical and that he would soon lapse into a coma again. Of course they want to find you, but they need to be able to. The reincarnation ancestor chuckled, by now, the Song family is likely in chaos. Huh? Yifei was taken aback, how could this be? Humph, that old codger from the Song family has mere hours left to live. Do you think they aren't anxious? The reincarnation ancestor laughed, if I hadn't concealed your trail, that driver would have found you already. Understanding dawned upon Yifei, the reason the Song family could not locate him was due to the reincarnation ancestor's interference. Old ancestor, why would you do this? Yifei asked, puzzled. Why? The reincarnation ancestor huffed, isn't it for your benefit? If I don't apply some pressure on those young Song family members, do you think they would take you seriously? How would you ever get close to that innate Dao body girl? After finishing, the reincarnation ancestor sighed helplessly. Teaching disciples is truly no easy task. It seems I must also play matchmaker. Yifei remained speechless. So, what should I do now, old ancestor? Yifei inquired. The old man from the Song family won't die just yet. Do as you please, the reincarnation ancestor replied nonchalantly, but I must warn you, the Song family's influence is considerable. Once you step outside, they will likely discover you swiftly. You, an ancient being who has lived for who knows how many millennia, still have the audacity to call others old. Yifei inwardly grumbled. As this thought crossed his mind, the reincarnation ancestor's furious roar echoed in his ears. You little rascal, what did you just say? Chapter 33 No pain, no gain indeed. Just as the ancestor of reincarnation anticipated, as soon as Yifei exited the park, he was spotted by the bodyguards of the Song family who were searching for him, and the news was swiftly communicated via walkie-talkie. In no time, a throng of individuals surged towards Yifei. The forefront was Song Qinghua's father, Song Jiming. Approaching Yifei, Song Jiming wore an expression of sincerity as he said, "Young divine Dr. Yi, please forgive the neglect shown by the Song family last night." Upon finishing his words, he turned sharply and barked, "Why are you still not coming forward to apologize to young divine Dr. Yi?" As Song Jiming's voice echoed, a figure sluggishly emerged from the rear of the crowd. It was Baifeng. At this moment, Baifeng had shed all the arrogance he had displayed the previous night. He appeared as wilted as a frost-bitten eggplant, his attire still the same as the night prior, and his knees were caked with dust. It was evident that Baifeng had remained kneeling since Yifei's departure, and only when the Song family learned of Yifei's whereabouts were they able to bring him along. Had they not found Yifei, Baifeng would likely still be kneeling at the villa's entrance. "Why, young divine Dr. Yi, I implore you to forgive my disrespect from yesterday." Baifeng, reluctantly summoned by Song Jiming, stammered. "Your apology seems devoid of sincerity," Yifei remarked, smacking his lips as he spoke slowly. He harbored no illusions about Baifeng's genuine intent to apologize. "Get down on your knees," Song Jiming bellowed in anger. "What?" Baifeng turned, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Song Jiming. Baifeng was a third-generation member of the Song family, the direct grandson of Song Lao, and the nephew of Song Jiming. The fact that he could apologize to Yifei was already a significant concession. However, now Song Jiming demanded that he kneel before this country bumpkin in front of so many onlookers. The humiliation was unbearable. Bang! A bodyguard, signaled by Song Jiming, delivered a swift kick to Baifeng's knee, causing him to stumble and collapse before Yifei. The force of the impact made his knee crash against the ground, eliciting a pained cry from him. "Apologize," Song Jiming commanded coldly. More members of the Song family arrived, yet none spoke up to plead for Baifeng. They all understood that if Yifei's forgiveness was not secured in the shortest possible time, the patriarch of the Song family would be beyond saving. Should Song Lao pass away, the entire structure of the family would be at risk, and other powerful families in Haijiao might conspire to seize the Song family's assets. Baifeng's mother had also arrived, yet she merely watched in silence from the crowd, too fearful to approach the front. Baifeng's expression was a mix of shame and rage. His teeth nearly ground to dust as he glared at Yifei, wishing he could tear him apart right then and there, yet, at that moment, he dared not act. "Do you despise me so much that you wish to eliminate me?" Yifei scanned Baifeng with indifference, speaking nonchalantly. Baifeng felt a jolt of shock. How could Yifei possibly know his thoughts? Just as he was about to retort, Yifei continued, "No need to deny it. I relish the sight of your frustration, knowing you cannot do anything about it. Baifeng, indeed, yesterday I was disrespectful to you, young divine doctor. I sincerely apologize and hope for your forgiveness." Baifeng lowered his head, wishing to conceal the hatred in his eyes, speaking through gritted teeth. However, his mind was already concocting ways to retaliate against Yifei. As soon as Yifei healed Song Lao, his significance to the Song family would diminish. At that point, as a third-generation core member of the Song family, dealing with Yifei would be a trivial matter. Although Baifeng remained kneeling, his thoughts were already racing with schemes to inflict the maximum humiliation upon Yifei. "Very well, I forgive you," Yifei replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the members of the Song family collectively exhaled, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Baifeng, suddenly invigorated, urged Yifei, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and treat my grandfather." Cure what illness?" Yifei feigned confusion. "You fickle brat." Baifeng's anger surged as he pointed an accusatory finger at Yifei. Had he endured such humiliation just to have Yifei feign ignorance about treating the elder, all his suffering would be rendered meaningless. I only agreed to forgive you, I never promised to treat Song Lao, Yifei retorted, a mocking smile creeping across his face as he regarded the now furious Bai Feng. The members of the Song family paused, finally grasping Yifei's implication. He had indeed only promised to forgive Bai Feng, not to treat Song Lao, and they had assumed too much. I've already knelt to apologize, what more do you want? Bai Feng shouted in frustration at Yifei. Yifei scoffed coldly, narrowing his eyes at Bai Feng. Do you really think I am oblivious to your intentions? Your apology is merely a result of coercion. In your heart, you probably loathe me. Once I heal Song Lao, you might have your bodyguards apprehend me and drag me off to some unknown location. Bai Feng's face paled in horror. He had not anticipated Yifei would so accurately discern his thoughts. That was indeed his plan. What? The other members of the Song family gasped in shock, instinctively glancing at Bai Feng. Upon witnessing his ghostly expression, they quickly understood the situation. Impudent fool. Song Jiming cursed furiously, wishing he could rush forward and kick his foolish nephew to death. He failed to consider that if Yifei were to heal Song Lao, he would owe him 2 lives, and given Song Lao's character of gratitude, who would dare to harm Yifei? Moreover, even without Song Lao's backing, Yifei's extraordinary medical skills would make it unwise for the Song family to offend him. I propose that Bai Feng be stripped of all rights as a co-member of the 3rd generation of the Song family. He is to be relieved of all positions within the Song family enterprises. From this day forth, Bai Feng shall not hold any role in the Song family's industries, nor may he claim to be a member of the Song family in public. Song Jiming declared coldly before the gathered crowd. What? Bai Feng could not contain his shock, crying out in disbelief. As a co-member of the 3rd generation, he managed 3 publicly listed companies at a young age, raking in billions each month. This was merely the financial aspect. His status as a 3rd generation member of the Song family granted him immense respect and admiration throughout Haijo. Song Jiming's proposal was akin to expelling Bai Feng from the Song family altogether. Aside from the monthly allowance, he would no longer have any association with the family. He was no longer the young master of the Song family. No longer the young executive managing hundreds of billions in assets, but rather a mere scion, reduced to living off a meager monthly allowance, with no opportunities for resurgence. While a monthly allowance of $1 million might seem substantial to others, for Bai Feng, it was akin to plummeting from paradise to the depths of hell. However, the following words from the crowd revealed to him the true meaning of despair. Seconded, a stern-faced middle-aged man declared coldly. For years, Bai Feng has abused his position within the Song family to commit various misdeeds. I suggest the Family Oversight Committee launch a thorough investigation into Bai Feng. This man was older than Song Jiming, the son of Song Jiming's. The final speaker was none other than Bai Feng's mother. Mother! Bai Feng cried out, feeling his entire body tremble. The reckless deeds he had committed over the years warranted multiple death sentences under the law. If the Oversight Committee investigated him, all his transgressions would be unearthed, and he would inevitably face the family's punitive measures. Though he would not face death, the repercussions of his misdeeds would render him completely marginalized within the family, leaving him with no chance for redemption. The middle-aged woman, weary in demeanor, cast a glance at Bai Feng before closing her eyes. Feng, you truly lack understanding. From now on, simply enjoy your life as a wealthy scion. Third. Bai Feng collapsed to the ground, engulfed by a tide of regret. He bitterly lamented why he had not sincerely apologized to Yifei earlier. He regretted plotting revenge against Yifei when their grievances were not so grave. But it was all too late. He had irreparably damaged his own future. No pain, no gain. He had destroyed his own prospects with his own hands. Young divine Dr. Yi, are you satisfied with this outcome? Rest assured, Bai Feng will no longer be able to utilize any resources from the Song family. He poses no threat to you. Furthermore, I can assure you that from now on, you shall be a distinguished guest of the Song family. Anyone who dares to harm you will be considered my enemy, and it will be a matter of life and death. Song Jiming spoke with unwavering conviction. Life and death. The 2nd generation co-members of the Song family were taken aback by Song Jiming's words, staring at him in disbelief. His statement effectively bound the Song family to Yifei. Yifei was merely a poor student. No matter how exceptional his medical skills, did he truly merit such protection from the Song family? Second. Jiming? A chorus of voices clamored to voice their doubts. Enough. Song Jiming waved his hand, silencing them. As the acting head of the family, I have made my decision. You are to execute it. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances but refrained from voicing further objections. Song Jiming was the acting head of the Song family, a position designated by Song Lao upon learning of his terminal illness, intended to prevent internal strife should anything happen to him. Though Song Jiming was not the eldest among the second-generation core members, nor the one with the most contributions to the family, he had always been diligent and had never acted unilaterally on significant matters. They had never anticipated that the first order he would issue as the acting head of the family would be this. Yifei, too, felt a stir of emotion. Song Jiming was unaware of Yifei's true identity as a cultivator. Moreover, at that moment, Song Jiming was still uncertain whether Yifei could indeed heal Song Lao. In such circumstances, for Song Jiming to make such a declaration was truly remarkable. "Hey, your future father-in-law is quite formidable." The ancestor of reincarnation's light laughter resonated in Yifei's ears. Future father-in-law, Yifei nearly stumbled upon hearing the ancestor of reincarnation's words. What was this absurdity? He had not even met Song Qinghua, so how could her father be considered his future father-in-law? The longer he knew the ancestor of reincarnation, the more he realized how eccentric the being was. Just as Yifei was about to inquire why the ancestor of reincarnation deemed Song Jiming remarkable, a figure rushed through the crowd towards him. "Dad, it seems Grandpa is not going to make it," Song Qinghua said, her delicate face etched with urgency. Chapter 34. I sincerely apologize for disappointing you. At the summit of Tianyun Mountain, within the Song family villa, Yifei, guided by Song Qinghua, made his way directly to the room of Old Master Song. The spacious hospital room, exceeding 100 square meters, was furnished with an array of high-end medical equipment, surpassing even that of a hospital in terms of completeness and advancement. "Who are you, and who permitted your entry?" The attending physician, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, exuded an air of arrogance that was hard to conceal, even behind a mask. Upon noticing Yifei, who followed closely behind Song Qinghua, he bellowed, "Get out of here." Yifei frowned but chose to disregard him, instead turning his attention to Old Master Song on the bed. At that moment, Old Master Song lay with his eyes tightly shut, his face taking on a bluish-gray hue, and his breathing barely perceptible. Were it not for the nearby heart monitor, many might mistakenly believe that the figure on the bed was merely a lifeless corpse. The 5 elements are reversed, and the 3 souls and 7 spirits are adrift. Fortunately, the fetal light soul has not dissipated. There is still hope. Yifei murmured. "Hey, kid, did you hear me?" The attending physician, infuriated by Yifei's indifference, raised his voice, preparing to have him forcefully removed. However, upon turning, he spotted Song Jiming and others who had accompanied Yifei. "Mr. Song, what brings you here?" The middle-aged physician stammered in disbelief. Song Jiming nodded at the physician in acknowledgement before directing his urgent gaze at Yifei, saying, "Dr. Yi, what do you see? These devices are pointless. Remove them all." Yifei gestured dismissively at the chaotic array of intravenous lines and tubes attached to Old Master Song. "You insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" The attending physician's anger flared at Yifei's words. Before Yifei could respond, Song Jiming shot the physician a fierce glare and commanded, "What are you waiting for? Remove all of this at once." "What?" The physician gasped in shock, incredulous. "Mr. Song, Old Master Song's life depends on these machines. If you remove them, the consequences would be dire. If these machines were effective, Old Master Song would not be lying here in this state," Yifei replied, shaking his head. The physician was momentarily rendered speechless, choking on his indignation. "Do you even understand medicine? These are the most advanced instruments in the world, you likely can't even name them, yet you dare to claim they are useless." "I may not know the names of these instruments," Yifei considered, without waiting for the physician to continue his derision, "but I can save Old Master Song." "Arrogant. Do you even comprehend the illness Old Master Song suffers from? It's brain cancer. The human brain is a sacred domain. Brain cancer remains a global conundrum. You, a mere inexperienced youth, dare to assert you can cure him." The physician mocked loudly. "I say I can cure him, and I will. If you refuse to remove these devices, so be it. I'm in no rush," Yifei replied nonchalantly, "but it seems Old Master Song doesn't have much time left. You are to remove them, so do it. Stop wasting time." Song Jiming, feeling a pang of anxiety at Yifei's words, ordered sternly. "Mr. Song, you are jeopardizing Old Master Song's life," the physician shouted reluctantly. He began to dismantle the equipment, leaving the heart monitor in a feigned oversight. The physician's little ploy did not escape Yifei's notice, but he chose not to address it. "Dr. Yi, may we remain here to observe?" At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward to inquire. This man was Song Jiming's cousin, who had previously suggested a thorough investigation into Baifeng. The others also turned their eyes toward Yifei, their expressions hinting at anticipation. Even Baifeng, who was to be investigated, entered the room, curious to witness Yifei's treatment. "That's fine, as long as you remain silent," Yifei replied without turning around, retrieving silver needles from his bag. "Humph, what a show. I am eager to see how you intend to cure old Master Song." The attending physician sneered, choosing not to depart just yet, instead crossing his arms to watch Yifei's folly. Upon seeing Yifei produce a bag of silver needles from a wooden box, the physician could not contain his scorn. "Is your treatment method acupuncture? Humph, I am familiar with traditional Chinese acupuncture. It is merely useless trickery that cannot cure ailments." Yifei ignored him, extracting a 6-inch-long silver needle just as he was about to insert it into old Master Song's Zhento acupoint. That untimely voice rang out once more. "Unsterilized silver needles. Aren't you worried about bacterial infection?" The attending physician's words sounded like a warning, yet dripped with mockery and disdain. He added, "Truly unprofessional." Yifei's movements paused momentarily as he turned his gaze towards the physician, his expression growing icy. It seemed this man had not fully grasped the gravity of his earlier statements. "Speak another word, and I will have you removed." Song Jiming's face darkened as he issued a stern warning to the middle-aged physician. The physician had never witnessed such severity from Song Jiming before, and his face paled in fear as he stammered, I was merely reminding him. My needles do not require sterilization." Yifei said calmly, swiftly piercing the silver needle into old Master Song's Zhento acupoint. After this needle was inserted, Yifei's movements became a blur, with silver needles appearing and disappearing in his hands at an astonishing speed. Even as the onlookers strained their eyes, they could only catch fleeting shadows, unable to discern how Yifei performed the acupuncture. By the time Yifei withdrew his hands, numerous silver needles adorned old Master Song's body, appearing chaotic and haphazard, akin to the erratic work of a child. At this moment, Yifei produced another silver needle, this one measuring a full 8 inches, thinner than a strand of hair. As Yifei infused it with his true essence, the needle became rigid in an instant. This time, Yifei's movements were slower and more deliberate as he positioned the needle at the Baihui acupoint on old Master Song's head. Those present, upon recognizing the acupoint, widened their eyes in shock, instinctively covering their mouths to suppress any sound. The Baihui acupoint, good heavens, he actually intends to insert this 8-inch-long silver needle into the top of the head. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about acupoints would know that the Baihui acupoint is a little point on the human body. The slight miscalculation could result in grave consequences, yet, here was Yifei, audaciously attempting to pierce the Baihui acupoint with an 8-inch needle. Had he not previously saved old Master Song's life, they might have suspected he was here to end it. At the moment the silver needle penetrated the Baihui acupoint, Yifei's true essence surged into old Master Song's body. Buzz, the previously motionless silver needles began to vibrate, a chain reaction igniting as dozens of needles trembled, emitting a faint humming sound, reminiscent of a dragon's chant. Then, as if scorched by fire, the needles transformed into a brilliant crimson hue. Oh! Finally, one individual could no longer contain their astonishment and cried out. However, no one reprimanded the speaker. All attention was riveted on the needles, their eyes wide with wonder. Was this magic? No, it was a miracle. The same thought surged through everyone's minds, yet their astonishment was far from over. The vibrating needles began to form a pattern at the points of contact with old Master Song's clothing, gradually revealing the image of a azure dragon, gracefully undulating, lifelike and vivid. Then, with a flick of its tail, the azure dragon vanished into old Master Song's body, disappearing from sight. At that moment, as the dragon disappeared, a collective sigh escaped the lips of the observers. It was as if they had not witnessed acupuncture, but rather a breathtaking artistic performance, leaving them with an inexplicable sense of longing. Swish! Yifei retracted the 8-inch needle, and a jet of black blood erupted from old Master Song's Baihui acupoint. Yifei wiped the needle clean before gathering the remaining silver needles from old Master Song's body. As Yifei finished collecting the needles, old Master Song showed no sign of awakening. Please don't wake up. Don't wake up. Baifeng's eyes were fixed on old Master Song, his mind racing with anxious prayers. He had been thoroughly ruined by Yifei. Regardless of whether old Master Song awoke or not, he was doomed never to rise again. Yet, if old Master Song did not awaken, it would mean that Yifei had effectively killed him. At that point, the enraged Song family would surely tear Yifei to shreds. Whether it was Baifeng's desperate wish that summoned fate, just as the crowd waited anxiously, the heart monitor suddenly blared an ear-piercing alarm. Beep beep. The parabola displayed on the screen transformed into an erratic straight line, the heart rate reading shockingly 0. Had he failed, the expressions of the song family members shifted dramatically, their faces turning pale, filled with sorrow. Haha, he hasn't awakened, kid, it's over for you. In his joy, Baifeng could not contain himself, shouting with unrestrained glee. Yifei paid no heed to Baifeng, instead turning to Old Master Song, and suddenly bellowed, awaken. Buzz, the previously motionless Old Master Song, at Yifei's booming command, sat upright as if jolted back to life. Wow! A mouthful of black blood erupted from Old Master Song's lips. In an instant, the room was filled with the foul stench of rotten eggs. After expelling this black blood, Old Master Song's tightly shut eyes gradually opened. Old Master Song hasn't awakened, and you seem quite pleased. Yifei glanced at Baifeng and said coolly, I regret to inform you that you've been sorely disappointed. The members of the Song family, now fully aware of the situation, turned their wrathful gazes toward Baifeng. Baifeng's expression turned vacant as he plummeted to the ground, his mind consumed by a singular thought, it's over, it's all over now. Chapter 35 The time has come. Upon exiting Old Song's hospital room, Yifei had just powered on his phone when a call came in. To his surprise, it was Chen Wan's number. He quickly answered. Xiao Fei, why is it that your phone is always unreachable? Chen Wan's voice came through, tinged with a hint of concern. Feeling the warmth of Chen Wan's genuine care, Yifei's heart softened. He fabricated a small lie, saying, oh, my phone ran out of battery and shut down. I forgot to charge it. Did you need something, Sister Chen? Can you please omit the word something? Chen Wan replied with a playful laugh. Next Monday is the mock exam, then everyone is busy reviewing at school this weekend. Where have you been? Yifei was reluctant to let his secret be revealed, even to those closest to him, as he could not explain the reasons behind his transformation. Moreover, regarding the matter of the reincarnation ancestor, he had been expressly warned against disclosing any details. Thus, he concocted another lie. I haven't been home in a long time, so I decided to visit this weekend, Yifei said. I see. Chen Wan's tone softened at his words. She was aware that Yifei's home was in the countryside, quite a distance from Haijiao City, making such a trip a considerable endeavor. I had planned to tutor you this weekend, but since you're home, I suppose that's out of the question, Chen Wan continued. Suddenly, her voice faltered, and she added, I heard that you made a bet with Teacher Zhao in front of the whole class. Ma'am. Yifei nodded in acknowledgement. The tale of his wager with the homeroom teacher had spread throughout the school, thanks to the intentional gossip of his classmates and the teacher herself, so Chen Wan's knowledge of it was unsurprising. Considering your past academic performance, it won't be easy to place in the top 100 in the upcoming mock exam, Chen Wan said, her voice laced with concern. Indeed, it won't be easy. Yifei concurred. If he was still the same Yifei as before, the prospect of achieving such a ranking would be nothing short of a Herculean challenge. However, the current Yifei was no longer the same. He was now a cultivator. His comprehension, memory, and logical reasoning abilities had all reached an unparalleled level. Perhaps I could plead with Teacher Zhao on your behalf. After all, Chen Wan cautiously probed, wary of treading on Yifei's sensitive emotions. With a light chuckle, Yifei replied, no need, Sister Chen. I will study hard these next few days, and I am confident that my results will be commendable. As long as you believe in yourself, Chen Wan said softly, though inwardly she sighed. Yifei was unaware that, upon learning of his wager with Zhao Yun, Chen Wan had already approached the teacher. Unfortunately, she was met with a stern refusal and a few sarcastic remarks that advised to mind her own business. Chen Wan's suggestion was merely a test to gauge Yifei's willingness to seek assistance, and it appeared that neither party was inclined to yield. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yifei ended the call, oblivious to the pair of snake-like eyes observing him intently, absorbing every word he had spoken. Doctor. Yi, a voice called out, breaking the moment. Oh, Mr. Song, is there something you need? Yifei asked, surprised. Actually, no, well, yes, Song Jiming stumbled over his words, his excitement barely contained. In the brief time Yifei had been away, Old Song had regained the ability to speak. Had it not been for the need for a full examination, he would likely be walking by now. Doctor. Yi, you are truly remarkable. My father has awakened and his consciousness has returned to normal, Song Jiming exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Yes, Yifei nodded. Old Song's body is still somewhat weak and will require a period of recuperation, but I trust you understand this. No need, no need. Song Jiming waved his hand dismissively. The family's nutritionist would naturally provide a comprehensive plan for Old Song's recovery. In his eyes, Ife had already attained the status of a miraculous healer, and such minor matters did not warrant troubling him. As they conversed, a middle-aged attending physician emerged, his face alight with excitement. "Mr. Song, it's a miracle. The cancer cells in Old Song's body have completely vanished. His health is now even better than that of an average young person," the physician exclaimed, nearly shouting. He was eager to share this extraordinary news with the world. What had he witnessed? Cancer cells, the most formidable of diseases, particularly those affecting the brain, had been eradicated by a youth not yet 20, through acupuncture. The physician's eyes lit up as he spotted Ife beside Song Jiming. With a sudden thud, he knelt before Ife, arms outstretched, ready to embrace his leg, shouting, "Immortal doctor, you are a true miracle worker. Please forgive my previous disrespect. I wish to learn acupuncture from you." Ife sidestepped the man's enthusiastic lunge. He was not accustomed to being embraced by unfamiliar men, particularly one whose appearance was less than appealing. "My acupuncture is rather unique. You won't be able to learn it," Ife replied coolly. He was not being overly protective. His four symbols needle technique could only be employed by cultivators. Even if an ordinary person memorized the steps of acupuncture, without the infusion of true essence, it would be nothing more than imitation, yielding no real results. "Oh." The attending physician's face fell, disappointment etched across it. "Father." At that moment, Song Qinghua emerged from the hospital room, calling out to Song Jiming, her gaze shifting curiously to Ife. "What is it, Qinghua?" Song Jiming inquired. "Grandfather wishes to see Ife," Song Qinghua informed him, her eyes returning to Ife, as if seeking his consent. "Old Song wishes to see me." Ife raised an eyebrow but nodded in agreement. As Ife followed Song Qinghua into the room, Old Song had already changed out of his hospital gown and donned a set of white leisure attire for practice, looking invigorated, his previous frailty completely absent. "Hello, Old Song, I am Ife," he greeted with a smile. Old Song scrutinized Ife, noting his unwavering gaze and the absence of fear typically shown to someone of his stature, only respect for an elder shone in his eyes. This prompted a hearty laugh from Old Song. "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth." Old Song nodded, clearly pleased with Ife. "Young friend, he has saved my life twice. I have only now the opportunity to express my gratitude, which is truly remiss of me." "You are too kind, Old Song," Ife replied nonchalantly. But young friend, yes, selfless generosity is a rare and admirable quality. However, I am not one to forget kindness," Old Song insisted. While Ife smiled lightly, the Song family held little of value for him, yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, the voice of the reincarnation ancestor echoed in his ears. "Kid, why do you think there is nothing worth your pursuit? The innate Tao body beside you is precisely that." Feigning ignorance to the reincarnation ancestor's words, Ife caused the ancient being to seethe with frustration. However, the ancestor understood that should Ife dare propose such a request, the kind-faced elder before him would likely turn hostile and have Ife expelled from the room. His remarks were merely a reminder. "What do you think of this estate, young friend?" Old Song queried, breaking the silence. "This place?" Ife glanced around casually and nodded. "It is indeed quite nice, but alas, it is not mine." Indeed, the spiritual energy here was far denser than in other locations. Originally, Ife had anticipated it would take him about a week to break through to the second layer of chi refinement, yet after just one day of cultivation on this mountain, he had already achieved that milestone. If he could cultivate here daily in the future, his progress would accelerate significantly. "The time has come." Old Song chuckled softly. What?" Two voices echoed simultaneously, one belonging to Ife, the other to Song Qinghua. At that moment, Song Qinghua gazed at her grandfather in astonishment. While Ife may not have grasped the value of the estate, she was acutely aware this manor was unparalleled throughout Haijo, situated in the finest location. Just the land alone was worth billions. The Song family had invested considerable effort into constructing this estate, using only the finest materials sourced from around the globe. Historically, aside from Song Qinghua, the other younger generations of the Song family were not permitted to enter the estate without Old Song's permission. This alone demonstrated Old Song's deep affection for the property. Bai Feng had only been allowed entry due to Old Song's illness, which had relaxed the usual restrictions. Yesterday, when Ife first entered the villa, Bai Feng had insulted him, eager to establish himself as the master of the house. Should this estate be put up for sale, even if a price of 20 billion were declared, numerous factions would rush to claim it. Now, this manor represented not just monetary value but also a symbol of status. Even Song Qinghua, with her serene disposition, could not help but exclaim in surprise at Old Song's intention to gift the estate to Yifei. Old Song, you are far too generous. This is your residence, and such a gift is far too extravagant. Yifei exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head in refusal. Although he was unaware of the estate's true worth, he recognized its significant value. If young friend Yi is concerned that I will be left without a place to stay, there is no need for such worry, Old Song chuckled, shaking his head. In truth, this is not my home. Yifei looked at Old Song, puzzled. My actual residence is at the foot of the mountain. This place merely serves as my convalescent site. Now that I have recovered, it holds no further purpose, Old Song explained with a smile. While this estate may be worth a considerable sum, it pales in comparison to my life. I believe that gifting this manor to you, young friend, is hardly a significant gesture. Old Song, Yifei began to refuse, but Old Song interrupted him with a wave of his hand. There is no need for you to decline, young friend. This estate may be suitable for a young person, but for an old fellow like me, it feels rather empty and lacks vitality, far less comfortable than my home at the foot of the mountain. Upon finishing, Old Song turned to Song Qinghua, instructing, Qinghua, please go outside and inform them that it is my command. All Song family members are to vacate this estate within a day. From now on, this manor belongs to young friend Yi. No one is permitted to enter without his permission, and any violations will be dealt with according to family rules. Yes, grandfather, Song Qinghua replied, nodding as she left to deliver the message. Yifei could only smile wryly, conceding, then I must thank Old Song. Chapter 36. Oh my, it turns out I was deceived. Upon exiting Old Song's hospital room, Yifei found himself unfamiliar with the manor, relying on Song Qinghua to guide him to the bedroom for rest. As they walked, Yifei noticed numerous members of the Song family bustling about, energetically loading packages and luggage into vehicles for transport. Upon spotting Yifei behind Song Qinghua, their movements came to an abrupt halt, and they collectively turned to gaze at him, their expressions a mix of curiosity and intrigue. It was evident that they had already received the news relayed by Song Qinghua. Yifei, not wishing to be the subject of their scrutiny, hastened his steps to evade their stares. Throughout the journey, Song Qinghua frequently glanced at Yifei, her gaze tinged with curiosity. Yifei, I find myself quite intrigued. You are around my age, yet possess such remarkable medical skills. Moreover, as far as I know, your academic performance at school seems less than distinguished. Unable to contain her curiosity, Song Qinghua inquired, pausing momentarily and opting for the phrase less than distinguished to spare Yifei's pride. Yifei chuckled softly at her words, for he was acutely aware that his academic standing was, in fact, the lowest in his year. Less than distinguished hardly seemed an appropriate description. Just as he was about to respond, the voice of the reincarnation ancestor echoed in his ear. Kid, hurry, make your move on her, woo her. Yifei found himself at a loss for words upon hearing the reincarnation ancestor's urging. He realized that since the ancestor discovered Song Qinghua was a heavenly Tao body, the ancestor had become significantly more animated than before. Previously, the ancestor displayed a disdainful attitude towards most matters, only offering a few words of guidance when Yifei encountered difficulties, often accompanied by a jab at him. However, now Yifei sensed that the ancestor had a penchant for playful banter. Rather than feeling repulsed, he found this new side of the ancestor rather endearing. Though the ancestor had not explicitly stated his impatience, Yifei could sense it, prompting him to devote nearly all his spare time to cultivation. Such thoughts did not escape the ancestor's perception, and he was currently seething with indignation. You insolent brat, did you just call me cute? Am I in any way associated with cuteness? And what on earth is a fool? The ancestor scolded in frustration, though his tone betrayed a hint of satisfaction, and he ceased to press Yifei to pursue Song Qinghua further. Yifei instinctively shook his head with a smile, knowing he dared not explain the meaning of fool to the ancestor. As long as he refrained from thinking about it, the ancestor would remain oblivious, unless, of course, he chose to scan Yifei's memories with his divine consciousness, which would deplete his own energy and cause a slight detriment to Yifei. Such an act was certainly beneath the ancestor. What are you laughing at? Song Qinghua, noticing his silence and the smile on his face, furrowed her delicate brows and inquired. Oh, nothing, Yifei replied, having been conversing with the ancestor and not wishing to divulge that to Song Qinghua. Humph, fine, if you won't say, then I shan't bother asking, she huffed lightly, gesturing towards the bedroom ahead. That is your room. You may enter on your own. I shan't escort you further. With that, she huffed at him once more before turning to leave, were the Song family to witness their serene and elegant little princess throwing a minor tantrum in front of Yifei, they would undoubtedly be astonished, jaws dropped in disbelief. Is this truly our little fairy? Seems she's upset. Yifei mused to himself, watching Song Qinghua's retreating figure with a blink. What do you mean seems? That little girl is undeniably angry. The ancestor retorted, still irked by Yifei's earlier characterization of him as cute. Following that, the ancestor erupted into hearty laughter. Who would have thought that beneath your seemingly dull exterior, you possess a certain charm in courting women? Not bad at all, you display a semblance of the prowess I once had in my youth. Ha, what did you say, ancestor? Yifei queried, a look of confusion crossing his face as he felt utterly bewildered by Seeing Yifei's reaction, the ancestor grew increasingly exasperated, muttering, damn it, so you really are oblivious. After that, no matter how much Yifei pressed for clarification, the ancestor remained silent, seemingly irked by Yifei's dim-wittedness. Yifei, resigned, entered his room to cultivate. Since advancing to the second level of Qi cultivation, the true essence within him had more than doubled. Although utilizing the four symbols needle technique had become somewhat easier, the acupuncture session he performed on Old Song still left him feeling somewhat fatigued. For the remainder of the day, Yifei remained sequestered in his bedroom, even having meals delivered to him, which the Song family, believing he was expending considerable energy to heal Old Song, dared not disturb. Old Song further instructed all family members to be cautious and silent during their move, ensuring they did not disrupt Yifei. It was not until evening that someone knocked on his door again. To his surprise, it was Song Qinghua. As it turned out, the Song family had nearly completed their relocation, and Song Qinghua had come to bid Yifei farewell. Naturally, Yifei felt embarrassed to linger in the bedroom any longer, so he exited to say his goodbyes to Old Song and the others. After escorting them out of the manor, he returned to his room to continue his cultivation. In the deep of night, at 2 o'clock in the morning, atop Tianyun Mountain. The Song family manor had now become Yifei's private estate. Within Yifei's bedroom lay a jadeite the size of a chicken egg, a piece of imperial green he had cut from a stone at the gambling shop a few days prior. Ancestor, can I start refining spirit talismans now? Yifei inquired internally. Almost, the ancestor replied, his tone lacking enthusiasm. A mere Lotia spirit talisman hardly piqued his interest. However, Yifei felt a twinge of nervousness mingled with trepidation and excitement. I will transmit the method for refining spirit talismans to you. Practice it on your own, the ancestor stated, and suddenly, a memory materialized in Yifei's mind. Ha, ancestor, are you not going to guide me through the process? Yifei asked, somewhat dazed after absorbing the memory. The ancestor fell silent for a moment before responding earnestly, listen closely, brat, some things must be practiced by you personally, others cannot substitute for your experience. If I were to assist you now, you might succeed in refining a spirit talisman effortlessly. However, you would miss the opportunity to gain practical experience and accumulate knowledge, ultimately stifling your potential. While the repercussions may not be evident now, in the future, your growth will be severely hindered. Even if you do manage to grow, you would merely be a flower in a greenhouse, easily crushed. Yifei had never before had such solemn counsel from the ancestor. His expression turned serious as he nodded, Ancestor, I understand. What you are to refine is merely the simplest initial tier spirit talisman, inscribing Ain Grab formation within it will suffice. This piece of jadeite is ample enough for you to fail several times, so proceed fearlessly, the ancestor encouraged, his tone imbued with warmth. While Yifei pressed his lips together and nodded, then diligently began the process of refining the spirit jade according to the method in his memory. The ancestor had spoken lightly of it, but Yifei soon discovered just how challenging it truly was to refine what he thought was merely a simple initial tier spirit talisman. Yifei sliced the imperial green into 5 pieces using his true essence, yet by the end of the first night, he had already wasted 3 of them. Throughout the weekend, Yifei remained sequestered, engrossed in refining spirit talismans, until darkness enveloped the sky. After discarding yet another piece of imperial green, he finally succeeded with the last remaining piece. Ha ha! I did it, I finally succeeded. Yifei exclaimed, cradling the final piece of imperial green with excitement. You actually managed to refine it? The ancestor's voice chimed in, tinged with unmasked surprise. In truth, he had not expected Yifei to successfully refine a talisman on his first attempt using just these 5 pieces of jadeite. His encouragement for Yifei to undertake the task was merely to allow him to accumulate experience through failure. He had not held out much hope for success. To his astonishment, Yifei had indeed succeeded. Ancestor, what do you think? Is it inscribed with the in-grab formation? Have I succeeded? Yifei asked, carefully holding the talisman in his hands. This piece of imperial green had been sculpted by Yifei into the shape of a small mouse, a nod to Chen Wan's zodiac sign, which happened to be that of the rat. Imperial green was already the finest quality of jadeite, and now, inscribed with the in-grab formation by Yifei, it appeared even more vibrant and stunning than polished jade. Furthermore, this talisman, imbued with the in-grab formation, possessed the ability to absorb dark-in energy and offered protection against extreme temperatures, making it an invaluable treasure. As for the craftsmanship of the mouse, well, that was another story altogether. Yes, it is indeed a success, though it is rather unappealing. The ancestor nodded, before adding a parting shot at Yifei. Higi. Upon receiving the ancestor's confirmation, Yifei couldn't help but beam with delight, choosing to overlook the ancestor's remark about its lack of aesthetic appeal. Having never studied carving techniques, he felt quite pleased with his ability to shape the jadeite into a recognizable form, despite acknowledging that the mouse looked somewhat less than charming. Ancestor, how many times did you fail when you first learned to create talismans? Yifei suddenly recalled something and asked. Me? Who do you think I am? Naturally, I succeeded on my first attempt. The ancestor declared proudly. In reality, the ancestor had only begun learning to create talismans during the foundation establishment stage. His first attempt involved inscribing a formation that was slightly simpler than the in-grab formation, the 3 talents formation. What Yifei did not know was that the ancestor had destroyed a staggering 1,000 pieces of spirit jade before successfully inscribing the 3 talents formation onto a single piece. Even then, his achievement had astonished his sect, leading to him being hailed as a prodigy and nurtured for greatness. Thus began the rise of the reincarnation ancestor, who would later reign supreme in the immortal realm. On Earth, a planet where spiritual energy was scarce and the existence of cultivators was uncertain, aside from the reincarnation ancestor, no one understood just how challenging it was to refine spirit talismans. As a native of Earth, Yifei was blissfully unaware of such complexities. Of course, the ancestor had no intention of disclosing any of this to Yifei. It would be utterly embarrassing to have his own disciple compared to him in such a manner. Chapter 37 Fury Yifei, brimming with excitement, placed the jade talisman into his backpack and resumed his meditation and cultivation. As dawn broke, he descended the mountain and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the school. Today was Monday, marking the day of the second mock examination, with the first subject being Chinese. Arriving early at the classroom, Yifei intended to hand the jade talisman to Chen Wan before the exam, ensuring that she would no longer have to worry about the resurgence of the mysterious in energy. However, as the examination commenced, he found himself still waiting for Chen Wan, only to be met by their homeroom teacher, Zhao Yun, who wore a displeased expression. Though surprised, Yifei refrained from inquiring. Given his relationship with Zhao Yun, he knew that any question would likely be met with derision rather than a straightforward answer. He had no desire to engage in such frivolity. Suppressing his curiosity, he took his Chinese exam, and during the break that followed, he attempted to call Chen Wan, only to be met with a notification that her phone was turned off. Old ancestor, could it be that the in-energy within Chen Wan might erupt prematurely? Yifei, unable to quell his anxiety, posed the question to the reincarnation ancestor. My boy, do you think the healing methods I imparted to you are mere trinkets? Rest assured that young ladies in energy will not flare up for at least another 10 days, the reincarnation ancestor replied. Upon hearing this, Yifei managed to temporarily quell his worries and prepared for the next exam. After completing the mathematics test, it was already noon. Seizing the opportunity during lunch, he visited Chen Wan's office, only to find it empty. Inquiring with other teachers, he learned that Chen Wan had not come to school that day and had not informed anyone. No wonder Zhao Yun had such a sour expression this morning, Yifei murmured, his mind filled with questions. Given Chen Wan's dedication, it was unthinkable for her to skip work without cause, much less without notifying anyone. In the afternoon, after finishing the combined science and foreign language exams, it was already evening. Yifei called Chen Wan's phone once more, only to find it still switched off. Growing increasingly agitated, he sensed that something was amiss. Ignoring his classmate Guoyang, who had approached to chat, Yifei exited the classroom, determined to check on Chen Wan at her residence. Just as he stepped a few paces from the classroom door, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he was taken aback to see it was Chen Wan calling. He quickly answered. Chen Wan, where are you? I didn't see you today. Yifei exclaimed. Haha, came a mocking laughter from the other end, but it was a man's voice. Yifei's heart plummeted, his pupils constricting as he gritted his teeth and uttered, by phone. Oh. You actually recognized my voice, it seems you miss me quite a bit, ha ha ha, Bai Feng's boisterous laughter echoed through the phone. Listen closely, your beautiful teacher is in my grasp. You have 1 hour to arrive at the summit of Yangue Mountain, otherwise, TSK, Bai Feng's ominous tone sent a chill down Yifei's spine. I haven't had such a captivating beauty in a long time, especially not a beautiful teacher. Hey, I believe my brothers here would be quite eager to sample your lovely teacher as well. Despite the rising urgency within him, Yifei forced himself to remain calm, effectively dismissing Bai Feng. He retorted, Bai Feng, you ought to consider a name change to Bai Shi, fool. She is my teacher, not my wife. Do you think you can threaten me into submission simply by capturing a teacher? What kind of imbecile would concoct such a foolish plan? Bai Feng's voice dripped with malice as he spat, you little brat, stop pretending. Let me enlighten you, I overheard your conversation with that woman outside the old man's hospital room. Do you really think I would have taken her for no reason? Knowing that Bai Feng was aware of his special relationship with Chen Wan, Yifei felt no need to maintain his facade. He coldly replied, how can I be sure you've captured Chen Wan and haven't you simply stolen her phone? At this point, Yifei was almost certain that Chen Wan was indeed in Bai Feng's clutches. His words were merely an attempt to ascertain her safety. Don't play tricks with me, whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. Remember, you have 1 hour. If you fail to arrive, I will. Bai Feng's voice was filled with fury. I don't believe you. Yifei scoffed, cutting him off before decisively hanging up the phone. After disconnecting, Yifei's eyes glinted with cold fury, a fire raged within his chest, and the veins in his clenched fists were visible. Bai Feng, you'd better pray that Shen Wan is unharmed. Yifei muttered softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it carried an icy intensity that sent shivers down the spine. At that moment, Yifei's phone vibrated again. Glancing at the caller ID, his eyes narrowed. His previous decisive action to hang up was based on the suspicion that Bai Feng's true target was him, not Chen Wan. Bai Feng's abduction of Chen Wan was merely a bait to lure him in. Now it appeared his assumption was correct. Hello. Listen carefully, you little brat. Bai Feng's voice was shrill with desperation on the other end. Then, the sound softened. Yifei could still hear Bai Feng conversing with someone. Speak up, that brat wants to hear your voice, Bai Feng urged. However, as soon as Bai Feng's words fell, silence ensued. A loud slap echoed through the phone, causing Yifei's heart to tremble. Following the slap, a pained cry erupted. Chen Wan. Yifei shouted into the phone, losing all composure. That cry of pain was unmistakably from Chen Wan, unable to suppress her agony. Xiao Fei, please don't come. Chen Wan's voice faltered, replaced by muffled sounds. Clearly someone had covered her mouth. Then Bai Feng's voice came through once more. Remember this, come to the summit of Yangue Mountain alone. You have but 1 hour. If you fail to arrive, hehe. Bai Feng's sinister chuckle resonated before he abruptly hung up. Crack, the Nokia brick phone in Yifei's hand was crushed instantly under his immense grip. His eyes burned a fiery crimson, an overwhelming desire for vengeance surged within him. He had never before felt such intense animosity toward another. Yifei dashed out of the school. Just as he reached the gate, a police car blocked his path. Yifei, you're under arrest for colluding with gangsters and deliberately assaulting a classmate. Come with us. A rotund middle-aged officer emerged from the police car, brandishing handcuffs, ready to apprehend Yifei. Colluding with gangsters and assaulting a classmate? Yifei's gaze flickered as he spotted Wang Cheng seated in a Mercedes behind the police car. Wang Cheng was leaning against the lowered window, watching Yifei with a cunning grin. With the unmistakable scent of alcohol wafting from the middle-aged officer, Yifei quickly deduced that this policeman was merely a pawn of Wang Cheng. Yifei's eyes widened, fixing his glare on the approaching officer as he bellowed, "Get lost." Boom! With the force of his shout infused with true essence, the officer was sent flying, crashing against the police car with a resounding thud. Instantly, chaos erupted at the school gate, with car alarms blaring and the crowd's screams intertwining in a cacophony. Wang Cheng, who had anticipated reveling in Yifei's downfall, was instead met with this shocking scene, causing him to tremble in fear, nearly wetting his pants. He hurriedly urged the driver, go, drive. Creak, the car door was flung open from outside, and Yifei jumped into the vehicle. Yifei, what do you intend to do? I warn you, Wang Cheng stuttered, his voice quaking with fear. Silence. Yifei barked, casting a cold glance at him, take me to Yangue Mountain, or die. At that moment, Yifei exuded an aura of a death god, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Wang Cheng trembled uncontrollably, unable to articulate a single word. Without needing Wang Cheng's prompting, the driver hastily sped toward Yangue Mountain. 15 minutes later, the Mercedes arrived at the foot of Yangue Mountain. Yifei exited the car and swiftly ascended the mountain. The summit was home to an abandoned temple, surrounded by desolate terrain with nowhere else to take refuge. Baifeng had no choice but to confine Chen Wan within that very temple. Yifei moved at lightning speed, vanishing from the base of the mountain in the blink of an eye. While an ordinary person would require at least half an hour to reach the summit, Yifei accomplished it in a mere 10 minutes. He, you've arrived quite promptly, Baifeng declared as he emerged from the temple, flanked by a group of thuggish men. Where is Chen Wan? Yifei demanded icily. Go, bring that woman here. Baifeng ordered nonchalantly, unfazed by Yifei's tone, confident that the moment Yifei arrived, he would become nothing more than prey. Soon after, Chen Wan was brought forth. Upon seeing her dressed normally and seemingly unharmed, Yifei let out a long sigh of relief. However, when his gaze fell upon the distinct slap mark on her right cheek, his body stiffened. Make this wretch greet you. How dare she ignore you? That slap was merely a lesson. Baifeng sneered dismissively. Behind Baifeng, a group of burly men in black crossed their arms, their gazes shifting between Yifei and Chen Wan, wearing expressions that suggested malice. You all shall pay for this. Yifei's voice, cold as ice, reverberated ominously in the ears of those present. Chapter 38 The Wrath of the Dragon's Reverse Scales. A dragon possesses a reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death. Chen Wan is the reverse scale of Yifei. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from Yifei, enveloping all present in an instant. The temperature within the temple seemed to plummet several degrees at that moment. The black-clad individuals, who had previously looked upon Yifei with derision, trembled inwardly upon meeting his icy gaze. A singular thought arose in their minds: are these truly the eyes of a mere mortal? Let's all attack together. The first to react was a burly man in his 30s, marked by a distinctive scar across his face. He bellowed, brandishing his cleaver as he charged at Yifei. Die! Yifei roared, forcefully thrusting his foot into the ground, propelling himself forward with the speed of a cannonball towards the cloaked assailant. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the black-clad man halted mid-charge, only to be flung backward with even greater velocity. In midair, he spewed forth a blood spray that arched a full meter. A deep indentation, a full inch in depth, marred his chest, from which crimson liquid seeped through his garments. He had not yet touched the ground before succumbing to death. Hiss! The remaining black-clad individuals, who had intended to charge forward, collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with terror. They were not mere bodyguards of the Song family, but rather desperate rogues hired by Baifeng with his own meager savings. Each was a hardened criminal, stained by a multitude of heinous acts. Yet, even they, accustomed to brutality, felt their hearts quail in the face of Yifei's ferocious strike. Quick, everyone, attack together, kill him, or we shall perish. Baifeng screamed, his voice laden with panic. He too was shaken by Yifei's display of violence, regretting the decision to provoke this harbinger of death. However, at this juncture, he found himself with no retreat. He understood that from the moment he had kidnapped Chen Wan, it had become a fight to the death. There's no need to rush. I intend to spare not a single one of you. Yifei sneered coldly, and before the others could react, he became a blur, charging toward the black-clad figures. Boom, boom, boom. The dull, suffocating sounds of impact reverberated throughout the dilapidated temple. With each sound, a figure was sent hurtling into the air. Within less than a minute, those once encircling Yifei lay sprawled on the ground, lifeless and unresponsive. Having dispatched these foes with unparalleled ease, Yifei turned to face Baifeng, who remained rooted in place, and stated calmly, "Now, it is your turn." Baifeng's eyes widened in horror, his face a mask of disbelief. He had strained to overestimate Yifei, pouring all his savings into hiring these desperate men to confront him, yet it became evident that he had gravely underestimated Yifei. What astonished him further was that the rogues he had engaged with such expense fell so easily before Yifei's might. Baifeng's gaze remained fixed on Yifei. Although stunned by his prowess, he displayed no sign of fear. "You little wretch, I must concede, I underestimated you. Who would have thought your medical skills were not your only asset, but that you also possessed such remarkable physical prowess? But what of it? No matter how skilled you are, can you evade a bullet?" Baifeng's voice escalated sharply as he revealed a pistol from behind, aiming it directly at Yifei. His expression twisted into something grotesque. "Now, kneel before me." Yifei chuckled coldly, disregarding the gun aimed at him. Instead, he stepped forward, advancing toward Baifeng. "I command you to kneel." Baifeng's visage grew increasingly sinister as he roared, for reasons unknown, even with the firearm at hand. A sense of unease gnawed at him as he observed Yifei's calm demeanor. The distance between Yifei and Baifeng was a mere 10 meters. While Yifei walked deliberately slow, each step seeming to strike at Baifeng's heart, causing it to quiver. Baifeng's grip on the gun trembled as he shouted, "I warn you, do not come any closer." Yifei, however, paid him no heed, continuing his steady approach. Finally, unable to withstand the mounting psychological pressure, Baifeng fired. Bang! After the gunshot, Baifeng exhaled a long breath. "What an utter fool, seeking his own demise," he muttered, dazed from the recoil. As he regained his vision to ascertain whether Yifei lay dead, he was shocked to find no trace of him. "Are you searching for me?" A cold voice suddenly resonated behind Baifeng. He turned to see Yifei's face, one that filled him with sheer terror. "How is this possible? You should be dead." Baifeng screamed. At such a short distance, there was no need for precise aim to hit him. Yet, Baifeng was at a loss to comprehend how Yifei had escaped unscathed. While Yifei wore a chilling smile, refraining from answering, instead stating icily, "Next, I shall demonstrate to you what true despair feels like. Die." Baifeng shrieked, raising his hand to fire once more at Yifei. This time, Yifei was even closer, yet he still missed. Yifei's figure reappeared behind Baifeng, gazing at him with a sneer. Bang, 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 the gunfire rang out incessantly, yet all shots found only empty air. Yifei moved like a spectre, appearing behind Baifeng with each shot that rang out. At last, Baifeng succumbed to his unraveling sanity. With but a single bullet remaining in the chamber, he aimed the gun at his own temple, ready to pull the trigger. Just as he was about to do so, Yifei interjected, "To die so easily would be too merciful for you." As his words fell, Yifei's hand, like a vice, seized Baifeng's, the one gripping the firearm. Baifeng despaired as he realized he could not even move a finger. Moments later, he felt his grip loosen, and by the time he comprehended what was happening, the gun had slipped into Yifei's possession. Crack, crack, the tungsten alloy pistol crumbled in Yifei's grasp like mere clay, swiftly molded into a lump of worthless metal. You are not human, you are a demon." Baifeng cried, pointing an accusatory finger at Yifei. "You used this very hand to strike Sister Chenwan, did you not?" Yifei's expression remained impassive as he grasped Baifeng's outstretched right hand, squeezing it with force. Crack, the sound of shattering bones filled the air as Baifeng let out a blood-curdling scream. When Yifei finally released him, Baifeng's right hand resembled that of a gelatinous creature, its bones utterly pulverized. "Ah, kill me, please, just kill me," Baifeng wailed repeatedly. Slap, the response was a crisp slap across Baifeng's face, sending him sprawling through the air. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Yifei swiftly leaped forward, delivering a kick that sent him soaring once again. Bang, 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 the sound of repeated impacts echoed throughout the temple once more. Each time Baifeng neared the ground, Yifei would deliver another kick, propelling him skyward. After a full half-hour of this relentless torment, Yifei finally lost interest, allowing Baifeng's body to descend in a free fall. Bang, Baifeng's form crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. While Yifei paid no mind to whether he was dead or alive, and instead making his way toward the unconscious Chenwan. Yifei sought to keep his secrets concealed for as long as possible, not wanting the gruesome scene to frighten Chenwan. Thus, prior to engaging in combat, he had requested the reincarnation patriarch to seal Chenwan's 6 senses, rendering her temporarily unconscious. As he lifted the unconscious Chenwan into his arms, Yifei furrowed his brow slightly, sighing, "These individuals arrived rather swiftly." With that, he vanished into the night, cradling Chenwan. 5 minutes later, a squad of several dozen special police officers began to encircle the temple. At Chenwan's residence, after gently placing the unconscious Chenwan onto the bed, Yifei channeled his inner energy to reduce the swelling on her face. Only then did he request the reincarnation patriarch to lift the seal on her senses. Once Chenwan was in a deep slumber, Yifei exhaled a sigh of relief and quietly exited her room. Chapter 39. I am allergic to pigs. On this particular evening, Yifei chose not to return to his residence but instead spent the night cultivating in the living room of Chenwan's home. He was concerned that Chenwan might be frightened by the events of the day, so he vigilantly kept watch in the living room. In truth, Yifei's worries were unfounded. Chenwan slept soundly throughout the night and only remembered the previous night's occurrences upon waking to find Yifei in the living room. During breakfast, she did not utter a single word about the incident, as if this unusual demeanor left Yifei, seated across from her, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Chenwan, don't you wish to know what happened last night?" Yifei inquired tentatively. Chenwan responded with a gentle smile. "Then what did happen last night?" Yifei was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to broach the subject. The events of last night were delicate to discuss, especially since they involved not only his secrets but also the lives of those on the mountaintop. For Chen-Wan, it was undoubtedly safer to remain blissfully unaware. Furthermore, since learning of her abduction, Yifei had been in a state of emotional turmoil, fearing that the bloodshed he had witnessed would frighten her. Observing Yifei's expression, Chen-Wan couldn't help but chuckle softly. I understand this involves your secrets, and it's hard for you to disclose. I can comprehend that. At this point, she playfully winked at him, just as I have my own secret that I haven't shared with you, for instance, where I come from. Ah. Yifei was taken aback. It dawned on him that aside from knowing she graduated from Beijing University, he seemed to know nothing else about her. Before Yifei could respond, Chen-Wan continued, in fact, I'm not as ignorant as you might think. Due to my background, I have some understanding of certain extraordinary individuals in this world. So, you need not feel guilty for keeping secrets from me, Chen-Wan said with a smile. All I need to know is that I was kidnapped yesterday, and you saved me, right? Ma'am. Yifei nodded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Since Chen-Wan was seemingly unaffected by the previous day's events, he decided to drop the topic halfway through breakfast. Yifei suddenly remembered the jade talisman he had crafted, which he had yet to present to Chen-Wan. Chen-Wan, wait a moment. I have a gift for you. He exclaimed, rushing to the sofa in the living room to retrieve a brocade box from his backpack. This box, which he had discovered in the villa gifted to him by Old Song, was quite exquisite, though its original purpose remained a mystery to him. However, to Yifei, anything left behind by the Song family was fair game. Chen-Wan, this is a jade talisman I made. If you carry it with you, you need not worry about falling ill anymore, Yifei said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen-Wan's eyes sparkled with delight. Her cheeks flushed with unmistakable joy as she asked, wow, did you finish it so quickly? Indeed. Yifei replied, grinning, take a look and see if you like it. Chen-Wan cradled the brocade box and nodded vigorously. Seeing her so happy brought joy to Yifei as well. The accumulation of the mysterious energy within her was a long-standing issue, and eradicating it would be no simple task. Yifei had only two methods to help Chen-Wan completely eliminate this hidden danger. One involved utilizing the fourth technique of the four symbols needle method, Red Phoenix welcoming the source once his cultivation reached a certain level. The other method, which the ancestor of reincarnation had previously mentioned, involved breaking Chen-Wan's barriers to absorb the energy from her body. The latter option was not something Yifei dared to mention to Chen-Wan. He feared her wrath. That present, he lacked the means to cure her ailment completely. However, with the jade talisman, he could ensure that she would no longer have to endure the pain from the surges of energy, thereby safeguarding her life. In the future, he would only need to periodically take the talisman from her to absorb the accumulated energy, benefiting both of them. Chen-Wan would experience a reduction of the energy within her, while Yifei could enhance his own cultivation through the absorption of this energy. As Yifei pondered these matters, Chen-Wan had already opened the brocade box and let out an involuntary gasp of delight. Wow! Hearing her exclamation, Yifei's smile widened even further. Then, Chen-Wan continued, what an adorable little pig, little Fei, did you carve this? Little pig, Yifei's smile froze on his face. Ha ha ha. The booming laughter of the ancestor of reincarnation echoed in his ears. Kid, I always thought you carved a dog. Who would have thought it was a little pig? Truly aging, my eyesight is failing. This was clearly a teasing remark aimed at Yifei, who had previously mentioned that he had sculpted a mouse. Yifei's face turned crimson with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into thin air. This was truly mortifying. Chen-Wan, fixated on the talisman, noticed the awkwardness on Yifei's face after a moment of silence and tilted her head to ask, little Fei, what's wrong? I really like this little pig, why do you look like that? Yifei lamented, Chen-Wan, could we avoid mentioning pigs, I'm allergic. Naturally, Chen-Wan did not believe his whimsical claim and responded incredulously, why? I think this little pig is adorable. But I carved a mouse. Yifei exclaimed, his expression one of utter despair. Ah! Chen-Wan paused, then glanced at the talisman once more, realizing that the pig's tail seemed a bit excessively long. Pfft! She couldn't contain her laughter, but I still think it looks like a pig. Seeing Yifei's glum demeanor only made her laugh harder. Yifei protested indignantly, is my carving really that poor? It was better if he had remained silent. As soon as he voiced that sentiment, Chen-Wan burst into fits of laughter, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. She complained playfully, can we not tell jokes during breakfast? Yifei could only remain silent. The remainder of their breakfast was enveloped in Chen Wan's laughter. Even while eating, she held the little pig in one hand, occasionally waving it in front of Yifei's face. After leaving Chen Wan's home, Yifei did not head directly to school but instead made his way to a commercial street not far from the campus yesterday. In a fit of anger after receiving a phone call from Baifeng, he had crashed his trusty old Nokia brick. If his family attempted to reach him and found the line busy, they might worry unnecessarily. Yifei did not wish to cause them concern, so he needed to purchase a new phone promptly. Fortunately, his SIM card remained intact. Now, Yifei was no longer the impoverished young man who had just arrived in Haizhou. He no longer needed to fret over the cost of a mobile device. After all, he still had nearly 2 million in his bank account untouched. With funds at his disposal, he felt emboldened and entered a mobile phone store that had already opened for business. The store was spacious, with 5 female staff members chatting among themselves behind the counter, while another was busy mopping the floor, oblivious to Yifei's presence. Upon noticing him, the 5 employees glanced his way before turning back to their conversation. Clad in the slightly faded uniform of Haizhou No. 1 High School, Yifei appeared rather unremarkable. He understood their perspective and did not take offense, instead browsing the myriad of phones displayed on the counters. "Excuse me, are you looking to purchase a phone?" A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning to see who had spoken, he found it was the girl who had been mopping the floor. She appeared to be of similar age and was quite beautiful, her looks rivaling those of Luo Iran, the class monitor from Yifei's class. With her simple ponytail and fair, clean skin, she exuded a refreshing and gentle aura. "Li Yunju, what are you chatting about over there? Hurry up and finish mopping. Then you there, what are you loitering around for? Can't you see the floor is dirty from your footsteps?" Just as Yifei was about to respond, a sharper voice rang out. Chapter 40. Why is it always you? Hey, what are you staring at? I am talking about you. Yifei turned to see a heavily made-up woman in her 30s among the 5 chatting staff members, pointing directly at him. "If I'm not here to buy a phone, then what am I doing here?" Yifei retorted irritably, finding her behavior rather perplexing. "Kid, I've seen plenty of people like you. You're just using the pretext of buying a phone to sneak a peek at Li Yunju, aren't you? I heard she's the school belle of Haizhou No. 1 High School, and they even call her the commoner school belle. How ridiculous." After finishing her taunt, the woman sneered, "Kid, you're too naive. Remember to take off that school uniform the next time you come." "Li Yunju?" Upon hearing the woman's words, Yifei immediately recognized that the beautiful saleswoman beside him was indeed the commoner school belle Li Yunshu, as mentioned by his deskmate Guoliang. He also gleaned from the middle-aged woman's remarks that many students from Haizhou No. 1 High School often pretended to come here to buy phones just to catch a glimpse of Li Yunshu while she worked. Clearly, Yifei had been mistaken for one of those students. A glance at Li Yunshu's expression confirmed her similar belief. Feeling utterly speechless, Yifei thought he was more wronged than Do-yi. Ever since he had inquired about the 4 school bells of Haizhou No. 1 High School from Guoliang, his deskmate had frequently boasted about the latest gossip regarding them. Although Yifei had little interest in listening, he had absorbed some information, including that Li Yunshu's family was facing some troubles, apparently owing a significant amount of debt. Why Yifei looked at Li Yunshu, puzzled, and asked, "Aren't you still in school? Why are you working here?" The 4 school bells of Haizhou were not only stunningly beautiful, each one was also academically gifted. However, Li Yunshu was particularly outstanding, earning the nickname Invincible Scholar. The other bells, including Yifei's proud cousin, were all among the top 50 students. Haizhou No. 1 High School ranked among the best in the nation, so being in the top 50 there meant a guaranteed spot in a prestigious university. With exams just a few months away, it seemed improbable that Li Yunshu would be short-sighted enough to abandon her chance at a top university to work as an ordinary staff member. Although Yifei and Li Yunshu were not acquainted, his direct inquiry was somewhat intrusive. Nevertheless, Li Yunshu, embodying her title of commoner school belle, responded, "I'm just doing some part-time work, I'm not a full-time employee here." Yifei nodded, silently concluding that Guoliang's words were indeed accurate. Li Yunshu's family was likely in distress, otherwise, she wouldn't be working part-time amidst her demanding senior year studies, especially not in a low-paying job like cleaning. This thought led Yifei to recall his own experiences when he first arrived at Haizhou No. 1. If it weren't for his aunt's support, he might have also chosen to take on a part-time job to alleviate his family's financial burden. Just like Li Yunshu, suddenly, the desire to assist Li Yunshu arose within him, not merely because she was the school belle, but because she reminded him of his own past struggles. Of course, academic performance aside. "Can you sell phones here?" Yifei inquired, gazing at Li Yunshu. Li Yunshu shot him a surprised glance. In fact, she had noticed Yifei the moment he entered the store. Upon seeing his school uniform, she had assumed he was there to see her rather than to buy a phone. However, now, Yifei's tone suggested he genuinely intended to make a purchase. Though skeptical, Li Yunshu nodded, I'm not a full-time employee, but I can still sell phones. The only difference is that my commission is half of what a full-time employee earns. Otherwise, it's the same. Yifei replied, then please recommend a model for me. Of course. Do you have any specific requirements for the phone, such as features or price range? Li Yunshu adopted a professional demeanor, realizing that if she could close the deal, she would earn a commission, albeit modest, which would aid her current financial situation. Requirements. Yifei's expectations were modest. He merely needed a phone for calls. However, since he intended to help Li Yunshu, he decided to be more thorough, saying, choose one that has good quality and looks appealing. The 5 female staff members nearby, having overheard their exchange, now recognized that Yifei was indeed there to purchase a phone. The previously mocking middle-aged woman sneered, humph, what a pauper, flaunting his parents' hard-earned money in front of a female classmate. If you're so capable, buy an iPhone. Yifei dismissed the noisy woman, but curiosity about her mention of iPhone got the better of him, prompting him to ask Li Yunshu, what is an iPhone? Li Yunshu glanced at him, her expression one of hesitation. Upon noticing her reaction, Yifei chuckled, don't worry, the money for the phone is all earned by me, not from my family's funds. Now, can you tell me what iPhone is? After a moment, Li Yunshu nodded, the iPhone is Apple's latest model released this year. It meets the 2 criteria you mentioned, but the price-to-performance ratio isn't great, it costs over $10,000. I wouldn't recommend it. Yifei smiled and said, then I'll take that one. Please get me 2. He thought of his younger sister, Yixian, who would soon be entering high school, and decided to buy one for her to bring her joy. He could still recall her excitement during their last phone call when he mentioned bringing her a gift. 2. Upon hearing this, both Li Yunshu and the 5 attentive saleswomen were taken aback. 2 iPhones would cost nearly $30,000. Humph, who can't boast? I could claim my dad is a big shot too. Buying 2, are you planning to use one and toss the other? The heavily made-up woman mocked again. Yifei was growing weary of her incessant chatter and rolled his eyes in annoyance. What's it to you if I buy 2, one for making calls and the other for receiving them? Is that a problem? As Li Yunshu retrieved 2 unopened iPhones, Yifei promptly pulled out his bank card, stating, let us settle this with a card. The previously mocking woman had intended to berate him once more, but upon seeing his bank card, her words caught in her throat like a fish out of water. Now that Yifei had produced his card, no one doubted he had the means to pay. The heavily made-up woman shot a glance at Li Yunshu, her eye suddenly narrowing as she hastily approached her, saying, Shaoli, haven't you finished mopping the floor? Hurry up and get back to it. Turning to Yifei, she added. Yifei quickly sidestepped, waving his hand in front of him. Excuse me, ma'am, but you have bad breath. I'm sorry, I can't stand the stench, could you please step aside? With that remark, even the thick-skinned woman felt her face flash crimson. Pointing at Yifei, she yelled, you, how dare you speak to me like that? Haven't your parents taught you how to talk to people? You're just a little bastard born out of wedlock. Initially, Yifei had little interest in engaging with her, but upon hearing her last words, his expression turned icy. What did you just say? Yifei's voice was cold, laced with a chilling intensity. This phrase had always been a taboo for him. I said you were born out of wedlock. Slap, the woman hadn't finished her sentence when she received a resounding slap across her face. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? The woman clutched her face, staring at Yifei in disbelief. I don't care who you are, say it again, and I swear I'll end you. Yifei's eyes glinted with fury, his teeth clenched. His chilling tone left everyone present convinced that he was not joking. The heavily made-up woman turned pale, ultimately refraining from repeating her words, but she pointed at Yifei, cursing, you, just wait. With that, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Once connected, she shouted, hey, dog brother, I've been hit at the phone store, hurry up and bring people over. It was a little, just come quickly. As she uttered the word little, Yifei's gaze shifted toward her, causing her to shudder, and she dared not finish the word bastard. Yifei turned back to the still-stunned Li Yunshu, saying, let us process the payment. Li Yunshu looked at Yifei, noticing his calm demeanor, and whispered, you should leave quickly. The person she's calling is a notorious thug in East District, someone you can't afford to provoke. Before she could finish, the heavily made-up woman began to scream, Li Yunshu, you little traitor. What were you saying? Don't think I can't hear you. What, did someone buy a phone and bribe you, just like your mother? You're both worthless and deserve to suffer your whole life. Lee Yunju's face paled at the woman's scathing insults. Yifei abruptly turned, coldly stating, if you don't want another slap, shut your filthy mouth. You, the heavily made-up woman was startled by Yifei's tone, but after making her call, she seemed emboldened, pointing at him, kid, if you're brave, don't leave. Yifei paid her no mind, awaiting Lee Yunju to issue the receipt. Obviously eager for him to leave, Lee Yunju hurriedly processed the paperwork. However, she was a moment too late. As she handed Yifei the phones and receipt, a voice boomed from outside the store. Who is the blind fool that dared to hit my woman? Step forward. Simultaneously, the group of thugs brandishing clubs burst into the phone store, led by the very dog brother the woman had mentioned. Upon seeing dog brother, the heavily made-up woman rushed toward him, crying, Dog brother, you finally came. If you hadn't, I would have been bullied to death. Her tone turned sweet and whiny. Hey, don't cry, baby, let me take care of this, dog brother cooed, patting the woman's back. His gaze swept across the store, and he bellowed, who is the blind fool that dared to hit my woman? Come out. The heavily made-up woman pointed at Yifei, it's him. As her words fell, Yifei turned his body around. Kid, it's you, dog brother began to curse, but as soon as he laid eyes on Yifei, his words caught in his throat, and he gaped in disbelief. Dog brother, it's that little bastard, the heavily made-up woman shouted. Slap, before she could finish, her face met another resounding slap. However, this time it was not Yifei who struck her, but rather dog brother himself. Clutching her face, the woman stared at dog brother in shock. Dog brother, why did you hit me? You shouldn't be hitting that little slap. Before she could finish, another loud slap echoed in the store. I'm hitting you. To be honest, I've never liked you, and if it weren't for how well you've served me, you would have been out of here long ago. Dog brother berated her. Enough of the act. Yifei interjected coldly, interrupting dog brother's tirade. Dog brother's expression turned sheepish as he quickly approached Yifei, ingratiating himself. Classmate, this foul woman dared to provoke you. She truly deserves a beating. I'll make sure to deal with her properly when I get back. Yifei looked at dog brother with a smirk. Little dog, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Truly, where in life do we not meet again? It turned out that dog brother was none other than the same dog brother Go Chang whom Yifei had previously dealt with. Hearing Yifei refer to him as little dog, Go Chang felt a bitter taste in his mouth, as if 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. He lamented internally that he had tried so hard to avoid this calamity, yet here they were again. At that moment, he desperately wanted to shout a phrase he had learned from another thug who claimed to have a primary school education. Damn it, how old are you? Chapter 41. The forbidden of Yifei. Go Chang harbored a secret unknown to outsiders. He possessed an extraordinary and innate intuition for danger. This keen instinct was his birthright. It was through this remarkable intuition that he, a mere street thug with no formal education or special skills, navigated life with ease, ultimately becoming a notorious figure in the entire East District. However, upon encountering Yifei, his once reliable intuition seemed to falter. Their first meeting occurred when he was plotting against Chen Wan, only to be unexpectedly confronted by Yifei. That time, Yifei appeared to be a typical boy, filled with trepidation and fear in the presence of street ruffians, exuding no sense of threat whatsoever. Consequently, he was soundly beaten. The second encounter unfolded within the classroom of Yifei's class, where Go Chang received a call from Wang Cheng, instructing him to seek revenge. Upon seeing Yifei again, a sense of trepidation and avoidance washed over him, a nagging instinct instructing him to steer clear. Trusting this instinct, he defied the potential wrath of Wang Cheng's father and proceeded to administer a thorough beating to Wang Cheng instead. Today marked his third encounter with Yifei. Now, Yifei emanated an aura that compelled Go Chang to avert his gaze. Under Yifei's penetrating stare, he felt an overwhelming urge to bow, bend, and even kneel in submission. He understood that this sensation stemmed from his acute sensitivity, something others could not easily perceive. Only a few days have passed. Go Chang lamented internally. In a mere span of days, Yifei had undergone such a profound transformation. This change was not merely superficial, it was a shift in the very essence of his demeanor, a newfound confidence rooted in his own formidable strength. If given a choice, Go Chang would undoubtedly prefer to keep his distance from Yifei, wishing never to cross paths with him. Alas, escape was not an option. Yifei was like a nemesis in his fate. As he observed Yifei's cold smirk directed at him, Go Chang felt an urge to confess, actually, I too have something to say, though I'm uncertain if it's appropriate. Yet, he lacked the courage. Little dog. Hearing Yifei's casual address, not only did the female employees in the mobile phone store freeze in disbelief, but even the thugs accompanying Go Chang stood there dumbfounded. Inside the counter behind Yifei, Li Juanju's complexion paled upon witnessing the arrival of Go Chang and his crew. She was well aware of Go Chang's notorious reputation and feared that Yifei might not escape a brutal beating this time, and she too could potentially suffer the consequences. However, just as she was frantically devising a strategy, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Within the mobile phone store, after a brief silence, one of the thugs behind Go Chang quickly reacted, brandishing a stick and shouting, "How dare you speak to dog brother like that, you little punk!" Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap landed on his face. Dog brother glared at the thug, who was now clutching his face in a mix of grievance and shock. "You fool, how dare you address Yigu in such a manner? Are you seeking death?" He then turned to the other thugs. "Have your eyes failed you? You don't even recognize Yigu, no, even Yi. What are you dawdling for? Join me in greeting Yi." By the end of his proclamation, he was nearly shouting, "Yi! Yi! Hello, Yi!" The cacophony of voices echoed throughout the mobile phone store. The heavily made-up woman stood there, dumbstruck. The previously chatting female employees were equally bewildered. Li Juanju stared at Yifei with wide eyes, her beautiful gaze growing even larger. A thought suddenly crossed her mind: could he be a member of the underworld? And perhaps more formidable than Dog Brother? Enough! Yifei waved his hand, interrupting the thugs who were still clamoring. Yi. Indifferently, he addressed Dog Brother, "I have no need for so many grandsons. You may continue to call me Yi Tongxue as before." "Grandson." Unable to contain herself, Li Juanju burst into laughter upon hearing Yifei's words. Previously, when the thugs were shouting, she hadn't realized anything amiss. But now, with Yifei's remark, she discerned how similar Yi sounded to grandfather. Dog Brother, too, wore an embarrassed expression. Had anyone else dared to laugh at that moment, he would have ensured they paid a heavy price. Yet, with Li Juanju standing next to Yifei, he wouldn't dare to provoke her. Glancing at Li Juanju's exquisite features, who could ascertain that this grandfather was not here to pursue her? With a sheepish grin, Dog Brother said, "Then I shall address you as Yi Tongxue, as before. Why Yi Tongxue, did this wretched woman offend you earlier?" As he spoke, Dog Brother seized the collar of the heavily made-up woman and yanked her forward. "Oh!" The woman, already petrified with fear, screamed as Dog Brother dragged her before Yifei. "I'm sorry, Dog Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me this time," she pleaded, her voice breaking into sobs. "What good is apologizing to me? You have offended Yi Tongxue, you must apologize to him at once." Dog Brother barked. This heavily made-up woman had recently become Go Chang's lover. Though her appearance was lackluster, she excelled in her talents, and had recently pleased Go Chang immensely. With her unrestrained nature in bed, relinquishing her was not something Go Chang relished, hence his harsh words to rouse her from her stupor. Typically sharp-witted, the woman had let her guard down after getting involved with Dog Brother, leading to her inflated ego. Now, chastised by Go Chang, she quickly regained her senses. Third, the heavily made-up woman knelt before Yifei, frantically bowing her head. No, Yi Tongxue, I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me this time, I promise I will never do it again." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, smearing her makeup and rendering her visage ghastly. Yifei stood impassively, watching the woman sob and bow, resembling a statue of indifference. Unmoved, his heart as cold as iron, Yifei was not inherently aggressive. However, the woman's earlier insults had crossed a line deep within his psyche. Seeing Yifei's silence, the heavily made-up woman grew increasingly anxious. She cast a pleading glance towards Li Juanju. "Juju, could you intercede with this Yi Tongxue on my behalf? I've helped your family in the past, you know. I even assisted you in securing this job." Li Juanju hesitated at her words. The woman resided not far from her home, making them neighbors. Indeed, she had aided her family on several occasions. However, after each small favor, the woman would invariably demand a substantial return. Even for this mobile phone store job, she had charged Li Juanju a 300 yuan commission before agreeing to let her start working. Ultimately, Li Juanju's compassion got the better of her, and she spoke up. Yi Tongxue, could you possibly let Li Jie off this time?" Yifei cast a surprised glance at Li Juanju. He had clearly heard the vile insults the woman had hurled at her and was astonished that Li Juanju would now plead for her. "Li Jie, she has indeed helped our family on numerous occasions." Under Yifei's intense gaze, Li Juanju felt a pang of guilt and lowered her head, avoiding his scrutinizing eyes. Yifei nodded. The time for school was approaching, and he had no intention of wasting further time here. At this moment, he was open to allowing Li Juanju to earn this favor. With this goodwill established, Lee Junju's standing in the mobile phone store would likely improve significantly. Why Ife cast a cold glance at the heavily made-up woman, stating, "This matter ends here. Remember to keep your foul mouth in check to avoid inviting trouble." Yes, thank you, Itongshue, thank you, Itongshue, I will never dare to do it again," the woman exclaimed, relieved, her expression transforming as if she had been granted a reprieve. Afterward, with a glum face, she turned to Lee Junju, saying, "Juju, I know I overstepped earlier, I shouldn't have treated your family that way." Lee Junju merely shook her head in response, opting not to comment. Compared to the indifference and avoidance exhibited by other neighbors, the heavily made-up woman was, in fact, one of the more favorable individuals. Dog Brother also breathed a sigh of relief, promptly assuring Ife, "Yitongshue, rest assured, I will ensure she learns her lesson." Many in the vicinity rolled their eyes at Dog Brother's declaration, silently thinking, the education you speak of probably takes place in bed. Ife had no interest in how Dog Brother chose to educate the woman. If he lingered any longer, he risked being late for school. With this thought in mind, Ife nodded at Lee Junju and proceeded towards the exit of the mobile phone store. Just as he reached the door, Lee Junju's voice called out from behind him, "Chapter 42 Indeed, I am the so-called fool in your eyes. Classmate Yi, are you heading to school? Let's go together." The voice of Lee Junju resonated behind Ife. Ife paused momentarily, turning in surprise to gaze at Lee Junju, only to find her having already shed her work uniform and approaching him with her small backpack in hand. To those within the mobile phone store, Ife's action of turning around appeared to be a signal of waiting for Lee Junju. In that fleeting moment, she reached him and smiled, saying, "Shall we?" Ife regarded her with a knowing glance, nodding in response, yet he refrained from uttering a word. Inside the mobile phone store, an air of silence enveloped the atmosphere. It wasn't until the figures of Ife and Lee Junju had completely vanished that a young ruffian could no longer contain himself, turning to Dog Brother and inquiring, "Dog Brother, who exactly is this kid? Why do you treat him so indulgently? Is he perhaps the illegitimate son of Yanxiong?" The young ruffian pondered for a while and could only conjure the relatively mild term indulgently. The other ruffians, upon hearing this, looked curiously at Dog Brother. Go Chang had indeed made a name for himself in the Eastern District, not to mention being the illegitimate son of Yanxiong. Even Yanxiong's legitimate son would not be qualified to call him grandfather. At most, they would address him as a young Master Yan out of respect for the formidable Master Yan. Yet, he doesn't seem like a wealthy individual. Could he be a young master from some prestigious family, deliberately dressing down to attract girls? Could he be the young master of the Song family? The ruffians began to chatter among themselves, speculating about Ife's origins. Even the heavily made-up woman ceased her sobbing, her gaze fixed intently on Go Chang. "What do you know?" Go Chang snapped irritably, cutting off their discussion. Recalling the look Ife had given him, he still felt a shiver run down his spine. Go Chang had had the fortune of encountering Yanxiong a few times. As rumored, Yanxiong exuded a commanding and domineering presence, reminiscent of a fierce leader. However, compared to the impression Ife left on him, it was as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Yanxiong's aura was something he crafted deliberately for others to see, intended to instill fear, whereas Ife's aura emanated from within, subtly and almost imperceptibly. The disparity between the two was nothing short of monumental. "What status does he have that you think you can inquire about? Just listen up, from now on, when you see this esteemed gentleman, keep your distance." Go Chang was equally uncertain of Ife's identity, so he could only issue that command. After speaking, feeling it insufficient, he added, "If anyone is foolish enough to provoke this esteemed gentleman, they might as well dig their own grave. Don't expect me to clean up after you." The ruffians exchanged glances, bewildered by Go Chang's words. "Did you all hear that clearly?" Go Chang asked, noticing the silence. "Understood," the ruffians quickly replied in unison. Dog Brother, I." At that moment, a ruffian approached Go Chang, his face betraying a look of hesitation. "What is it? Spit it out." Go Chang retorted impatiently. I think I may have offended the gambler didn't have the money to pay, and we got angry, so we gave him a beating." Bang, Go Chang kicked him again. "Damn it, get to the point." The young ruffian wore a wronged expression, for his next words were indeed the crux of the matter. He had not anticipated being kicked for this. "That gambler is the father of that girl, she was present at the time," he said, his face falling, "and just now, she seemed to recognize me." Upon hearing this, the other ruffians looked at him with a mixture of sympathy and schadenfreude. "Dog Brother, I was just following the rules." The gambler owed money and refused to pay. We acted out of frustration. The young ruffian defended himself. Enough. Go Chang waved his hand irritably. From now on, don't associate with that group of fools, and no more trouble with that girl's family. Understood, I won't do it again. The young ruffian nodded hastily. Go Chang exhaled in relief and turned to the heavily made-up woman. You know that girl, right? You should know what to do from here. I understand, I will take care of it. Li Junju and Yifei walked side by side out of the mobile phone store. After a few steps, Li Junju slowed her pace, seemingly inadvertently creating a distance between them. Yifei had long sensed this subtle maneuver but didn't mind, continuing to walk at his own pace. Though Li Junju had suggested going to school together at the store, Yifei would not delude himself into thinking it indicated any interest on her part. Taking advantage. Yifei mused silently. Indeed, Li Junju had sought to leverage his influence in front of the ruffians when she proposed accompanying him to school. Yifei had discerned her little scheme at the entrance of the store but still agreed to allow her to walk with him. Since I've decided to assist her, I might as well do it again. That was Yifei's sentiment. The two walked in silence, one in front and the other behind, without any exchange. It wasn't until they neared the school entrance that Li Junju suddenly quickened her pace, catching up to Yifei and saying, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Yifei replied. "Huh?" Li Junju looked at him in surprise. "Do you know what?" Only then did she realize that her earlier attempts to conceal her intentions had been completely transparent to him. The thought made her face flash with embarrassment. Fortunately, Yifei was not looking at her at that moment, or she might have wished to vanish into thin air. "Since you know, why still?" Li Junju asked in confusion. "Still willing to be used by you?" Yifei turned to her with a gentle smile, completing her unfinished thought. "Yes." Li Junju's face grew slightly warmer as she nodded. She hadn't intended to hide anything from him, and she had meant to share her thoughts. He. Yifei chuckled nonchalantly. "Consider it a favor from one classmate to another, helping within my means. After all, it doesn't." Yifei smiled in acknowledgement, accepting her gratitude. Though Yifei and Li Junju were not in the same class, the proximity of Class 8 and Class 10 in terms of numbers belied the reality that their classrooms were at opposite ends of the campus. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Yifei to have attended High Prefecture No. 1 high school for so long without encountering this commoner school bell. As they prepared to part ways, Li Junju unexpectedly asked, "Now that you know my name, I still don't know yours." As soon as the words left her mouth, the blush that had just faded from her cheeks returned, accompanied by a hint of shyness. This was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to ask a boy's name. "Yifei. Yifei." Li Junju repeated, almost reflexively, "I feel like I've heard that name before." You are." The rest of her sentence remained unspoken. Seeing Li Junju's reaction, Yifei could only smile wryly. In fact, he was quite a celebrity at High Prefecture No. 1 high school. The reason for his notoriety stemmed from his abysmal score of 250 on. In just a day, the name Yifei had spread throughout the entire school. Consequently, he had acquired a rather infamous nickname among the senior students, Fool. Following his bet with Zhao Yun, the story had further fueled his notoriety, cementing Fool in the minds of many students. However, most were only familiar with the name, having never seen the person behind it. Clearly, Li Junju was among those aware of his moniker. Yifei nodded earnestly and stated, "Indeed, I am the very fool you speak of." Chapter 43. The invitation from Luo Iran. Upon hearing Yifei's candid admission, Li Junju could not help but burst into laughter. "That wasn't my assertion, mind you," she remarked, pursing her lips and chuckling lightly. Yifei shrugged nonchalantly. "How about this? To express my gratitude for your assistance today, I'll treat you to lunch." Li Junju replied with a smile. "However, I must confess I am not as affluent as you." "I can only invite you to the school cafeteria." Just as Yifei was about to refuse, he noticed Li Junju's determined expression and nodded in agreement. The first class of the morning was biology, taught by their homeroom teacher, Zhao Yun. Yifei entered the classroom just as the bell rang, and among his classmates, he had adopted a somewhat reckless attitude. After all, the mock examination was behind them, and the results would be announced shortly. Zhao Yun naturally had a particular disdain for Yifei, frequently calling on him during class, yet he managed to respond successfully each time. Much to her frustration, this left Zhao Yun seething, and when the bell rang, she simply declared, "Class dismissed," grabbed her lesson plan, and exited. "Yifei, have you offended Go Chanhai and his gang?" As Yifei was busy inserting the SIM card into his newly acquired phone, his deskmate Guolyong suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Guochan, hi." "Them?" Yifei furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Since parting ways with Yan Xiong at the club, he had not encountered these individuals, aside from Luo Yiren. Although Yifei had chosen to let them live to protect his own secrets, it was still perplexing that they had shown no concern for him after he had saved them. Nonetheless, Yifei had no intention of befriending them, he merely found their attitude intolerable. Indeed, Guochan Hai and Shichen, those second-generation rich kids. Guolyong scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. Yifei couldn't help but chuckle. "It seems you are also a second-generation rich kid. What distinguishes you from them?" "I cannot compare to them, they have their own clique and disregard outsiders completely. They act as if they own the place." Guolyong retorted. Why Yifei smiled but chose not to pursue that topic further. "What about them? Don't you know, initially, not many were aware of the bet you made with Xiao Yun. It was only after they spread the word that the entire school became privy to it. Moreover," Guolyong hesitated, trailing off. "Moreover what?" Yifei inquired. "Moreover, Guochan Hai has issued a threat vowing that he will make you pay." Guolyong added, concern etching his features. "You may not be aware, but Guochan Hai's father is the deputy chief of police, and he wields significant power." Yifei's expression grew somber. These individuals truly seemed oblivious to the consequences of their actions. Seeing Yifei's silence, Guolyong assumed he was frightened and patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't worry too much. This is still school. No matter how arrogant Guochan Hai and his crew may be, they wouldn't dare cause a scene here." "I understand," Yifei nodded. "Perhaps," Guolyong began, contemplating suggestions. Guolyong, now completely distracted, fixated his gaze upon Luo Yiren. "Oh my," Yifei was left speechless. "Classmate Guolyong, may I have a word with classmate Yifei?" Luo Yiren smiled at Guolyong, inquiring politely. Guolyong's expression froze, his heart sinking. He had initially thought Luo Yiren was looking for him. Yes, of course." Despite his disappointment, he nodded and prepared to rise to make room for her. "No need," Luo Yiren quickly interjected, then turned to Yifei. "Yifei, could you step outside with me?" At that moment, the classroom fell into an eerie silence. Students who had been discussing the previous day's exam ceased their chatter, and those engaged in playful banter halted their antics, even the ones engrossed in their work paused to look at Luo Yiren. Under the weight of so many gazes, Luo Yiren's fair face flashed crimson, yet she stood her ground, awaiting Yifei's response. Why Yifei, feeling the intensity of the stares, wore an expression of righteous indignation, as if to say that should he decline, the entire class would pounce upon him. "Very well," Yifei sighed, nodding as he followed Luo Yiren out of the classroom. Once they stepped outside, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter, as if a dam had burst. "No way, did I just see that?" Luo Yiren actually asked Yifei to speak privately. "Humph, don't be foolish. Luo Yiren is the class monitor. I suspect she is merely inquiring about Yifei's academic progress." "Damn, that country bumpkin is truly lucky. He is about to leave and yet still receives attention from the class monitor. The monitor is quite dedicated. Wow, I wish the class monitor would supervise my studies too." Yifei followed Luo Yiren to a flower bed outside the classroom and came to a halt. "Yifei, are you upset with me?" Luo Yiren gazed at him, her petite face tinged with a hint of grievance. "Upset?" Yifei was taken aback, momentarily confused. "Why would I be upset with you? If you aren't angry, then why did you ignore me yesterday?" Luo Yiren replied, her expression increasingly forlorn. "During the exam, I looked at you numerous times, yet you acted as though you didn't see me. And you say you aren't upset with me?" As she spoke, her voice grew softer, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears, making her appear all the more pitiable. Why Yifei was momentarily speechless. He suddenly recalled that Luo Yiren had indeed glanced at him several times during the exam. However, at that moment, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of Chen Wan, having not noticed her intent gaze. Besides, Luo Yiren had only looked at him without any intention of speaking, so he had dismissed it, not realizing she had misinterpreted his indifference. "After we left the club that day, Zilin and I waited for you outside for quite a while but didn't see you come out. Eventually, when my father arrived to take us inside to find you, the club staff informed us that you had already left." Luo Yiren lowered her head, her voice increasingly filled with lament. "Are you upset with me because we left early that day?" Yifei was taken aback, realizing that after he had departed from the club, Luo Yiren and Su Zilin had indeed sought him out. However, he must have already been taken away by Xing Jun by that point, leaving them empty-handed. Haha, class monitor, I am not upset with you at all, Ife chuckled, knowing that if he remained silent, Luo Iran might truly begin to cry. Really? Luo Iran lifted her head, her face brightening with hope. Of course, Ife affirmed with a nod, do not forget, it was I who suggested that you leave first. How could I possibly be upset with you? Luo Iran gazed into Ife's eyes, and upon sensing his sincerity, she felt relieved. However, she still inquired, then why did you ignore me yesterday? It was a mock exam yesterday, and I was incredibly nervous, Ife fabricated. I thought you had developed feelings for me and was secretly pleased for quite a while, only to realize you were merely looking at me for that reason. By the end of his statement, Ife wore a dejected expression, as though he had suffered a blow to his pride. Had seen Ife, I've noticed your skin is growing thicker by the day. Relieved to see Luo Iran smile, Ife felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Had she started crying in front of him, it would surely have incited public outrage among their classmates. Ife, Luo Iran suddenly spoke, her face displaying an expression of hesitation. What is it, class monitor? Ife asked. My 18th birthday is next weekend, and my father is throwing a birthday party for me. I would like to invite you to attend, but I am unsure if you. As she spoke, her face flashed once more, and by the end, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito. In her hand, she held a delicate pink invitation, radiating youthful charm. Sure, I happen to be free, Ife replied with a smile, accepting the invitation. Then it's settled, Luo Iran said with a grin, tossing him that parting line before dashing back to the classroom. Chapter 44. What a surprise, it's this guy. At noon, Ife arrived at the school cafeteria and immediately spotted Li Junju waiting by the entrance, simply standing there. Li Junju resembled a striking landscape, drawing the attention. Some audacious students, emboldened by their status as school heartthrobs, approached her in an attempt to invite her to lunch, only to be politely declined by Li Junju one by one. This left many onlookers secretly disappointed, while others felt too intimidated to even approach her. However, they did not disperse. Instead, they lingered at a distance beside Li Junju, waiting together. It was worth noting that Li Junju rarely. They were curious to discover who possessed such remarkable charm that Li Junju would wait at the cafeteria entrance. After turning down yet another invitation from an academic achiever, Li Junju sighed in resignation, unaware that her mere presence in the cafeteria would attract such a crowd. Just as she contemplated leaving, she lifted her gaze and was greeted by the sight of Ife approaching her. You've arrived, Li Junju said with a gentle smile, her slender fingers dancing in the air as if playing the piano. Yes, sorry to keep you waiting, Ife nodded in acknowledgement. Once the two entered the cafeteria, the gathered students began to react. Wow, who is this guy that he can invite Li, the campus beauty, to lunch? I don't know him either. I've never heard of this person before. He doesn't look like a rich second generation, and he's even wearing a school uniform. Could he be some super scholar? As the group pondered, a scoffing voice broke through the chatter. What a joke. If I tell you his name, you'll definitely know who he is. The speaker was one of Yifei's classmates who, despite being surprised that Li Junju was waiting for Yifei, couldn't help but interject as he overheard their increasingly wild guesses about Yifei's identity. Oh. Do you have some insider information? Yeah, share it with us, and I'll buy you lunch. The student chuckled, having already planned to reveal the information, and thought it worth a meal. The guy who just went in is my classmate, and his name is Yifei. Yifei, the students exchanged glances, a collective thought surfacing, what a surprise, it's this guy. I thought he was someone important, turns out he's just that bottom of the class loser. What qualifications does a country bumpkin have to treat a campus beauty to lunch? Let us go in and see. A raucous group entered the cafeteria, positioning themselves a short distance from Yifei and Li Junju, arms crossed, smirking as they observed Yifei. They were eager to see just how much Yifei would be willing to spend to treat Li Junju. When the final bill was settled and it turned out to be Li Junju who paid, their astonishment shattered their preconceptions. Yifei, aware of Li Junju's family's struggles, intentionally ordered a modest meal consisting of one meat and one vegetable dish. Finding a relatively empty table, Yifei inquired, I heard from a classmate that your family is facing difficulties. This information had been relayed to him by Guoliang. Yifei thought highly of Li Junju and was willing to help if he could. Li Junju's delicate face dimmed as she nodded, my mother is gravely ill and requires a substantial amount for treatment. What illness? Yifei asked, brow furrowing. Leukemia, Li Junju's voice grew subdued. Yifei nodded. Leukemia was indeed a severe illness, not to mention the uncertainty of treatment success. The medical expenses alone would be exorbitant. Relying solely on Li Junju's part-time job at a mobile phone store, she would likely fall far short of the needed funds. After swallowing the last bite of his meal, he suggested, I learned some medical skills from an old Chinese medicine practitioner while in the countryside. How about I visit your mother at the hospital tonight? You? Li Junju looked at Yifei in astonishment. Upon seeing his earnest and sincere expression, she realized he genuinely wanted to assist her, not merely to get closer to her. Thank you, she replied, though she held little hope. Noticing her demeanor, Yifei smiled, understanding her skepticism but choosing not to elaborate. At that moment, Yifei's brow suddenly furrowed, and he instinctively leaned to the left. Just as he did, a hand swung through the space where his head had been moments before. Eh? A surprised voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, Yifei saw a youth around 17 or 18 years of age standing behind him, an expression of mild surprise on his face. Care to explain? Yifei glared at the young man, his expression growing cold. Had he not dodged, that slap would have landed squarely on the back of his head. Though it might not have caused physical harm, it would have been an affront nonetheless. Guzheng, what are you doing? Li Junju, now alert, glared at the young man. Oh, Junju, I was just having a little fun with this kid. You've come to the cafeteria for lunch too, why didn't you let me know? Guzheng completely ignored Yifei, grinning at Li Junju. Guzheng, Yifei narrowed his eyes. He had heard of this individual. Guzheng was one of the school's prominent figures, a member of the Taekwondo club, and had already achieved a 5th-degree black belt at a young age. Moreover, Guzheng's background was impressive. When he had previously clashed with someone at school and left them severely injured, he faced no repercussions from the administration. Rumor had it that he was already being eyed by the military, and even if he scored 0 on the college entrance exams, he would still be specially recruited to attend a military academy. Most importantly, Guzheng was a friend of Guo Chanhai. Yifei scanned the surroundings and indeed spotted Guo Chanhai lurking in the northeast corner of the cafeteria, observing with a mocking smile on his face. Is this your idea of a joke? This is outright insulting. Li Junju exclaimed angrily. Guzheng chuckled, then turned his gaze to Yifei, a playful smile on his face. You must be Yifei. I've had your care to show me what you've got. He made no attempt to justify his earlier actions. Yifei, don't accept his challenge. Guzheng is a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, you are no match for him. Li Junju urged urgently. Casting a sidelong glance at Guo Chanhai in the corner, Yifei's face broke into a knowing smile as he replied to Guzheng, sure. Haha, Guzheng laughed, his tone filled with amusement. After school this afternoon, the gymnasium, The students who had been observing Yifei and Li Junju's interaction felt electrified upon witnessing Guzheng confront Yifei. Haha, this is going to be entertaining. Guzheng is the #1 suitor of Li Junju. This kid is really unlucky, his first lunch with her and he runs into Guzheng. Guzheng is a 5th-degree black belt, I wonder if this kid will end up seriously injured. I heard the last guy who pursued Li Junju had his leg broken by Guzheng. Hey, what are they doing? They're not actually planning to fight here, are they? Oh my, this is going to be a spectacle. A group of eager students abandoned their meals, leaving their bowls and chopsticks behind as they crowded toward the center of the cafeteria. Meanwhile, those surrounding Yifei and Li Junju moved tables and chairs aside to clear a sizable space for the impending confrontation. Kid, you've brought this upon yourself. Guzheng sneered, cracking his knuckles. He twisted his body, producing a series of satisfying pops, then stretched his limbs, demonstrating side kicks and spinning kicks that echoed sharply through the air. Many female students paled at the display, while male students cheered enthusiastically. In stark contrast, Yifei merely stood there, coldly observing Guzheng, unmoved. This prompted a collective gaze from the students, turning their attention to Yifei. Yifei, why don't we just leave? Let us not engage with him, this is school, he wouldn't dare do anything. Li Junju said, her face pale. Don't worry, his moves are nothing but flashy tricks. He can't match me. Yifei smiled at Li Junju before turning to Guzheng with an expression of indifference. Let us get started. Chapter 45. If you lack skill, do not mimic others' flourishes. Upon hearing Yifei's words, the surrounding classmates widened their eyes, gazing at him as though he were a fool. Guzheng, a black belt in Taekwondo, was a well-known figure among the students of Haijo No. 1 Middle School. If a black belt in Taekwondo were deemed mere pretentiousness, then what could Yifei be classified as? This realization shifted the sympathies of the female classmates who had previously felt compassion. They now deemed him unworthy of any pity. The male onlookers, emboldened, began to jeer loudly. Wow, this country bumpkin is quite arrogant. A 5th-degree black belt is merely showy. That's the funniest joke I've heard today. Heh, this rural fellow probably doesn't even grasp the significance of a 5th-degree black belt. Let's cut him some slack. Out in the countryside, there is no taekwondo. In the meantime, Guo Chanhai, who had been hiding in the corner of the cafeteria, rushed to the front of the crowd, wearing a gloating smile. He usually returned home for lunch, but on a whim today, he visited the cafeteria and stumbled upon Yifei dining with Li Yunju. Due to his special enlistment in the military academy, Gu Zhang rarely appeared at school, let alone in the cafeteria, thereby fortuitously encountering Yifei and Li Yunju together. Seeing this, Guo Chanhai decided to lend Yifei a small hand by notifying Gu Zhang. Kid, aren't you quite the fighter? Let's see how you fare this time. Guo Chanhai thought bitterly. Ever since Yifei had likened him to a peacock with its rear exposed at the entrance of a club, Luo Iran would burst into laughter every time she saw him, leaving him too embarrassed to approach her again. He certainly did not believe that Luo Iran's laughter stemmed from joy at his presence. Initially, he merely intended for Gu Zhang to teach Yifei a lesson, yet he never anticipated Yifei would openly declare Taekwondo to be mere flamboyance in front of Gu Zhang. This was undoubtedly a violation of Gu Zhang's pride. All of Gu Zhang's glory was derived from Taekwondo. Among them, only Guo Chanhai understood the depth of Gu Zhang's commitment to Taekwondo, regarding it as a life philosophy. As expected, following Yifei's statement, Gu Zhang's face contorted into a fearsome grimace. Kid, you're courting death. Gu Zhang bellowed, launching a powerful side kick aimed directly at Yifei's chest. The force behind this kick was tremendous. Should an ordinary person be struck, they would likely be sent flying, if not killed outright. The surrounding female students gasped in horror at the ferocity of Gu Zhang's attack, unable to suppress. Even the male students shuddered. They had anticipated Gu Zhang would merely teach Yifei a lesson, but never expected him to strike with such brutal intent. Gu Zhang was clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. It's over. This country bumpkin is doomed. Humph, he brought this upon himself. Who can he blame? Exactly, who doesn't know that Gu Zhang is Li Yunju's #1 suitor? This fool is simply asking for trouble. As the students speculated, Yifei made his move. Without any ostentatious maneuvers, he merely shifted his body slightly to the side, deftly evading Gu Zhang's kick. Wait, he dodged. The students, how could Yifei so effortlessly evade Gu Zhang's tremendous strike? It seemed akin to a staged performance, so obvious that it appeared fraudulent. They preferred to believe Yifei's avoidance was merely a stroke of luck. Gu Zhang, too, was taken aback, not expecting his strike to be so easily evaded by Yifei. Kid, your luck ends here. Gu Zhang sneered menacingly as he executed a spinning kick aimed at Yifei's head. Once again, Yifei remained motionless, leaning back slightly to evade Gu Zhang's lethal strike effortlessly. Wait, he dodged again. What the hell, this defies logic. The assembled students were left astounded. Dodging once might be attributed to luck, but twice. A 5th-degree black belt, and this is his skill level. He doesn't seem all that impressive, I agree. Could it be that what this country bumpkin said? Hearing their skepticism, Gu Zhang's face flashed crimson with rage as his gaze toward Yifei grew increasingly sinister, to the point where he felt murderous intent. Li Yunshu, whose fair countenance had appeared pale with worry for Yifei, now relaxed entirely, instinctively grasping Yifei's hand and saying, Yifei, ignore him. Let's leave. She attempted to pull Yifei away, feeling Li Yunshu's grip. Yifei found it difficult to resist and sighed in resignation, following her lead. He had intended to teach Gu Zhang a lesson. Seeing Li Yunshu grasping Yifei's hand, Gu Zhang's expression transformed, his eyes burning with fury. The last 2 dodges don't count, kid, let's see how you escape this time. Gu Zhang roared, launching a whirlwind kick aimed directly at the back of Yifei's head. The students screamed, and the timid ones instinctively shut their eyes. At that moment, Yifei faced away from Gu Zhang. No matter how skilled he was, evading such a fatal blow seemed impossible. A collective thought surged through the crowd. Could this cafeteria witness a bloodbath today? Smack! A resounding impact echoed throughout the cafeteria. Hearing the sound, even the students who had shut their eyes, though frightened, could not resist their curiosity and opened them to gaze at Yifei. What they beheld left them even more astonished. This time, Gu Zheng had indeed made contact. However, he had not struck Yifei's head. Instead, it was his palm. To be precise, just as Gu Zheng's kick was about to connect with Yifei's head, Yifei had seemingly developed eyes behind him, extending a hand to grasp Gu Zheng's ankle. Li Yunju gasped at the sound of the impact, turning to witness Yifei gripping Gu Zheng's right foot. "Gu Zheng, you shameless, how could you ambush Yifei?" Li Yunju's lovely face flashed red with anger. The onlookers now directed their gazes toward Gu Zheng, but this time their expressions were not filled with admiration, rather, they were laced with disdain. Indeed, disdain. Gu Zheng, a celebrated figure in the school and a fifth-degree black belt, had resorted to such a under the scrutinizing gazes of his peers. Gu Zheng's face turned beet red, wishing he could disappear into the ground, yet one of his ankles was firmly held by Yifei, feeling as though it were locked in an iron vice, rendering him utterly immobile despite his struggles. Yifei released Gu Zheng's ankle, turned around, and coldly stated, "They say things come in threes. Oh, you've attacked thrice, so now, let me see how you fare against one of my strikes." Without waiting for Gu, once again, there were no ostentatious movements. However, the speed of his hand surged dramatically upon its execution. Not good. Gu Zheng's expression changed instantly, hastily crossing his arms to block. Bang, the sound of the collision reverberated. Yifei's palm struck precisely where Gu Zheng's arms crossed. The sound of bones fracturing echoed from Gu Zheng's arms, and he let out a piercing scream, his body hurtling backward. He crashed onto a dining table with a resounding crack. The gathered students were left dumbfounded, staring at Yifei with incredulity etched on their faces. Gu Zheng, the fifth-degree black belt and the top fighter in the school, had been sent flying by such a seemingly effortless slap. The cafeteria filled with gasps of disbelief. The gazes directed at Yifei transformed, shedding their prior disdain, replaced by shock and a hint of fear. "Oh, my hand, you broke my hand." Gu Zheng's cries filled the air as he glared at Yifei, his voice brimming with malice. "We are all classmates, yet you could be so cruel as to break my hand." "Cruel?" Yifei chuckled coldly at this remark. "Have you ever considered the consequences had I not dodged your 3 strikes? Gu Zheng found himself at a loss for words. Each of his 3 attacks had been delivered with full force. Had Yifei been an ordinary person and been struck, he might not have died, but he would have certainly spent the next year in recovery. Yifei ignored how Gu Zheng would respond, merely stating, "This time, it was just a lesson for you. Go to the hospital. If treated promptly, you should suffer no lasting issues. Remember, in the future, if you lack skill, do not pretend to be impressive." With that, he turned and took Li Yunju's hand, leading her out of the cafeteria under the watchful eyes of their classmates. The 4th class of the afternoon was Chinese taught by Chen Wan. Just as the lesson reached its midpoint, the class teacher, Zhao Yun, appeared at the classroom door. "Yifei, come out." Zhao Yun shouted angrily at Yifei inside the classroom. Her voice was filled with hostility, drawing the attention of everyone present. Chapter 46. What did you say his name was? Zhao Yan's piercing scream instantaneously drew the attention of the entire class. Chen Wan frowned slightly and addressed Zhao Yun, saying, "Teacher Zhao, we are currently in class. Is it truly appropriate for you to shout at the door, telling your students to leave?" "Your students? Huh?" Zhao Yun scoffed coldly. "After today, he will no longer be one." Following this, Zhao Yun dropped a bombshell. "Teacher Chen, perhaps you are unaware, this afternoon, Yifei got into a brawl in the school cafeteria and broke Gu Zheng's arms on the spot." "What? Gu Zheng, Yifei actually broke Gu Zheng's arms?" The students in the classroom widened their eyes in disbelief, nearly popping their eyeballs from shock. This was nothing short of sensational news. Who is Gu Zheng? A prominent figure in the school, a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, and the undisputed champion of the institution. He had already received special recruitment offers from military academies before even taking the college entrance examination. The thought that such a person could be defeated by Yifei was almost too outrageous to comprehend. If not for the ominous expression on Zhao Yan's face, they would have thought she was merely joking. All eyes in the classroom turned towards Yifei. At this moment, Yifei raised his head and calmly stated, "Indeed, I broke Gu Zheng's arms." Buzz. As soon as Yifei spoke, the classroom erupted into chaos, with students buzzing and murmuring amongst themselves. Chen Wan turned to Zhao Yun and said, "Teacher Zhao, surely there must be some misunderstanding. Why Yifei would never misunderstanding?" Zhao Yun interrupted sharply, showing no regard for Chen Wan's words. There were countless students in the cafeteria who witnessed it. How could it be false? Ranking at the bottom of the class, colluding with gangsters to assault fellow students, and now, in front of the entire student body, he shamelessly breaks a classmate's arms. Do you have any idea how detrimental this is? This kind of worthless student should have been expelled long ago. Zhao Yan's piercing voice resonated throughout the classroom. She spoke to Chen Wan without any courtesy. Now, Gu Zheng's parents are already with the principal. Teacher Chen, your only responsibility is to teach your class. I am the homeroom teacher. With that, she yelled at Yifei, Yifei, get out here immediately. Yifei's brow furrowed slightly, and his expression turned cold. Zhao Yun was becoming increasingly brazen, seemingly intent on eradicating him. Chen Wan, observing the two leave, lost all desire to continue the lesson and hastily declared, everyone, self-study, before following after them. In the principal's office, Principal Li Hongming was cordially entertaining a middle-aged man in his 40s. After personally preparing tea for him, he said, Mr. Gu, are you sure there isn't some mistake? Gu Zheng is a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo and is reputed to be the best student in the school. Surely no student could injure him. The man before him was Gu Zheng's father, Gu Nonquan, the head of the Gu Group and one of the wealthiest individuals in Haijiao. For the past 3 years that Gu Zheng attended Haijiao No. 1 High School, the Gu Group had donated no less than 10 million annually to the institution. Faced with such a benefactor, even Principal Li Hongming was compelled to treat him with utmost respect. Mistake. Gu Nonquan scoffed, my son is currently lying in a hospital bed. Do you still think there is a mistake? Li Hongming was momentarily rendered speechless. Principal Li, Gu Nonquan continued, I won't make things difficult for you, just expel that student, and I will handle the rest myself. How does that sound? He fixed his gaze on Li Hongming. Li Hongming hesitated. As long as the student wasn't among the top ranks in school, expelling one didn't pose much of a challenge for him. However, he feared that the student Gu Nonquan wanted him to expel might have significant backing, then he would find himself in a precarious position. Tap tap tap, just as Li Hongming remained indecisive, a knock sounded at the door. Zhao Yun entered alongside Yifei, with Chen Wan hurrying in after them. Principal, this is the one who broke Gu Zheng's arms. Zhao Yun pointed accusingly at Yifei, showing no inclination to defend her student. Principal, Yifei never instigates trouble. There must be some misunderstanding. Chen Wan quickly interjected, attempting to defend Yifei. Misunderstanding, huh? Gu Nonquan stood up, addressing Chen Wan with a fierce tone, what a joke, I don't care if there's a misunderstanding. Breaking my son's arms deserves punishment. It was then that Yifei realized the middle-aged man in the principal's office was Gu Zheng's father. He calmly replied, what if he was the one to strike first, intending to incapacitate me? What is your identity compared to my son? Gu Nonquan boasted arrogantly, you are a mere commoner. If my son wishes to harm you, why wouldn't you simply stand there and let him? You are utterly unreasonable. Chen Wan's face flashed with anger at Gu Nonquan's brazen remarks. Reasonable? Gu Nonquan sneered, in Haijiao, my words carry weight. At this moment, Prince Zhao Yun understood Li Hongming's implication and quickly responded, Principal, Yifei is just a country bumpkin, he was brought here through the connections of Su's trading, and he has no background whatsoever. This Yifei has abysmal academic performance, ranking dead last in the recent mock exams, and has even colluded with gangsters to assault students. He is undoubtedly a disgrace to our Haijiao No. 1 High School. I propose we expel this worthless student to restore clarity to our school's reputation. Zhao Yun declared loudly. Li Hongming nodded internally. If Yifei was indeed such a student, expelling him wouldn't be an issue for him. There was no need to offend Gu Nonquan over it. As for Su's trading, he was familiar with it. Established by Su Haishan and Zhang Hong, it had a modest reputation in Haijiao, but it paled in comparison to Gu Nonquan. Principal Li, do you still need to deliberate on expelling such a problematic student? Rest assured, I won't cause you any trouble. As long as this kid remains in school, I guarantee he won't be touched. Gu Nonquan laughed arrogantly. What more do you want? Chen Wan glared at Gu Nonquan upon hearing his words. It seemed that expelling Yifei was merely the beginning of his intentions. If he wouldn't touch him within the school, did that mean he would do so outside? What more? Gu Nonquan grinned coldly, my son was injured, and you think it will end just like that? Then I, Gu Nonquan, might as well leave Haijiao. Li Hongming had already made up his mind. If he were to offend Gu Nonquan over a student like Yifei, he truly would be a fool. Tap tap tap. Just as Lee Hongming was about to announce Yifei's expulsion, another knock came at the door. The senior year head, Xie Ding, rushed in. Xie Ding, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a rather greasy appearance, had already lost most of his hair. He burst into the principal's office beaming, exclaiming, "Principal, good news, splendid news." In his excitement, the few strands of hair remaining on his head stood on end, completely oblivious. Director Xie, what could possibly have you so elated?" Lee Hongming was intrigued, having rarely seen Xie Ding in such high spirits. "Haha, Principal, our school has," Xie Ding began but paused mid-sentence upon noticing the numerous people in the office. "Your class has achieved remarkable recognition. In this round of mock exams, the first and second place in the city both came from your class. Moreover, the first place score has a genuine chance of securing the top spot in this year's college entrance examination." "Oh, you must mean Luo Iren," Zhao Yun replied, feigning calm despite her excitement. "Luo Iren has consistently performed well, so I am not surprised by her achievements. I am, however, curious about who came in second." "Not at all, not Luo Iren." Xie Ding quickly shook his head. "Luo Iren also performed admirably, securing second place in the city, but she still fell short by several points to the first place. By the way, how come I've never heard of this Yifei from your class before?" "What?" Zhao Yan's expression shifted dramatically, as if someone had stepped on her tail. Her fur bristled as she screeched, "What did you just say his name was?" Chapter 47. "He came to teach me the meaning of despair." Zhao Yan's piercing scream reverberated throughout the principal's office, causing acute pain to the eardrums of those present. The closest to her, Xie Ding, trembled violently, nearly collapsing onto the floor. "Teacher Zhao, is your reaction truly necessary?" Xie Ding remarked, casting a disgruntled glance at Zhao Yun. However, she remained unresponsive, as if frozen in place by an unseen force. It was then that Principal Lee Hongming interjected, "Teacher Zhao, how many students in your class are named Yifei?" Zhao Yun opened her mouth to speak, but in stark contrast, Chen Wan appeared utterly elated. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a unique brilliance. If Yifei indeed secured the top position in the city, the predicament at hand would be swiftly resolved. Noticing Zhao Yan's silence, she patted Yifei's shoulder and declared, "Principal, there is only one student named Yifei in our class, and that is him." "What, you are Yifei, the Yifei from class 10? Upon hearing, Zhao Yan's body swayed, nearly toppling to the ground. The total score for the second mock examination was 750 points. How could Yifei have achieved a staggering 745? This implied he had only lost a mere 5 points across all subjects. Such a feat was simply terrifying. Yifei, however, reacted with an air of indifference, stating, "Oh, that aligns closely with my expectations." Yifei's candidness, though truthful, came across as ostentatious to those around him, inciting a desire in Chen Wan to give him a sharp reprimand. A profound silence enveloped the principal's office. After a few breaths, Principal Lee Hongming cleared his throat and addressed Gu Nonquan, "Mr. Gu, do you believe this matter can be resolved here?" Had Yifei remained the ordinary student languishing at the bottom of his grade, Lee Hongming would have been indifferent. Even if Yifei were merely an average student, it would hardly merit offending Gu Nonquan. However, the situation had changed dramatically. Why Yifei had just achieved the highest score in the city on the mock examination. In a nationally renowned school such as Haijiao No. 1 High School, the mock exams were conducted under the rigorous standards of the college entrance examination, with questions often proving more challenging than those of the actual test. Thus, if Yifei had secured the top position in this mock exam, it was highly plausible he could attain the same in the college entrance examination. Each year, the top scorer in the province's college entrance examination typically hailed from Haijiao City, suggesting that Yifei could very well emerge as the top student in the entire province. While Haijiao No. 1 High School was formidable, it had not reached a monopolistic status. At the very least, several prestigious private schools in Haijiao City were equally competent. If Lee Hongming were to expel Yifei, was this not tantamount to aiding the enemy? Gu Nonquan's expression darkened, as dealing with a student from Haijiao No. 1 High School was trivial for him. However, confronting a future top scorer in the college entrance examination was another matter altogether. Should this information leak, Gu Nonquan could very well be inundated with public scorn. His countenance shifting, Gu Nonquan finally declared to Lee Hongming, "Principal Lee, it's merely a mock examination. Who can ascertain whether he cheated? How about this? If you expel him, I am willing to increase our annual donation to your school to 50 million. Indeed, Yifei's impressive score must be the result of cheating. After all, his previous exam score was only 250 points. How could he possibly improve so drastically? Zhao Yun interjected, her voice rising in protest. Li Hongming furrowed his brow, ignoring Zhao Yan's outburst. Gu Nonquan's insinuation that Yifei's score was fabricated was merely a jest, and he certainly would not take it seriously. However, if Gu Nonquan genuinely pledged to donate 50 million to Haijiao No. 1 High School each year, he was confident that with such funds, he could transform. In comparison, what did a top scorer in the college entrance examination amount to? Yet, if he expelled Yifei, he would face substantial pressure himself. If he could no longer serve as principal, Gu Nonquan's generosity would bear no significance to him. Li Hongming found himself in a dilemma. At that moment, Gu Nonquan added, Principal Li, if you expel him, I assure you he will have no chance to participate in this year's college entrance examination. Consequently, the top scorer might very well emerge from your very own Haijiao No. 1 High School. Upon hearing this, Li Hongming's eyes brightened. If Yifei has a strong possibility of becoming this year's top scorer. Chen Wan, observing Li Hongming swayed by Gu Nonquan's proposal, could no longer contain herself. If his limbs were to be broken, he certainly would be unable to take the examination. Then what worth would he hold as a top scorer? Gu Nonquan sneered, unabashedly revealing his intentions. He glared at Yifei with malevolence, declaring, Kid, what use is your strength? What does it matter if you achieve high scores? I could crush you as easily as squashing an ant. Rest assured, not only you, but your family and that Su family trade, I shall not spare a single one. Soon, you will comprehend. Ha ha ha. Gu Nonquan's laughter echoed arrogantly. Seeking death. Yifei's eyes narrowed sharply, an icy murderous intent flickering within. This Gu Nonquan had dared to threaten his family, an affront that struck at Yifei's most vulnerable point. Had this not been the principal's office, he would have had no qualms about ending Gu Nonquan on the spot. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Yifei contemplated how to discreetly deal with Gu Nonquan, a knock sounded at the office door, accompanied by an inquiring voice. Excuse me, is Yifei, the little divine doctor, here? As the voice fell, the onlookers beheld a burly middle-aged man in his 40s entering the room, flanked by two bodyguards clad in black. Upon spotting Yifei, the man could not suppress an exclamation, young brother, what a coincidence to find you here. Yifei, equally surprised, recognized the man as Wei Kuan, the wealthiest individual in Haijiao, whom he had encountered days prior at the stone gambling shop with Chen Wan. Wei. Mr. Wei. Gu Nonquan, who had previously exuded arrogance, now widened his eyes in shock upon seeing Wei Kuan enter. He immediately approached him, extending a hand. Mr. Wei, what a remarkable coincidence. Who would have thought we would meet here, haha. Wei Kuan glanced at Gu Nonquan with mild indifference, merely nodding. Oh, it's Mr. Gu. Without further acknowledgement, he turned to Yifei with enthusiasm. Haha, young brother, I left in such haste last time that I didn't catch your name. By the way, do you still have that imperial green for sale? Yifei rolled his eyes, taken aback that Wei Kuan still remembered that detail. With a hint of exasperation, he replied, Mr. Wei, I've already utilized that piece of imperial green, so please do not dwell on it. Oh, Wei Kuan's face fell, disappointment evident. He then recalled the purpose of his visit, saying, I heard that the little divine Dr. Yi is here. I wonder who among you is. As Wei Kuan spoke, his gaze swept the room, and upon spotting Yifei, his words faltered, his eyes widening in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a prolonged pause, he finally exclaimed, Young brother, you can't be Yifei, can you? May I inquire which friend Mr. Wei had this from? Yifei countered, raising an eyebrow. Though skilled in medicine, his fame was not widespread. Song, Wei Kuan replied. Upon hearing this, Yifei understood, a smile gracing his lips. If the friend you refer to is Song Jiming, then the little divine doctor you mentioned is indeed me. Yes, I am Yifei. Wei Kuan was taken aback once more. He had indeed heard about Yifei from Song Jiming. After listening to Song's extravagant praises of Yifei, he had hurried to Haijiao No. 1 High School. Upon arriving at Yifei's class, he discovered that Yifei had already been brought to the principal's office, prompting his rush to the current location. After a lengthy moment, Wei Kuan finally regained his composure and laughed heartily. Haha, I never imagined that the little divine doctor would be you. What a stroke of fate, Mr. Wei, what divine doctor are you talking about? Gu Nonquan, witnessing the camaraderie between Wei Kuan and Yifei, felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. Oh! Wei Kuan looked at Gu Nonquan with surprise. Mr. Gu, are you not here seeking medical assistance from the little divine Dr. Yi? Little divine doctor, seeking treatment. Gu Nonkwon's expression shifted to one of confusion. In that moment, Yifei's calm voice broke through the tension. Oh, he is here to teach me the meaning of despair. Chapter 48. You are truly wicked. Yifei's calm words reverberated, sending a shiver down Gu Nonkwon's spine. What is the matter? Wei Quan inquired, narrowing his eyes. At that moment, he too sensed that the atmosphere in the office had become rather peculiar. Are you Mr. Wei from Dawei Real Estate? Li Hongming instantly recognized Wei Quan's identity and rushed forward to shake his hand, but Wei Quan appeared to be oblivious, completely ignoring him. Gu Nonkwon, how dare you offend Dr. Yi? Wei Quan's gaze fixated on Gu Nonkwon, his voice turning frigid. Mr. Wei, this is a misunderstanding. I was unaware that he is your friend. Gu Nonkwon quickly wiped away the sweat from his brow. Although Gu Nonkwon was a wealthy man in Haijo, he was several tiers below Wei Quan. However, this disparity alone did not instill such fear in him. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that his Gu group had risen to prominence solely through contracts with Dawei Real Estate. Even now, a significant portion of his business relied on their partnership. At this juncture, Li Hongming was also flustered. He recalled Zhao Yan's earlier remarks that Yifei was merely a poor country lad with no background. Little did he expect that moments later, a wealthy tycoon from Haijo would appear. At that moment, Li Hongming wished he could deliver a thorough beating to Zhao Yun. Wasn't this a complete betrayal? Humph, Wei Quan snorted coldly, disregarding Gu Nonkwon, and turned to Yifei, saying, young brother, since Gu Nonkwon has offended you, what do you propose we do? Wei Quan placed the decision in Yifei's hands. Yifei chuckled, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Nonkwon and coolly replied, since this Mr. Gu wishes to enlighten me on the meaning of despair, perhaps he should provide a personal demonstration. It is bound to be quite spectacular. Haha, this young brother is a man of decisiveness. Wei Quan laughed heartily, then turned to Gu Nonkwon with a cold tone, saying, Gu Nonkwon, heed my words. From this day forth, all contracts between Dawei Real Estate and the Gu Group are hereby terminated. What? Gu Nonkwon trembled in fear, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. While the termination of contracts might pose a minor inconvenience for Dawei Real Estate, for the Gu Group, it was an entirely different matter. With just this one statement from Wei Quan, the entire Gu Group would likely plunge into paralysis. Mr. Wei, you cannot do this, we have signed contracts. Gu Nonkwon shouted, you will incur penalties for breach of contract. Wei Quan grinned, revealing a row of sharp white teeth. If you have the audacity, come to me for the penalty. Gu Nonkwon's face instantly turned ashen. Wei Quan clearly intended to renege on the agreement. If Wei Quan refused to pay the penalty, no amount of courage would compel Gu Nonkwon to demand it. Even if Wei Quan offered him the penalty, he would not dare to accept it. Such funds would be a hot potato. Gu Nonkwon's expression soured as regret washed over him for provoking Yifei. However, his misfortune did not end there. If this were all, how could it truly render Gu Nonkwon hopeless? Wei Quan pulled out his phone and made several calls. Soon, Gu Nonkwon's phone rang incessantly. MR.GU, bad news, Hongsheng Trading wants to terminate our contract and is demanding compensation for economic losses. Just as he hung up, another call came through. Mr. Gu, it's not good. The tax bureau is coming to audit our accounts, claiming we have engaged in tax evasion. MR.GU, bad news, the fire department says our fire safety measures are inadequate, posing significant safety hazards. They plan to seal the building. MR.GU, it's urgent. Calls flooded in one after another, like a series of death warrants, making Gu Nonkwon's complexion grow increasingly pallid. Third. Gu Nonkwon could no longer withstand the pressure and sank to the floor, his face ashen. His mind was consumed with a singular thought, it's over. Yifei glanced at the despondent Gu Nonkwon, offering not a shred of sympathy. Why would he show mercy to someone who sought to ruin his life and harm his family? Naturally, no one else felt compelled to sympathize with Gu Nonkwon. Wei Quan did not even spare him a glance, chuckling, young brother Yi, are you satisfied with this outcome? Quite so, Yifei nodded. Then, young brother, do you have time today? I would like to invite you. Wei Quan was about to express his intentions. You wish for me to treat your mother's ailment, correct? Yifei interjected before Wei Quan could finish. Wei Quan was taken aback, asking in astonishment, young brother Yi, how did you know? It was written all over your face, Yifei replied with a faint smile, exuding an aura of inscrutability that made Wei Quan regard him with increased seriousness, beginning to believe the words of Song Jimen. This was undoubtedly a miraculous doctor. After a moment's pause, Ife continued, I am already aware of this matter. I have other engagements this evening. How about this? Tomorrow after school, have someone come to fetch me. Tomorrow. After school? Li Hongming nearly bit his tongue upon hearing Ife's words. Wei Quan personally came to invite Ife, yet Ife stated he had other matters to attend to. Moreover, he proposed to go after school the following day. Who do you think you are? What could possibly be more significant than an affair involving Wei Quan? Li Hongming silently raged. At this moment, he began to perceive Ife as somewhat, yet Wei Quan's reaction nearly caused him to shatter his glasses in disbelief. Wei Quan nodded and said, then I shall trouble you, young brother Yi. I will personally come to fetch you tomorrow. Tomorrow? You will come personally? Li Hongming was utterly flabbergasted. With his business resolved, Wei Quan took his leave, stating, I shall not interrupt your class any longer, young brother Yi. Farewell. With that, he departed with 2 bodyguards. Once Wei Quan's figure vanished, the office fell into a brief silence before Li Hongming finally spoke. Zhao Yun, as the homeroom teacher of class 10 in the senior year, you have failed to consider your students and have instead made things difficult for them. I believe you are no longer qualified to serve as the homeroom teacher of class 10. Afterward, he turned to the senior year director, Xie Ding, and asked, Director Xie, what are your thoughts? Xie Ding, having remained silent, had observed everything that transpired and was quite displeased with Zhao Yan's earlier behavior. Thus, he had no intention of pleading on her behalf. He disregarded Zhao Yan's pale complexion and concurred, I too believe that Teacher Zhao is no longer fit to hold the position of homeroom teacher. Excellent, Li Hongming nodded. Thus, from today onward, Zhao Yun will no longer serve as the homeroom teacher for class 10. As for the new homeroom teacher, I propose we appoint Teacher Chen Wan. Me? Chen Wan exclaimed in surprise, pointing at herself. But I just arrived at the school, I fear I may not be qualified. Teacher Chen Wan, please do not be so modest. You are a distinguished graduate of Beijing University. In terms of qualifications, who in the entire school could surpass you? Li Hongming said with a smile, glancing at Ife, hoping he would remember this favor. Indeed, Teacher Chen Wan, I also believe you are quite suitable, Xie Ding quickly added. Chen Wan was about to refuse when Ife's voice chimed in, Sister Chen Wan, since they have all expressed their approval, you should agree. Oh, well, very well, Chen Wan nodded in response. He never anticipated that a student with such extraordinary talent lurked within his school. Exceptional academic performance was one thing, but to be on such familiar terms with someone like Wei Quan was altogether astonishing. Most crucially, Ife had inadvertently revealed a significant piece of information. He knew the heir of the Song family, Song Jimen, the Song family. They were the foremost affluent family in Haizhou. Knowing such a figure undoubtedly indicated that Ife was far from ordinary. With this in mind, Li Hongming cast a final glance at the despondent Gu Nonquan, feeling a pang of anxiety. Fortunately, he had not acquiesced to Gu Nonquan's demands, otherwise, he too might have faced a similar fate. Upon exiting the principal's office, Ife and Chen Wan walked side by side toward the classroom. Chen Wan, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, finally asked, Xiao Fei, how did you discern that Wei Quan's mother was ill just by looking at his face? Ife chuckled, I was merely deceiving him. Do you recall what that old man said on the night we cut the stone? We must find the imperial green to cure Wei Quan's mother. Chen Wan was taken aback, suddenly remembering that she had indeed heard that. However, had Ife not mentioned it, she would have never recalled. As she observed the expression on Ife's face, one that seemed to say, see how clever I am, praise me. She could not help but let out a light laugh. You are truly wicked. Chapter 49. Did you just fart? No, it was you. What Ife had previously conveyed to Wei Quan was certainly not a fabrication. The vast array of cultivation knowledge imparted to him by the ancestor of reincarnation encompassed not only the. However, given Ife's currently meager cultivation level, he could only discern some superficial aspects. When he mentioned that Wei Quan's mother was ill, it was not merely based on hearsay from the stone gambling shop, but also derived from his observations of Wei Quan's parents' palace. The dimness in Wei Quan's mother's lunar mansion clearly indicated her grave ailment, yet the fact that Ife, with his limited cultivation, could perceive her illness suggested that she was at a stage where her vitality was all but extinguished. After school that afternoon, Ife purchased a fruit basket and accompanied Li Junju to the People's Hospital to visit her mother. Throughout their journey, Li Junju appeared preoccupied, her face etched with concern, evidently troubled by her mother's condition. Upon their arrival at the third floor of the hematology department, a mocking voice pierced the atmosphere. Isn't this the lovely Miss Lee? How brave of you to bring a man along today. Aren't you worried that Dr. Fan might throw both you and your mother out of the ward? In the corridor, a flamboyantly dressed woman fixated her scornful gaze on Lee Junju. Lee Junju chose to ignore her, lowering her head in an attempt to walk past into the ward. However, the woman had no intention of letting her off that easily. Why so silent? Have I struck a nerve? You do seem rather innocent, yet at such a young age, your skills in seducing men are quite impressive. She then cast a scrutinizing glance at Yifei and remarked, but it appears your taste is lacking. Your little boyfriend seems unable to foot the medical bills. Yet Lee Junju had never been subjected to such humiliation, her face turning an angry shade of pale. What nonsense are you spouting, Tion? And now that you've secured it, you go and find a boyfriend to cover your medical expenses. Upon hearing their exchange, Yifei quickly grasped the situation. Hospitals like the People's Hospital were never short of patients, and often faced bed shortages. Clearly, the woman's family was also seeking a bed but had been denied one due to the overcrowding, while Lee Junju's mother had been fortunate enough to secure a spot, inciting the woman's animosity towards her. However, the venom in the woman's words was quite vicious. The corridor was filled with patients and their families, all of whom turned their curious gazes toward the unfolding drama, whispering and pointing at Lee Junju. Under such scrutiny, Lee Junju trembled with rage, unsure how to retaliate, tears brimming in her eyes. While Yifei approached, gently patting her shoulder, and subtly infused a trace of his true essence into her, calming her spirit. He then reassured her, "Fear not, leave this matter to me." Having gathered some experience in dealing with such provocateurs, Yifei's confidence was evident the moment his words left his lips. The flamboyant woman shot him a disdainful glance. "Kid, as someone who has been around, let me give you a piece of advice. Some women may appear innocent, but behind the scenes, they're anything but. You should be cautious, lest you find yourself sold and counting the money for others." Yifei merely glanced at her and replied nonchalantly, "At such a young age, your vision appears to be quite impaired." The bystanders erupted in laughter upon hearing Yifei's retort, especially at his mockingly sympathetic expression. They soon realized that both Yifei and Lee Junju were students, and the sight of a high school girl being so publicly humiliated by this ostentatious woman shifted their disdain towards her. "You little brat, who are you? Would you kindly keep your distance?" Yifei said, stepping aside. You little rascal, what did you just say? I have a fragrance, not a foul odor," the woman retorted furiously. While Yifei continued, "Not only are you indecent, but your desires appear insatiable. No single man could ever satisfy you. If I'm not mistaken, you were with 2 men last night, at the same time, around 9 o'clock, perhaps." The revelation of 2 men, at the same time. Yifei's words sent ripples of shock through the gathered crowd. They had not expected this fashionable woman to engage in such scandalous behavior. The flamboyant woman, however, stared at Yifei in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he could possibly know such a secret. But with so many eyes upon her, she would never admit it. "Shut your mouth, you little brat. If you dare speak again, I'll tear it off," she shouted, her finger pointed menacingly at Yifei. Yifei chuckled, "Whether I speak in jest or truth, you alone hold. Don't you want to know why your desires are so heightened?" "Why?" she asked instinctively, only to realize the implications of her question. As soon as the words left her mouth, those who had previously doubted Yifei's, her face turned a deep crimson, then purple, as embarrassment washed over her, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. "Because you are unwell." Yifei's voice rang out once more. "You are the one who is sick. Your entire family is deranged," the woman spat, now fully aware that Yifei had outsmarted her, her desire to strangle him growing stronger. While Yifei remained unperturbed, raising an eyebrow. "What, you don't believe me?" "Humph. I had a full body checkup just a week ago, I'm perfectly healthy," the woman replied with a cold smirk. Some issues cannot be detected by hospital equipment," Yifei remarked with a narrowing gaze. "If you doubt me, then tell me." Her disbelief mounted as she regarded Yifei. He had accurately described her symptoms. Recently, she had indeed felt an unbearable heat in her chest, with icy hands and feet clammy with sweat. Only now, as Yifei pointed it out, did she realize that these symptoms had coincided with an increase in her desires. While Yifei's voice cut through the tension once more. "If you still doubt, press 1 inch below your navel and see if you feel any sharp pain." The woman, in an instant, a jolt of pain surged through her entire being, causing her to gasp sharply. Panic gripped her. The onlookers were equally intrigued, puzzled as to how Yifei, having never met this woman before, could know her condition so intimately. Yifei, undeterred by the scrutiny, addressed the woman. "If you wish to remedy your ailment, then press down hard." With a determined expression, the woman bit her lip and pressed down forcefully. Boom! A loud, resounding fart echoed throughout the corridor, followed by an overwhelming stench, reminiscent of rotten eggs long past their prime. The spectators, caught off guard, recoiled from the foul odor, hastily retreating. Meanwhile, others stifled their laughter, nearly collapsing from the hilarity of the situation. The woman's face darkened to a shade that seemed ready to drip water, as she glared at Yifei, gritting her teeth. "You little rascal, are you mocking me?" Yifei shook his head, feigning sincerity. "I assure you, I am not mocking. Don't you feel much better now? You're the one who is full of hot air," she retorted vehemently. "No," Yifei interjected, his expression grave, "it is you who is full of hot air." As soon as the words left his lips, a series of rapid-fire farts erupted from the woman, akin to a machine gun. With a shriek, she could no longer bear the humiliation and, clutching her backside, dashed towards the hospital restroom. Li Junju gazed at Yifei, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "How did you do that? And what illness does that woman have?" Yifei chuckled. "Did I not mention, I once learned traditional Chinese medicine from an elderly mentor. Her ailment was easily discernible to me. As for her condition," he paused, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, capturing the curiosity of those around them. "It is merely a result of disrupted routines, leading to hormonal imbalances. The point I instructed her to press is known as the Qi point. Anyone applying pressure there would inevitably pass gas. And as for why her flatulence was so foul, it is simply due to the accumulation of toxins in her body. Releasing them is, in fact, beneficial for her," Yifei explained with a grin. Li Junju couldn't help but giggle, shooting him an exasperated glance. "You are truly incorrigible." At that moment, as they were about, despicable Yifei instinctively turned his head and saw a young male doctor in a white coat walking towards him. At that moment, the doctor also spotted Yifei standing in the corridor. "It's you. It's you." The two voices echoed simultaneously. A smile crept across Yifei's face. What a coincidence this was. This young doctor was none other than Fan Wenbin, the man who had lost $1 million to him in a stone gambling game. Naturally, Yifei harbored no fondness for someone who had designs on Chen Wan's affections, so he greeted him with a cheerful tone. "Haha, Mr. Despicable, long time no see." Hearing Yifei's "Fan?" Li Junju inquired, observing the two. "Indeed, we've met before. Dr. Fan is truly a wonderful person," Yifei replied, a reminiscent smile gracing his features. "Humph," Fan Wenbin scoffed heavily, ignoring Yifei as he turned to Li Junju with a smile. "Oh, Junju, you are here to visit your mother, right?" Li Junju nodded in affirmation. The trio shared little conversation and proceeded to enter the hospital room. It was then that Yifei realized Fan Wenbin was actually the attending physician for Li Junju's mother. Li Junju's mother was a woman in her 40s, with dignified features that hinted at her former beauty. It was clear she must have been a stunning lady in her youth, otherwise, how could she have given birth to a beauty like Li Junju? However, the passage of time had etched deep lines upon her face, and the tribulations endured during her hospitalization had aged her considerably beyond her years. Yifei felt a pang of sorrow as he gazed upon her, and it stirred thoughts of his own mother still residing in the countryside. Reflecting on this, he realized it had been quite some time since he last visited home. "It seems I ought to find an opportunity to return," Yifei sighed inwardly. Beside the hospital bed sat Li Junju's father, a simple and unassuming middle-aged man who appeared somewhat shy. Upon seeing Fan Wenbin enter, he hurriedly stood. "Dr. Fan, you've arrived," he stammered. "Oh, no need, please have a seat," Fan Wenbin replied with feigned warmth. Why Yifei was taken aback. Based on his previous encounters with Fan Wenbin, the man did not strike him as one prone to such courtesy. Next, Fan Wenbin began to examine Li Junju's mother while Yifei stood to the side, as if he were invisible. After the examination, Fan Wenbin cheerfully stated to Li Junju, "Junju, your mother's condition has improved somewhat. You should come by more often to keep her company and engage her in conversation. It will aid her recovery." Li Junju nodded, her lovely face clouded with concern as she asked, "Dr. Fan, have you found a suitable bone marrow match for my mother?" Rest assured, Junju, we have contacted several major hospitals, and I believe good news will arrive shortly, Fan Wenbin replied with a smile. He then inquired with apparent concern, his money becoming an issue? If so, I have some I can lend you for now. As he spoke, his gaze was fixed intently upon Li Junju, his eyes betraying a deeply hidden desire. This desire was skillfully concealed, and with Li Junju's family wholly focused on her mother's health, they remained oblivious to it. However, none of this escaped Yifei's keen observation. Having noted Fan Wenbin's furtive glances and overheard his words, Yifei cast a glance at Li Junju's mother, and an unsettling suspicion surged within him. With this suspicion igniting a sense of urgency, Yifei placed his hand on Li Junju's mother's wrist, wishing to further investigate her condition. "What are you doing, brat?" Fan Wenbin exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to halt Yifei's actions. Not only Fan Wenbin but also Li Junju's family were left bewildered by Yifei's sudden move, having entered the room in silence and deliberately minimizing his presence to avoid disrupting Fan Wenbin's examination. Yifei appeared almost as an afterthought. Initially, Li Junju's mother assumed Yifei had merely coincidentally entered the room with them. However, upon noticing his school uniform, she recognized that Yifei had accompanied Li Junju and asked, "Junju, who is this?" Li Junju, equally perplexed by Yifei's actions, nonetheless explained, "Mom, this is Yifei, my classmate. He heard about your illness and came to visit. Why Yifei has some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, perhaps he wishes to offer his assistance." Upon hearing this, Fan Wenbin's heart skipped a beat. He had first-hand knowledge of Yifei's medical skills, which far exceeded mere familiarity with traditional Chinese medicine. Fearing the exposure of his hidden agenda, he sharply interrupted, "You, stay away, this is my patient. You need to leave immediately." As he spoke, Fan Wenbin lunged at Yifei, attempting to pull his hand away from Li Junju's mother's wrist. Just as Fan Wenbin's hand reached out, Yifei had already withdrawn his hand from her wrist. With a cold smile, Yifei addressed Fan Wenbin, "Dr. Fan, you seem rather agitated." Li Junju too regarded Fan Wenbin with astonishment. Yifei was merely trying to feel her mother's pulse, so why was Fan Wenbin reacting so excessively? Realizing he had acted rashly, Fan Wenbin quickly backtracked, "Oh, I merely wish to prevent unnecessary disturbances to my patient." He then turned to Yifei with a frosty demeanor, "The patient requires rest. Unrelated individuals, please vacate the premises." "Ha," Yifei scoffed coldly, tearing down Fan Wenbin's facade, "I suspect you are feeling guilty." "Guilty?" Yifei's accusation piqued the curiosity of not only Li Junju's family but also the other patients in the room. "Guilty? Ha ha ha, what do I have to feel guilty about?" Fan Wenbin laughed nervously, though a glimmer of panic flickered in his eyes. "What do you have to feel guilty about?" Yifei's mocking smile deepened. "You've diagnosed a common cold as leukemia. Don't you think that's a reason for concern?" "What? A common cold?" Yifei's assertion detonated like a thunderclap in the hospital room, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Li Junju, recalling Yifei's earlier behavior in the corridor, grasped his hand excitedly, asking, "Yifei, my mother is really just suffering from a cold and not leukemia?" "Of course," Yifei nodded, "it's simply a low-grade fever caused by a common cold. If there's anything more, it may be that she was startled during her illness, certainly not leukemia." "Ah, I remember now," Li's mother chimed in, "when I had the low-grade fever, I went to the pharmacy to buy some medicine. On my way home, I was almost hit by a reckless biker, which frightened me to the point of sweating cold. After that, my condition worsened, and upon arriving at the hospital, I was diagnosed with leukemia." Initially, the occupants of the room were skeptical of Yifei's claims, but upon hearing Li's mother's account, they began to believe him. If Yifei could deduce that she had been startled, then surely his diagnosis held weight. "Dr. Fan, what is going on here?" Li Junju demanded coldly, her gaze fixed on Fan Wenbin. Initially filled with gratitude towards him, her eyes now brimmed with disdain as she regarded the flustered doctor. Fan Wenbin, already feeling cornered, found himself at a loss for words under the scrutiny of the room's occupants. Li Junju's father, who had remained silent until now, recognized the gravity of the situation. His eyes reddened with fury as he recalled the lengths he had gone to secure funds for his wife's leukemia treatment. With no other options left, he had gambled away their meager savings, only to lose everything and suffer further indignities. He had endured so much suffering and hardship, nearly losing his family, only to discover that it was all based on a mistake. "I'll have it out with you." Li Junju's father, eyes filled with rage, stood up and grasped Fan Wenbin by the collar, ready to confront him. Chapter 51. Can we discharge today? Fan Wenbin found himself clutched by the neck by Lee's father. His face flushed crimson from the pressure. Were it not for the family members of the patient in the adjacent bed restraining him, he might have truly wished to suffocate Fan Wenbin. Do not heed his nonsense. The patient has leukemia. How could I possibly be mistaken? Fan Wenbin gasped for breath and shouted defiantly. You are certainly not mistaken, for you have done so intentionally. Yifei retorted with a cold smile. Under Yifei's penetrating gaze, Fan Wenbin felt as though his innermost thoughts were laid bare, prompting him to instinctively turn his head away, avoiding Yifei's scrutinizing eyes. Nevertheless, he stubbornly replied, You speak in riddles. Why would I intentionally err? What benefit could that possibly yield for me? The other family members present began to share his confusion. Indeed, Fan Wenbin's actions seemed to bear no advantage for him. Yifei chuckled mockingly, refraining from answering his query and instead countered by saying that, You are admitting the patient does not have leukemia, are you? Fan Wenbin's heart sank in alarm as he realized, unwittingly, Yifei had ensnared him in a linguistic trap. Humph. I know nothing of what you imply. The patient's white blood cell count has exceeded 20,000. What else could this signify if not leukemia? Fan Wenbin countered defensively. Even I, a mere high school student, am aware that a white blood cell count above a common cold could also provoke such an increase. Is this truly your evidence for diagnosis? Yifei scoffed. Your arguments are nothing but a smokescreen. Our hospital has reached the conclusion that the patient has leukemia after thorough and precise diagnostics, Fan Wenbin insisted obstinately. After saying this, with a grim expression, he pointed at Lee's father and scolded, I offered my assistance in examinations and connecting with the bone marrow, and you repay kindness with malice. Let me inform you, your bone marrow is gone. He shouted vehemently at the door, Get out of my ward now, or I refuse to treat patients like you. All of you, leave. What? When cornered, you resort to rage. Yifei sat nonchalantly, observing the nearly frenzied Fan Wenbin with amusement. Now, let me elucidate why you intentionally misdiagnosed. Because you need money. Yifei enunciated each word as if they were daggers piercing Fan Wenbin's heart, draining the color from his face. How much could a patient with a cold possibly cost? But a leukemia patient, that's an entirely different story. The treatment for leukemia predominantly requires imported medications, which are quite expensive, allowing you to pocket a substantial commission. Am I not correct, Dr. Fan? Yifei's playful tone when addressing him as Dr. Fan was laced with mockery. Stunned, Fan Wenbin gazed at Yifei, astonished that he had penetrated his intentions so thoroughly. Indeed, Fan Wenbin was in dire need of funds. Ever since Yifei had extorted 1 million from him, his life had become exceedingly strained. Initially, when Lee's mother sought his examination, he had already diagnosed her with a common cold, but upon seeing the report that suggested leukemia, he was tempted by the prospect of profit. Later, upon encountering Lee Yunju's striking beauty, his ambitions morphed again. Merely earning money no longer sufficed. He desired both wealth and beauty. His plans had been meticulously crafted and were on the verge of fruition, only to be thwarted by Yifei. As a doctor, has your professional ethics been devoured by dogs? Yifei said coldly, I was not mistaken. You are indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing. To hell with professional ethics. Fan Wenbin bellowed in anger and humiliation. Everything I have done has adhered to proper procedures, and the medications used are intended to prevent leukemia. If you have the courage, report me. I see you are merely a hired thug for the patients. What, lacking funds for treatment, do you wish to blame our hospital? If you cannot pay, then get the hell out, you bunch of paupers. Fan Wenbin disregarded his image entirely and began to curse loudly in the ward. The other patients and their families were taken aback. No one had anticipated that the previously refined Dr. Fan would devolve into such a state. A large crowd of onlookers had gathered outside the ward, including hospital staff. Yifei, weary of further banter, turned to Li Yunju and said, Call the police, let him explain his nonsense to them. Understood. Li Yunju nodded and picked up her phone to report. Dr. Shah is here, Dr. Shah is here, Dr. Shah. Director Shah. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the ward. Soon, a stunning woman in a white coat parted the crowd and entered the room. Director Shah, what brings you here? The previously arrogant Fan Wenbin was taken aback at the sight of this striking woman and hastily spoke. The woman referred to as Dr. Shah merely cast a fleeting glance at Fan Wenbin before addressing the gathered crowd. I am Shah Qinghon, head of the hematology department and chief physician. What has transpired here? The family members of the patients were startled upon hearing Sha Qinghon's introduction. They had not expected this young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, to hold such an esteemed position. Without Yifei needing to elaborate, the other patients and their families eagerly recounted the recent events. After listening, Sha Qinghon nodded, her expression remaining icy, and turned to Fan Wenbin, present the examination report. Fan Wenbin's countenance darkened further, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Director Sha, I hand over the examination report. I do not wish to repeat myself. Sha Qinghon's voice was cold and commanding. Reluctantly, Fan Wenbin produced the various examinations conducted on Li's mother. Silence fell over the ward. Ever since Sha Qinghon entered, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. After reviewing the examination report, Sha Qinghon raised her gaze to Fan Wenbin. Dr. Fan, on what basis did you diagnose the patient with leukemia? Fan Wenbin's forehead glistened with sweat as he stammered, the patient's white blood cell count has exceeded 20,000, that will suffice. You need not continue. Sha Qinghon interrupted him brusquely. Fan Wenbin, I hereby officially inform you that you are suspended from duty and should prepare for an investigation by the police. Sha Qinghon's actions unequivocally confirmed that Fan Wenbin had made a misdiagnosis. Li's mother did not have leukemia. Third, Fan Wenbin collapsed to the floor, his face devoid of any color. At that moment, no one felt sympathy for him. In fact, many family members could not restrain their scorn. Bah, he looks respectable but turns out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Thank goodness my attending physician is not him. To misdiagnose a common cold, Sha Qinghon approached Li's mother and her family, first bowing solemnly before speaking earnestly. I sincerely apologize for the distress caused by certain doctors in our hospital who have disregarded professional ethics. On behalf of our hospital, I extend our heartfelt apologies. We will refund all the medical expenses you have incurred, and we are willing to offer appropriate compensation. Furthermore, all subsequent treatments for the patient will be provided free of charge until her full recovery. What do you think? Li Yunju's family exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to respond, until Li Yunju turned her pleading eyes to Yifei. In an instant, all gazes fell upon Yifei. Yifei glanced at Sha Qinghon, internally acknowledging, this young woman possesses a formidable background. If she were merely a chief physician, she likely would not wield such authority. At that moment, Sha Qinghon also looked at Yifei. Earlier, you were the one who pointed out that the patient does not have leukemia, correct? Even she had to review numerous reports before confirming that Li's mother did not have leukemia. How did Yifei, a mere high school student, dare assert that the patient did not have leukemia without having seen any examination reports? I have no objections to the first 2 points. You may discuss them with the family, Yifei replied with a gentle smile, but as for the third point, it is unnecessary. Because the patient can be discharged today. Chapter 52 is acupuncture. The patient can go home today. Yifei's sudden remark left everyone present momentarily speechless. It is important to note that although Li Mu was not suffering from leukemia, her initial cold had led to several complications due to prolonged neglect. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What was truly critical was the fact that Fan Wenbin had previously administered excessive prescription medication to Li Mu, which could have resulted in a toxic accumulation in her body. These issues would necessitate further examination and treatment. Young man, do you realize what you are saying? Given the patient's condition, she cannot be discharged. Our actions are in her best interest. A doctor who had accompanied Sha Qinghon interjected, unable to contain himself upon hearing. Yifei was acutely aware that Li Mu had not yet recovered and that toxins had accumulated within her system. However, this posed no concern for him. Since he was already in the hospital, he might as well be thorough and assist Li Junju's mother in her recovery. Surely, if Li Mu could leave the hospital sooner, she would prefer not to linger there, even if it was free of charge. Hey, young man, are you dreaming? Do you know who stands beside you? The doctor could not help but scoff. He gestured toward Sha Qinghon, saying, our director Sha is a medical doctor graduated from Johns Hopkins University. Even she would not dare to claim that she could discharge a patient today. How could you possibly achieve that? Johns Hopkins University is renowned as one of the best medical schools in the world, sharing the top rank with Harvard Medical School. Each graduate from such an institution is exceptional, highly sought after by hospitals worldwide. Yet, Sha Qinghon chose to disregard the doctor's flattery and turned her gaze to Yifei, asking, what method will you employ to restore the patient's health? Acupuncture. Yifei declared, retrieving his silver needles from his backpack. Sha Qinghon, initially intrigued by Yifei's medical approach, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her upon seeing the silver needles. She remarked, "I have studied traditional Chinese acupuncture as well. Although it possesses many miraculous techniques, I must say that traditional Chinese medicine is outdated. Furthermore, acupuncture has no effect on the toxins within the patient's body. Whether it is effective can only be determined through experience," Yifei replied, unfazed by Sha Qinghon's skepticism. His method of acupuncture was not the typical practice of traditional Chinese medicine. "I cannot allow you to recklessly administer needles to our hospital's patient." Sha Qinghon firmly shook her head in refusal. She then turned her attention to Li Junzhu's family, stating, "If the patient accepts this gentleman's treatment and any issues arise, our hospital will bear no responsibility, nor will subsequent treatments be provided free of charge. Are you certain you wish to proceed with his treatment?" Upon hearing this, Li Junzhu's parents hesitated. If Yifei's treatment proved ineffective and the hospital refused to cover the costs of future treatments, it would result in significant. Li Junzhu looked at Yifei, trusting him, yet felt unable to make such a decision, especially when it concerned her mother's health. While Yifei understood the concerns of Li Junzhu's parents and turned to Sha Qinghon, proposing, "How about we make a bet?" "Oh, what kind of bet?" Sha Qinghon raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "If I succeed in treating your mother's ailment, then your hospital will no longer be responsible for her subsequent treatment costs. Instead, you can simply provide them with a cash settlement," Yifei stated with a smile. Sha Qinghon pondered for a moment before nodding. "That is acceptable, but what if you fail to treat her?" "If I am unable to cure her, I will personally cover the costs of her future treatments," Yifei replied with a grin. That is unacceptable." Li father quickly interjected, waving his hands. "That cannot be. You have already done so much for our family, we cannot ask you to incur further expenses." Li Junzhu's mother also hurriedly declined, grasping Yifei's arm. Li Junzhu pleaded, "Yifei, perhaps we should reconsider." Yifei smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry. I guarantee that your family will be able to return home for a reunion dinner today." Sha Qinghon chuckled lightly, "The costs of future treatments are not negligible. You are still a student, are you capable of covering them?" Yifei produced his bank card, stating, "This card contains 2 million. I wonder if that will suffice." A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, who had been intently watching the exchange. The revelation of Yifei's card with 2 million in savings left them astonished. 2 million was no trivial sum. Even in the coastal city of Haizhou, many middle-class families might not possess such savings, excluding other assets. Upon hearing this figure, Sha Qinghon's expression remained unchanged. She merely nodded. "If you truly have 2 million, that should be sufficient. You may verify it. The password is XXXXXX," Yifei said, extending the card toward the doctor standing next to Sha Qinghon. "No need," Sha Qinghon waved her hand dismissively. "In comparison to this 2 million, I am far more curious about whether you can truly heal the patient." Seeing this, Yifei did not press further, placing his card back in his backpack and preparing to administer acupuncture to Li Junzhu's mother. The gathered crowd widened their eyes in anticipation, eager to witness how Yifei would facilitate the recovery of Li Mu, who had been bedridden for so long. While Yifei extracted a silver needle, flicking it with his fingers, producing a soft chime before swiftly piercing it into an acupoint on Li Mu's body. "Oh!" Sha Qinghon, who had initially an expert's skill, is immediately discernible. After returning from her studies abroad, Sha Qinghon had invested time in researching traditional Chinese medicine, hoping to promote the ancient medical practices of her homeland. However, upon delving deeper, she realized that although traditional Chinese medicine has a rich lineage spanning thousands of years, it has suffered from significant loss and distortion over time, with much of what remains. Misapplication of these methods not only fails to heal but can also endanger lives. Consequently, she had abandoned the ambition to revive traditional Chinese medicine. Nonetheless, she possessed a profound understanding of acupuncture. With Yifei's first insertion of the needle, she recognized that his technique was neither random nor akin to the rudimentary skills learned from a quack doctor. Following the initial needle insertion, Yifei's speed escalated dramatically. The onlookers could only perceive the fleeting shadows of his hands as he moved, unable to discern the precise method of his acupuncture. This alone ignited their excitement, as they found his technique extraordinarily elegant. Yes, it was elegance, but that moment, Yifei appeared less like a practitioner administering acupuncture and more like a pianist playing a beautiful melody, imparting a sense of natural harmony to the scene. As Yifei channeled his vital energy into the silver needles, they began to vibrate with a unique rhythm, producing a faint humming sound. It's moving," someone exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. The mouths of the other spectators gaped in disbelief. Sha Qinghon's previously composed demeanor vanished, replaced by a look of shock on her lovely face. Meanwhile, Li Junju covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes widening in awe. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, beads of fine sweat appeared on Li Mu's skin. These droplets were not clear but rather a dark brown, resembling murky wastewater. As the silver needles vibrated more vigorously, the onlookers fell. Suddenly, Li Mu, who had been reclining at an angle, sat up straight and let out a gasp, expelling a gelatinous flame the size of grapes, dark green in color. Oh, how refreshing! After expelling the flame, Li Mu could not help but exclaim, feeling an indescribable sense of relief throughout her body. The pallor that had previously plagued her features vanished, and she appeared to have rejuvenated by a decade. Chapter 53. Are the Luo people not the first? This time, Yifei employed the four symbols needle technique, which not only expelled the toxins from Li Mu's body but also eliminated the accumulated poisons she had harbored over the decades, making her appear as though she had regained 10 years of youth. The onlookers were rendered speechless in astonishment. No one could possibly believe that Yifei was perpetrating a hoax, for they had just witnessed the astonishing efficacy of his acupuncture skills firsthand. By the time Yifei stored away the silver needles, Li Mu was already able to rise from her bed with ease. "I feel like I could take down an elephant," she exclaimed with a radiant smile. Her statement elicited a hearty laugh from the gathered crowd, most of which was good-natured. It was then that Sha Qinghon was the first to regain her composure and instructed a nearby doctor, "Go, arrange for a full-body checkup for the patient immediately." "Yes, Dr. Sha," the physician responded, promptly leading a few nurses to escort Li Mu away. Once Li Mu had departed, the gazes of the onlookers shifted towards Yifei, their eyes wide with a fervor that suggested they wished to devour him whole. "Little divine doctor, could you please give me a few needles? My back is in pain." "Little divine doctor, can you take a look at me as well? I've been feeling nauseous lately." "Little divine doctor, I suffer from kidney deficiency, could you help me with a few needles to bolster my vitality?" Patients and their relatives alike surged forward, encircling Yifei and voicing their various ailments. Even two young nurses approached, their faces alight with excitement, but retreated, blushing, upon catching Sha Qinghon's icy glare. "Everyone, please allow me to speak," Yifei finally called out, finding himself overwhelmed. As soon as he spoke, the entire ward fell silent. He glanced at the crowd before continuing, "I must clarify that my acupuncture technique is effective solely against the accumulation of toxins within the body. Furthermore, due to its demanding nature, I can only perform it once a day at most. I apologize." Yifei had to tell a small fib, otherwise, with so many people clamoring for his treatment, he would surely exhaust himself on the spot. Besides, his statement held truth. The four symbols needle technique was indeed extremely taxing on his vital energy. Although he had now progressed to the second tier of Qi training and would not suffer the debilitating fatigue he once did, it still left him feeling quite weary. Upon hearing Yifei's explanation and observing his somewhat pale complexion, the crowd realized he was not speaking falsely and could only express their disappointment. Moreover, their ailments were not life-threatening. They could be treated within the hospital, and their earlier enthusiasm was merely in the spirit of camaraderie and a desire to witness Yifei's acupuncture prowess once more. "All right, everyone, you may disperse now," Sha Qinghon interjected, signaling for the two nurses to help usher the patients and their families away. Li Junju regarded Yifei with immense gratitude, particularly noting his slightly fatigued demeanor. "Yifei, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, there's no need to be so formal." Yifei waved his hand, interrupting her. "We are friends, after all." "Yes," Li Junju replied, biting her lip and nodding vigorously. "We are friends. What acupuncture technique did you just perform?" Sha Qinghon inquired as she approached Yifei. "The four symbols needle technique," Yifei responded. "The four symbols needle technique?" Sha Qinghon furrowed her brow. "Why have I never heard of it before?" Although she was not versed in traditional Chinese medicine, she was not entirely ignorant of it either. In fact, she might have had a deeper understanding than some seasoned practitioners, yet, the four symbols needle technique was completely unfamiliar to her. "Perhaps you are simply not well informed," Yifei remarked casually. Yifei's offhand comment irked Sha Qinghon considerably. Here was a medical doctor, a graduate of Johns Hopkins University, being labeled ill-informed by a mere high school student. With a huff, she recognized that Yifei was unwilling to elaborate further and refrained from pressing the matter. Nonetheless, she resolved to conduct thorough research on the four symbols needle technique. Once she returned home, the crowd did not have to wait long before the doctor who had taken Li Mu away returned, his face alight with excitement, as if he had just consumed an expired stimulant. Without even entering the ward, he shouted, "Dr. Sha, good news, excellent news. Sha Ching-hon glanced at the physician and inquired, have the test results come in? They're in, all of them, the doctor replied eagerly, nodding. Every single indicator is normal. The patient is in excellent health, even healthier than most young people. After delivering this news, his gaze shifted to Yifei, his eyes glistening with an intensity reminiscent of a starving wolf fixating on an unguarded maiden, leaving Yifei with an unsettling feeling. With Li Mu's recovery confirmed, Yifei and the others no longer had any reason to remain in the hospital. Once Li Mu returned, they all departed. To make amends for their earlier oversight, the hospital arranged transportation for the Li Junju family to leave. As Yifei and the Li family parted ways at the hospital entrance, Li Junju cast lingering glances back at him, her face awash with reluctance. Were it not for Yifei, her family would likely still be in the dark, struggling to gather funds for her mother's medical expenses. Even if they had managed to scrape together the money, it would have been insufficient to restore Li Mu's health. What Li Junju did not realize was that, had it not been for Yifei, she herself might have fallen victim to Fan Wenbin's nefarious schemes. Only after her father urged her repeatedly did Li Junju finally board the vehicle, waving goodbye to Yifei as she departed. Once the Li family's car vanished from sight, Yifei turned to leave. Just as he exited the hospital, the fiery red Mercedes-Benz sports car pulled up beside him. The window rolled down to reveal a strikingly beautiful face tinged with an air of frost. Sha Ching-hon. Where do you live? I will give you a ride. Sha Ching-hon stated, her voice still as frigid as ever. Oh, that's not necessary, I live quite close to here, Yifei replied. Get in the car. Sha Ching-hon insisted coolly. Yifei found himself at a loss for words. This woman was rather domineering. Since she was so insistent on giving him a ride, he decided to accept her offer and promptly relayed his address once he was inside the vehicle. The Mercedes sped along, reaching Yifei's aunt's old house in less than 20 minutes. As Yifei alighted from the car, he intended to express his gratitude, but Sha Ching-hon ignored him entirely, accelerating away into the night, leaving him inhaling a mouthful of exhaust fumes. Damn it! Yifei exclaimed in frustration, stamping his foot in anger. Inside the car, Sha Ching-hon, catching sight of this through the rearview mirror, finally relaxed her rigid expression, a faint smile gracing her lips. Upon returning home, Yifei performed a quick wash-up before settling down to practice his cultivation. The following morning, while attending early classes, the year-level director, Xie Ding, arrived with Chen Wan to announce that she would temporarily take over as class teacher. Instantly, the classroom erupted in cheers. Although Chen Wan had only recently joined the school, her beauty and amiable demeanor had already garnered her a far greater popularity than Zhao Yun. Naturally, the students were elated at the news of her interim appointment. Once Xie Ding departed, Chen Wan dropped another bombshell, inciting further excitement. The results of the second mock exam were in. Teacher Chen, how did our class perform? Teacher Chen, did our class leader secure the top spot again? Is there even any doubt? The class leader is the school's recognized invincible scholar. As the students chattered excitedly, many turned their attention to Yifei, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Now that the results are out, some people are in for a rough time. Didn't he boldly declare in front of everyone that if he didn't make it into the top 100, he would withdraw from school? Let us see if he still has the face to remain in this class. Once the din of chatter subsided, Chen Wan cleared her throat and stated, I know what you're all most curious about. Luo Iran performed exceptionally well this time, scoring a total of 727 points. At her announcement, gasps of astonishment filled the classroom. The total score for the second mock exam was 750, and Luo Iran had scored 727. Truly the invincible scholar. Before the students could fully absorb the information, Chen Wan's voice rang out once more. However, this time, Luo Iran is not the top scorer in the school. Chapter 54. A sensation throughout the school. The sudden utterance from Chen Wan was akin to a thunderclap, plunging the classroom into an instantaneous and profound silence. All the students exchanged bewildered glances. Luo Iran was not the top student in the school. Ever since Luo Iran enrolled at Haijo No. 1 High School, she had consistently claimed the top spot in nearly every examination from her first to her third year. A score of 727 was not even the highest in the school. Then who could it be? What extraordinary score could surpass hers? In the classroom, a multitude of students turned their gazes toward Chen Wan at the podium, their curiosity ignited by her revelation. After a brief moment of silence, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Could it be Zhongku from Class 1? He is the fiercest rival of our class leader and was the second in the last mock exam. I believe it's Song Hongyu from Class 5. I heard he estimated his score to be 730. Come on, I think it's Du Fei from class 9. The students engaged in fervent discussions, speculating wildly. Luo Iren, who had been looking down, lifted her head upon hearing Chen Wan's words, her expression marked by confusion. A score of 728 was quite close to her own estimation, and she was satisfied with it. Based on her previous experiences, such a score should be sufficient to create a significant gap between her and the other competitors. Surely no one could surpass her. At that moment, Chen Wan's voice resonated again. This time, the top score in the school also belongs to our class 10. A collective gasp surged through the students, heightening their excitement. It must be the class monitor, one student exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. The class monitor, Yao Pengfei, was indeed a regular in the top 10 of the grade, yet he had always been overshadowed by Luo Iren, perpetually the second best. As Chen Wan spoke, all eyes turned toward Liao Pengfei. He remained composed on the outside, though internally, he was utterly perplexed. Just 2 days prior, he had estimated his score to be below 700. Could I have miscalculated? Yao Pengfei pondered silently, maintaining a calm facade as he addressed the class. I also believe I performed quite well this time. Yao Pengfei, brimming with pride, prepared to bask in the admiration of his classmates. At that moment, Chen Wan's voice rang out once more. Yao Pengfei achieved a commendable score of 680. Yao Pengfei, on the verge of standing to express his gratitude, froze. His face flashed a deep crimson, wishing he could vanish into thin air. What, it's not the class monitor, then who on earth scored the highest? Could it be the representative for Chinese? Just as the students were engaged in fervent speculation, a loud voice cut through the chatter. Teacher, I bet the top scorer is Yifei. The speaker was Wang Cheng, who stood up and shouted toward Chen Wan at the podium. Yifei, the classroom fell silent once again, followed by a wave of laughter. This guy is just trying to embarrass you. Guoliang nudged Yifei's arm in indignation. While Yifei shot Wang Cheng a glance. Wang Cheng was looking at him with a provocative smirk, relishing the moment. Ever since Yifei had intimidated Wang Cheng at the school gate, Wang Cheng had been relatively subdued for quite some time. Yet, with the results of the mock exam just released, he seemed to have regained his bravado. Perhaps he thinks I'm on the verge of dropping out and can no longer be his rival. Yifei thought to himself, bemused. He is merely a clown. There is no need to pay him any mind, he told the disgruntled Guoliang, not bothering to look at Wang Cheng again. Wang Cheng is truly despicable, claiming Yifei is the top scorer. If that bumpkin manages to score fast, I'll eat my heart live on stream. First in the school. Whether that bumpkin can even remain in school is another question. The students in the classroom laughed to the point of near tears at Wang Cheng's comments. However, when they turned their attention back to Chen Wan, they noticed her smile had vanished, her expression now grave. A disquieting thought washed over them simultaneously. No way, could it really be him? Chen Wan nodded and stated, Wang Cheng is correct. Yifei scored 745, not only the top score in the school but also the highest in the city for this mock exam. Those who had previously mocked were struck dumb, as if their voices had been choked out. In an instant, the classroom was once again enveloped in silence. 745, I must be hearing things. I think I had the same score. Today is April 20th, not April Fool's Day. As the realization dawned, the students began to draw in sharp breaths, their gazes filled with astonishment as they turned to look at Yifei. Yet, Yifei appeared completely oblivious to their stares, keeping his head down and ignoring them. As they noted Yifei's indifference, all eyes shifted back to Wang Cheng standing rigidly, his smile frozen. He found himself under the scrutiny of countless classmates. He opened his mouth but could utter no words. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself repeatedly for his earlier arrogance. Damn it, I really spoke too soon. As the first morning class drew to a close, the emotional rollercoaster of the students had left them feeling dazed. When the bell rang, they remained in a state of disbelief. Wow, you are incredible, scoring fast in the city. Quick, tell me how you did it. As soon as class ended, Guoliang seized Yifei's arm. Guoliang, during the break, the school had posted the score sheets from various classes on the bulletin board for students to review their peers' performances. Lin, you did quite well this time, scoring 651, placing you 33rd in the grade, Cheng Jia said, linking her arm with Suzy Lin's. Suzy Lin nodded but remained silent. She had anticipated securing a position within the top 20. Instead, she found herself 33rd, a significant deviation from her expectations, leaving her feeling somewhat dejected. Cheng Jia had pulled her out to lift her spirits. By the way, your cousin is in class 10, right? Let us see what score he got, Cheng Jia suggested, dragging Suzy Lin toward the score sheet for class 10. What's there to see? His score is probably too embarrassing, Suzy Lin huffed, turning her head away in disinterest, even as Qingjia pulled her along. Come on, maybe he performed exceptionally this time, Qingjia said with a grin. She didn't genuinely believe Yifei would excel, she merely wanted to tease him. However, when she finally glanced at the Class 10 score sheet, her smile froze. Suzy Lin, despite her earlier reluctance, was also curious. After a long pause with no words from Qingjia, she grew impatient and asked, so, did he manage to score over 300? Qingjia turned back, her expression somewhat stiff. Lin, you should look for yourself. Suzy Lin furrowed her brows even more. What, did he not even score 300? No. Qingjia stammered. What is it, then? You look so strange, Suzy Lin said, turning to the score sheet. Upon seeing Yifei's score, she was instantly dumbfounded. Why Yifei's name was remarkably easy to spot, sitting at the very top in the most conspicuous position, with the notation Yifei, 745, 1. The latter two ones indicated his class rank and overall school rank, respectively. Suzy Lin's eyes widened, and she opened her mouth, but no words emerged. In just a few class periods, the news of Yifei's top score had spread like wildfire throughout Haijo No. 1 high school. The score of 745 created a sensation. At this juncture, Yifei's name began circulating among the students once more, no longer labeled as the fool, but now exalted with the title of genius. By the end of the afternoon classes, a pristine ivory Rolls-Royce was parked at the school entrance, drawing the attention of numerous students. Many departing students stood a short distance away, whispering among themselves. Haijo had its share of wealthy individuals, yet few dared to flaunt a Rolls-Royce so openly at the entrance of Haijo No. 1 high school. As the crowd speculated about the identity of the person inside the car, Yifei emerged from the school building. Creak, the Rolls-Royce door swung open, revealing a rugged middle-aged man. Many students instantly recognized him as Wei Kuan, a magnate from Haijo. Upon Yifei's arrival, Wei Kuan promptly opened the car door and said, "Young brother Yi, please, get in." Chapter 55 1. The 5 Declines of Humanity. The ivory-white Rolls-Royce sped northward under the watchful gaze of numerous classmates, gradually vanishing from sight. Inside the vehicle, Wei Kuan glanced at Yifei, his expression revealing a mix of hesitation and uncertainty. Mr. Wei, if there is something on your mind, please feel free to speak, Yifei remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wei Kuan. Brother Yi, well, Wei Kuan's face betrayed an awkwardness. I had originally intended to invite you to treat my mother today. However, I happened to hear that a miraculous physician was passing through Haijo, who would only be staying for one night, so I also extended an invitation for him to assist in my mother's treatment. As he spoke, his embarrassment was palpable. Given Wei Kuan's stature, it would typically be unremarkable to invite 2 doctors simultaneously for his mother's ailment. He could have even summoned experts from across the nation for a consultation without hesitation. Yet, Yifei's unique background, being introduced to him by Song Jiming of the Song family, made him cautious. Why Yifei's extraordinary abilities had led him to believe that the young man was anything but ordinary, and he wished to avoid a Yifei nodded and replied, "No problem." Upon seeing that Yifei bore no sign of anger, Wei Kuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt at Wei Kuan's opulent residence. Wei Kuan ushered Yifei into the living room for tea, and just as they settled down, a bodyguard approached to report, "Boss, Mr.Su has arrived." Wei Kuan quickly rose to greet him, prompting Yifei to follow suit. Meanwhile, several individuals were led to the villa entrance by the bodyguard. "Mr. Wei, this is the miraculous physician I mentioned, the descendant of the legendary healer Huatuo," announced a middle-aged man in a suit as he entered. This man was Su Changli, the largest herbal merchant in Lin City, known as Mr.Su by the bodyguards. Beside him stood 2 others. One was the so-called miraculous physician, a man in his 50s clad in a black robe, emaciated and bearing a sinister countenance that hardly suggested the aura of a healer. The other was his disciple, whose demeanor was equally arrogant. Wei Kuan promptly expressed his gratitude to Su Changli before addressing the miraculous physician. "Honored Hua, your presence is a great honor. I regret not being able to greet you properly." Before Hua could respond, his disciple interjected with derision, "Mr. Wei, your esteemed master has come to treat your mother, yet you did not personally come to welcome him. Surely, that is rather presumptuous." "Indeed, Mr. Wei, it is not often that Huatuo's descendant offers his services. I have gone to great lengths to secure his assistance," Su Changli added. "I invited him to assist in my mother's treatment as well," Wei Kuan quickly introduced. After hearing Wei Kuan's introduction, Huatuo's descendant lost interest and disregarded Yifei, striding into the living room. His disciple, however, sneered as he entered. A mere boy, barely out of his adolescence, dares to call himself a healer, even if he had been studying medicine since birth. How many years could he possibly have? My master alone suffices, the rest of you should leave. Upon hearing this, Wei Quan looked at Yifei, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. While Yifei, observing the miraculous physician and his entourage entering the living room, wore a bemused smile and casually remarked to Wei Quan, "No need for concern. I will join you all in a moment." With everyone present, Wei Quan ceased to delay and led them to his mother's sick room. Hua Tuo's descendant showed no courtesy to Yifei. Upon entering the room, he promptly began to examine Wei Quan's mother. While Yifei, unaffected, stood by to observe her condition. Wei Quan's mother, in her 70s, was gaunt and frail, her complexion a ghastly mix of blue and purple, lying on the bed like a desiccated corpse. Even with prior mental preparation, Yifei was taken aback by her condition, for it truly resembled the end of life. 15 minutes later, having completed his examination, Hua Tuo's descendant stated coolly, "I have discerned your mother's condition. Let us discuss it outside." He then stepped out without further ado, prompting the others to follow suit. In the living room, Hua took a sip of tea and calmly asserted, "Mr. Wei, forgive my bluntness, but your mother is not ill. She is being claimed by the King of Hell." "The King of Hell?" Wei Quan was taken aback. "Please elucidate, Hua Tuo." After swallowing his tea, Hua Tuo's descendant slowly articulated, "The 5 declines of humanity." At the utterance of these words, Wei Quan felt as though struck by lightning. Over the years, he had sought every possible remedy for his mother, becoming almost an expert himself. He was well aware of what the 5 declines of humanity entailed: filthy garments, withered hair, sweating under the arms, foul body odor, and a lack of joy. The 5 declines of humanity signified a natural end to life, referred to as being claimed by the King of Hell, something even divine beings would find challenging to remedy. In a state of panic, Wei Quan urgently implored, "Hua Tuo, as a descendant of the legendary healer Hua Tuo, surely you possess a method of healing." At this, Hua Tuo's descendant lowered his head in contemplation, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. After a moment, he raised his head and coolly replied, "While foraging for herbs in Tianshan, I fortuitously discovered a rare elixir on a cliff. If administered to your mother, it could extend her life by 10 years. However, this elixir is exceedingly precious. In my possession, there exists but a single specimen." As he spoke, Hua Tuo's descendant opened a medicine box, revealing a jade-green plant that resembled a succulent. A subtle fragrance wafted from the elixir, invigorating all within the living room. Wei Quan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lost his former shrewdness, exclaiming, "Hua Tuo, how much for this elixir? I shall buy it." This, Hua Tuo's descendant feigned a troubled expression. "The price of this elixir is quite steep." "Never mind, just name your price, I shall purchase it," Wei Quan insisted, his generosity fueled by the urgency of his mother's life. Yifei, who had been silently observing from the side, remained unperturbed, akin to a transparent observer. Upon witnessing the so-called elixir that Hua Tuo's descendant had produced, he could not help but chuckle softly. No wonder he found this so-called miraculous physician to be peculiar, exuding an unsettling aura that hardly befitted a healer. He had come merely to attend to a patient, only to encounter such a farce. "Brat, what are you laughing at?" Meanwhile, Su Changli, seated nearby, cast a piercing glance at Yifei. Turning to Wei Quan, he remarked, "Mr. Wei, perhaps it is time to ask the irrelevant bystanders to leave. Should we provoke Hua Tuo's displeasure, he may refuse to sell you the elixir." Wei Quan hesitated, glancing at Yifei, who, in comparison to Hua Tuo, appeared utterly insignificant, leaving him disappointed. At this juncture, he believed Yifei could not assist with his mother's condition and suggested, "Brother Yi, perhaps I should have the driver take you home." Yifei sighed inwardly. He and Wei Quan were not closely acquainted, and his willingness to come and treat Wei Quan's mother was merely a gesture of goodwill. Initially, he had intended to offer some advice, but given Wei Quan's apparent disinterest, he felt no obligation to remain. As he turned to leave, a calm voice interjected, "Hold on." Hua Tuo's disciple cast a disdainful glance at Yifei and remarked, "This young friend seems to have differing opinions on my words." Please do share your thoughts so we may engage in discourse. Master, how can a mere child with no experience presume to discuss matters with you? Hua Tuo's disciple mocked. Indeed, Hua Tuo, this boy may well be a charlatan. Why bother with him? Let us focus on the elixir in your possession, Su Changli quickly added, directing his ire at Yifei. "Brat, what are you still doing here? Depart at once." Yifei had no intention of becoming embroiled in their antics, yet the derision from this group stung his pride, and his expression darkened. He turned back to face them, fixing his gaze on Huatuo's descendant with a sardonic smile and queried, "Are you truly interested in hearing my perspective?" Chapter 55, 2, The Master of Spellcraft under the piercing gaze of Yifei, Dr. Hua felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart, the foreboding thought suddenly rising within him. However, there was no room for regret at this moment. With an expression of indifference, Dr. Hua remarked, "Then do enlighten me. I am curious to hear the insights of this young healer." The tone carried a hint of amusement as he uttered the words young healer. Dr. Hua's disciple could not suppress a laugh, exclaiming, "Kid, you are not suggesting that you've discerned that President Wei's mother is afflicted with the 5 declines of heaven, are you?" Yifei cast a glance at him, his expression unperturbed, and replied, "You are correct. I indeed perceived that President Wei's mother is suffering from the 5 declines of heaven." Upon hearing this, the tension that had gripped Dr. Hua dissipated, yet, at that moment, Yifei's voice rang out once more. "However, the affliction of President Wei's mother is not the grand calamity known as the King of Hell takes life, but rather the lesser version of the 5 declines of heaven." "What? The lesser 5 declines of heaven?" Wei Kuan exclaimed, taken aback. He had only heard of the 5 declines of heaven but was unaware that there existed a distinction between the greater and lesser forms. Yifei calmly regarded the astonished Wei Kuan, and since he intended to speak, he would hold nothing back. He stated, "The greater 5 declines of heaven, infamous for the King of Hell claiming lives, is beyond even the God salvation. In contrast, the lesser 5 declines of heaven can indeed be remedied." Dr. Hua lifted his gaze to Yifei and said coolly, "So you are implying that you concur with my assessment. President Wei's mother's ailment is indeed the lesser 5 declines of heaven, and with my elixir, she will surely regain vitality and extend her lifespan by a decade." As he spoke, a glint of menace flickered in Dr. Hua's eyes. Yifei, perceiving Dr. Hua's veiled threat, smirked coldly and replied, "On the contrary, I find your assertions to be utterly ludicrous. If President Wei's mother were to ingest your so-called elixir, she may not perish, but she would transform into a half-human, half-corpse zombie, becoming your puppet to control, wouldn't she?" "What?" Wei Kuan was horrified by Yifei's words, standing up in shock. The gravity of Yifei's statement was truly astonishing. "Dr. Hua, what is the meaning of this?" Wei Kuan demanded angrily. Dr. Hua did not respond to Wei Kuan but instead fixed his gaze on Yifei, saying, "This is merely your conjecture. When I opened the medicine chest, you all caught a whiff of the elixir's fragrance." At this, Wei Kuan's expression shifted to one of confusion. Indeed, when he had inhaled the scent of the medicine, he felt an indescribable comfort wash over him. Yifei, noticing the change in Wei Kuan's demeanor, chuckled softly, "In that case, allow me to unveil the true nature of this elixir." With that, he stepped forward toward the elixir. "Kid, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Dr. Hua's disciple, witnessing Yifei's movement, sprang to his feet and swung a fist at him. "Humph!" Yifei's eyes turned icy, and he emitted a heavy snort. Instantly, Dr. Hua's disciple felt as though struck by lightning, his entire body freezing in place. From a mere meter away from the elixir, Yifei waved his hand gently. In an instant, the fragrant aroma wafting from the elixir dissipated, and what had appeared to be a verdant and luscious potion began to fade, shifting from its original emerald hue to a dull grey. Simultaneously, an intensely cold and sinister aura emanated from the elixir, enveloping the living room. The temperature plummeted by several degrees, causing Wei Kuan and the others to shiver involuntarily. Now, when they looked at the elixir, it bore no resemblance to its earlier appearance, resembling something profoundly sinister. Merely glancing at it sent chills racing down their spines. Even the most ignorant among them would no longer believe it to be any form of elixir. If Wei Kuan remained oblivious to the deception at this moment, it would indeed signify years wasted in vain. "Dr. Hua, what is the meaning of this?" Wei Kuan's face was flushed with rage, having realized that these individuals had attempted to deceive him. Their malicious intent was clear, to control his mother. He then cast a glance at Su Chengli, who had accompanied Dr. Hua, his entire being resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption. President Wei Su Chengli stammered, his face drained of color, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, struggling to articulate a coherent explanation. "Ha ha." Yifei's cold laughter echoed as he addressed Wei Kuan, "At this juncture, can you not discern that they are all in collusion?" "Very well, very well, very well." Observing Su Chengli's guilty demeanor, Wei Kuan could no longer harbor any doubts. Enraged, he sarcastically repeated the word "well" thrice, his voice rising, "You all are quite audacious to set your sights on me, Wei Kuan. Bring them in." With that, a dozen fully armed bodyguards surged into the villa, encircling Dr. Hua and his companions. Su Chengli's face lost every trace of color, his eyes filled with despair, while Dr. Hua maintained an unsettling calm, showing no signs of concern over his conspiracy being exposed. Dr. Hua rose, exhaling a soft sigh, then spoke. I had initially hoped to use gentler methods to persuade you, but it seems you are quite obstinate. It appears I must resort to force. With that, he retrieved a grayish-blue ceramic jar from his medicine chest. The jar emanated an even more intense cold aura than the elixir, causing ordinary individuals to feel as if they were falling into an ice abyss upon merely glancing at it. Doctor Hua chanted a few incantations. A grayish-blue mist slowly emerged from the jar, sweeping through the living room like a chilling wind. The bodyguards who came into contact with the mist were instantly thrown backward, collapsing to the ground and spewing blood profusely. Within mere moments, none of the meticulously selected bodyguards stood upright. After the mist had circled the room, it returned to Dr. Hua, but instead of re-entering the jar, it coiled above his head, gradually forming a colossal ghostly visage. Upon closer inspection, the ghostly face bore a striking resemblance to Dr. Hua. Wei Kuan, witnessing this sudden turn of events, turned pale with fear. He had never encountered such a scene before, and his entire frame trembled. You are no healer at all. Wei Kuan pointed at Dr. Hua, his voice quivering. Haha, the previously pale Su Chengli now laughed heartily, stepping closer to Wei Kuan and declaring, Wei Kuan, let me be frank, Master Hua is certainly no healer, but rather a practitioner of the in-ghost sect. Master Hua has set his sights on your family fortune. It is indeed your honor, yet you dare resist instead of complying, truly unaware of the peril you are in. Practitioner of spellcraft? At the mention of these words, Wei Kuan's expression shifted dramatically. As a prominent figure in Haijo City, he had certainly heard tales of such legends. However, upon hearing Su Chengli's subsequent remarks, he nearly spat blood in fury. Su Chengli, you despicable scoundrel. Yi Fei stood there, his demeanor unchanged throughout, instead watching with keen interest the ghostly visage hovering above Master Hua. Previously, he had thought that with the earth's spiritual energy so scarce, it was impossible for other cultivators to exist, yet here he was, confronted with one. The ghostly visage above Master Hua was a manifestation of the cultivation method practiced by the ghost cultivators. However, Master Hua's technique appeared crude and incomplete, resulting in a rather unrefined appearance. With measured steps, Master Hua approached Yi Fei, a cold smile gracing his lips. Kid, you have thwarted my plans. What do you think I should do with you? Oh, and what do you intend? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow and inquired. What do I intend? Master Hua chuckled, you have obstructed my endeavors. From now on, you shall serve as my puppet. As he spoke, the ghostly visage hovering above him lunged toward Yi Fei. However, this time, the intention was not to knock Yi Fei away but rather to invade his very being. Practitioner of spellcraft? How intriguing. Yi Fei smiled, his demeanor growing cold as he faced the approaching ghostly visage. So this is your method. Very well, today, I shall allow you to witness mine. At that moment, rather than retreating, Yi Fei advanced, bellowing at the ghostly visage. Begone. Boom. The entire villa seemed to tremble under Yi Fei's thunderous shout. Simultaneously, a tremendous aura surged forth toward the ghostly visage. Chapter 56 Martial Arts Master. A tremendous surge of energy surged forth towards the ghastly visage. The originally descending spectre, under the impact of Yi Fei's might, recoiled as if faced with a formidable adversary, emitting a piercing, shrill cry before retreating instantaneously. Subsequently, with a resounding poof, it fragmented into a cloud of black mist. Master Hua let out a blood-curdling scream, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, his countenance twisted in a ghastly manner. The expression he bore while gazing at Yi Fei was akin to that of someone encountering a malevolent spirit. You possess externalized energy, your blood flows like mercury, repelling 100 evils. You are, indeed, a martial arts master. His voice was laden with disbelief, interspersed with an overwhelming sense of dread. A martial arts master, how could this be possible? There are scarcely a few martial arts masters throughout the entirety of Huaxia, each one a figure as elusive as a dragon's tail. Impossible. This cannot be true. How could there be such a young martial arts master in this world? Master Hua bellowed, his composure shattered, now resembling a madman. Yi Fei wore a cold smirk. Although he was not the martial arts master that Master Hua spoke of, he was nonetheless a cultivator, and to him, the so-called martial arts masters were not but ants. At this moment, he discerned that Master Hua was merely a superficial practitioner, having only grazed the surface of true cultivation, vitally unworthy. A mere grain of sand dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. There are countless things in this world of which you remain ignorant. Ye scoffed, directing another thunderous shout at the dissipating black mist, disperse. With a hissing sound, as Ye-Fei's voice resonated, wisps of white smoke began to rise from the black mist, which vanished into thin crack. Upon the dissipation of the black mist, the ceramic jar in Master Hua's hands emitted a crisp sound, its surface marred by a web of cracks. A gust of wind swept through, turning it to dust in an instant. You have destroyed my artifact. How dare you? Master Hua shrieked in disbelief. Ye-Fei paid no heed to his words, advancing step by step towards Master Hua. Martial arts master, brother Yi, he is actually a martial arts master. Wei Kuan, upon hearing Master Hua's words, gazed at Ye-Fei, who appeared as a celestial being in the living room, rendered speechless in shock. At that moment, he regretted not seizing the opportunity to align himself with the true divine being before him, instead misjudging a mere wretch for a god, truly a case of blind folly. Earlier, he had even contemplated driving Ye-Fei away. Meanwhile, the previously arrogant Su Changli and Master Hua's disciple had collapsed in terror, trembling in fear. Just moments ago, they had brazenly mocked and threatened a martial arts master. It was as if the longevity of the old immortal was now a burden on them. Fortunately, they had refrained from taking action against Ye-Fei, otherwise, they would have likely met the same fate as that shattered jar. At that moment, they fervently prayed that Ye-Fei would overlook their insignificant existence. What do you intend to do? Do not approach, Master Hua stammered, trembling uncontrollably as he beheld Ye-Fei advancing towards him. Ye-Fei narrowed his eyes, a hint of mockery dancing on his lips. Did you not wish to turn me into your puppet? Naturally, I am here to deliver myself to you. With a thud, Master Hua shuddered upon hearing this, unable to maintain his composure, and fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. I, Hua, was unaware of the presence of a martial arts master. I have offended you, esteemed master, I implore you to spare my life. As he spoke, he continued to bow, striking the floor with a resounding thud, blood streaming from his forehead, yet he paid it no mind. Oh! Spare your life. Ye-Fei raised an eyebrow, coldly retorting, then provide me with a reason to spare you. My master, the infinite Taoist, is a practitioner of the Tao, his strength comparable to that of a martial arts master, and his methods are even more inscrutable. If you were to kill me, my master would not let you off so easily. I believe, esteemed Master Yi, that you would not wish to offend a practitioner of the Tao, would you? I beseech you to spare my life in consideration of my master. Master Hua hastily implored. A practitioner of the Tao, more inscrutable than a martial arts master. Ye-Fei paused, taken aback. He had not anticipated that the cultivation methods on earth were divided into two schools. One likely represented the martial prowess he had encountered with Wu Kuan at the Yanxiong Club, while the other was akin to the Taoist practitioners like Master Hua. In comparison to Wu Kuan, the frail Master Hua exhibited a far weaker physique, yet his techniques were indeed more enigmatic. During this moment of distraction, Master Hua, believing that Ye-Fei was intimidated by the name of his master, allowed a flicker of malice to escape his eyes. Ever since he learned of Wei Kuan's mother's illness, he had meticulously plotted and expended great resources to obtain the half-dead flower capable of controlling others, only to have his plans thwarted by Ye-Fei at the brink of success. Now, he found himself kneeling before this young upstart, begging for mercy. How could he not harbor resentment? At this moment, he began to devise how he might take vengeance upon Ye-Fei once he escaped this predicament. Ye-Fei's keen senses detected the flicker of malice in Master Hua's eyes, which, although fleeting, could not evade his perception. You are indeed courting death. Ye-Fei scoffed. I had initially considered sparing you, but since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. With that, Ye-Fei lunged forward, delivering a decisive strike aimed at Master Hua's forehead. For those who sought to bring about his demise, Ye-Fei had never shown mercy. You cannot kill me, you cannot kill me. My master, the infinite Taoist, will not spare you. Master Hua screamed in terror, struggling to flee. However, as Ye-Fei's palm descended, his voice abruptly ceased. The infinite Taoist, he may choose to avoid me, but should he seek his own end, I would not hesitate to send him on his way. Ye-Fei remarked with a cold smile, retracting his hand. Master Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Even in death, he could hardly fathom that after invoking his master's name, Ye-Fei would still dare to strike. Bang! Master Hua's body collapsed to the ground, utterly lifeless. Upon turning to face Su Changli and Master Hua's disciple, the two instantly screamed in terror. Master Yi, spare us, Master Yi, please spare us. We shall not dare again. Master Yi, I am not Master Hua's disciple. I am merely Su's bodyguard, I implore you to show mercy, they begged, bowing profusely. Ye-Fei merely shot a glance at the two, entirely disregarding them. To take action against such insignificant figures would be beneath him. At that moment, Wei Quan finally reacted, hastily picking up his phone to make a call. Within 2 minutes, a dozen bodyguards stormed into the villa, subduing Su Changli and Master Hua's disciple. Just as Yifei turned to leave, Wei Quan's voice echoed from behind. Master Yi. Wei Quan hurriedly pursued him. Oh, is there something you require? Yifei replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at Wei Quan. Seeing Yifei's indifferent demeanor, Wei Quan felt a pang of bitterness. Their relationship had previously been amicable, yet he had inadvertently offended Yifei at a crucial moment. Moreover, he had never anticipated that this young man, possessing remarkable medical skills, was also a martial arts master. There were scarcely a few martial arts masters in all of Huoxia, and even the illustrious Song family lacked one. Master Yi, I have wronged you in the past. My desperation to save my mother led me to fall victim to the scheming of others. I ask that you consider my filial piety and extend your hand to save my mother. Wei Quan pleaded earnestly. Yifei furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. Under normal circumstances, a shrewd individual. However, given the life and death stakes concerning his mother, combined with the deliberate machinations of Master Hua and the collusion with Su Changli, it was no wonder Wei Quan had been ensnared. In their previous encounters, Wei Quan had left a favorable impression, and considering the events from yesterday at the school, Yifei felt indebted to him. With a sigh, Yifei relented. Very well, lead the way to your upstairs. Li Yunju's visit. After arriving upstairs, Yifei employed the 4 symbols needle technique to treat Wei Quan's mother. As the silver needles pierced her skin, her body seemed to swell like a gas-filled balloon, gradually dispelling the pallor from her face, which began to take on a hint of rosy hue. Witnessing Yifei's extraordinary technique, Wei Quan was filled with regret, lamenting his earlier skepticism. Song Jiming from the Song family had once solemnly informed him of Yifei's remarkable medical skills. Although he had mentally noted it, he had not given it much credence, even considering Song Jiming's words somewhat exaggerated. Now, having witnessed the results firsthand, Wei Quan realized that Song Jiming's claims were not merely exaggerated, but rather exceedingly modest. Once Yifei withdrew the needles, Wei Quan's mother regained consciousness. Sensing the moment was right, Yifei excused himself to allow them some privacy. After more than 20 minutes, Wei Quan descended the stairs, his eyes slightly red and swollen, and with heartfelt gratitude expressed. Dr. Yi, I cannot thank you enough. Yifei smiled lightly and replied, there is no need for such formality, Mr. Wei. Although I have roused your mother, her condition of the 5 declines of heaven and man remains unresolved. What? Wei Quan exclaimed, taken aback. Yifei explained, the 5 declines of heaven and man is not a disease, but rather a portent, a sign that one's lifespan is nearing its end. My acupuncture merely stimulated your mother's latent vitality, rejuvenating her depleted body. If we do not find a way to extend her life, what you witnessed was merely a fleeting moment of revival. Dr. Yi, how can I prolong my mother's life? Wei Quan inquired anxiously. After a brief contemplation, Yifei responded, although Master Hua deceived you, his method was not entirely incorrect. If you can procure, however, if they are spiritual herbs, do not allow her to consume them directly. Their potency is far too strong for her already frail condition to withstand. If you trust my judgment, once you acquire the herbs, you may entrust them to me for refinement. I believe in you, absolutely. If you come across any uncertain spiritual herbs, do not hesitate to inform me, Yifei said calmly. His statement was driven by dual motives, to aid Wei Quan's mother and to pave a path for himself. As cultivation progresses, it becomes increasingly arduous. The spiritual energy on earth is exceedingly sparse. Without spiritual herbs or mystical objects to support his practice, it would be challenging for Yifei to make further breakthroughs. These were warnings he had received long ago from the ancestor of reincarnation. Wei Quan's connections and knowledge far surpassed his own. Enlisting Wei Quan to search for these herbs would undoubtedly yield far more effective results than his solitary efforts. Understood, I will take note, Wei Quan promptly acknowledged. Just as Yifei was about to turn and leave, Wei Quan called out again, Dr. Yi, please do not rush off. As he spoke, a black card materialized in his hand, which he extended towards Yifei. Dr. Yi, this card is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Yifei glanced at the black card, raising an eyebrow in surprise, inwardly admiring Wei Quan's generosity. This black card, known as the Centurion Black Gold Card, is issued to bank VIPs with a limit of at least 10 million. In addition, it grants access to numerous exclusive banking services and privileges. More importantly, possessing such a card is a symbol of status. Yifei had heard tales of this from Guoliang, whose father, despite being a billionaire, lacked the qualifications to obtain one. It was clear that this card belonged to Wei Kuan, and by gifting it to Yifei, it meant that Yifei could spend freely up to the limit, with all expenses ultimately borne by Wei Kuan. No, thank you, Yifei gently declined the offer, shaking his head. If I find something suitable, you can simply assist in purchasing it. Seeing Yifei's refusal, Wei Kuan could only retract the card. Subsequently, he personally drove Yifei back in his Rolls-Royce. After a brief freshening up, Yifei returned to his bedroom to meditate. I have merely reached the second layer of chi refinement, yet I possess such power. I wonder how formidable I will become upon breaking through. Upon reaching the third layer, he would be able to project his true essence outward, thereby beginning to unveil the myriad techniques of a cultivator. Ancestor, Yifei called out inwardly. The languid voice of the ancestor of reincarnation echoed back. For some reason, Yifei sensed a hint of frailty in the ancestor's tone. Why Yifei's thoughts were not lost on the ancestor, and just as he was about to inquire further, the ancestor's voice resonated in his ears. Yifei was taken aback. This was the first time the ancestor had shared such personal experiences with him. As I entered your realm, my consciousness drifted aimlessly through the void for a considerable time, sustaining significant damage, the ancestor continued. Yifei's heart sank at this revelation. Then, ancestor, will you be all right? At that moment, he regretted not having recognized the reduced frequency of their exchanges in recent times. Rest assured, I am not on the verge of demise. Well, to be precise, I cannot vanish just yet. In truth, I have long since perished. However, my consciousness is presently severely impaired and requires ample recuperation. I may not be able to oversee your affairs as I once did. The ancestor's voice was imbued with weariness. Ancestor, what can I do to assist you? Yifei inquired urgently. Assist me? Kid, let us discuss that when you achieve the golden core stage, the ancestor chuckled, his voice tinged with warmth. Kid, if you truly wish to aid me, then dedicate yourself to your cultivation and hasten your ascent to the golden core stage. I may need to enter a prolonged slumber and will not be able to remain by your side as before. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. The ancestor's voice fell silent, leaving Yifei calling out in vain, with no further response. After a long pause, Yifei pressed his lips together and murmured to himself, Ancestor, rest assured, I will strive diligently to reach the golden core stage as swiftly as possible. Though his voice was soft, his expression radiated determination. In the ensuing days, aside from attending classes at school, Yifei devoted every moment to his cultivation. Even during lessons, having thoroughly grasped the high school curriculum, he focused predominantly on his practice. For him, school had merely become another venue for cultivation. This made him appear somewhat distracted in class, yet having achieved the top score in the second mock exam, he had earned the status of an exemplary student in the eyes of his teachers, naturally affording him certain privileges. On Friday morning, during the main break, as Yifei was immersed in his practice, a classmate's voice rang out, Yifei, someone is looking for you. Now, Yifei had become a figure of considerable interest within the class, and his every move drew the attention of his peers. The moment the classmate spoke, nearly every gaze in the classroom turned toward the doorway, and a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the room. While Yifei lifted his head in astonishment to find that standing at the entrance was none other than Li Yunxiu, whom he had not seen for several days. Perhaps due to the resolution of her family issues, the worry that had once clouded her delicate features had vanished, rendering her even more radiant. Now, under the collective gaze of her classmates, Li Yunxiu shyly lowered her head, yet she did not retreat. Instead, she approached Yifei and asked, Yifei, could you step outside for a moment? Yifei nodded and walked toward the classroom door. Behind him, a chorus of exaggerated wails and whistles erupted. Chapter 58. I simply find you displeasing. Beside a small flower bed within the school grounds, a faint blush adorned Li Juanxiu's delicate face. This marked her first visit to the classroom to seek out someone, and notably, it was a boy. Yifei, do you have any free time tonight? Li Juanxiu inquired, her toes idly kicking at pebbles, her gaze cast downward to avoid meeting Yifei's eyes. What's the matter? Is there something you need, Juanxiu? Yifei asked, a hint of curiosity peeking within him, speculating if perhaps Li Juanxiu's mother's illness had recurred. However, observing the expression on her face, it seemed unlikely. I was wondering if you might be available. Li Juanxiu's voice grew softer as she spoke the latter part. While Yifei couldn't help but chuckle in surprise, it turned out she was merely inviting him for a meal. While this was a rather ordinary matter, he found it curious that Li Juanxiu appeared so flustered. If you are busy, it's all right. Li Juanxiu, sensing Yifei's silence, feared he was unwilling, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her fair features. Chua. I am free tonight. Before she could finish, Yifei replied with a smile. Really? Li Junju exclaimed, her head snapping up, her beautiful eyes shimmering with newfound brightness. Of course. Yifei grinned, I was just contemplating what to have for dinner tonight, and here you are offering me a solution. I should be the one thanking you. Then it's settled. Li Junju beamed, her spirits evidently lifted as she skipped away, clearly in high spirits. Why Yifei shook his head with a smile, pondering how a girl's emotions could be as perplexing as the weather in June. After school in the afternoon, as Yifei stepped out of the school gates, he noticed Li Junju waiting at the entrance, surrounded by a group of onlooking classmates. Upon seeing Li Junju leave with Yifei, the envious crowd behind them nearly went into a frenzy. Li Junju's home was located in the old city, a considerable distance from the school. It took them about half an hour to arrive. Upon reaching the 7th floor of her building, they were met with an open door, through which loud shouts and the sound of Li's mother crying could be heard. Li Junju's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurried inside. Why Yifei followed closely, only to discover that, besides Li Junju's parents, a group of unruly strangers had invaded their home. The once orderly furnishings were now in disarray, with shards and vegetables littering the floor. Once intended to host Yifei, now destroyed beyond recognition. Brother Lily, I assure you I will repay the money I owe you as soon as the hospital compensation comes through. At that moment, Li's father pleaded with a young man sporting bright yellow hair. Are you kidding me? You think the hospital will compensate you? You are just trying to dodge your debts, boys, smash it up. The yellow-haired leader shouted, signaling his gang to wreak havoc. Stop, what do you think you are doing? Li Junju suddenly shouted, her voice, your father owes us 500,000 in gambling debts, do you think you have any justification? He turned to Li Junju, his eyes lighting up as he noted her exquisite beauty. Old Li, I didn't realize your daughter was so lovely. Why not let her keep me company for a few days, perhaps I'll extend your deadline. With a lewd grin, he began to leer at Li Junju. Brother Lily, that's unacceptable. My daughter is still a student, you cannot treat her this way. Li's father implored desperately. The yellow-haired thug laughed, his expression dripping with sleaze. Students are the best, I've never had one before. Today is my lucky day. He reached out a hand toward Li Junju's lovely face. You cannot do this. Li's father shouted as he lunged forward to stop him, but the two thugs quickly restrained him, leaving him powerless. Li's mother, equally terrified, was held back by another thug, unable to move an inch. Don't worry, little sister. I'll take good care of you, the yellow-haired man leered, a lascivious grin spreading across his face, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth that made one recoil in disgust. Instinctively, Li Junju stepped back, but two thugs had already blocked the doorway. Witnessing her panic, the yellow-haired thug's smile widened, tinged with a sinister excitement. At that moment, a calm voice pierced the chaos. If you dare to take another step forward, I assure you, you will never use that hand again. Hearing this sudden declaration, the yellow-haired thug's hand froze mid-motion. It was then he noticed Yifei standing just behind Li Junju. Upon seeing Yifei's school uniform, the sneer crept across his face. I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just a little brat. You think you can play the hero and save the damsel in distress? With a loud derisive laugh, he quickly turned cold, barking at Yifei, if you don't want to lose an arm or a leg, you better scram. Heroic rescues are rather tedious, Yifei replied, shaking his head. The yellow-haired thug assumed Yifei was intimidated and prepared to dismiss him, but before he could utter another word, Yifei's voice rang out again. I'm merely here because I find you displeasing. How dare you? After a moment of waiting for the anticipated slap, she cautiously opened her eyes, only to be astonished. The hand that should have struck her was suspended in midair, mere inches from her face, unable to move. The yellow-haired thug's face turned crimson, a pained expression crossing his features. A firm hand held his wrist in an unyielding grip, rendering him immobile. It was Yifei's hand. Li Junju gazed at Yifei in bewilderment, finding him smiling calmly at her. Silly girl, did you forget, even Gu Zheng, a 5th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, is no match for me. What need have I for you to shield me? As Yifei's words sank in, Li Junju's face flashed deeply. In her panic at the sight of the thug's impending strike, she had instinctively positioned herself to protect Yifei, not considering the strength he possessed. Realizing now that if Gu Zheng could not best Yifei, how could this yellow-haired thug? As this realization dawned on her, she felt as though Yifei had seen through her thoughts, and her face burned with embarrassment. The yellow-haired thug felt as if his wrist were caught in a vice, unable to budge, the pain intensifying as Yifei's grip tightened. Enraged by Yifei's nonchalance and his flirtation with the girl beside him, he shouted, "Let go of me, you little brat." He lifted his foot, preparing to kick at Yifei. Yifei turned to him, his voice icy. "I warned you. If you dare to advance even an inch, I will ensure you will never use that hand again. Now is the moment for me to fulfill that promise." "You little..." The yellow-haired thug's eyes widened in shock as he began to shout, "Crack." Before his words could fully escape, a sharp sound echoed throughout the room, followed by the yellow-haired thug's piercing scream. Yifei had crushed the bones in his wrist. Chapter 59. The awkward Li Junju. The crisp sound of shattered bones, mingled with the anguished cries of the yellow-haired thug, reverberated throughout the room. The ruffians, who had originally donned mocking smiles, eager to witness Yifei's humiliation, were now rendered speechless. Li's father, firmly restrained by two thugs, ceased his struggles. Meanwhile, Li's mother stood agape, her mouth moving soundlessly, unable to emit a cry. They all stared in shock at Yifei. Just moments ago, Yifei's gentle grip had crushed the wrist bone of the yellow-haired thug. What kind of strength must that require? Hiss in the silent room, a series of gasps echoed. "Ah, my hand, my hand." After the silence, a piercing scream erupted. The yellow-haired thug was drenched in cold sweat, his expression twisted like that of a vengeful spirit. His right hand appeared as if it were a boneless creature, shockingly pliable. "You actually broke my hand." The yellow-haired thug glared at Yifei, gritting his teeth as he commanded the other thugs, "Kill this." Simultaneously, they drew an assortment of daggers from their waists. Yifei. Upon seeing the glinting blades, Li Junju's delicate face turned pale with fear. She was aware of Yifei's fighting prowess, but could he truly contend against such a multitude? Moreover, they wielded deadly weapons. She did not believe for a moment that those knives were merely for intimidation. Realizing this, Li Junju instinctively clutched the hem of Yifei's shirt, resolutely deciding to stand by him. Yifei glanced at her anxious, pallid face, his expression softening with pity. He patted her shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry, dealing with this small fry is no challenge for me, just keep an eye on your parents." Yet, upon catching sight of the thug's glimmering knives, her worry resurfaced. "But they have, rest assured," Yifei smiled, "those daggers can't harm me." Upon hearing this, Li Junju understood that being beside Yifei would only hinder him rather than help. Nodding, she attempted to move towards her parents. However, they were already surrounded by the thugs, and Li Junju could not escape. Just as she took a couple of steps, one of the thugs blocked her path with a sneer. The thug stood before Li Junju, smirking coldly. While Yifei's gaze fixed on him, his demeanor suddenly chilling, as if two icy beams shot forth from his eyes. The thug, meeting Yifei's stare, felt a jolt of fear surge within him, instinctively stepping aside to allow Li Junju to pass. After Li Junju moved past, the thug finally realized he had been intimidated by Yifei's mere glance. "Junju, do you think your classmate will be alright? Those people are armed." Li's mother, "I believe in him." Despite her worries, Li Junju chose to trust Yifei. Moreover, she had resolutely decided that if anything were to happen to him, she would stand by his side. Li's father, looking utterly defeated, slapped his own face several times in despair, crying, "It's all my fault, all my fault." Dad, seeing her father in such a state, Li Junju's eyes brimmed with tears as she hurried to stop him. "Dad, this isn't your fault. You did it all for Mom's treatment." As she spoke, her eyes reddened with hatred. "If blame is to be placed, it should be on the one who set you up. What the hell are you all waiting for? Are you planning to just stand there and eat?" The yellow-haired thug, witnessing his underlings surround Yifei yet hesitate to act, erupted in anger. "With all of you here, are you afraid of just one little brat? Go on, take him down, kill this little bastard." At the yellow-haired thug's scolding, the group of ruffians flashed with embarrassment, no longer hesitating, brandished their daggers, lunging toward Yifei's vital points. "Kid, dare to injure our boss. Prepare to die. Yeah, so what if he's strong? Let's all go at him and finish him off." As if bolstering their courage, they roared in unison, surrounding Yifei from all sides, simultaneously stabbing toward him. Li Junju, witnessing this scene, screamed in terror. "Truly seeking death." Yifei muttered under his breath, his gaze cold and penetrating, as his body sprang into action. Bang, 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 a series of dull thuds suddenly erupted from beside Yifei, and before Li Junju's scream could fade, the thugs who had aimed their knives at him were sent flying one by one. The room was filled with the sound of crashing and the continuous wails of the thugs. Li Junju quickly turned to Yifei, only to find him standing still, as if he had not moved, yet not a single thug remained beside him. "Gah!" He stared at Yifei, unable to comprehend, even forgetting the pain in his wrist. in a mere second, Ife had sent his entire gang flying. Gulp, the yellow-haired thug struggled to swallow, and when Ife's gaze swept over him, he shuddered in fear. At that moment, he finally understood he had provoked someone he could not afford to cross. After her initial scream, Lee Junju was overjoyed to see Ife standing there, unfazed. She rushed over. Ife, are you all right? Are you hurt? As she spoke, she began to check him over, anxious to see if he had sustained any injuries. Cough, cough. Ife, initially maintaining a stern expression, nearly choked when Lee Junju's hands roamed over him. Noticing her lingering at his waist, he quickly grasped her hand and cleared his throat. You don't need to check, I'm fine. How can you be fine when your face is so red? Lee Junju, Ife, seeing Ife's silence, Lee Junju's worry intensified, fearing he was merely putting on a brave face despite being injured. Her pretty face was on the verge of tears. You keep insisting you're fine, but where are you hurt? I really am fine. Ife, feeling awkward, replied, you just touched something you shouldn't have. Realizing that Ife was not pretending and truly was unharmed, Lee Junju finally relaxed. At that moment, she grasped the meaning behind his words regarding touching something inappropriate, and with a startled, her face turned crimson. Reaching down to her neck, she no longer lingered by Yife's side, hastily retreated. Yife, equally embarrassed, no longer resembled the cold figure who had dealt with the thugs moments ago. After all, Lee Junju's parents had witnessed their interaction. Cough, cough. Yife cleared his throat, avoiding the peculiar looks from Yife. Grasped the yellow-haired thug by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. What do you want? I warn you, don't come any closer, I'm associated with Brother Chow. The yellow-haired thug stammered. Brother Chow commands hundreds of brothers. If you cross him, not only you, but even your family will suffer. Oh. Yife acknowledged. Seeing Yife's response, the yellow-haired thug mistakenly believed he had intimidated him, regaining his previous arrogance, glaring at Yife with malice. Little brat, now you're scared, huh? Weren't you quite cocky a moment ago? Chapter 60. Repaying in my own way. A kid, let me go right now, the yellow-haired thug bellowed at Ife. Witnessing the thug's brazen demeanor, Ife couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. He had merely been reminiscing about whether he had heard the name Super Brother before. Little did he know that it was perceived as fear by the yellow-haired man. Without any further hesitation, Ife swiftly delivered a resounding slap across the thug's face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed throughout the room, silencing the yellow-haired man's raucous taunts, leaving him staring at Ife in utter disbelief. He had already proclaimed the title of Super Brother, yet Ife still dared to lay a hand on him. You dare to? The yellow-haired thug shouted with a menacing expression. Ife remained composed. Before the thug could finish his outburst, he struck again with another powerful slap. Kid, if you've got the guts, go ahead and kill me. As long as you don't, you'll be doomed, along with your family and everyone connected to you, the yellow-haired thug screeched madly. Smack. Kid, you're finished, no one can save you this time. Smack, smack, smack. Without waiting for the thug to utter another word, Ife unleashed a flurry of slaps, and within moments, the thug's face swelled, resembling that of a pig's head. The gangsters sprawled on the floor nearby suddenly feigned death, wincing at the sound of the slaps, feeling phantom pains on their own faces. After a good 10 minutes of this, Ife finally ceased his assault. The yellow-haired thug opened his mouth, about to speak, but upon seeing Ife's hand poised to strike again, he was so frightened that he jolted and quickly exclaimed, Grandpa, please stop. I know I was wrong, huh? Lee Junju, whose pale face had been drained of color by Ife's earlier ferocity, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing the thug's words. Ife chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to engage further with the yellow-haired man. He tossed him onto the ground and coldly stated, Do not let me see you here again. Yes, yes, we will never return, the yellow-haired The group of gangsters, who had been pretending to be dead, sprung to life at Ife's words and hurriedly fled. Watching these departing thugs, Lee's father, who should have been relieved, instead slumped onto the ground, sighing heavily. This time, it's truly over. Dad, what's wrong? Lee Junju asked, puzzled by her father's demeanor. We've struck the yellow-haired thug, which is akin to slapping Super Brother's face. He will undoubtedly seek retribution. Lee's father lamented. Ife furrowed his brow at this, inquiring, Is this Super Brother formidable? Lee's father replied despondently, Super Brother is the boss of the entire East District and one of the shareholders of that casino. Ife's expression grew serious. If what Lee's father said was true, his actions today, ostensibly to assist the Lee family, might ultimately bring them harm. He could strike these thugs and walk away, but the Lee family would still have to live here. The casino's people would not let this slide. When they returned, it might not just be a simple debt collection, but potentially an act of revenge from Super Brother himself. Indeed, Lee Junju seemed to arrive at the same conclusion, her lovely face darkening with worry. Seeing her expression, Ife sighed inwardly, since I've already intervened, I might as well see it through, otherwise, I might inadvertently harm them. It would be fitting to meet this Super Brother. With this thought in mind, Ife called out to the yellow. The thug's eyes brightened at Ife's inquiry, realizing that Ife intended to confront Super Brother. If that were the case, he might have a chance for revenge. He's at the casino, right in the casino, the yellow-haired thug. Quick, I wish to meet this Super Brother, Ife said, preparing to leave with the thug. After all, the dinner had been irreparably ruined. Ife, are you leaving? Lee Juanju's voice called out from behind. Her face was etched with sorrow, nearly on the brink of tears. She could scarcely believe that what should have been a joyful dinner invitation had devolved into such a scene. Ife turned to her and, with a gentle smile, reassured her, I just need to step out for a moment to discuss your father's gambling debts. This matter must be resolved for you all to live peacefully. Upon realizing that Ife was not leaving but rather intending to assist them, Lee Jun, I will go with you. This, Ife hesitated, I'm going to the casino. It can be dangerous there, you should stay home with your parents. I will return shortly. However, Lee Junju shook her head resolutely, no, I will go with you. You are helping our family solve a problem, how could I let you go alone? With that, Lee Junju looked at Ife and suddenly smiled sweetly, besides, you'll protect me, right? Ife was momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't know how to persuade her to stay behind, so he turned his gaze to her parents. Naturally, Lee's parents did not want her to go to the casino, but since Ife was helping them, they couldn't selfishly suggest that he go alone. How about I go with Xiao? You can stay home to look after mom, Lee Junju replied, shaking her head. I will go with Ife. Lee Juanju's gentle yet resolute nature made it difficult for even her parents to change her mind. Seeing her determined expression, her father and mother reluctantly acquiesced. While Ife glanced at Lee Junju, who was closely following him, feeling a mix of helplessness and resolve. However, with his abilities, he could certainly protect her. With this in mind, Ife ceased to deter Lee Junju from accompanying him and turned to the yellow-haired thug, saying indifferently, what are you waiting for? Lead the way. The East District, the old town of Haijo, is also a slum. However, many are unaware that the largest underground casino in Haijo is concealed within these seemingly dilapidated old houses. Under the yellow-haired thug's guidance, Ife and Lee Junju navigated through some crumbling buildings and passed through 3 levels of security, finally arriving at Haijo's largest underground casino. In stark contrast to the decrepit walls outside, the interior of the casino was opulently adorned, its lavishness leaving Ife astounded. It was even more extravagant than Yan Xiong's private club. The casino was teeming with people. Had it not been for their elegant attire, men in tailored suits and women in exquisite gowns, Ife might have thought he'd stumbled into a rural market. Having learned a lesson from the earlier encounter at Lee Junju's home, the yellow-haired thug was much more subdued, leading Ife and Lee Junju through the casino hall to a luxurious private room on the 2nd floor. Finally, Ife came face to face with the Super Brother the thug had mentioned. Super Brother appeared to be in his 30s, impeccably dressed in formal attire, donning a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that exuded an air of meticulousness. Had Ife encountered him anywhere else, he might have mistaken him for a corporate executive. After listening to the yellow-haired thug's introduction, Super Brother scrutinized Ife for a lengthy moment before solemnly inquiring, are you here to repay the debt? Indeed. Ife nodded affirmatively. Li Yong'an owes our casino a total of 500,000. You can settle that now, Super Brother said, narrowing his eyes at Ife. I have no money. Ife replied bluntly. While Ife indeed possessed wealth, he had no intention of becoming a fool by handing over his money to the casino. He was here to repay the debt, but not to enrich them. He intended to assist Li's father in settling the debt in his own way. Upon hearing Ife's words, Super Brother's voice turned icy, as he glared at Ife and enunciated, Kid, are you toying with me? Toying with you? Ife shook his head earnestly. You overestimate yourself. I am here to repay the debt, but it will be done in my own way. Chapter 61 Ife's method of repaying debt. Your method. Ife's words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Not only did Lee Yunju gaze at him in astonishment, but even Brother Chao narrowed his eyes at the remark, a hint of a playful smile emerging on his face. Oh, do share, he said. Yifei replied nonchalantly, since this is a matter concerning the gambling table, it should naturally be resolved at the casino. Eh? Upon hearing this, Brother Chow's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Kid, are you planning to repay the gambling debt through gambling? Yifei stated plainly. Higi. Brother Chow chuckled at this. Our casino operates as a business. If you wish to play here, feel free. However, if you intend to cause trouble, the unspoken threat lingered in the air. Yifei, undeterred by Brother Chow's intimidation, raised a finger and calmly stated, 50,000, right? 1 hour. I assure you, it will be repaid. With that, he took Li Yunju's hand and headed towards the gambling hall on the first floor. Li Yunju looked at Yifei, her expression filled with anxiety. Yifei, are you really going to gamble here? Her delicate face bore a deep concern. Her father had once been a person who never engaged in gambling. It was only due to being led astray that he had fallen into despair. She did not wish for Yifei to follow in her father's footsteps. If it came to that, she would prefer that Yifei not assist her. Higi. Yifei smiled, squeezing Li Yunju's somewhat cold hand, and confidently reassured her, don't worry, I won't be ensnared in it. They tricked your father to swindle him, right? Today, I'll make them return every last cent. Although Yifei had no knowledge of gambling, having never engaged in it before, he was a cultivator. His spiritual awareness was remarkably keen. Even the slightest movement of an ant 100 meters away could not escape his notice. Winning money here would be exceedingly simple. Oh, by the way, do you have any money with you? Yifei suddenly turned to Li Yunju and inquired. While he had money of his own, any winnings derived from it would merely be his. He intended to use Li Yunju's funds to win money, thereby repaying her family's debt, which would likely be more acceptable to her. Naturally, he would not disclose this plan to her. Upon hearing his question, Li Yunju retrieved her small purse, revealing several 100 yuan bills, her earnings from a week's worth of part-time work. Yifei extracted a single 100 yuan bill, flicking it with his finger. Just this one will suffice. As Yifei and Li Yunju descended the stairs, Brother Chow's expression darkened, signaling to a nearby lackey, keep an eye on them. Yes. The lackey responded promptly, hurrying downstairs to monitor Yifei and Li Yunju. 5 minutes later, the lackey returned upstairs. Brother Chow, not good. He reported hastily, that kid has already won 10,000. 10,000. Brother Chow nearly, do you really think this is worth reporting to me? Brother Chow shouted furiously. The casino's daily turnover was in the hundreds of millions. If he had to worry about such trivial amounts, he would have long since exhausted himself. Get out of here and keep watching. Brother Chow bellowed. Just as the lackey was trembling to leave the office, Brother Chow suddenly called out, wait. Why yes, Brother Chow, is there anything else? The lackey asked nervously. What was their initial stake? The lackey quickly held up one finger. 10,000. Brother Chow frowned. 10,000 had doubled in just 5 minutes. This kid had some skill. Brother Chow, no, it was just 100. The lackey quickly corrected. Damn. Brother Chow cursed loudly, just 100 yuan, and he dares to come to the casino to play. After venting his frustration, Brother Chow's brow furrowed again, realizing this kid had some talent. He had managed to multiply his chips 100-fold in merely 5 minutes. What game are they playing? Brother Chow asked. It seems to be blackjack, the lackey reported. A sense of foreboding surged within Brother Chow, and he instructed the lackey, continue to keep an eye on them. Half an hour later. Brother Chow, not good. That kid's chips have already turned into 200,000. The lackey rushed back to report. Brother Chow's heart sank immediately. This time, he refrained from asking further and simply ordered the lackey to continue monitoring. An hour later. Yifei and Li Yunju returned to the second floor, but this time, they held chips worth 500,000. Bang, Yifei tossed the chips onto the desk and addressed Brother Chow. So, Brother Chow, here are the 500,000. Isn't it time to present the IOU? Li Yunju, holding Yifei's hand, felt a flash of excitement on her delicate face. Even now, she struggled to grasp the surreal experience of the casino. She had witnessed the entire transformation of Yifei's stake from 100 to 500,000. She could hardly believe he had truly accomplished what he claimed in just 1 hour. Higi. Brother Chow did not even glance at the chips on the table. Instead, he smiled and retrieved an IOU from his office drawer. Little brother, here is your IOU. He placed it on the desk. Yifei took the IOU, glanced at it, and then handed it to Li Yunju for her verification. Once she confirmed its accuracy, he turned to her and said, let's go. Lee Yunju nodded in agreement. Just as they turned to leave, Brother Chao's voice suddenly rang out behind them. Hold on. Yifei turned back, his expression cooling as, does Brother Chao wish to go back on his word? Brother Chao shook his head, scrutinizing Yifei as he inquired, though we operate a casino, we still value our reputation. Since the IOU has already been given, I will not go back on it. I want to know if you might be interested in working for me. I can offer you a monthly salary of 100,000. Not interested. Yifei replied flatly, turning to leave with Li Yunju. Upon hearing Yifei's response, Brother Chao's face immediately darkened. Wait. Brother Chao called out again, halting the two. This time, however, his expression lacked its previous joviality, his demeanor significantly more somber. Is there something else? Yifei's brows furrowed in irritation. Anyone would be vexed by such repeated interruptions. The matter of the IOU is settled, Brother Chao said in a low voice. Now, shouldn't we discuss the account for the person you injured? Oh, first, work for me for free for a year as compensation. Second, you can live here horizontally after facing the consequences. How can you be so domineering? It was your people who initiated the conflict. Li Yunju exclaimed, her face flashing with anger. I don't care about that. Kid, the choice is now yours. Brother Chao stated indifferently. A playful smile emerged on Yifei's face. Brother Chao's reaction was entirely expected. If they were allowed to stroll out freely, that would indeed be a miracle. With this thought, Yifei calmly declared, I choose the third option. The third option? Yes, the third option. Yifei nodded earnestly, declaring, I will subdue you all and then walk out of here with great confidence. Upon finishing, Yifei shot Brother Chao a cold smile. All right, enough pretense. Let those waiting outside come in. Ha! Brother Chao's face displayed surprise upon hearing Yifei's words. He hadn't anticipated that Yifei was aware of the ambush outside. Nonetheless, since his plan had been uncovered, Brother Chao saw no reason to hide it any longer. With a clap of his hands, dozens of bodyguards in black rushed into the office, surrounding Yifei and Li Yunju. Bang! At that moment, the door swung open once more, and the lackey who had been monitoring Yifei rushed in again. Brother Chao, that kid has won a total of 1,500,000. Chapter 62. I am not someone you can afford to offend. What, 1,500,000? Upon hearing this, Brother Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned to glance at the chips on the table, which clearly amounted to only 500,000. This meant that Yifei had already exchanged the remaining 1 million. Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on him? Why the hell are you only showing up now? Brother Chao seethed as he grabbed his subordinate. The young man looked equally aggrieved, his face a mask of despair as he lamented, Brother Chao, I was watching him the entire time, but I don't know what happened, I just fell asleep. When I woke up, they had already vanished, and I overheard the front desk say they exchanged 1 million in chips. In a fit of rage, Brother Chao kicked his subordinate hard and then turned to, trying to pull a fast one on me. Yifei blinked innocently at Brother Chao and asked with feigned ignorance, what is wrong? Is it not allowed to win here? Stop pretending to be innocent with me. Brother Chao bellowed, directing his ire at the bodyguards who had, break this kid's arms. Yes. The burly men who had stormed in responded in unison, charging towards Yifei and his companion. Each of these men was tall and muscular, radiating an aura of ferocity that indicated they were seasoned fighters. If the individuals who had previously gone to collect debts from Li Junju could be considered a ragtag group, then these men were undoubtedly a well-trained elite force, far superior to Huang Mao's crew. As they charged forward, a palpable pressure enveloped the office, causing the atmosphere to freeze momentarily. Li Junju's delicate face turned pale. She began to regret accompanying Yifei to the casino, feeling that her presence was a burden to him. Sensing her anxiety, Yifei turned to smile reassuringly, patting her shoulder. Don't worry, even the strongest ant is still just an ant. Dealing with these guys is no challenge for me. With that, Yifei sprang into action. The assailants barely registered a fleeting shadow before they were struck with tremendous force to their chests. Bang, 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 a series of resounding impacts echoed throughout the office. These hulking men, who had rushed in with such confidence, found themselves unable to even touch Yifei's clothing before being sent flying backwards, crashing into the wall and collapsing to the ground. Each of them bore a deep imprint of a shoe on their chests, blood seeping through their tight vests. The cacophony of their anguished cries filled the office. Hiss! The bodyguards who had not yet engaged gasped in shock, instinctively retreating a few steps. Brother Chow's eyes bulged in disbelief as he cast another glance at Yifei, who stood unmoved as if he had not stirred an inch. A flicker of terror crossed his features. Just moments ago, he hadn't even seen when Yifei had moved. Clapping his hands, Yifei regarded the perspiring Brother Chow with indifference. So, can we leave now? Brother Chow's expression darkened significantly as he glared at, if you dare trouble Li Yong'an and his family again, your fate will be far worse than theirs. He gestured towards the mourning bodyguards sprawled on the floor, his tone calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. Brother Chow's complexion grew even more ashen. Who was he? Dong Yong Chow, the kingpin of the Eastern District, commanding hundreds of subordinates. Even the district heads had to show him some respect. Yet here he was, being humiliated by a boy clad in a high school uniform, who had just made off with 1 million and was now daring to threaten him. I admit, I underestimated your strength. No wonder you dared to cause trouble in my casino, but what does it matter how skilled you are? Can you dodge a bullet? As he spoke, he produced a small, elegantly crafted handgun from his waist and pointed it directly at Yifei. Hey, I had hoped to keep this under wraps, but since you've seen it, you too won't be leaving here alive. Brother Chow sneered cold. Faced with the gun, Yifei's expression turned even more chilling. He understood the implication behind Brother Chow's words. Private gun ownership was strictly prohibited in Huaxia, with severe penalties for those caught. Brother Chow's intent was clear, to silence them permanently. Seeing the gun in Brother Chow's hand sent chills down Li Juanju's spine, and she instinctively screamed in terror. However, instead of fleeing, she stepped sideways and raised her arms to shield Yifei, exclaiming, Yifei, you must run. I'll protect you. Initially, Yifei had been icy and fearsome when Brother Chow drew his weapon, but the sight of Li Juanju's naive yet heartwarming gesture made him chuckle. How adorably foolish. Yifei mused inwardly. He turned back to Brother Chow, his eyes now icy and filled with lethal intent. Is this your trump card? I despise being threatened with a gun. The last person who pointed, get down on your knees now. Brother Chow shouted, the gun still trained on Yifei. For reasons unknown, witnessing Yifei remain so composed under the threat of a gun filled Brother Chow with an unsettling dread. Go ahead and pull the trigger. Yifei replied coolly. What? Brother Chow's pupils constricted in disbelief. Did he really just hear that? This kid was actually daring him to shoot. Do you really think I won't pull the trigger? I'll say it again, Neil. Brother Chow's expression twisted into one of madness as he shouted hysterically. Go ahead. Yifei roared back defiantly. Kid, this is your own doing. Brother Chow yelled, click, to everyone's astonishment. When Brother Chow pulled the trigger, instead of a gunshot, a sharp cracking sound resonated through the office, followed by Brother Chow's anguished scream. His wrist, which held the gun, twisted at an unnatural angle, exposing white bone through his sleeve, while the gun had vanished from his grasp. At that moment, Yifei stood beside Li Juanju, yet in his hand was the very handgun Brother Chow had wielded, casually spinning it on his finger. He looked at Brother Chow coldly and said, so, you truly dared to shoot? Now tell me, how should I deal with you? My hand, my hand. Brother Chow clutched his shattered wrist, sweat soaking through his suit, his eyes regarding Yifei with sheer terror. Just moments before, he had pulled the trigger while Yifei had stood still, yet in the blink of an eye, Yifei had closed the distance, broken his wrist, and returned to his original position. What kind of speed did it take to execute such a sequence of actions in mere seconds? Was this even humanly possible? In that instant, the fear swelling within Brother Chow eclipsed the pain radiating from his injury. It dawned on him that Yifei was indeed someone he could not afford to provoke. Chapter 63, Sha Qinghong's visit. In the end, Yifei did not take any drastic measures against Brother Chow. After all, he was not a person driven by bloodlust. More importantly, Yifei did not wish to leave a brutal impression on Li Yunju. With the profound impression left from this encounter, it was likely that Brother Chow would refrain from troubling Li Yunju's family in the future. As they exited the casino, Yifei and Li Yunju walked side by side along the road. A gust of cold wind swept by, causing Li Yunju to shiver involuntarily, her senses momentarily sharpened. Previously, her thoughts had been engulfed in the immense shock she experienced from Yifei's actions at the casino. Yifei, how could you? At last, Li Yunju could no longer restrain herself and posed the question, yet her expression hinted at hesitation. The Yifei before her seemed somewhat different from the one she had heard about during their school days. Yifei turned to glance at Li Yunju, draping his school uniform jacket over her shoulders. The temperature outside was rather low, making Li Yunju feel chilly. However, it had no effect on Yifei, who had already reached the second level of chi training. Once Li Yunju adjusted she nodded gently, offering a soft Yifei averted his gaze from Li Yunju and instead gazed upward at the night sky, his eyes appearing somewhat profound. In a calm voice, he recounted, in the past, I struggled academically and was often bullied, looked down upon by both teachers and classmates. During that time, I pondered why, despite my cautious nature and my efforts to avoid trouble, I was still targeted. I can hardly recall how many nights I sobbed alone, questioning what I had done wrong. It wasn't until one day someone spoke a pivotal phrase to me that I understood the reason and resolved to change myself. As he recounted his past in a flat tone, Yifei's face revealed no signs of anger or joy. Yet, Li Yunju felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow, a strong urge to embrace Yifei. Gazing at his handsome visage, she felt a flicker of infatuation. What did he say to you? Li Yunju instinctively inquired. He said, your weakness is, in fact, a flaw. Yifei replied nonchalantly, a slight smile gracing his lips as the memory of encountering the ancestor of reincarnation resurfaced. In retrospect, that moment had been the warmest since his arrival in Haijo. After a brief pause, Yifei continued, fortunately, fate granted me an opportunity, by chance, to grow stronger. He refrained from sharing details about meeting the ancestor of reincarnation or revealing that he was a cultivator. As they conversed while walking, the streetlights elongated their shadows, sometimes intertwining, sometimes separating. Unbeknownst to them, they had reached the entrance of Li Yunju's residence. Just as they were about to ascend the stairs, Li Yunju finally spoke again. Yifei, have you considered which university you wish to apply to? Which university? Yifei responded, a hint of confusion evident in his gaze. Well, the college entrance exams are approaching. With your grades, I imagine you could gain admission to any university in the country. So, which one do you aspire to attend? Li Yunju asked. Yifei pondered for a moment before answering, it should be Jiangnan University. Jiangnan has long been heralded as a land of exceptional talent. The spiritual energy there is likely more abundant than in Haijo. At this juncture, whether or not he attended university was not of great consequence to Yifei. What he truly sought was a place rich in spiritual energy to expedite his cultivation, enabling him to assist the ancestor of reincarnation sooner. Jiangnan University. Li Yunju murmured, her eyes seemingly sparkling with even more brilliance. She smiled gently at Yifei and said, thank you, Yifei. Well, I shall head upstairs now. With that, she waved goodbye to Yifei and skipped up the stairs. Why Yifei did not follow her upstairs. Once Li Yunju's figure vanished from view, he turned and departed towards his own residence. However, just as Li Yunju should have returned home, she reappeared at the staircase, her beautiful eyes fixated on Yifei's departing silhouette. Once he had completely disappeared, she tightened the jacket around her and resolutely turned to ascend the stairs. Half an hour later, upon returning to his old house, Yifei noticed a striking red Mercedes-Benz parked downstairs. As he approached the staircase, the car door swung open, and a stunningly beautiful woman emerged, her exquisite features marred by an icy expression that conveyed an air of, do not approach me. Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief. The woman before him was none other than Sha Qinghon, the alluring director from the People's Hospital, who had previously caused him to inhale a mouthful of exhaust fumes. Seeing Yifei's astonished expression, Sha Qinghon's cold visage softened slightly at the corners of her lips. What is the matter? You seem quite surprised to see me, she remarked. What are you doing here? Yifei asked, his gaze fixed on Sha Qinghon. Surely you aren't waiting for me. What else could it be? Sha Qinghon countered. Yifei was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering how he had no real connection with this woman. Noticing his silence, Sha Qinghon pressed on, aren't you going to invite me in for a visit? Upon hearing this, Yifei realized that Sha Qinghon had indeed been waiting for him. He nodded and replied, considering we are two individuals alone, if you aren't afraid, then do come in. With that, he stepped ahead and ascended the stairs. The two entered Yifei's humble abode, and upon seeing the meager furnishings and the large crack in the wall, even with prior knowledge of his situation, Sha Qinghon couldn't help but be taken aback. Please, have a seat. If there is something on your mind, feel free to speak. I still have school tomorrow, Yifei said, offering the only chair in the room to Sha Qinghon and directly inquiring about her visit. Hearing this, Sha Qinghon shifted her gaze from the room back to Yifei and pointedly challenged his words. If memory serves me right, today is Friday. When did Haijo No. 1 high school start holding classes on weekends? Yifei, his intention was merely to hasten Sha Qinghon's departure, yet she had effortlessly caught him off guard with her retort. Noticing Yifei rendered speechless, Sha Qinghon's eyes gleamed with a hint of triumph as she spoke. I've come to invite you. Invite me? Yifei blinked in surprise. Indeed. Sha Qinghon affirmed, nodding. Your medical skills are exceptional, particularly your acupuncture technique. To let such talent go to waste is akin to allowing a gem to gather dust. Therefore, I am extending an invitation for you to work at the People's Hospital. Work at the People's Hospital? Are you out of your mind? I'm still a student. Yifei exclaimed, utterly baffled. That's all right, you can come in on weekends, Sha Qinghon replied. Not interested. Yifei decisively rejected her proposal. He would rather spend his weekends cultivating at the Tianyun mountain estate, where the spiritual energy was far denser. Sha Qinghon seemed to have anticipated Yifei's response, displaying no sign of discouragement. Instead, she resumed her examination of the room. I find it curious that, despite possessing a substantial sum of 2 million, you reside in such a place. Moreover, from what I understand, your family situation is quite challenging. Your mother and sister still live in the countryside, leading a rather difficult life, she said unhurriedly. After her observation, she turned her gaze back to Yifei, continuing, from what I've gathered, you are a remarkably filial child, yet why do you not send money home to improve your mother and sister's living conditions? Upon hearing this, Yifei's expression hardened as he coldly fixed his gaze on Sha Qinghon. You've been investigating me. As his voice turned icy, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet. When Sha Qinghon met Yifei's frigid eyes, a chill ran down her spine, as if she were being scrutinized by a bloodthirsty beast. It felt as though the moment she moved, this beast would pounce and rend her to pieces. She hastily clarified, please don't misunderstand, I admit I've looked into your background, but I harbor no malicious intent. Yifei exhaled deeply, realizing he had overreacted. His background was hardly a secret. Sha Qinghon, relieved by his reaction, was inwardly astonished, pondering how a mere high school student could possess such a daunting gaze. Gathering her composure, she spoke again. You truly wish to send money home to improve your family's situation, don't you? Yet, you struggle to find a justifiable reason. Thus, despite holding a fortune of 2 million, you feel unable to assist them. Yifei bitterly smiled at her insight. He had not anticipated that his inner turmoil would be uncovered by Sha Qinghon. He longed to send money home, but as a student, how could he possibly earn? If he were to send money, his family would likely not feel joy but rather panic, especially as he had no means to explain the source of his funds. Speak plainly. What do you want? Yifei sighed, inquiring. Seeing Yifei's demeanor, Sha Qinghon couldn't help but chuckle. Haven't you been searching for an excuse to send money home? Well, now you have one. Interning at the hospital, what do you think of that? Yifei finally comprehended Sha Qinghon's convoluted reasoning. Her aim was indeed to have him work at the People's Hospital. It was undeniable that her proposition struck at his weak point. Working at the hospital did present an excellent excuse to send money home. Why Yifei was desperate to assist his family, thinking of his mother and sister still living in the countryside. Yifei sighed, you win. Upon hearing this, no matter how cunning you are, you will still end up drinking my bathwater. However, before she could revel in her triumph, Yifei's voice rang out once more, uttering a statement that sent her into a fit of rage. Who told you to have such a large chest? Chapter 64. Intern nurse. After Sha Qinghon departed, Yifei gazed out of the window with a sigh. He was acutely aware that Sha Qinghon's invitation stemmed from her admiration for his four symbols needle technique, thus she sought his assistance in treating certain unique patients at the People's Hospital. Naturally, it was evident that she also wished to deepen her understanding of the four symbols needle technique. It must be said that Sha Qinghon had a remarkable talent for discerning people's intentions. She had astutely recognized Yifei's urgent desire to send money home, yet he struggled to find an appropriate excuse, compelling him to acquiesce to her request. After a night of cultivation, Yifei arrived at the People's Hospital early the following morning. Sha Qinghon placed considerable emphasis on Yifei, having awaited his arrival in her office, whereupon she personally guided him through the work environment. As Yifei was merely a student without a practicing physician's license, his designation could only be intern nurse. This, to Yifei, was of little consequence. He was not truly here to work, he merely sought a title that would provide him with a valid reason to send money home. Of course, should Sha Qinghon encounter any patients she could not assist, Yifei was bound to lend his expertise, as they had agreed upon the night before. The morning passed without any unexpected occurrences in the hematology department, which meant that Yifei had no opportunity to showcase his skills. He relished the tranquility and took the liberty of retreating to Sha Qinghon's office to continue his cultivation. At noon, while Yifei was engrossed in his practice, the sound of footsteps echoed through the air, and soon, Sha Qinghon, clad in a pristine white coat, appeared before him. "Let's go," she commanded, removing her coat as she prepared to exit. "Where to?" Yifei asked, bewildered. "To lunch." Yifei felt somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that this woman would adopt such a frosty tone, given when inviting someone to dine. The People's Hospital was situated in the heart of Haijiao, surrounded by bustling commercial streets. Perhaps due to Yifei's influence, Sha Qinghon had deliberately chosen a five-star hotel's Western restaurant. Once seated, the waiter presented the menu, and without a hint of politeness, Sha Qinghon took the initiative to order, selecting items that Yifei had never even heard of before. Australian lobster, Alaskan king crab, French foie gras, Kobe beefsteak. Yifei could only marvel at the names he had previously only encountered in conversation. Noticing Yifei staring blankly at the prices listed, Sha Qinghon cast him a fleeting glance and remarked, "Do not worry, this time it is my treat." "Oh, I actually didn't bring any money," Yifei replied nonchalantly. Yifei's simple statement left Sha Qinghon momentarily exasperated. Shortly thereafter, the waiter delivered their orders, and as Yifei eagerly reached for his utensils to indulge in the meal, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Oh, Qinghon, what a surprise to see you here." He casually rolled up his sleeves, inadvertently revealing an expensive Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. "Haha, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here, Qinghon. Why don't we all dine together?" "This meal is on me," the man said, addressing Sha Qinghon with an air of familiarity. "Dr. Ding, we are not that acquainted, please refrain from being so familiar, kindly refer to me as Doctor." Sha Qinghon replied, regarding the approaching man with a discerning glance. "Haha, we are all colleagues here, we'll become better acquainted in time," Ding Jian said shamelessly, attempting to sit down. However, upon noticing Yifei seated across from Sha Qinghon, his brow furrowed. "Would you kindly move aside? I have some work-related matters to discuss with Qinghon," Ding Jian said with a lack of courtesy. While Yifei cast a glance at the man before turning to Sha Qinghon, silently inquiring about his identity. However, Sha Qinghon showed no inclination to introduce him. "I am speaking to you, are you listening?" Ding Jian's tone grew increasingly unfriendly as Yifei ignored him. "Excuse me, who are you?" Yifei replied, somewhat perplexed. "There are plenty of empty seats. Can't you just sit elsewhere? Also, please do not disturb my meal." With that, he ceased to acknowledge Ding Jian. Seeing Yifei's dismissive attitude, Ding Jian glared at him and declared, "I am set on this seat." "Oh, I apologize, but I am also quite fond of this seat," Yifei replied indifferently. Ding Jian narrowed his eyes, and upon noticing that Yifei was clad in clothing worth a mere few hundred yuan, he burst into laughter. "You, a pauper, dare to dine here? Are you trying to save face? Here's the deal, since I feel sorry for you, if you relinquish this seat to me, I will give you 1,000 yuan, what do you say?" 1,000 yuan. Yifei feigned contemplation before resolutely stating, "Not a chance." Kid, don't push your luck, 1,000 yuan for a seat is already quite generous," Ding Jian retorted with an unfriendly tone. "Not letting go," Yifei said, barely glancing his way, his tone flat. Ding Jian was infuriated by Yifei's nonchalance. 10,000. I will offer you 10,000 for your seat, how about that? Still not letting go. 100,000. Not interested. Kid, name your price, or how much would you need to part with this seat? Ding Jian, his eyes widened in disbelief. Kid, did you just say what amount? Yifei extended a single finger and said casually, 100 million. Aren't you wealthy, then fork over 100 million for this seat. Ding Jian, upon hearing this, erupted in a fit of laughter tinged with rage. He pointed at Yifei, rebuking, Kid, have you lost your mind, 100 million for a seat? Though Ding Jian was affluent, he was not foolish. If he could pay a little to sit opposite Sha Qinghon and share a meal with her, it would be a delightful opportunity. However, to pay 100 million for a seat, not only could he not afford such a sum, but even if he could, he would never make such a ludicrous decision. Yifei observed Ding Jian with a bemused expression. Aren't you quite wealthy? Just a moment ago, you asked me to name a price, and now that I've named one, you can't afford it. If you can't, then stop pretending. Yifei added dismissively, I thought you were rich, but it turns out you're just another pauper. Ding Jian felt as though his very soul was about to combust with rage upon hearing Yi Fei's final remark. Meanwhile, Sha Qinghong sat there, seemingly an observer, watching the spectacle unfold before her. When Yi Fei delivered his last line, she even glanced at Ding Jian with an expression of surprise. Ding Jian's face turned crimson as he leaned closer to Yi Fei and hissed, "Kid, I warn you, you'd best keep your distance from Sha Qinghong. She is not someone of your lowly status who can be matched with." Before Ding Jian could finish, Yi Fei shoved him away, standing up and shouting, "Stop bothering me. How many times must I tell you, I am merely an intern nurse, or how would I know how to treat erectile dysfunction?" Erectile dysfunction? Ding Jian was momentarily perplexed. When had he ever asked Yi Fei about treating such a condition? At this hour, the Western restaurant was already bustling with patrons, and Yi Fei's loud proclamation instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Their gazes turned toward Ding Jian, their expressions laden with intrigue. Under the weight of so many curious eyes, Ding Jian quickly grasped Yi Fei's intention, his face flashing as he met Yi Fei's feigned look of innocence. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and strangle Yi Fei. "Kid, you wait for it." With that, Ding Jian could no longer bear to remain, leaving behind a bitter remark as he hurriedly exited. As soon as Yi Fei settled back into his seat, Sha Qinghong's voice drifted into his ear. "Oh, I forgot to mention earlier, that person is Ding Jian, the son of the hospital's deputy director Ding." Yi Fei was bewildered as to why Sha Qinghong felt it necessary to share this information, but the mischievous glint in her eyes instilled in him an ominous premonition. Sha Qinghong continued, "Yes, Deputy Director Ding is in charge of the nursing department." Fearing that Yi Fei might not fully comprehend, she elaborated, "In other words, his father is your direct superior." Wow! Upon hearing this, Yi Fei felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. He stared incredulously at Sha Qinghong. "Were you doing this on purpose?" Sha Qinghong nodded earnestly. Why Yi Fei nearly choked on his own blood. He had not anticipated being unwittingly ensnared by this woman once again. Chapter 65. He was the newly arrived intern nurse. Indeed, after lunch, Yi Fei was transferred to the emergency department. The head nurse, who had been exceedingly attentive to Yi Fei due to Sha Qinghong's instructions, began to issue orders to him with an air of authority. Throughout the afternoon, Yi Fei found himself running about in circles, only to have a moment of respite as evening approached. Just as he was about to return to his quarters for some practice, the sudden, urgent roar of an engine filled the air, and a white Land Rover surged swiftly into the hospital grounds. With a screech, the vehicle came to a halt, and a flamboyantly dressed youth with dyed hair leaped out from the driver's seat. Blood splattered across his face as he shouted, "Doctor! Doctor, quickly, we need help." As he spoke, he opened the back door and pulled out a young man, drenched in blood, his breath faint, and his complexion a ghastly shade of ashen grey. Upon seeing Yi Fei, clad in a white coat nearby, the youth seemed to grasp at a lifeline, urgently exclaiming, "Doctor, please save him." Yi Fei glanced at the nearly lifeless young man and was taken aback. It was evident he had been in a severe car accident. He promptly placed his hand on the young man's wrist, sending a surge of vital energy to assess his condition. Meanwhile, hospital staff quickly recognized the emergency and rushed to assist. In mere moments, Yi Fei had discerned the extent of the young man's injuries and turned to a nearby physician, stating, "The patient has a fractured tibia, spinal injuries, and 5 broken ribs, one of which has punctured the spleen. Immediate emergency intervention is required." Just as Yi Fei finished his assessment, a sarcastic voice emerged from behind him. "Oh, where did this miracle worker come from? Merely by feeling the wrist, What do we need the attending physicians for?" Turning around, Yi Fei was met by Ding Jian, the very individual he had encountered during lunch. To his surprise, Ding Jian was the attending physician for the day. Ding Jian scoffed disdainfully at Yi Fei, reprimanding, "You are just an intern nurse. What are you doing here causing a commotion? Go cool off somewhere else." The flamboyant youth yelled in panic, "I don't care who is the attending physician. Just save young Master Fu. If anything happens to him, you'll all regret it." Ding Jian, who was about to continue his mockery of Yi Fei, was suddenly taken aback by the youth's words and instinctively inquired, "Young Master Fu?" "Which young Master Fu? Who else could it be? He is the only son of Fu Hongyuan," the youth shouted back. "What?" The surrounding medical staff gasped in shock. Fu Hongyuan was the CEO of Hongyuan Industries, with assets worth hundreds of billions. His company was among the most prominent in Haijiao, with ventures spanning real estate, shopping malls, and tourism development, including several Hongyuan commercial plazas throughout Haijiu. Moreover, Fu Hongyuan was, upon realizing that the young man was Fu Hongyuan's only son, Ding Jian was jolted into action, abandoning his attempts to ridicule Yifei. He quickly instructed, "Hurry, take him to the intensive care unit for examination." The others sprang into action as well. Yifei, being an intern nurse in the emergency department, felt it inappropriate to leave at such a crucial moment, so he followed them inside. Once it became known that the patient was Fu Hongyuan's only son, the hospital's efficiency skyrocketed. Soon, the results of the examination were available, and Ding Jian's expression soured as he stared at the findings. The flamboyant youth, seeing Ding Jian's reaction, was nearly beside himself with rage, urgently demanding, "How is young Master Fu? The situation is critical, we must operate immediately." The examination results mirrored Yifei's earlier assessment outside the emergency room. The youth interrupted Ding Jian, exclaiming, "Then what are you waiting for? Start the surgery. Young Master Fu's condition is too dire, and the surgery is exceedingly complex. If I were to perform it, the success rate would likely be below 10%, Ding Jian replied awkwardly. A success rate of less than 10% was tantamount to a death sentence. The flamboyant youth seized Ding Jian by the collar, shouting, "What are you doctors doing? If anything happens to young Master Fu, you'll be the ones to pay for it. Don't panic. We've already notified the hospital director and Elder Tang. They will arrive shortly," Ding Jian hastily reassured him. At that moment, the young man lying on the bed suddenly began to convulse violently, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Beep, beep, the piercing alarm echoed throughout the intensive care unit. The faces of the medical staff turned ashen. They knew all too well what that alarm signified. Ding Jian wore a bittersweet smile, regretting his decision to cover the emergency department that day. Originally, he had switched shifts to target Yifei, but now he found himself entangled in this dire situation before he could even take aim at Yifei. Although Ding Jian was not entirely incompetent, the severity of Fu Hongyuan's son's injuries was overwhelming. If he were to perform the surgery, the likelihood of success was virtually non-existent. Should Fu Hongyuan's son perish on his operating table, not even the fact that Ding Jian's father was merely a deputy director would save him from the fallout. If they failed to act now and let Fu Hongyuan's son die, he would also bear the consequences. Yifei glanced at the young man on the bed, realizing that the situation was dire. Having encountered such a critical case, he felt compelled to intervene. With determination, he stepped forward and stated, "The patient's condition is extremely critical, we must operate immediately." Ding Jian, did he not know that the patient needed immediate surgery? However, the question remained, who would perform it? "Push him into the operating room, I will perform the surgery," Yifei instructed the nearby medical staff. "You will perform it? Kid, do you even realize what you are saying? You are just an intern nurse. Who the hell gives you the right to operate?" Ding Jian shouted at Yifei. Had Ding Jian not been the attending physician that evening, he would have relished the opportunity for Yifei to perform the surgery. If anything went wrong, he would be more than happy to see Yifei suffer the consequences, but alas, that was not the case. As the attending physician, if anything were to go awry during Yifei's surgery, Ding Jian would also be held accountable. Yifei met Ding Jian's gaze, calmly asserting, "I am confident I can save him." "Are you joking? Do you have any idea how serious the patient's injuries are? Even if Elder Tang were here, the success rate would barely reach 30%. Who do you think you are?" Ding Jian retorted with scorn. "Are you unable to perform it?" The flamboyant youth suddenly turned to Ding Jian, inquiring. The surgery is too complicated. If I were to do it, the success rate would be too low," Ding Jian stammered, momentarily caught off guard. "If you can't do it, then shut your mouth," the flamboyant youth bellowed at Ding Jian before turning back to Yifei. "Are you sure you can save young Master Fu? Believe it or not, that is your choice." "Pretend I never said anything," Yifei replied, unfazed by the youth's arrogance. "Wait," the youth quickly grabbed Yifei's arm. "Fine, you can do it, but if anything happens to young Master Fu, you'd better be prepared to join him in the afterlife." Yifei paid no heed to the youth's threat and instructed several medical staff to assist in wheeling the patient into the operating room. Once they had removed the blood-soaked clothing, Yifei took out his needle pouch and prepared meticulously, with a single silver needle inserted. The young man's body, which had been racked with spasms and vomiting blood, immediately stilled. Outside the operating room, the hospital director, Yang Wenjie, along with the esteemed Elder Tang, arrived promptly. Just as they reached the operating room, another group approached, led by a man in his 40s with a square face, Fu Hongyuan himself. Beside him stood a regal-looking woman, his wife, Songjia. Director Yang, how is my son? Fu Hongyuan inquired anxiously as he approached Yang Wenjie. Rest assured, Mr. Fu, our hospital's finest experts are doing everything possible to save your son, and Elder Tang has already arrived. We will ensure your son's safety, Yang Wenjie reassured him. Only then did he notice Ding Jian standing beside him, surprised to ask, "Oh, Ding Jian, what are you doing here? Who is operating in the operating room?" Ding Jian wore a smile that was more painful than tears, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. "How come we were unaware?" "Yifei is not an expert," the young nurse replied, her voice timid under the scrutiny of so many eyes. "He is a newly arrived intern nurse." Chapter 66. The grateful and the ungrateful. The phrase intern nurse reverberated like thunder outside the operating room. The entire corridor fell abruptly silent, and the gathered experts exchanged bewildered glances. An intern nurse performing surgery on a patient. What kind of absurdity was this? Song Jia, Fu Honyuan's wife, was the first to react, exclaiming, "An intern nurse, Director Yang, what is going on? Why is my son entrusted to an intern nurse for surgery?" Fu Honyuan's face darkened, and he turned to Yang Wenjie, asking, "Director Yang, are you referring to this intern nurse as the best expert?" Yang Wenjie felt a cold sweat break on his forehead. He too was perplexed about this new intern nurse. Turning to the side, he spotted Ding Jian and demanded, "Ding Jian, what is happening? Speak up." "Director Yang, this Yifei is an intern nurse who just started today. He is taking advantage of his connection with Shaqing Hon and refuses to be disciplined. He lacks a medical license yet has audaciously treated Mr. Fu's son. I have tried to stop him, but he simply would not listen." Ding Jian hastily distanced himself from the situation while simultaneously dragging Shaqing Hon into the mess. Recommended by Xiao Sha. At this moment, the elderly Tang, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Where are the examination reports?" "Let me see, Xiao Sha is quite reliable. Perhaps Mr. Fu's injuries are not as severe as presumed." He then took the report from Ding Jian's hands, and upon reading the results, his expression stiffened. "Old Tang, how is my son's condition?" Fu Hongyuan inquired. Tang's face turned somewhat awkward. "Your son's injuries are rather serious. Even if I were to intervene, I would only have a 30% chance of success." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Tang was a renowned expert in Haijo, and if he only had a 30% chance, it adequately indicated the severity of the patient's injuries. "Then what are you still doing here? Hurry and go save my son. We donate so much money to your hospital every year just to support people like you who merely eat and do nothing." Song Jia shouted at Tang. Tang's expression became grim. He was a celebrated expert nationally, not merely a doctor at the People's Hospital. No matter how much Hongyuan Industries donated, it had no bearing on him, yet he found himself on the receiving end of Fu Honyuan's wife's ire. Just then, the lights in the operating room went out. Yifei emerged from within, looking somewhat fatigued. The injuries sustained by young Master Fu were indeed severe. Even with his use of the four-symbol needle technique, he had only managed to stabilize the condition, depleting much of his vital energy. Upon seeing the crowd outside, Yifei was somewhat taken aback but still stated, "The patient is no longer in critical danger." "Who are you, and who gave you the authority to operate on my son?" Song Jia was the first to scream at Yifei. Yifei's expression darkened. After expending so much of his energy and employing the four-symbol needle technique to save a life, he did not expect to be confronted with such accusations from the patient's family as soon as he emerged. "When the patient's life hung in the balance, if I hadn't acted, you would have only found a corpse upon your arrival," Yifei replied coldly. "Yifei, how dare you speak so brazenly? Even old Tang said he only had a 30% chance to young Master Fu's injuries. How can you claim to have cured him?" Ding Jian interjected. "Are you implying you could have done it better? Then why didn't you?" Yifei retorted with a cold laugh. Ding Jian was momentarily speechless. "You are the new intern doctor?" Director Yang Wenjie regarded Yifei with a cold gaze. "Indeed," Yifei nodded. "You are hereby dismissed," Yang Wenjie declared. "On what grounds?" "Simply because you are an intern nurse without a medical license, daring to treat a patient." "Who gave you the right to perform surgery?" Yang Wenjie shouted angrily. Yifei looked at Yang Wenjie with a cold smile. "When the patient's life was at stake, should I have just stood by and watched him die? That is not your decision to make." Yang Wenjie retorted coldly. "I do not care who your connections are. Now, get out immediately." I have no intention of remaining in a hospital devoid of any humanity." Yifei scoffed, preparing to leave. Wait, we cannot let him live like this. Just as Yifei took a step, Ding Jian's shrill voice rang out behind him. Who knows what he did to young Master Fu? We cannot allow him to live. What if something happens to young Master Fu? He might escape. He then turned to the bodyguards behind Fu Hongyuan and commanded, quickly, apprehend him. Fu Hongyuan's bodyguards glanced at him, and seeing his grim countenance, they evidently took Ding Jian's words as tacit approval. In an instant, two bodyguards blocked Yifei's path while another lunged to grab him by the collar, intending to bring him back. Seeking death. Yifei's expression turned frigid upon witnessing their actions. After all he had done to save a life, these people not only failed to show gratitude but sought to detain him. In retaliation, Yifei struck out with a punch, meeting the outstretched hand of the advancing bodyguard. Boom! A loud impact echoed as the bodyguard was sent flying backward, crashing against the wall and falling heavily to the ground. Fu Hongyuan's pupils constricted in disbelief as he regarded Yifei. These bodyguards were all elite mercenaries he had hired at great expense, each capable of taking on 10 men. He never expected that this seemingly frail young man could defeat one of them with a single blow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fu Hongyuan understood that Yifei was no ordinary young man. As the remaining two bodyguards prepared to rush at Yifei, he quickly shouted, "Stop." Once the two bodyguards halted, Fu Hongyuan turned to Yifei, his tone icy. "Young man, I can see you possess exceptional skills, but this is no longer a world where brute force prevails. You had better pray that my son is unharmed, otherwise." Fu Hongyuan did not finish his sentence, yet the implication was clear. Why Yifei turned to stare at Fu Hongyuan, suddenly chuckling coldly. "Is this how you treat the person who saved your son's life?" Without waiting for Fu Hongyuan's reaction, he turned and walked away. Inside the operating room, Old Tang gazed at the stable readings on the monitoring equipment, utterly astonished. He had just seen the patient's examination results outside the operating room and had felt a heaviness in his heart, unable to guarantee that the patient would be saved. That young man seems familiar. Where have I seen him before? Old Tang pondered, recalling Yifei's visage, which appeared vaguely recognizable. Upon noticing the silver needles embedded in the patient, he felt an even stronger sense of familiarity but could not recall where he had encountered him before. "Old Tang, how is my son?" Song Jia, seeing Tang lost in thought, quickly pressed for an answer. "Oh, the patient's vital signs are stable, and he has escaped life-threatening danger. As long as post-operative care is adequate, he should be fine," Tang replied, before heading towards the exit of the operating room, his mind still occupied with thoughts of where he had seen Yifei. Upon hearing Tang's words, Fu Hongyuan let out a sigh of relief. Ding Jian, standing by the bedside, quickly ingratiated himself, saying, "Mr. Fu, rest assured, I will take care of young Master Fu's post-operative care. I promise to ensure his complete recovery." Fu Hongyuan nodded. "Then I will leave it to you, Dr. Ding." Ding Jian was taken aback that Fu Hongyuan knew his name and excitedly replied, "It's no trouble at all." Once everyone had exited the operating room, only Ding Jian remained in the ward, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Fu Bin on the bed, envisioning him not as a patient but as a pile of cash. However, upon noticing the silver needles inserted into Fu Bin, his expression soured, and he disdainfully muttered, "What is this? Is it acupuncture or some sort of sorcery?" He then proceeded to remove the needles. Yet at that very moment, the previously stable monitoring equipment in the ward erupted with piercing alarms, and Fu Bin's body began to convulse violently, blood pouring from his mouth. Witnessing this scene, Ding Jian was instantly filled with dread, his heart pounding in terror. Chapter 67 Offending a Master. The blaring alarms in the intensive care unit drew the attention of the onlookers outside. "What on earth is happening?" Din Yong Wenjie glared fiercely at Ding Jian and inquired. I don't know either. The moment you stepped out, he became like this." Ding Jian stammered in response. "Old Tang, I implore you to intervene and save the child's life," Fu Hongyuan pleaded, casting a hopeful glance at Old Tang. Old Tang nodded, his gaze sweeping over Fu Bin before abruptly halting. He turned to Ding Jian and asked, "Where are the silver needles on the patient?" "Silver needles?" Ding Jian's heart sank at the mention, and he trembled as he replied, I removed them." "Preposterous!" Old Tang exclaimed angrily. "The patient's condition remains unstable, relying entirely on those silver needles to sustain life. How could you possibly have removed them?" Can we reinsert them?" Ding Jian exclaimed, frantically holding the silver needles he had yet to discard. "That would be futile." Old Tang shook his head. "Acupuncture is not so simplistic. It must be tailored to the patient's real-time condition. Each patient presents unique circumstances, dictating the length, depth, and angle of needle insertion. Recklessly reinserting them would only yield counterproductive results. Upon hearing this, Fu Hongyuan grew visibly anxious. He quickly urged, "Old Tang, I beseech you to act and save the child. I will be forever grateful." Old Tang scrutinized Fu Bin's symptoms, sighed, and shook his head. "The technique employed by that young man is unlike anything I have ever encountered. I am afraid I am powerless to assist. You would be better off seeking that intern nurse." After stating this, Old Tang glanced at Fu Bin, whose complexion had begun to darken, and added, "I fear your young master has little time left. You must act swiftly." At this, Fu Hongyuan and his wife felt as if struck by lightning. "Scoundrel, return my son's life." Song Jia could no longer maintain her composure and charged at Ding Jian, striking him. Fortunately, Fu Hongyuan managed to stay somewhat composed, instructing the bodyguards to pull Song Jia away. Nevertheless, Ding Jian's face bore the marks of her wrath, resembling that of a dog's chew toy. Ding Jian wanted to weep but found no tears. Even if he had the courage, he did not dare retaliate, let alone defend himself. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain on his face, he attempted to explain, "Mr. Fu. Yet Fu Hongyuan paid him no heed, instead turning to Din Yong Wenjie and asking, "Din Yong, is there any way to locate that intern nurse?" Well, Yang Wenjie's face turned awkward. As the dean of the People's Hospital, he had little regard for an intern, especially one who had just begun her first day on the job. How could he possibly know where Yifei resided? "Mr. Fu, that Yifei was recommended by Sha Qinghon. All the formalities were handled by her, so she should know where that lad lives," Ding Jian hastily interjected, eager to redeem himself, for if not, his life would be irrevocably ruined. "Sha Shao." Old Tang, upon hearing Sha Qinghon's name again, displayed a contemplative expression. Yang Wenjie, catching on, quickly instructed someone to find Sha Qinghon. All afternoon, Sha Qinghon had been exceedingly busy. Just as she returned to her office for a brief respite, she was summoned to the intensive care unit. After listening to the accounts from everyone, her brows furrowed slightly. She had not anticipated that within a mere afternoon, Yifei would incite such a significant uproar. "Qinghon, our families have always been close. Xiao Bin has grown up alongside you. You must save him, for he is my only son," Fu Hongyuan implored her. It was only then that he realized the Dr. Ding Jian mentioned was the daughter of his friend, and he felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Uncle Fu, it's not that I do not wish to assist you," Sha Qinghon sighed softly. "Yifei's use of the four-symbol needle technique exacts a considerable toll on his own body. If he saves Xiao Bin, you all should be grateful rather than repay kindness with enmity. From what I know of him, he likely will not intervene again." Sha Qinghon understood that her relationship with Yifei did not grant her the influence to compel him to act again. Nonetheless, she reluctantly divulged Yifei's residence to the others, unwilling to see her childhood companion perish in such a manner. "What, four-symbol needle technique?" As soon as Sha Qinghon finished speaking, Old Tang suddenly gasped in astonishment and rushed over, grasping her arm excitedly. "Shao Sha, did you just say four-symbol needle technique? Could it be that your inquiry about it was due to that young man?" Sha Qinghon glanced at Old Tang and nodded. After witnessing Yifei's application of the four-symbol needle technique, she became curious and eventually gleaned some fragmented information from Old Tang, which ultimately led her to invite Yifei to the hospital. Yet she had not anticipated that merely a day into his arrival, such a crisis would unfold. "Four-symbol needle technique, four-symbol needle technique." Old Tang muttered in a near frenzy, and then his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "I remember now. I recognize that young man. He is the one from Yumantang." Old Tang's excitement echoed through the air. He finally understood why Yifei had seemed familiar upon their first encounter. When they arrived at Yumantang, it was in realizing this, Old Tang turned to Fu Hongyuan and sighed, "Mr. Fu, it seems you have inadvertently offended a master." "What do you mean by that, Old Tang?" Fu Hongyuan asked, perplexed. Beside him, Song Jia dismissed the notion, scoffing, "What master? He's just a young brat. If we offer him a bit more money, I refuse to believe he wouldn't come to treat my son." Old Tang could not help but let out a cold laugh at her naivety. "I know you possess wealth, but can your riches compare to the Song family?" The mention of the Song family left everyone momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why Old Tang had suddenly brought them into the conversation. The Song family was the foremost affluent clan in Haizhou, and none present were ordinary individuals. How could they not be aware of the Song family's prominence? Fu Hongyuan let out a bitter laugh. Although his fortune exceeded 100 billion, making him one of the wealthiest in Haijo, that was merely superficial. In reality, his wealth paled in comparison to the true aristocrats of Haijo. Families that could be deemed affluent possessed assets in the trillions, let alone the Song family, the most powerful of all. Fu Hongyuan and the Song family operated on entirely different levels. What do you mean by that, old Tang? Fu Hongyuan cautiously inquired. Is it possible that the young man has connections to the Song family? Old Tang replied nonchalantly, oh, he has no direct ties to the Song family. Hearing this, Fu Hongyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If their offense against Yifei had provoked the Song family, his future in Haijo would be exceedingly bleak. However, before he could fully relax, Old Tang's voice rang out again, that young man is merely Old Song's savior. Boom! Old Tang's final statement struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in a state of shock, exchanging bewildered glances. What, Yifei was actually Old Song's savior? A wave of astonishment swept over them, and soon the intensive care unit was filled with gasps of disbelief. Fu Hongyuan swayed unsteadily, feeling an urge to kick the breathless Old Tang. How could it be that Yifei, the savior of Old Song, had no connection to the Song family? Yet he still clung to a shred of hope and cautiously asked, Old Tang, which Old Song are you referring to? Who else could it be? Old Tang chuckled. In all of Haijo, who else dares to claim the title of Old Song? With that last thread of hope shattered, Fu Hongyuan was plunged into utter panic. He could no longer afford to consider anything else and turned to Sha Qinghon, pleading, Qinghon, you must help Uncle Fu this time. Sha Qinghon's eyes reflected an unusual light. She had not anticipated that Yifei was entangled with the Song family, and moreover, that he was Old Song's savior. Just based on that fact alone, Yifei could wield considerable influence throughout Haijo, yet he had never mentioned it. Uncle Fu, I will accompany you. I hope to persuade Yifei to reconsider, Sha Qinghon sighed softly. Fu Hongyuan eagerly nodded, ready to rush to Yifei's residence alongside Sha Qinghon. However, after taking a few steps, he noticed that his wife, Song Jia, stood frozen in place, her expression vacant. What are you dawdling for? Come with me to plead with that young divine physician. Fu Hongyuan urged impatiently. Song Jia lifted her head, her face a mask of despair. I already sent the bodyguards ahead. At her words, Fu Hongyuan's face fell, and a sense of dread gripped him. He was all too familiar with the temperament of his bodyguards. Under the directives of his wife, how could they possibly treat Yifei with any semblance of courtesy? They were effectively pushing Yifei into a corner. Fu Hongyuan was furious enough to curse. If this incited the wrath of the Song family, he could hardly fathom the disastrous consequences that would ensue. In a fit of rage, he pointed at Song Jia, exclaiming, "This is all you're doing." Chapter 68. Had I known this would be the case, why did I proceed as I did? As Yifei descended the stairs, the sudden screech of tires echoed in his ears. Two luxury vehicles came to an abrupt halt before him, and from them emerged a dozen bodyguards, effectively blocking his path. A quick glance revealed to Yifei that these were the bodyguards of Fu Hongyuan, two of whom had nearly engaged him in a scuffle at the hospital. Young Master Fu's condition has worsened. His wife requests that you accompany us, the lead bodyguard intoned coldly, though his words of request carried a distinctly commanding tone. Why Yifei regarded him with indifference, replying, I'm not available. He attempted to circumvent the bodyguard and ascend the stairs. Yet, as he took a step, the bodyguard again obstructed his way, a mocking smile creeping across his face. Madam has given strict orders. Even if we must bind you, we will take you with us. I recognize your skills, but our numbers are formidable. If you wish to avoid physical harm, it would be wise to comply. As the other bodyguards advanced, encircling him with fists at the ready, it seemed that any utterance of dissent from Yifei would provoke an overwhelming assault to teach him a lesson. Observing their actions, Yifei could not help but smile in anger. Was this truly their approach to seeking assistance? With a sudden chill in his gaze, Yifei bellowed at the bodyguard, "Get lost." The lead bodyguard, already irked by the memory of his comrade, the two fists collided with a resounding thud. The bodyguard's smirk vanished as he felt his strike connect not with flesh but rather as though it had struck a speeding locomotive. The force propelled him backward, eliciting a cry of pain as he crashed into the wall, losing consciousness upon impact. While Yifei had merely restrained his strength, had he unleashed his full power, the bodyguard's arm would likely have splintered. Everyone, attack together, the remaining bodyguards shouted, their expressions taut with determination, abandoning any notion of one-on-one combat as they charged at Yifei. Just then, a screech of tires pierced the air as a black Rolls-Royce skidded to a stop, followed closely by a fiery red Mercedes Coupe. Fu Hongyuan emerged, witnessing the scene of his bodyguards assailing Yifei. The bodyguards, momentum carrying them forward, could not halt their advance, and Yifei was already in motion. Fu Hongyuan, aghast, nearly collapsed to the ground, his mind racing with a singular thought. It was over. These bodyguards were elite soldiers he had procured through connections, each capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. They operated in unison, their combined strength terrifying. Even when besieged by 100 foes, they could carve a path through. Yifei, merely a youth, could he truly withstand their assault? Bam, 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 without allowing Fu Hongyuan time to ponder further, the sound of impact resonated like a drumbeat. To his utter disbelief, he beheld a scene of sheer horror. His meticulously selected bodyguards, with each third, were sent sprawling like discarded sacks, crashing to the ground. One unfortunate soul even landed atop a luxury van, crumpling it. Stunned, Fu Hongyuan could hardly fathom what he witnessed, his gaze fixed on Yifei, who stood unmoved, as if untouched by the chaos. "My heavens!" exclaimed Sha Qinghon, stepping from the car, her hand clasped over her mouth in shock. Meanwhile, Fu Hongyuan's wife, Song Jia, remained frozen in disbelief. In the stillness of the night, beneath the old house, the only sounds were the moans of the fallen bodyguards, a grim testament to the unfolding drama. Yifei had long been aware of Fu Hongyuan and his entourage's arrival. He spared them a glance, merely nodding to Sha Qinghon in acknowledgement before resuming his ascent. "Wait," Fu Hongyuan interjected, rushing to block Yifei's path. "Little divine doctor, please hold on." "What is it, mister?" "Ku." Yifei paused, casting a dispassionate look at Fu Hongyuan. "Little divine doctor, Fu Hongyuan's face flashed with shame as memories of their previous encounter in the hospital corridor resurfaced. Despite his thick skin, he found it difficult to voice a plea for Yifei's medical assistance. Yet, thinking of his son, who lay in critical condition, he finally mustered the courage to speak. "I implore you, save my son." Yifei chuckled coldly. "You wish for me to save your son once more? Only to be cast aside afterward." At these words, Fu Hongyuan's face turned a deep shade of purple, wishing for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. "How can you speak to me like this? Is it not merely a matter of how much you desire in return? Name your price, and I shall ensure you receive it." With that, she produced a checkbook, ready to fill in an amount on the spot. In her eyes, money was the answer to every problem. It was simply a matter of quantity. Fu Hongyuan felt a surge of anger at his wife's words, wishing to slap some sense into her. Did she not grasp the gravity of their situation? Even with all his wealth, could he compete with the Song family? If Yifei were merely a penniless youth, perhaps he could manipulate him with money. But Yifei was the savior of Song Lao, the status that rendered him impervious to financial persuasion. Moreover, Yifei possessed not only miraculous medical skills but also formidable prowess. Such an individual could not be swayed by mere cash. Fu Hongyuan attempted to silence his wife, but it was too late. Why Yifei, upon hearing Song Jia's words, was filled with a mixture of fury and derision. He had saved Fu Hongyuan's son without receiving even a word of gratitude, only to be expelled from the hospital. Now, they sought his help yet approached him with such a condescending attitude. His expression, "I see," Yifei stated, "you are quite affluent, I see, perhaps you should select a proper burial site for your son. I will not treat his ailment." With that final remark, he turned to continue his ascent. "You," Song Jia, incensed by Yifei's words, pointed an accusatory finger at, "Do you know who I am?" Slap, just as her words fell, Fu Hongyuan struck her with a furious blow. "Silence," he bellowed, his eyes blazing with rage as he glared at her. "Do you truly wish for our son to perish?" Covering her face in shock, Song Jia stared at Fu Hongyuan, her voice stilled by the fury radiating from him. She had never before witnessed him in such a state of wrath. Unfazed by the couple's turmoil, Yifei resumed his ascent, but Fu Hongyuan's voice called out once more, "Little divine doctor, is there truly no chance for you to assist us again?" This time, his tone was laced with exhaustion and despair. Just then, a melodic ringtone interrupted the moment. Song Jia retrieved her phone, and upon hearing the news on the other end, she collapsed, weeping uncontrollably. Fu Hongyuan felt a surge of dread and quickly asked, "What happened?" Song Jia, devoid of her previous poise, sank to the ground, wailing. Director Yang said, Xiaobin is not going to make it. We only have one son, she cried, her voice a haunting lament. Fu Hongyuan trembled, his eyes bloodshot, as he inhaled deeply, shutting his eyes to hold back tears, feeling as though he had aged a decade in an instant. At that moment, he was no longer a billionaire but simply a father on the brink of losing his child. Yifei, please, just one more time. I beg you, came Sha Qinghong's voice, her eyes glistening with tears. Yifei glanced at the distraught couple, sighing internally. Had he known this would come to pass, he might have chosen differently. Let us go, take me to the hospital, there may still be time. Chapter 69. Supreme VIP Platinum Card. Outside the intensive care unit, Fu Hongyuan paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, his anxiety palpable. Beside him, Song Jia wore a tense expression, her gaze fixed intently on the ICU door. Mr. Fu, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. The hospital has arranged dinner. I could have someone bring it to you, suggested Din Yongwenjie, his voice tentative. Fu Hongyuan shook his head, about to decline, when a soft sound echoed and the ICU door swung open. Yifei emerged from within. Little divine doctor, how is my son? Fu Hongyuan asked urgently. He is fine now, Yifei replied nonchalantly. Had you not removed the silver needles earlier, the patient would have awakened by now. Fu Hongyuan shot a furious glare at Ding Jian, wishing he could tear him apart in his frustration. This does not concern me. I shall take my leave, Yifei stated, turning to exit without acknowledging the others. Wait, Fu Hongyuan called out, hastily taking a check from Song Jia's hands. I owe a great, otherwise, my son's life would have been at stake. Please accept this token of gratitude. He presented the check with both hands. Ding Jian glanced at the check and nearly gasped upon seeing the multitude of zeros. 50 million, he stared in disbelief. Fu Hongyuan was offering Yifei such an astronomical sum. Jealousy consumed Ding Jian as he yearned to snatch the check away immediately. Yifei merely regarded Fu Hongyuan with a calm demeanor and replied, no need for the fee. My assistance was not motivated by monetary gain. I hope Mr. Fu remembers this. Not everything in this world can be bought with money. His words were blunt, carrying an admonitory tone, yet Fu Hongyuan felt no anger, only shame as he blushed deeply. Had he not initially dismissed Yifei due to his status as an intern, this entire debacle might have been avoided. Yes, I shall heed your words, little divine doctor, Fu Hongyuan responded earnestly. Beside him, Song Jia, overwhelmed with embarrassment, quickly apologized to Yifei. He nodded in acceptance of their apology and turned to leave, having not glanced at the check even once. In truth, had it not been for Sha Qinghong's intercession and the couple's forlorn expressions stirring his compassion, Yifei would have refused treatment altogether. Just as Yifei stepped out, Fu Hongyuan's voice called out again from behind. Little divine doctor, may I trouble you to stay? Yifei frowned. Does Mr. Fu have further business? Sensing Yifei's growing displeasure, Fu Hongyuan hastily explained, please do not misunderstand, you saved my son's life twice, a debt I can never forget. I know that such materialistic offerings may not appeal to you. As he spoke, Fu Hongyuan retrieved a card from his pocket. This is a VIP membership card from my company, Hongyuan Industries. While it may not hold much value, it grants discounts at any of our establishments. It is but a small token of my appreciation, I hope you will accept it. He presented the card respectfully with both hands. Yifei looked down at the card, which was roughly the size of a bank card, exquisitely crafted from platinum. The left corner bore an intricately carved character in traditional script, unmistakably the work of a master artisan. Such a finely made card must have cost a fortune. Yifei mused that this card was likely far more significant than Fu Hongyuan let on, otherwise, why would he invest so much in its creation? Very well, I shall accept this card, Yifei replied. He did not notice Sha Qinghong's astonished expression upon seeing the card's number, nearly believing Fu Hongyuan had lost his senses. This was no ordinary card, it was a supreme VIP platinum card, of which only 5 had been crafted, costing Fu Hongyuan over $1 million just to produce. With this card, one could enjoy complimentary services at any Hongyuan establishment, with no spending limit. It was worth noting that several Hongyuan commercial plazas existed throughout Haijiao, all established and managed by Fu Hongyuan's enterprises. Despite the long-standing friendship between Sha Qinghong's family and Fu Hongyuan's, her father only possessed a No. 5-foot membership card. The earlier the number, the greater the privileges. With this No. 1-foot card, Yifei could clear out multiple Hongyuan plazas without issue, and even claim them as his own, theoretically, with no complications. Din Yongwenjie, witnessing the VIP card in Yifei's possession, nearly drooled. Although he was unaware of its exact privileges, he could discern its extraordinary nature. Once Yifei tucked the card into his pocket, Yongwenjie, feeling awkward, approached him. Young brother, I apologize for any previous offenses. With your skills, you hardly need to demean yourself as an intern. Our traditional Chinese medicine department is in need of a director. I believe you would be perfect for the role. Yifei cast a glance at Yongwenjie and replied coolly, no need. Someone without a practicing physician's license like myself should quickly take my leave. Yongwenjie was taken aback, his face flashing crimson as he wished he could disappear into the ground. Once Yifei's figure vanished from the corridor, Ding Jian erupted. Who does that kid think he is? Just because he knows a bit about acupuncture, he dares to speak to the director like that. Yongwenjie turned, glaring at Ding Jian, and coldly remarked, Dr. Ding, I believe you are no longer fit to serve as an attending physician. The logistics department needs a janitor. You should report there tomorrow. Ding Jian's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the floor. He realized he was finished, having offended Fu Hongyuan and now the dean. Even with his father's position as deputy dean, he was beyond salvation. As Yifei exited the hospital, a familiar figure followed closely behind. Young brother, please wait, an elderly voice called out. While Yifei turned to see it was the hospital's expert, Old Tang. Old Tang looked at Yifei with delight. I wonder if you still remember me. Remember you? Yifei replied, surprised, scrutinizing Old Tang before exclaiming, you are the one who mentioned my four symbols acupuncture technique back at Human Hall. Indeed, it is I. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier, Yifei said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Since learning the four symbols acupuncture, Old Tang was the only one to name it. Old Tang chuckled, unbothered, and gazed at Yifei with gleaming eyes. Young brother, I have a humble request, if I may. Please, Old Tang, Yifei encouraged, genuinely fond of the amiable elder. Seeing how agreeable Yifei was, Old Tang hesitated, stammering, well, I was wondering if you might share your four symbols acupuncture technique with me. He quickly added, please do not misunderstand, I know such a miraculous technique is incredibly precious, and I have no intentions of claiming it as my own. My lifelong passion for acupuncture stems from a desire to restore the public's faith in traditional Chinese medicine and to benefit more people. Yifei felt a surge of respect for Old Tang upon hearing his words. If possible, he wouldn't mind sharing the four symbols acupuncture for educational purposes, but regrettably, the technique required true essence to activate. Without it, even if others learned the steps, they would achieve little more than mimicry. Old Tang, it's not that I wish to keep it secret, but the four symbols acupuncture is rather unique. Others would find it ineffective, Yifei replied, feeling conflicted. Old Tang contemplated, recalling a certain legend, and gazed at Yifei in disbelief. Could it be? Is the legend true? Does the four symbols acupuncture require qi to activate? Yifei nodded. A look of disappointment crossed Old Tang's face as he sighed and turned to leave. While Yifei felt helpless, he didn't know how to console the elderly man who was devoted to promoting traditional Chinese medicine, so he allowed him to depart. The cultivation methods taught by the reincarnation ancestor were classified secrets, and Yifei could never disclose them or teach them to others. Creaking sounds echoed as Yifei exited the hospital, the screech of brakes heralding the arrival of a sleek red Mercedes, which stopped beside him. It was Sha Qinghon's vehicle. The window slowly rolled down, revealing Sha Qinghon's frosty countenance. She glanced at Yifei and said coolly, get in. Instead of complying, Yifei regarded her warily. This time, you won't make me inhale exhaust fumes, will you? Surprised that Yifei remembered that incident, Sha Qinghon couldn't help but chuckle at his cautious demeanor. We'll see how you behave. Chapter 70. The resonance of bones and muscles, the supreme treasure of the upper purity inside the swiftly moving Mercedes coupe. Sha Qinghon discreetly stole glances at Yifei from the corner of her eye, only to find him with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly lost in slumber. Observing Yifei's sharply defined features, akin to those carved by a skilled artisan, she noted that when his eyes were closed, a slight frown in his brow lent him an air of cold dignity, evoking a sense of unyielding authority without the need for anger. Sha Qinghon found herself entranced by this sight, and as she noticed Yifei's eyelids fluttering, on the verge of opening, she hastily turned her gaze forward, as if to erase the moment from existence. Thank you for today, Sha Qinghon said, her eyes fixed ahead, her tone calm and detached. Yifei opened his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at Sha Qinghon. With his heightened senses, he discerned her earlier furtive glances. It was no trouble at all. My involvement was not solely prompted by your request, he replied, his demeanor unruffled. Sha Qinghon nodded in acknowledgement, falling into a silence that enveloped them for the remainder of the journey. 20 minutes later, the Mercedes came to a halt before the entrance of Yifei's apartment. As he alighted from the vehicle, Sha Qinghon abruptly accelerated, a plume of black smoke billowing from the exhaust, seemingly intent on making him relive his previous misstep. However, Yifei, having anticipated this, deftly leaped aside the moment he exited. Ha ha! Yifei laughed heartily, watching the Mercedes retreat, reveling in the notion of having outsmarted her. Inside the car, Sha Qinghon viewed the rearview mirror, catching sight of Yifei's exuberant expression, her silver teeth clenched, before a soft chuckle escaped her lips. In the stillness of the night, at 2 in the morning, Yifei awoke from his meditation, feeling a surge of rich true essence within him, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes. My cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the second layer of Qi training. I am but a breath away from breaking through to the third layer. Perhaps tonight, I shall achieve it. Once I transcend to the third layer of Qi training, I will be able to externalize my true essence and practice various. This limitation forced him to rely on sheer physical strength or agile speed to evade attacks during confrontations. However, upon breaking through to the third layer, everything would change. The third layer, marked by the ability to externalize true essence, signified a true cultivator. At that stage, Yifei would wield powerful techniques for offense and defense, exponentially surpassing his current capabilities. 84 in the morning, in the tranquil confines of his room, Yifei sat cross-legged. Had there been an observer present, they would have noticed a palpable flow of spiritual energy swirling around him like a vortex, centered on his form. Suddenly, Yifei's eyes snapped open, gleaming with an intense light. "Ha!" he exclaimed. At the sound of his voice, the true essence within him, once a gentle stream, seemed to shatter an invisible barrier, coalescing into a torrent. A sensation akin to breaking through a thin membrane surged within him. In that instant, clarity dawned upon Yifei. He had ascended to the third layer of Qi training. With a crackling sound, his body trembled violently, muscles and bones rhythmically vibrating, producing a noise reminiscent of popping beans. The meridians, previously as fine as a strand of hair, expanded tenfold under the onslaught of true essence. It was not until half an hour later that Yifei's body ceased its convulsions. At that moment, he was coated in a layer of dark, viscous sludge, his eyelids heavy and unyielding. He resembled someone who had just emerged from a mire. Instantly, the room was filled with a foul odor. This is the resonance of bones and muscles, the washing of man. The black sludge was the accumulated impurities that had lingered within him for years. Ugh, how putrid, he grimaced, overwhelmed by the offensive stench. Without a second thought, he dashed into the bathroom. The cleansing ritual lasted over an hour. Yifei scrubbed himself a dozen times, utilizing nearly half a bottle of body wash to rid himself of the foul odor. When he finally gazed into the fogged mirror, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "My goodness, is this truly me?" Yifei was shocked to discover that his appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. This change was not merely superficial, it was a refinement of detail, rendering him even more perfect. While he had always been handsome, he had appeared somewhat gaunt, often evoking a sense of malnourishment. Now, however, his features were sharply defined, as if sculpted from stone, with piercing brows and eyes that sparkled like stars, his skin so finely textured that pores were imperceptible. Particularly striking were his eyes, which radiated vitality, their depth reminiscent of the cosmos, drawing one irresistibly into their depths. Gazing downward, he noted that his physique had also transformed significantly. His body was devoid of any excess fat, with well-defined muscles and a clear 8-pack of abs, extending into a well-defined V shape. Unlike the overly muscular physiques of bodybuilders, his form exuded a harmonious, natural allure that was exceedingly pleasing to the eye, an ideal blend of slimness when clothed and muscularity when revealed. Moreover, Yifei had grown taller, his height increasing from 1.73 meters to 1.83 meters. He spent a good half hour admiring his reflection in the mirror, murmuring to himself, "What a drastic change. I wonder how surprised they will be to see me." Once he settled back into a meditative pose, Yifei realized that a wealth of information had flooded his mind, specifically, previously vague memories that had now crystallized with clarity. The cultivation methods imparted to him by the reincarnation ancestor had been obscured, only becoming clear upon his breakthrough to the next layer. Otherwise, those memories remained locked away, no matter how hard he tried to decipher them. The supreme treasure of the upper purity. As Yifei sifted through these memories, a spark of realization ignited within him. It was only at this moment that he learned the name of the cultivation technique he practiced, the supreme treasure of the upper purity. Delving deeper into the memories, he discovered the astonishing prowess of the cultivation method bestowed upon him by the reincarnation ancestor. The supreme treasure of the upper purity was the unparalleled secret technique of the upper purity palace, the foremost sect in the celestial realm, a pathway leading directly to the level of celestial emperor, and the treasured legacy of the upper purity palace. Moreover, this supreme treasure was said to have existed since the dawn of the celestial realm over countless years. Even the upper purity palace's preserved copies had mostly been lost, leaving only fragments behind. It was a mystery how the reincarnation ancestor had acquired the complete version of the supreme treasure. Now that I have broken through to the third layer of chi training, I should be able to practice those techniques, Ife murmured to himself. Subsequently, he selected a technique known as the 9 sovereign seal to cultivate. The 9 sovereign seal comprised 9 formidable seals, capable of both offense and defense, each possessing tremendous power. Merely reading the introduction filled Ife with excitement. By the time he emerged from his cultivation, dawn had broken. Why Ife changed his clothes and set out, heading directly to the antique street. With his cultivation having ascended to the third layer of chi training, the true essence within him had surged nearly tenfold, and he was eager to test his ability to craft spiritual talismans. However, before that, he needed to find a medium for crafting these talismans. His first destination was naturally a gemstone shop. By channeling true essence into his eyes, he could discern the presence of jadeite within uncut stones, an ability that rendered the most sophisticated instruments useless, revealing secrets as bare as a beauty without clothing. Yet, after 2 hours of perusing every gemstone shop on the antique street, Ife found nothing that met his requirements. Reluctantly, he decided to seek alternatives in a large jade shop located in the commercial plaza. Ultimately, Ife discovered a piece of jadeite that barely qualified as a spiritual jade at a jewelry store named Zhopangpang in the bustling center of the city. The price was exorbitant, a mere palm-sized piece costing an astounding 2.8 million. With thoughts solely focused on crafting jade talismans, Ife had little inclination to haggle. Ignoring the alluring glances from the beautiful shop assistant. He simply stated, 2.8 million, right? It appears I also possess a card. The speaker's voice was alluring, yet carried a tone of condescension that caused Ife to furrow his brow slightly. Moreover, he found the voice somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Turning his head, he beheld a young couple standing behind him. The man had a pointed face and a rather unappealing appearance. Despite being clad in designer attire, he exuded an air of pretentiousness, proudly lifting his chin with a hint of arrogance. The woman, however, was quite beautiful, her age comparable to Ife's, though heavy makeup rendered her somewhat older than she truly was. It was this woman who had just spoken. "Oh, is that you?" Upon seeing Ife's handsome visage, the woman was taken aback, clearly surprised by his striking looks. Her flirtatious gaze lingered for a moment before she finally recognized him. However, upon noticing Ife's attire, a flicker of disdain replaced the surprise in her eyes. Handsome or not, he was still just a penniless wretch. "What's this, Fefe? Do you know this person?" The young man, hearing the woman's astonishment, turned to inquire. "Yes." The woman nodded, her face betraying her disdain as she remarked, "He is Ife from the neighboring class, a country bumpkin." At that moment, Ife also recognized the woman as Chen Fefe, the belle of his adjacent class. Not only was she the flower of class 9, but she was also acknowledged as one of the school's beauties, only slightly inferior to the 4 renowned beauties of Haijo No. 1 High School. Unlike the likes of Luo Iran and other school goddesses, Chen Feifei was known for her social prowess, effortlessly mingling among the wealthy second-generation elite, and naturally looked down upon impoverished students like Yifei. Yifei and Chen Feifei had little interaction. Their acquaintance stemmed from the proximity of their classrooms and their mutual status as the celebrities of the school. Although Yifei was not in uniform today, he still donned old clothes that had faded somewhat from repeated washes. Such attire was hardly likely to catch Chen Feifei's discerning eye. Upon hearing Chen Feifei's words, the young man shook his head, dismissing Yifei without a second glance. He addressed the attractive shop assistant, saying, "I have my eye on this jade. Please wrap it up for me." The beautiful shop assistant displayed a look of hesitation. "However, this piece has already caught the attention of this gentleman. Perhaps you might consider selecting another." "Oh, He had no desire to engage with the pair and told the beautiful shop assistant, "No need to wrap it, just let me pay with my card." As he reached for his bank card, the shop assistant was about to take it when Jiang Shao suddenly interposed his hand between them. "Hold on. I have my eye on this jade, kindly let it go." Jiang Shao cast a sidelong glance at Yifei, his tone dripping with authority. "I insist." "Not a chance." Yifei replied, not even bothering to look at Jiang Shao, his voice steady. He was preoccupied with testing his skills in crafting spiritual symbols and had no time to indulge this wealthy brat's antics. Jiang Shao's irritation peaked, and he sneered at Yifei, "You think you're quite the character, don't you?" "Whether I am or not is none of your concern," Yifei replied coolly. "Yifei, you uncouth rube, what are you even doing here pretending to be affluent?" Chen Feifei scoffed at Yifei, "Self-awareness is crucial. This is no place for a destitute loser like you." Yifei chose to ignore the shallow, beautiful girl, dismissing her completely. Chen Feifei, incensed by his indifference, clutched Jiang Shao's arm and whined, "Jiang Shao, he's bullying me." "Rest assured, darling, anything I, Jiang Haifeng, desire shall be mine." Jiang Shao patted Chen Feifei's shoulder before turning to Yifei, his voice icy, "Are you truly unwilling to yield? Are you always this bothersome?" Yifei was growing weary of Jiang Shao's incessant chatter. "If you have nothing better to do, why not go cool off elsewhere instead of buzzing around like a pesky fly?" "Very well, you are quite audacious." Jiang Shao's demeanor darkened, and he turned to the shop assistant, saying, "I am a gold member here, and I believe such members have the right of first refusal." As he spoke, Jiang Shao produced a gleaming VIP membership card from his pocket. "Now, I demand this jade, and I will not pay a single penny more," Jiang Shao declared coldly, pointing at the piece Yifei had been eyeing. The shop assistant was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Shao's VIP card. This dispute was beyond her capacity to resolve, and she quickly excused herself to consult the manager. Before long, a plump, fair-skinned man in his 30s emerged from the back. He was the manager of the jewelry store. Upon spotting Jiang Haifeng at the counter, the manager's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Ah, Jiang Shao, what an honor it is to have you in our store. Please forgive our unworthy reception." The manager was a sycophant. As for Yifei, he was completely disregarded. "Wu Fati, I have my eye on this jade, what shall we do?" Jiang Shao asserted with an air of superiority. "Of course, it is a privilege for this jade to be chosen by you, Jiang Shao." "It is yours." Manager Wu quickly replied, showing not the slightest inclination to consult Yifei. Having overheard the shop assistant recount the situation in the back, Manager Wu had already made his decision to side with Jiang Shao without hesitation. Yifei's brows furrowed as he calmly interjected, "It seems this jade was first selected by me. Is this how your store conducts business?" Upon hearing Yifei's words, Manager Wu turned to him with an icy expression, stating, "Jiang Shao is a V. I am afraid, sir, that we can no longer sell this jade to you." Despite his use of the phrase, "I'm afraid," Manager Wu's tone bore no semblance of apology. Jiang Shao, crossing his arms, looked at Yifei with a mocking smile. "So, how does it feel to compete with me? You are nowhere near my league." Yet Jiang Shao had no intention of letting Yifei off the hook. He turned back to Manager Wu, saying, "Wu Fati, this fellow is merely a country bumpkin. He cannot possibly afford jade worth millions. I suspect he is not here to purchase but rather to case the joint. You would do well to summon security and investigate him thoroughly." Manager Wu, taken aback, realized the depths of Jiang Shao's cunning. He had overheard the shop assistant clearly stating that Yifei had already produced his bank card. How could he be here to scout the place? Nevertheless, recognizing Jiang Shao's status, Manager Wu felt compelled to comply, silently cursing Yifei's misfortune for crossing paths with this spoiled young master from the Jiang family. Following Jiang Shao's directive, Manager Wu grabbed the intercom and relayed instructions. Shortly after, 2 security guards arrived, flanking Yifei as if he were a thief. While Yifei stood there, observing coldly, but as the guards began to surveil him like a criminal, his expression turned frigid. "Is this how your store treats its customers?" he asked, fixing his gaze on Manager Wu. "Customers?" Manager Wu scoffed, seeing Yifei's defiance. "What do you mean, customer? Only individuals like Jiang Shao, with a VIP membership card, are our esteemed clients." "Membership card?" Yifei surveyed his surroundings, a playful smile creeping onto his face. "If I am not mistaken, this place is Hongyuan Commercial Plaza, correct?" Manager Wu glared at Yifei, coldly warning, "You might know this is Hongyuan Plaza, but I suggest you refrain from causing a scene here, or else," he trailed off, his voice laced with threats. Knowing it is Hongwan Plaza is sufficient, Yifei nodded, then added with a chilling smile, just in time. I too possess a membership card. Chapter 72, a supermarket loyalty card. Do you also possess a membership card? Upon hearing Yifei's words, everyone present was taken aback, their gazes fixed on Yifei's face, which was filled with astonishment. Manager Wu, the corpulent figure, was the first to chuckle derisively. Initially, he had felt a flicker of sympathy for Yifei after witnessing the antics of Zhang Haifeng. However, that fleeting compassion evaporated when Yifei's blatant ignorance became apparent. Ha! Kid, only esteemed customers who have spent over 10 million in our store are granted a gold membership card. Don't tell me you've splurged that much here. Wu sneered coldly. Yifei, the membership card you speak of isn't just a mere supermarket points card, is it? Haha, that thing holds no value in this establishment. Chen Feifei chimed in mockingly from the side. A supermarket points card, ha ha ha, that is utterly laughable. Zhang Haifeng burst into laughter upon hearing Chen Feifei's remark and turned to manager Wu, saying, Wu, why are you still standing there? Get someone to take him away. Yifei calmly surveyed the trio, his gaze ultimately settling on manager Wu as he spoke softly. I have indeed never shopped at your store, but I possess a membership card for Hongyuan Plaza. With that, Yifei produced the VIP Platinum card gifted to him by Fu Hongyuan. A Hongyuan Plaza membership card. The crowd stared at Yifei in bewilderment. Hongyuan Plaza has a membership card. How could they have been unaware of this? However, upon seeing the platinum card in Yifei's hand, their expressions shifted dramatically. To their discerning eyes, it was evident that this card was extraordinary. Chen Feifei stared at the platinum card with a look of disbelief, astonished that Yifei truly possessed a membership card, one that, by mere craftsmanship, far surpassed Zhang Haifeng's so-called gold membership card. Even she, in her ignorance, would not presume that the card in Yifei's possession was a mere supermarket points card. This must be a forgery, right? Chen Feifei said uncertainly. Hearing this, Zhang Haifeng quickly regained his composure, sneering, I've never heard of any VIP card at Hongyuan Plaza. Boy, do you think you can just flaunt a card like that here? Manager Wu's gaze remained fixed on the card in Yifei's hand, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and intrigue. As someone who made a living dealing in jewels, he recognized the card's extraordinary nature at a glance. The mere production cost of that card must have been no less than 100,000 yuan. Who would bother to create a fake card at such great expense? Could it be that I'm mistaken? Does this kid have some formidable background? Whoop, he could have pulled this card from anywhere. You don't actually believe him, do you? I'm a genuine gold member of your store. Upon hearing Zhang Haifeng's words, Wu found himself swayed once more. Indeed, he had never heard of any high-level membership at Hongyuan Plaza. Moreover, even if he were unaware, this young man, Zhang, belonged to the Zhang family, albeit a collateral branch. Surely, he would know better. Yifei cast a cold glance at Wu, stating indifferently, if you're unfamiliar with this card, you may consult your superiors. Wu was momentarily taken aback by Yifei's audacious demeanor, hesitating for a moment before muttering an apology and scrutinizing the membership card in Yifei's hand once more before hurriedly retreating to the back office to make a call. Zhang Haifeng was incensed at Wu's actions, nearly cursing aloud. He had anticipated that presenting his gold membership card would easily subdue Yifei, only to find that Yifei had also produced a membership card, one that appeared far more exquisite and impressive than his own. At this moment, witnessing Wu comply with Yifei's request and depart to make inquiries, Zhang felt as though he had been slapped across the face. Kid, don't think that waving around some ridiculous membership card gives you the right to act arrogant. I've never heard of any membership at Hongyuan Plaza that is universally accepted. Zhang Haifeng sneered at Yifei. Oh, is that so? Yifei replied nonchalantly, the platinum membership card bestowed upon him by Fu Hongyuan was indeed valid across Hongyuan Plaza, a fact that Fu had explicitly stated. With Fu's stature, he would never deceive Yifei regarding such matters. Why Yifei chose to ignore Zhang Haifeng, knowing that once the manager had consulted his superiors, the truth would inevitably surface. Nevertheless, Zhang Haifeng interpreted Yifei's calm demeanor as arrogance, his anger flaring to the point where he nearly lunged at Yifei. Yet, a flicker of apprehension nagged at Zhang, for the membership card Yifei presented appeared significantly more prestigious than his own. Beside him, Chen Feifei grasped Zhang Haifeng's arm and said, Zhang, don't worry. He's just a country bumpkin, a pauper. Everyone at our school knows that. How could he possibly have a membership card from Hongyuan Plaza? Hearing her words alleviated some of Jiang Haifeng's unease, prompting him to huff disdainfully at Yifei and dismiss him from his thoughts. 5 minutes later, Manager Wu emerged with a grim expression, his round face shadowed with discontent. Upon seeing Wu's countenance, Jiang Haifeng felt a jolt of anxiety. Could it be that the card in this boy's possession was genuine and far more superior than his own? Have you verified the information? Yifei inquired, glancing at Wu. Wu nodded solemnly. Since you've confirmed it, proceed with the necessary procedures. No need for a discount, Yifei stated, eager to continue with his plans to refine jade talismans, uninterested in further prolonging the encounter. Proceed with the procedures. A discount? Wu could no longer contain his fury, bellowing at the two security guards, what are you two dawdling for? Hurry up and apprehend this fraud. What? Jiang Haifeng exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Wu's command. He had prepared himself for a humiliating moment, yet he never anticipated that Wu would order Yifei's arrest. The two security guards, hearing Wu's order, exchanged puzzled glances. Fraud? Yifei furrowed his brow, questioning, what do you mean? Didn't I ask you to consult your superiors? Yifei's words only served to inflame Wu's rage further, his face reddening with anger. Kid, at this point, you still dare to feign ignorance. Hongyuan Plaza has no platinum membership card. Wu roared hysterically. Just moments ago, he had been genuinely taken aback by the exquisite craftsmanship of Yifei's platinum card, leading him to eagerly consult his superior. However, upon discovering that his superior had no knowledge of any such card and had scolded him for his naivety, Wu was left shaken. Now, facing Yifei, his fury was palpable. Ha ha! Jiang Haifeng laughed heartily at Wu's outburst, declaring, I told you so. I've never heard of any platinum membership card at Hongyuan Plaza. That card in his hand must surely be a fake. Indeed, Jiang, you are correct, Wu replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he recalled the reprimand he had received from his superior, still feeling a lingering dread. How could it possibly be fake? Yifei pressed, furrowing his brow. This card was personally handed to me by Fu Hongyuan. Are you certain you inquired properly? Fu Hongyuan gave it to you, Yifei. You truly are a master of deception. Chen Feifei scoffed derisively. I might as well claim to be the daughter of Mother Zui. Who would believe that? Wu, incensed by Chen Feifei's words, realized he had been outwitted by a mere child. He shouted at the two security guards, what are you waiting for? Arrest this kid. Yifei ignored their threats and instead pulled out his phone, dialing Fu Hongyuan's number directly. Don't let him make that call. He's trying to notify his accomplices. Stop him. Wu shouted frantically. The two security guards rushed toward Yifei, but as soon as their hands brushed against his clothing, it felt as if they had touched a cactus, causing them to recoil in pain with a yelp. Kid, do you dare to resist? Wu's fury escalated, and he shouted into his walkie-talkie. Within moments, a dozen security guards converged, surrounding Yifei. That instant, Yifei's call connected. Chapter 73. Do you have any objections? Hongyuan Commercial Plaza, first floor. This moment, Fu Hongyuan was inspecting Hongyuan Plaza, surrounded by a throng of people, making him appear akin to a king surveying his domain. Mr. Fu, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Zhou Pang, the proprietor of Zhou Pang Jewelry, a middle-aged man resembling a manager announced, gesturing towards the plump individual in his 40s beside him. Mr. Zhou, greetings, Fu Hongyuan replied with a faint smile, extending his hand in greeting. Seeing Fu Hongyuan initiate a handshake, the middle-aged man Zhou Pang was instantly exhilarated. He hurriedly grasped Fu Hongyuan's hand with both of his, exclaiming excitedly, greetings, Mr. Fu, you may simply call me Zhou Pang. I hardly deserve the title of Mr. Zhou. His Zhou Pang jewelry could only be classified as mid-tier within the domestic jewelry industry, and Zhou Pang's net worth hovered around a mere billion, rendering him far beneath Fu Hongyuan in terms of status. If he could establish a connection with Fu Hongyuan, he envisioned opening a Zhou Pang jewelry store in every Hongyuan Plaza, while catching up to Fu Hongyuan's wealth might be a formidable challenge. Doubling his current fortune seemed entirely feasible. Fu Hongyuan merely smiled in response. Just as Zhou Pang was racking his brain to cultivate a rapport with Fu Hongyuan, the latter's phone rang. Fu Hongyuan retrieved his phone and, upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted dramatically. He hastily excused himself from the crowd to take the call. Little divine doctor, it's you, Fu Hongyuan spoke with utmost respect. On the other end, Yifei's voice resonated. Mr. Fu, the membership card you provided me seems to be of no use. Yifei stated flatly, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. I attempted to use it at Hongyuan Plaza just now, only to be accused of fraud and nearly apprehended. What? Fu Hongyuan's demeanor darkened, fury igniting within him. Who dares to lay a hand on you, little divine doctor? Where are you? I will come immediately. I'm currently at the Hongyuan Plaza in the Eastern District, Ife replied calmly. The Hongyuan Plaza in the Eastern District, Fu Hongyuan paused, realizing that Ife was referring to his very location. Yes, at the second floor's Zhopang Jewelry, Ife added nonchalantly, you should hurry. Otherwise, I fear these security guards may take me away. Understood, little divine doctor. I shall be there at once, Fu Hongyuan responded urgently. After hanging up, the veins on Fu Hongyuan's forehead throbbed, a clear indication to those familiar with him that his anger was simmering just beneath the surface, poised to erupt. Yifei was the savior of the elder of the Song family, and this alone granted Yifei a formidable standing in Haijo. Furthermore, he had saved Fu Hongyuan's son twice. Coupled with Yifei's extraordinary medical skills and enigmatic prowess, Fu Hongyuan had long resolved to spare no effort in cultivating a favorable relationship with him. This was precisely why he had bestowed upon Yifei the most coveted number 1 card. However, the fact that Yifei had presented this card at Hongyuan Plaza only to be denied any privileges and treated as a charlatan infuriated him. Zhopang Jewelry, Fu Hongyuan murmured the name, his eyes glinting with menace. Upon returning after the call, the gathered crowd sensed the palpable fury emanating from Fu Hongyuan, prompting them to adopt a cautious demeanor, all the while speculating who had provoked this powerful figure. Fu Hongyuan cast a cold glance at Zhopang, who instantly felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. Let us go to the second floor, to Zhopang Jewelry, Fu Hongyuan commanded, disregarding the crowd as he strode purposefully toward the upper level. As Yifei ended the call, Jiang Haifeng could not suppress a derisive laugh, his expression dripping with scorn. So, how did Mr. Fu respond after your call? Yifei glanced at Jiang Haifeng, replying coolly, oh, he said he would be here shortly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haifeng erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. The security personnel who had approached them regarded Yifei with the same incredulity one might reserve for a fool. Wu Pang's face flashed crimson. He realized he had been duped by such a foolish boy. Reflecting on the years gone by, he felt he had truly been living like a dog. With this thought, Wu Pang could no longer contain himself, bellowing at the security guards, what are you standing around for? Seize this kid. Yifei shot Wu Pang a cold glance, stating, Fu Hongyuan is on his way. Are you sure you wish to proceed with this? Damn Fu Hongyuan, Wu Pang cursed vehemently. If Fu Hongyuan could be summoned by a mere phone call from you, I might as well run for the presidency of the United States. Jiang Haifeng looked at Yifei with a mocking smile. Kid, if you lack the ability, don't try to act tough. You'll only end up looking foolish. You are far from my match. Chen Feifei wore a smirk of malicious glee, eager to teach this ungrateful Yifei a lesson. Just then, a voice filled with indignation echoed from behind the crowd. I want to see who dares to meddle with my esteemed guest, Fu Hongyuan. Who the hell are you? Wu Pang began to curse but abruptly halted, realizing something. As he turned, he was confronted by Fu Hongyuan emerging from the throng, accompanied by a visibly distressed Zhopang, whose expression suggested he had just bitten into something unpleasant. Mr. Fu. Mr. Zhou. Wu Pang stammered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Seeing Fu Hongyuan's sudden appearance, Jiang Haifeng's smug grin faltered, while Chen Feifei's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. They had not anticipated that Yifei could summon Fu Hongyuan with a single call. Jiang Haifeng's smile faded, only to be replaced by a veneer of confidence as he approached Fu Hongyuan. Ah, Mr. Fu, I didn't expect to see you here. Yet, Fu Hongyuan seemed to ignore him entirely, brushing past him to reach Yifei, concern etched on his face. Little divine doctor, are you unscathed? Jiang Haifeng's smile froze, his outstretched hand suspended in mid-air. Why Yifei looked up at Fu Hongyuan, saying, Mr. Fu, it appears this membership card of yours is rather ineffective. I presented it, only to be labeled a fraud and nearly apprehended. What? Fu Hongyuan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Zhopang. Zhopang, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Why has my guest been treated as a swindler upon presenting my card? Zhopang's face fell, and if it had been any other time, Fu Hongyuan's reference to him as Zhopang would have elated him. Yet now, it felt like a dagger to his heart. Zhopang turned to Manager Wu, demanding, what is the meaning of this? At this point, Manager Wu had grasped the gravity of the situation. Yifei was the true powerhouse. No longer daring to conceal the truth, he recounted the competition over the jade between Yifei and Jiang Haifeng in full detail. Wu Pang was nearly in tears, finally understanding that Yifei's card was indeed genuine, but of such high caliber that even his superior had never heard of it. Inwardly, Wu Pang lamented, isn't this just a setup? Fu Hongyuan glanced at Shou Pang, stating, "Shou Pang, you had better provide me with a satisfactory answer. If my little divine doctor is not appeased today, I will have all of your Shou Pang jewelry stores expelled from Hongyuan Plaza." Shou Pang felt despondent. He was an innocent victim in this fiasco. However, this was not the time for self-pity. How could he dare to offend someone whom even Fu Hongyuan treated with utmost caution? He immediately addressed Yifei, saying, "Esteemed guest, this piece of jade is now yours. To express our apologies, we would like to gift it to you. What do you think?" Jiang Haifeng's expression darkened further. This was no longer merely about a piece of jade, it was a matter of his reputation. He stepped forward, addressing Fu Hongyuan, "Mr. Fu, that piece of jade is something I had my eye on." At this moment, Fu Hongyuan seemed to notice Jiang Haifeng for the first time, responding coolly, "Oh, so it's young Master Jiang, what is it? Do you have any objections?" "Do I have objections?" Jiang Haifeng nearly exploded with rage, internally screaming, "I have more objections than I can count." Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Fu Hongyuan interjected once more, "If you have objections, keep them to yourself." Chapter 74 Is the Jiang family renowned? Just as Jiang Haifeng was about to speak, he was rendered speechless by Fu Hongyuan's remark, his face instantly flashing crimson. After a long pause, Jiang Haifeng regarded Fu Hongyuan with a darkened expression, stating, "Fu Hongyuan, I am a member of the Jiang family." "The Jiang family? Which Jiang family?" Shou Pang, who was nearby, exclaimed in surprise, instinctively glancing at Jiang Haifeng. "Of course, the Jiang family of Haijiao." Jiang Haifeng retorted with a cold smirk. "What?" Shou Pang's expression shifted dramatically, as he drew. "The Jiang family of Haijiao is the most prestigious family in the region, with a lineage that predates the current leading family, the Song family. Before the rise of the Song family, the Jiang family had always been the foremost aristocracy in Haijiao. It was only after Song Yongchang propelled the Song family to prominence that the Jiang family's glory was overshadowed. Nevertheless, the Jiang family has consistently maintained its status as the second most powerful family in Haijiao." "Fu. President Fu, what do you think about this?" Shou Pang looked at Fu Hongyuan, his expression fraught with concern. He could not afford to offend the Jiang family. Observing Shou Pang's countenance, Jiang Haifeng turned. "However, you are merely a collateral descendant of the Jiang family, lacking the standing to represent them." "You." Jiang Haifeng's expression darkened at these words. Fu Hongyuan's statement struck a painful chord. While he was indeed a member of the Jiang family, he belonged to a collateral line. Given the Jiang family's long-standing heritage in Haijiao, even among direct descendants, there were likely hundreds in his generation alone. Although Jiang Haifeng could boast about being from the prestigious Jiang family, in reality, he was merely a figurehead, enjoying a modest allowance from the family, with little distinction from any ordinary wealthy heir. In the presence of a top-tier tycoon like Fu Hongyuan, his bragging seemed rather insubstantial. Jiang Haifeng gritted his teeth, declaring, "You are slapping the Jiang family's face." Fu Hongyuan remained impassive. As a leading tycoon in Haijiao, with a fortune exceeding 10 billion, he would not. Everyone turned to see a group of individuals who had appeared from the back. The speaker was a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, dressed in luxurious attire that exuded an air of elegance. His mere presence commanded attention, as if he were the very center of the universe. Beside him stood a short-haired man in his 30s, clad in black, with a menacing demeanor. Following them were a dozen bodyguards. Upon seeing the young man, Fu Hongyuan, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, now bore an expression of dismay. Jiang Haifeng's eyes lit up upon recognizing the young man, transforming him into a sycophantic figure as he rushed to the young man's side, exclaiming, "Young master, what?" Jiang Haifeng's countenance changed drastically upon hearing those words, his body trembling in fear, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The young man ignored Jiang Haifeng and approached Fu Hongyuan with a gentle smile, saying, "President Fu, might I inquire if I am qualified to represent the Jiang family?" Upon hearing this, Fu Hongyuan could not help but smile wryly. Jiang Yifei, the foremost member of the young generation of the Jiang family, if he could not represent the Jiang family, then who in Haijiao could? Fu Hongyuan had never anticipated Jiang Yifei's presence at Hongyuan Plaza that day. He managed a strained smile and said, "Young Master Jiang, you certainly represent the Jiang family." Both Jiang Haifeng and Jiang Yifei were scions of the Jiang family. One was referred to as Jiang Shao, while the other was called Jiang Da Shao. Although the titles differed by just one character, their statuses were worlds apart. Within the Jiang family, nearly all descendants could be labeled as Jiang Shao, whereas the title of Throughout the exchange, Jiang Yifei never once acknowledged Yifei, as though he were invisible. Fu Hongyuan, upon hearing this, wore a bitter expression. On one side was Yifei, the savior of all, on the other stood Jiang Yifei, the leader of the young generation of the Jiang family, the potential future head of the family. He was reluctant to offend either party. Turning to glance at Yifei, Fu Hongyuan noted his serene expression, unwavering despite the tension. It appeared he had no intention of yielding. With a heavy heart, Fu Hongyuan closed his eyes momentarily. When he opened them again, his gaze was resolute. He gritted his teeth and addressed Jiang Yifei with a wry smile. "Young Master Jiang, given your stature, surely you would not find this high-quality jadeite appealing. I have several pieces of imperial green jade. Perhaps I could arrange for someone to deliver them to you." Jiang Yifei's pupils constricted at this suggestion, the flicker of surprise crossing his face. Fu Hongyuan's words clearly indicated his intention to side with Yifei, urging Jiang Yifei to relent. He had not anticipated that even in his own defense, Fu Hongyuan would choose to align with Yifei. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Yifei scrutinized Yifei, noting his ordinary appearance. Save for his striking eyes, he seemed indistinguishable from any other person. Certainly not. "It concerns the dignity of my Jiang family, thus, this piece of jade is a necessity for me." Fu Hongyuan, as a leading tycoon in Haijo, did not wish to offend Jiang Yifei lightly. Considering this, he turned to Yifei and suggested, "Young brother, why not consider this? I will offer 100 million for this piece of jade you possess. What do you think?" "What? 100 million? Jiang Yifei's proposition sent a ripple of astonishment through the gathered crowd, followed by gasps of disbelief. Just moments ago, Chopin had gifted the jade to Yifei, and now Jiang Yifei was offering a staggering sum for it. It was as if Yifei had gained a fortune without any loss. Realizing this, the onlookers regarded Yifei with envy, while Zhong Haifeng and Chen Feifei shared a glance of jealousy, their expressions revealing their discontent. 100 million. Yifei raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Indeed." Jiang Yifei nodded, the grin on his face. Just as he anticipated Yifei's acceptance, the latter's expression abruptly shifted, and he calmly replied, "I won't sell." Jiang Yifei's smile froze, his gaze toward Yifei darkening. Before Jiang Yifei could respond, Zhong Haifeng, standing behind him, erupted, "Do you have any idea who you are speaking to?" "Oh, and who might that be?" Yifei inquired, raising an eyebrow at Zhong Haifeng. "Humph," Zhong Haifeng scoffed, then declared, "Listen closely, you insolent wretch. This is our esteemed Jiang family's first heir, Jiang Yifei, Jiang Dashao." "Oh," Yifei replied noncommittally. Witnessing Yifei's dismissive demeanor, Zhong Haifeng's fury ignited. Feeling deeply insulted just as he was about to hurl further insults, Yifei's voice cut through once more, "The Jiang family. Is it truly renowned?" With those words, the jewelry store fell silent, the crowd gazing at Yifei as though he were a fool. Jiang Yifei's expression turned ominously dark, the glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Chapter 75. What can you do to me? Ha ha. The sudden, faint laughter of Jiang Yifei echoed within the silent jewelry store, causing a tremor to ripple through the hearts of everyone present. Indeed, quite audacious. Jiang Yifei nodded approvingly at Yifei. However, in the next moment, his gaze turned icy, and his voice became chillingly cold as he pronounced each word with deliberate slowness. "Young man, youthful arrogance comes at a cost." As his words fell, the dozen or so bodyguards behind him surged forward, surrounding Yifei. Fu Hongyuan's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, "Young Master Jiang, don't." In tandem, he signaled his own bodyguards to intervene, but Jiang Yifei's guards swiftly blocked them. Unfortunately, the number and quality of Fu Hongyuan's guards paled in comparison to Jiang Yifei's. It is worth noting that Jiang Yifei's bodyguards were all martial artists nurtured from a young age by the Jiang family, each requiring a significant investment of resources. Nonetheless, with Fu Hongyuan's intervention, the bodyguards hesitated, turning to Jiang Yifei, awaiting his command. The moment Jiang Yifei issued an order, they would immediately breach Fu Hongyuan's defenses. Observing this, Jiang Yifei's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Fu Hongyuan, speaking in a low voice, "Is President Fu truly willing to oppose me for this boy?" Fu Hongyuan's face darkened at the inquiry. Jiang Yifei's stare bore down on him with immense pressure. If he failed to provide Jiang Yifei with a satisfactory explanation now, he risked irrevocably offending the future head of the Jiang family. Realizing this, Fu Hongyuan gritted his teeth and forced himself to say, "Young Master Jiang, think carefully. He, the little divine doctor, is the savior of old Master Song." "What, the savior of old Master Song?" In an instant, the atmosphere shifted to one of stunned silence. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Their gazes once again fell upon Yifei, disbelief etched across their faces. Who was this old Master Song that Fu Hongyuan referred to? Few were unaware, apart from the venerable patriarch of the Song family, the most prestigious clan in Haijo, no one dared to use that title. They could scarcely fathom that this seemingly inconspicuous youth, Yifei, had ties to the foremost family in Haijo, and moreover, was the savior of Old Master Song. Noticing Jiang Yifei's flickering gaze, as if struggling to believe, Fu Hongyuan hastily added, "Young Master Jiang, I assure you, what I say is the absolute truth. Old Master Song's grave illness was indeed cured by the little divine doctor." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifei's heart sank. The news of Old Master Song's severe illness was hardly a secret within the elite circles of Haijo, and for the Jiang family, who were competitors of the Song family, it was certainly not news to be taken lightly. Upon learning of Old Master Song's condition, many in the Jiang family had rejoiced for days, envisioning a chance for their family to reclaim their status as the foremost clan in Haijo. Yet their elation was short-lived, as news soon emerged that Old Master Song had recovered, leaving the Jiang family crestfallen and enraged, Jiang Yifei among them. In fact, Jiang Yifei had even sought information about the physician responsible for Old Master Song's recovery, but the Song family maintained an ironclad secrecy, preventing him from discovering the identity of that doctor. To his astonishment, the very physician who had cured Old Master Song was none other than Yifei. Before him, Fu Hongyuan was oblivious to the underlying rivalry between the Jiang and Song families. His words, though unintentional, ignited within Jiang Yifei a resolve not merely to teach Yifei a lesson but to eliminate him entirely. "Humph," Jiang Yifei scoffed, his demeanor indifferent. "What savior of Old Master Song? Merely a small-time doctor who got lucky in healing Old Master Song's ailment. Who is he to presume such grandeur? It seems I can't let him off lightly today." With that, Jiang Yifei signaled his bodyguards with a glance. "Young Master Jiang," Fu Hongyuan interjected urgently, attempting to explain further. "President Fu, you need not say more." Jiang Yifei interrupted him brusquely. "President Fu, if you order your men to withdraw, I can pretend today's incident never occurred. Otherwise, I shall consider it a provocation against the Jiang family." Upon hearing this, Fu Hongyuan felt a surge of anger and urgency. Jiang Yifei's words made it clear he was determined not to spare Yifei. At that moment, Yifei's calm voice reached Fu Hongyuan's ears. "President Fu, let your men step aside. I wish to see what this young master of the Jiang family can do to me." Yifei's expression remained tranquil, and despite being encircled by Jiang Yifei's numerous bodyguards, there was not a flicker of fear in his eyes. He appeared as unyielding as a mountain. "Little divine doctor," Fu Hongyuan began, but as he met Yifei's gaze, memories of that night beneath Yifei's apartment flooded back to him. His demeanor shifted, realizing that this young divine doctor possessed not only exceptional medical skills but also formidable capabilities that could be described as terrifying. His own subordinates would not last a single round against him. With this realization, Fu Hongyuan ceased his insistence and waved his hand, signaling his bodyguards to retreat. Jiang Yifei regarded Yifei with a hint of surprise. "I didn't expect you to have a bit of spine." Yifei shot him a cold glance and replied, "You are far too verbose." "You," Jiang Yifei was nearly choked by Yifei's succinct retort. Once he regained his composure, he sneered, "A sharp-tongued little brat, I shall see if you can still be so arrogant shortly. Go." Jiang Yifei waved his hand toward his bodyguards, his expression devoid of warmth. "Teach this boy a lesson in manners." "Yes." The bodyguards roared in unison, their voices resounding throughout the second floor, an aura of lethal intent enveloping the space, causing the surrounding spectators to retreat in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Yifei focused on the bodyguards, his gaze icy, thinking to himself, having just broken through to the third level of Qi training, this is a perfect opportunity to hone my skills. The illustrious Jiang family, let us hope they don't disappoint. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Yifei's bodyguards sprang into action, their massive fists raining down upon Yifei like a torrential downpour. Each bodyguard bore rough, calloused hands, testament to years spent mastering some form of martial prowess, and they had achieved a certain level of success. As their punches flew, the sound of the wind slicing through the air could be heard, and the onlookers could scarcely follow their movements, only catching glimpses of fleeting shadows. However, when the bodyguards' fists struck, there was no resounding impact. It was as though they had hit nothing but air. One guard, then another, and soon several were all met with the same fate. Despite the collective assault of the dozen bodyguards surrounding Yifei, not a single blow connected. When they withdrew their fists, they were astonished to find Yifei standing there, seemingly untouched. Jiang Yifei's calm demeanor finally faltered, shock filling his eyes as he instinctively exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Meanwhile, the previously drowsy man in black beside him had now widened his eyes, fixated on Yifei, as if two beams of light had ignited within his gaze. The bodyguards stared in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of horror. Could it be that this individual before them was not human but merely a phantom? Otherwise, how could they, a group of trained fighters, fail to land a single hit? Yet, in the next moment, they dismissed that notion as Yifei spoke up. Haha. Yifei chuckled coldly. Is this the might of the Jiang family's martial artists? Quite strong indeed, but alas, far too slow. Reciprocation is only proper. It's time for you to witness my prowess. Yifei stated leisurely, his hand, which had been tucked into his pocket, slowly emerging and forming a fist. Upon hearing this, an ominous feeling surged within Jiang Yifei. You dare. Stop. The simultaneous shouts rang out, one from Jiang Yifei and the other from the man in black. Alas, their cries came too late. Yifei had already made his move. Whoosh, Yifei's figure vanished in an instant, resembling a streak of lightning as he weaved through Jiang Yifei's bodyguards. Bang, 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 the resounding thuds echoed through the jewelry store, akin to the beating of a drum, as one by one, Jiang Yifei's bodyguards were sent flying into the air. In the blink of an eye, Yifei reappeared in his original position, and as he steadied himself, the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground filled the air. Hiss! A collective intake of breath reverberated throughout the jewelry store. Jiang Yifei's expression darkened to an extreme. In but a fleeting moment, Yifei had effortlessly dispatched the elite bodyguards his family had assigned him. The cacophony of falling bodyguards resonated in his ears like the sound of a slap against his face. Chapter 76. The imprint of the immutable King. Jiang Yifei fixed his gaze upon Yifei, his countenance so grim it seemed as though it could drip with water. Fu Hongyuan, equally astonished, stared at Yifei. It is essential to note that Jiang Yifei's bodyguards were no ordinary protectors, they were warriors meticulously cultivated by the Jiang family. Rumor has it that the Jiang family invests no less than 10 million each year to train a single warrior, a sum far beyond that which his hired guards could ever hope to rival. Yet, astonishingly, these bodyguards of Jiang Yifei found themselves utterly powerless before Yifei, even more so than the group that had dealt with him that very evening. The little divine doctor has grown stronger. A thought flickered in Fu Hongyuan's mind as he felt a surge of excitement. Realizing this, his gaze towards Yifei intensified with fervor. At such a tender age, Yifei had already exhibited such remarkable prowess. Who could confidently assert that he would not ascend to the rank of a martial arts master in his lifetime? Should Yifei indeed become a martial arts master, and if Fu Hongyuan family clung to this substantial ally, perhaps he could forge a prestigious lineage in his lifetime. To personally craft a prestigious lineage. Fu Hongyuan was momentarily taken aback by his own audacious thought, his heart racing as if his blood were about to boil. How could Jiang Haifeng, a mere wastrel, dare to stand on equal footing with him? How could Jiang Yifei, a youth barely past his 20s, compel him, a top-tier tycoon of Haijo, to bow his head? Was it not simply because they were both scions of the Jiang family? The Jiang family was the epitome of prestige in Haijo. Once Yifei attained the status of a martial arts master, Fu Hongyuan, leveraging his relationship with Yifei, could undoubtedly aspire to elevate the Fu family to a position of grandeur. He silently rejoiced at having steadfastly aligned himself with Yifei just moments prior. As Fu Hongyuan indulged in his fervent imaginings, a voice, cold and unyielding, sliced through the air. Did you not hear me when I commanded you to cease? The speaker was a man clad in black, who had been standing beside Jiang Yifei. He stepped forward, questioning Yifei with an air of authority. The harshness of his voice, akin to metal scraping against glass, sent shivers through the assembly, leaving them unable to suppress their goosebumps. Yifei regarded the man in black with a dismissive glance, replying coolly, "And who do you think you are? Just because you command me to stop, should I comply?" Silence. Jiang Yifei's furious voice ran in his ears. "You insolent wretch, how dare you show disrespect to Mr. Chiu? Mr. Chiu?" Only upon witnessing Jiang Yifei's irate demeanor did Yifei realize that the man in black was not one of Jiang Yifei's bodyguards. Moreover, judging by Jiang Yifei's attitude, it seemed that this man held an esteemed position, one deserving of respect even from him. Yet, regardless of this man's status, it bore no relevance to Yifei. "I care not for your so-called Mr. Chiu or any other titles, just because you command me to stop, should I?" Yifei retorted with a cold smile. Then he had been contemplating how to persuade Mr. Chiu to intervene, only to see Yifei recklessly offend him right off the bat. Indeed, turning to glance at the black-clad man, Jiang Yifei observed a chilling expression on his face. Jiang Yifei, with an apologetic demeanor, addressed Mr. Chiu, "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Chiu. I had hoped to show you a delightful time in Haijo, but I did not anticipate encountering such an incident. It is truly regrettable that you have been insulted by this impudent youth. I am ashamed of my inability to restore your honor. I fear I must ask you to personally teach this boy a lesson." Upon hearing Jiang Yifei's words, Mr. Chio's expression grew even colder, and he replied gruffly, "No matter, after today, this boy will be a corpse." With that, he stepped forward to face Yifei, his demeanor icy. "Young man, if I am not mistaken, you have practiced some form of unorthodox martial arts since childhood. To possess such strength at a young age is commendable. However, martial arts, in the end, are merely martial arts. Without becoming a martial arts master, you will always remain an insignificant insect, utterly defenseless before practitioners like us." Mr. Chio's haughty expression and gaze made Yifei feel as though he were an ant beneath the scrutiny of a deity. "Practitioner of the way, you are a practitioner of the way." Yifei's eyes narrowed slightly at the revelation. "Indeed." As soon as Yifei spoke, Jiang Yifei's voice chimed in, mocking, "Did you not realize?" "Mr. Chio, no, Master Chio is a practitioner of the way, then furthermore, he stands on the cusp of enlightenment." "On the cusp of enlightenment, that is somewhat intriguing." Yifei mused inwardly. At that moment, he recognized a similarity in the aura emanating from Master Chio and that of Master Hua, whom he had dispatched at Wei Kuan's residence. Noticing Yifei's silence, Master Chio presumed that he was intimidated by the terror of a practitioner of the way. With a cold expression, he declared, "I now offer you a chance. Kneel and apologize, then self-mutilate your limbs, then perhaps I might spare your life. Kneel and apologize, mutilate my limbs, for a chance at survival." Yifei's eyes sparkled with amusement at the absurdity of the proposition. Yet, recalling Master Hua, he posed a question, "What is your relationship with Master Hua of the In-Gui sect?" Master Chio's expression hardened, astonished. "You know Master Hua?" Yifei was equally taken aback. This Master Chio appeared to be in his 30s, while Master Hua was nearing 50. How could he be Master Chio's junior? As Yifei pondered this, Master Chio's cold voice interrupted once more, "Do not think that just because you know Master Hua, you can sway me. Hua Tianxiong is but a disciple of my master's nominal recognition. I am the true disciple of my master." With an air of pride, he added, "Hua Tianxiong does not possess such influence." Yifei regarded this self-assured Master Chio with a look of incredulity. The man had quite the imagination. Shaking his head, Yifei remarked, "You overestimate yourself." My inquiry was merely to consider whether I should send you to meet Master Hua. "Oh, is Master Hua also in Haijo?" Master Chio asked instinctively. "He was here before, but he is no longer," Yifei replied, shaking his head. "Youth, what do you mean by that?" Master Chio frowned, demanding an explanation. "What I mean is," Yifei paused deliberately, allowing a moment's silence before continuing, "I have already sent him to the afterlife. Provided, of course, that such a place exists." "What?" Master Chio's expression shifted dramatically, pointing an accusing finger at Yifei in a fit of rage. "You dare to kill Master Hua, you shall not escape today." With that, he removed a jade pendant from his waist, chanting incantations. As his words echoed, 7 wisps of dark smoke erupted from the pendant, gradually expanding and coalescing into 7 shadowy figures hovering ominously in the air. Jia 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 jia, the piercing shrieks emanating from the 7 figures filled the air, causing the temperature in the mall to plummet below freezing. The entire second floor transformed into a veritable hell. Ghosts. The onlookers gasped in horror, some fainting at the sight. Master Chio, with a sinister smile, regarded Yifei, taunting, "Though Hua Tianxiong is merely a nominal disciple of my master, he remains my master's disciple. How dare you kill him? It is utterly unforgivable. Now, you shall provide nourishment for these 7 vengeful spirits." With a thunderous command from Master Chio, the 7 vengeful spirits, shrieking like banshees, surged toward Yifei. "Just a few vengeful spirits dare to act so brazenly before me. Perfect, I shall use you to test my newly mastered technique." Yifei sneered, his hands forming intricate seals. "Spirit." As he shouted, the entire commercial plaza trembled. Boom, behind Yifei, an imposing figure with 8 arms, each hand forming a seal, manifested, a majestic embodiment of the immutable king, radiating divine authority. As the immutable king emerged, the oppressive aura of the vengeful spirits dissipated into nothingness, replaced by an overwhelming pressure emanating from the king himself. At that moment, Yifei's voice, devoid of emotion, resonated in the ears of all present. 9 Emperor Seal. First form. The imprint of the immutable king. Chapter 77. Do you even deserve to be called a true practitioner of the law? Yifei's voice was soft, yet it resonated as if it were a celestial decree, reverberating with overwhelming authority into the ears of every onlooker. As his words echoed, the immovable king of wisdom, who had been with eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide, unleashing two beams of solid golden light. The 7 spectral figures that had been rushing towards Yifei instantly shrieked in terror, retreating in haste, eager to escape his presence. Annihilate! Yifei uttered coldly, and the immovable king of wisdom behind him finally unleashed the spell he had been preparing. The crowd felt a flash of golden light sweep past, akin to a blinding flare exploding, rendering them temporarily sightless. With a sickening sound, the fleeing specters were engulfed by the golden radiance, momentarily frozen in midair before dissipating into wisps of blue smoke, vanishing without a trace. After casting that decisive spell, the immovable king of wisdom gradually faded away, transforming into a fleeting light that returned to Yifei's being. The entire second floor of the mall fell into a profound silence once more. All eyes were fixed upon Yifei, who stood at the very center, exuding an aura akin to that of a deity. Fu Hongyuan was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, realizing that despite his best efforts to estimate Yifei's capabilities, he had still underestimated him. He had once thought that reaching the legendary realm of a martial arts grandmaster would be the pinnacle of Yifei's potential. Now, Fu Hongyuan was convinced that even a legendary martial arts grandmaster would have to kneel before Yifei. If there truly existed a divine being in this world, then the Yifei of the present moment was undoubtedly that divine entity. Fu Hongyuan now recognized the wisdom of his earlier decision to side with Yifei against the pressure from Jiang Yifei. At this instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the nearby Shou Pengzi and shower him with gratitude. In stark contrast, Jiang Yifei's expression was one of utter despair, as if he had consumed something repugnant. Master Chiu, whom the Jiang family had invited, was a true practitioner of the law, a formidable figure on the brink of the Dao realm. He was but a half-step away from the legendary Daoist master. Yet, such a powerful being was still no match for Yifei. A wave of regret surged within Jiang Yifei, wishing he could obliterate Jiang Haifeng and feed the remains to the dogs. If it weren't for Jiang Haifeng, how could he have offended someone who could crush even a half-step Daoist master with ease? Alas, there were no remedies for regret in this world. Meanwhile, Jiang Haifeng, Chen Feifei, and others had already collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, their eyes vacant, afraid to even glance at Yifei. Oh! A piercing scream suddenly shattered the silence. Master Chiu's jade pendant had shattered into countless pieces, and his hand that had clutched the pendant was left bloodied and mangled, exposing the stark whiteness of his bones. You are not a martial artist, you are also a practitioner of the law. Master Chiu shrieked, pointing a trembling finger at Yifei. Also. Yifei glanced at Master Chiu, his tone indifferent. You dare to call yourself a practitioner of the law? Upon hearing Yifei's words, Master Chiu was consumed by humiliation and fury. Yifei paid no heed to Master Chiu's thoughts and took deliberate steps towards him. Tap, tap, tap. Yifei's footsteps were light yet deliberate, each step seeming to crush Master Chiu's heart, weighing down upon him with an unbearable heaviness. What do you intend to do? Master Chiu asked coldly. What do I intend to do? Yifei replied with a chilling smile. Did you not request that I kneel and apologize, mutilating myself in the process? Were you not eager for me to become sustenance for your specters? Well, I have come to deliver myself to you. At these words, Master Chiu's body convulsed violently. Upon seeing the icy murderous intent in Yifei's eyes, he was gripped by sheer terror, screaming, You cannot kill me, you cannot kill me. My master, the infinite true man, is also a practitioner of the law, currently in Haijo. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. The infinite true man? Yifei chuckled coldly upon hearing this name for the second time. The first mention had been from that Master Hua. Although Yifei had never met the infinite true man, he had long held a disdain for him. How could someone who produced disciples like Master Hua and Master Chiu be anything but a villain? What of the infinite true man? If he chooses not to seek me out, it is well. If he dares approach, I would not hesitate to ensure he remains in Haijo forever. Yifei stated nonchalantly, his voice imbued with an audacious defiance. You, Master Chiu was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, My master's spectre has evolved into a ghost king, impervious to blades or bullets, rivaling even martial arts grandmasters. I know you are powerful, but you cannot possibly contend with 2 martial arts grandmasters simultaneously. Silence. Yifei frowned and waved his hand. Master Chiu, who had retreated a distance of 10 feet, seemed to be struck by an invisible force, hurtling through the air. He flew over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, rolling like a tumbleweed until he finally came to a stop against the wall. As Master Chiu lay there, he began to scream again, pointing at Yifei. You, how ruthless. You have crippled my dantian. Master Chiu clutched his abdomen, blood seeping through his fingers. Why Yifei's earlier strike had not only sent him flying but had also ruptured the vital energy reservoir of his dantian. Once a dantian is shattered, a practitioner of the law can no longer store their vital energy, unlike martial artists who might still possess their formidable physical bodies even after a dantian injury. The practitioner of the law rendered powerless becomes inferior to an ordinary person. "How dare you?" Master Chiu shouted incredulously. He could not accept the reality that he was now irrevocably reduced to a worthless state. Why Yifei regarded Master Chiu with a detached expression. "Crippling your dantian is merely the price you pay for your offense against me. Today, I shall spare your life for now. Relay a message to your master, the so-called infinite truman. Should he dare provoke me, I shall show no mercy." Poof! Master Chiu, upon hearing this, spewed forth a mouthful of blood and fainted. Yifei chose not to linger on Master Chiu any longer and turned his gaze to Jiang Yifei. "Is it not time we settle our accounts?" Yifei's calm words struck Jiang Yifei like a death knell, draining the color from his face, his body trembling uncontrollably. He could no longer afford to consider anything else and, with a thud, knelt before Yifei. "Master Yi, please spare my life. I was unaware of your status as a practitioner of the law, and I have offended you through my ignorance. I implore you to show mercy for the sake of the Jiang family." Jiang Yifei pleaded from the ground. Why Yifei merely chuckled coldly. "What, do you think to leverage the Jiang family against me? I would never dare." Jiang Yifei quickly replied, "Master Yi, you are from Haizhou, and surely have many friends and family here. You are an esteemed individual, but you cannot remain in Haizhou forever. Do not forget that our Jiang family wields considerable influence here." Although Jiang Yifei claimed to be cautious, his words carried an underlying threat regarding Yifei's loved ones. Yifei's eyes narrowed, and he let out a chilling snort. Ugh! Under the weight of Yifei's cold disdain, Jiang Yifei's body felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, sending him crashing through the air. As he soared through the air, he expelled a mouthful of blood. It was not until he fell nearly 10 meters to the ground and rolled several times that he finally came to a stop. Jiang Yifei stared at Yifei in horror, disbelief etched upon his face. Why Yifei's mere cold snort had sent him flying. At that moment, Yifei's voice rang out, calm yet menacing. "You dare use my loved ones to threaten me?" His voice was devoid of emotion, merely cold. "Should the Jiang family dare to lay a finger on my friends or family, I will not hesitate to eradicate your entire clan." Eradicate the Jiang family. Jiang Yifei was struck with terror upon hearing this. Remembering Yifei's earlier display of strength, he no longer dared to threaten him, hastily assuring, "Yes, I will remember this, and I absolutely will not harm a single hair on Master Ye's friends or family." Yifei nodded. "Now, let us settle our accounts. You were willing to offer 100 million for that jadeite. I am rather curious, how much will you offer for your own life?" Chapter 78, A billion for life. How much would you pay to buy your life? Upon hearing Yifei's words, Jiang Yifei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, though his expression soon turned to one of uncertainty. From Yifei's tone, it appeared he had no intention of killing him, yet he also seemed unwilling to let him off easily. Instead, he was inviting Jiang Yifei to propose a price for his own life. Of course, should Jiang Yifei's offer fail to meet Yifei's expectations, the consequences would be dire. Jiang Yifei, anxious and apprehensive, cautiously inquired, "May I ask for Master Ye's guidance?" Yifei, uninterested in further pleasantries, directly quoted a figure. "Let it be 1 billion. What? Many present gasped in shock at Yifei's nonchalant mention of 1 billion. That was an astronomical sum. Zhou Pangpang, the owner of Zhou Jewelry, had toiled for over 2 decades to amass a fortune of around 1 billion, enduring countless hardships along the way. Fu Hongyuan, a top tycoon in Haizhou, was even in contention for the title of the region's richest, with a net worth exceeding 10 billion. Yet, with a single utterance, Yifei demanded an amount equivalent to 1/10 of Fu Hongyuan's wealth. Moreover, despite Fu Hongyuan's vast fortune, he did not possess 10 billion in liquid assets. If pressed to produce that amount, his company's financial chain would inevitably collapse. Even Fu Hongyuan, who had anticipated Yifei would not easily let Jiang Yifei off the hook, was taken aback by the exorbitant figure. Upon hearing it, he too couldn't help but gasp. Indeed, Jiang Yifei's countenance darkened further upon hearing the price Yifei proposed. At that moment, Yifei's voice rang out once more. "What is wrong? Are you unwilling?" This simple statement sent a shiver down Jiang Yifei's spine, and he found himself devoid of any hesitation. No matter how significant the sum, it paled in comparison to his own life. Jiang Yifei had no doubt that should he utter a single no, Yifei would eliminate him on the spot. Realizing this, he quickly nodded, saying, "I am willing, Master Yi, I am willing to pay 1 billion for my life." Upon hearing this, Yifei nonchalantly nodded. I shall grant you 1 month to gather the funds. Should the 1 billion not arrive in my account by then, I will personally visit the Jiang family to collect. At that point, matters will transcend mere finances. Understood, I shall remember Master Ye's words, Jiang Yifei replied, hastily agreeing, though a strange glint flickered in his eyes as he bowed his head. Now be gone, Yifei said coolly. At this command, Jiang Yifei felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Without a second thought, he ordered his bodyguards to carry the unconscious Master Chiu, and the group hastily fled from Hongyuan Plaza. Once Jiang Yifei and his entourage had disappeared from sight, Fu Hongyuan looked at Yifei, opening his mouth but hesitating to speak. While Yifei glanced at him and said, Mr. Fu, feel free to voice your thoughts. Previously, Fu Hongyuan had stood by Yifei, undeterred by the immense pressure from Jiang Yifei and the Jiang family. Although Yifei had not vocalized his appreciation, it had nonetheless increased in his heart. Fu Hongyuan, wearing a worried expression, said, Master Yi, 1 billion is no trifling sum. Given Jiang Yifei's swift agreement, I fear he may not deliver so readily. I am concerned that you mean to suggest he intends to default. Yifei raised an eyebrow regarding Fu Hongyuan with a knowing smile. Fu Hongyuan nodded, astonished, and asked, Master Yi, if you have foreseen this, why let them leave so easily? Yifei chuckled softly, his gaze icy. If Jiang Yifei is wise, he will procure the 1 billion within the month. If he proves less astute than I anticipate, I would not mind paying a visit to the Jiang family myself. A personal visit to the Jiang family. Fu Hongyuan's expression grew dazed at Yifei's words. The Jiang family was the oldest noble clan in Haizhou, having endured for centuries, once the foremost family in the region. Surely, only someone of Yifei's caliber would have the audacity to make such a declaration. Jiang Yifei and his group fled from Hongyuan Plaza in disarray. Not far from their escape, Jiang Haifeng hurried to Jiang Yifei's side, his face pale. Young master, are we truly to pay him 1 billion? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifei's lips twitched. Though he was the foremost of the younger generation of the Jiang clan, overseeing several publicly traded companies with assets nearing 1 billion, those assets belonged to the Jiang family. He merely managed them. In truth, he was akin to an employee, drawing a modest salary and dividends. The amount he could access was barely 1 billion per year, let alone 10 billion, even 5 billion was beyond his means. If he dared to covet the family enterprises under his management, he wouldn't need an external adversary. His internal competitors would be quick to take action against him. Give him 1 billion. I'd rather break a leg. Jiang Yifei erupted in anger. Jiang Haifeng's pupils constricted as he recalled Yifei's awe-inspiring power. In a panic, he exclaimed, Young master, what if the deadline arrives and he comes to collect? Our Jiang family has no one capable of standing against him. Jiang Yifei, however, chuckled coldly, his voice low. Who says there is no one to oppose him? Perhaps you are unaware, but we currently have a practitioner of the Dao seated within our Jiang family. What? Jiang Haifeng gasped, nearly bursting with disbelief. A practitioner of the Dao in the Jiang family, how could I have not known? Upon seeing the unconscious Master Chiu, realization dawned upon him. Could it be indeed? The renowned Wuji Shanran of the Yingguizong is currently within our Jiang family. Jiang Yifei's voice dripped with malice as he continued, though that scoundrel Yifei is formidable, he is still no true practitioner of the Dao. Master Chiu is a disciple of Wuji Shanran. Should Wuji Shanran learn that his disciple was incapacitated by Yifei, how do you suppose he would react? As Jiang Haifeng grasped this, he realized Jiang Yifei's seemingly swift agreement with Yifei had merely been a stalling tactic. He had no intention of paying Yifei a single penny. If that scoundrel dares approach our Jiang family, he will find no way back. Jiang Yifei seethed with resentment. As the foremost of the younger generation in the Jiang family, Jiang Yifei had always been held in high esteem, revered wherever he went. Yet today, he had been reduced to a wretched creature, groveling on the ground for mercy before so many witnesses. How could he possibly accept this? How could he not seek revenge? With clenched teeth, Jiang Yifei muttered, I hope that scoundrel arrives soon, I do not wish to be disappointed. After leaving Hongyuan Plaza, Yifei declined Fu Hongyuan's offer to accompany him, instead assigning him the task of wrapping up the aftermath. The events of the day, if spread, would undoubtedly be shocking. Once his driver had delivered him downstairs, Yifei returned home and began to sit cross-legged in the living room, contemplating the crafting of jade talismans. He was considering what type of talisman to attempt next. Sister Chen Wan already possesses a jade talisman, although it was crafted rather crudely, but I can always refine it again later. As Yifei pondered the design of his next jade talisman, his gaze fell upon a delicately crafted pink invitation card resting on the table, causing him to momentarily pause. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Next weekend was Luo Iran's birthday, and he had yet to prepare a gift for her. Perfect, I shall craft a jade talisman for Luo Iran, Yifei decided. After some contemplation, he ultimately resolved to inscribe 2 formations into the piece of ice jade: a gathering spirit formation and a defensive formation. The gathering spirit formation would absorb the ambient spiritual energy, subtly cleansing the body and eliminating impurities, while the defensive formation could be a lifesaver in critical moments. These 2 formations would undoubtedly be the most practical for Luo Iran. With this in mind, Yifei wasted no further time and began his meticulous crafting. Given the singular piece of jade, he proceeded with utmost caution, and the complexity of inscribing 2 formations multiplied the difficulty manifold. Yifei even skipped lunch, working diligently until evening when he finally succeeded in crafting the talisman. Beholding the jade talisman that shimmered with an unusual luster, a satisfied smile spread across Yifei's face. A second-tier jade talisman, successfully crafted at last. Only then did Yifei realize he was feeling somewhat hungry. Just as he was about to head out in search of food, his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 79, The invitation to the banquet. Yifei glanced at his phone, surprised to see that it was a call from Song Qinghua's father, Song Jiming. This was the first time he had contacted him since curing old Song's illness, and Yifei was puzzled as to why Song Jiming would reach out to him. As soon as he answered, a voice tinged with respect came through the line. "Greetings, little divine doctor, this is Song Jiming," he said. "Is there something you need, Mr. Song?" Yifei inquired. "Indeed, little divine doctor, this evening, our Song family is hosting a banquet, and we will be inviting the elite from all walks of life in Haijo. I was wondering if you might have the time to attend," Song Jiming explained. "A banquet?" Yifei raised an eyebrow slightly. He had little interest in such gatherings among the wealthy. Just as he was about to decline, Song Jiming's voice continued. "Yes, the banquet will be in a self-service format, and my father will also make an appearance. He wishes to extend an invitation to you. Furthermore, there will be a networking event for the affluent following the banquet." Upon hearing this, Yifei immediately understood. The recent illness of old Song had left the Song family anxious, and it was likely that many prominent families in Haijo were hoping for discord within the Song. Although the news of old Song's recovery had been disseminated, some may still be skeptical. The purpose of this banquet, ostensibly a gathering of the wealthy, was in reality a means for the Song family to circulate the news of old Song's recovery through these influential figures, serving as a warning to those who might harbor ulterior motives against the Song family. Of course, extending an invitation to Yifei was a gesture of goodwill from the Song family, aiming to introduce him to the numerous affluent families in Haijo. While Yifei was not particularly interested in these social affairs, the prospect of the networking event piqued his curiosity. At the event, each wealthy attendee would showcase their prized collections for others to admire and evaluate. If any other affluent individuals expressed interest, they could negotiate exchanges or purchases, akin to a miniature auction. Such networking events had been held several times in the past, with many remarkable items exchanged, including millennium old ginseng, blood jade, emeralds, and rare antiques. Intrigued, Yifei realized that whether it be aged spiritual herbs or precious gemstones, these were indeed what he currently sought. He then asked, "What time does the banquet commence?" "It begins at 8 in the evening. Will you be attending, little divine doctor? I can send someone to pick you up immediately," Song Jiming replied eagerly. "There's no need for that. Just give me the address, and I shall make my own way there." Yifei declined his offer politely. After hanging up, Song Jiming promptly sent over the address. Just as Yifei read the message, his phone rang again. This time, it was Wei Kuan calling. "Little divine doctor, I was wondering if you might be free this evening," Wei Kuan asked cautiously. "Is there something you need, Mr. Wei?" Yifei inquired, maintaining his composure. "Well, there is a banquet hosted by a prominent family in Haijo tonight, followed by a networking event. I've heard that someone possesses aged spiritual herbs, and I would like to invite you to join me to take a look," Wei Kuan explained. Why Yifei chuckled softly. "The banquet you speak of, it wouldn't happen to be the one hosted by the Song family at the Bailong Mountain Villa, would it?" "Oh, so you already know," Wei Kuan responded, astonished. "Indeed, I just received a call from someone at the Song family," Yifei replied with a smile. Wei Kuan fell silent, recalling that it was Song Jiming who had recommended Yifei to him. Naturally, the Song family would not overlook inviting him to such an event. At that moment, Yifei continued, "I will be attending the banquet this evening. Let us meet there." With that, he once again declined Wekwan's invitation to accompany him and ended the call. While Ife glanced at the time, it was already past 6 o'clock. Although the banquet officially began at 8, no one would be foolish enough to arrive precisely at that hour. Thus, he decided to take a taxi directly to the venue. By Long Mountain Villa was a resort-style hotel nestled on a hillside, surrounded by a stunning environment filled with various rare flowers and trees. From the outside, it resembled more of a park than a hotel. An hour later, Ife arrived at the villa. Upon stepping out of the taxi, he was greeted by a sight of luxury cars filling the parking area. Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and numerous rare supercars here, given brands like Mercedes and BMW, seemed somewhat pedestrian in comparison. While Ife, arriving by taxi, was a rarity. As he approached the entrance, a security guard stopped him. "Excuse me, sir, but we cannot admit outside guests today," the guard stated. Ife was taken aback. "Isn't this the venue for the Song family's banquet?" "Yes, the Song family has reserved the entire hotel for today," the guard replied. While Ife nodded. "Oh, I see. I am here to attend the Song family banquet." He attempted to walk past the guard, however, before he could take a step, he was stopped again. "Are you here for the banquet?" The guard eyed him skeptically, especially noting Ife's attire, which was somewhat casual and worn. Those attending the Song family banquet were typically Haijo's elite, dressed impeccably in suits, while the women donned elegant gowns, arriving in luxury vehicles. While Ife's casual appearance raised doubts about his eligibility to attend. "Please show me your invitation," the guard insisted, his demeanor turning more rigid. "Invitation?" Ife was momentarily stunned. Song Jiming hadn't mentioned anything about an invitation, and Wekwan's call had also failed to indicate the necessity of one. "Yes," the guard affirmed, growing increasingly convinced that Ife was attempting to sneak in without proper credentials. "This banquet is private. Only those invited by the Song family may enter. If you lack an invitation, I must ask you to leave." His tone had become more brusque, and he instinctively grasped his baton, determined to teach this presumptuous individual a lesson if he persisted. Ife noticed the guard's nervousness and pondered whether he should call Song Jiming when a voice filled with surprise called out from behind him. "Little divine doctor, is that you here?" Ife turned around to find Fu Hongyuan, whom he had just parted ways with earlier that day, standing beside his wife, Song Jia. Fu Hongyuan, upon noticing Ife being detained by the guard, furrowed his brow and asked, "What is going on here?" "Mr. Fu." The guard was taken aback, startled to see Ife associated with Haijo's top-tier magnate, Fu Hongyuan. Realizing his previous demeanor towards Ife, he stammered while recounting the situation. Having witnessed Ife's remarkable abilities earlier that day, Fu Hongyuan had already regarded him with utmost respect. Hearing that the guard intended to expel Ife, he was incensed, especially upon seeing the guard's hand gripping the baton. With a glint of menace in his eyes, Fu Hongyuan coldly addressed the guard, "You dare to expel Dr. Yi? I will be sure to speak with Fatifong about how he manages his staff." Fatifong referred to the hotel's owner. The guard trembled at this remark, nearly collapsing in fear. At that moment, Ife interjected, "Oh, a friend invited me to this banquet and didn't mention anything about an invitation. I can't fault him, he was simply doing his job." The guard glanced at Ife with gratitude, surprised that he would defend him at such a moment. Fu Hongyuan, understanding that Ife was not inclined to escalate matters with the guard, turned to him and said, "Dr. Yi is my friend, I can bring him in without issue, correct?" "Of course, no problem," the guard eagerly nodded in agreement. With that, Fu Hongyuan smiled at Ife, saying, "The banquet is about to begin, shall we proceed inside?" Ife nodded and walked toward the hotel entrance. Once the three were inside, the guard wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished to see that Fu Hongyuan had fallen half a step behind Ife as they walked in, nearly causing his eyes to bulge in disbelief. Chapter 80. How did you get in? The soiree was an outdoor affair held on the lush lawn outside the hotel. At this moment, the event had yet to commence, and the staff on the lawn were bustling about energetically, while numerous affluent guests had already gathered in small clusters, engaged in animated conversation. Fu Hongyuan and his wife, being the pinnacle of wealth in Haijo, naturally drew attention wherever they went. As soon as the trio arrived, a throng of admirers surrounded Fu Hongyuan and his wife to extend their greetings, inadvertently pushing Ife to the side. Ife welcomed the solitude and sought out a quiet spot. Upon noticing the array of delectable delicacies laid out on the table, he shamelessly indulged himself. The attendees of this gathering were all prominent figures from Haijo, primarily there to network and explore potential business opportunities. Most had dined prior to arrival, and even those who had not would rather endure hunger than partake in the food at the soiree, as doing so could give the impression of being unsophisticated. Yifei, however, was the first to dive into the feast after his arrival. His unabashed behavior naturally drew curious glances and disparaging looks from several onlookers. Unperturbed by their judgment, Yifei continued to eat, having not even had lunch yet. Just as he was severing the offerings, the voice called out from behind him. "Hey, you there, who gave you permission to eat so freely?" Turning around, Yifei was somewhat taken aback to find that the speaker was none other than his classmate, the chubby Guoliang. At that moment, Guoliang was clad in a well-fitted suit that lent him a dash of charm. He had deliberately modulated his voice while speaking, which was why Yifei had not recognized him at first. Beside Guoliang stood a youthful gentleman of similar age, both of them chuckling as they observed Yifei. Seeing Yifei in a daze, Guoliang could no longer contain his amusement and rushed over, laughing heartily. "Wow, Yifei. It really is you. I almost thought I had mistaken you for someone else." As they approached, Guoliang gestured towards the handsome young man beside him, introducing him to Yifei. "This is my cousin, Jin Chaoyang. He's also in his third year of high school, but he attends the second high school." After this introduction, he turned to Jin Chaoyang and added, "This is Yifei, my buddy." Once the introductions were complete, Guoliang threw an arm around Yifei's shoulder and inquired, "So, my friend, this is a soiree hosted by the elite of Haijo. You can't just waltz in without an invitation. You didn't sneak in, did you?" Guoliang was aware of Yifei's family background, so his question stemmed from genuine curiosity rather than disdain. Yifei understood Guoliang's intent and replied with a smirk, "It's not quite as dramatic as you think. Aren't you here too?" "Me?" Guoliang pointed to himself, chuckling. Given that his father was a billionaire, it was ironic that he, or even his father, would have the privilege to attend such an event. His presence was courtesy of his cousin Jin Chaoyang, who had an invitation that allowed him to bring a guest, thus enabling Guoliang to experience this high society gathering. Noticing that Yifei was reluctant to elaborate further, Guoliang let the matter rest. However, upon seeing Yifei resume his feast, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Seriously, you're still eating?" Yifei looked up at Guoliang, surprised. "What's wrong? Can't I eat the food here?" "You can eat, but haven't you noticed that no one else has touched the food?" Guoliang pointed out. "Oh, who cares about that? As long as I'm enjoying myself," Yifei replied nonchalantly, then offered a pastry to Guoliang. "This is quite tasty, you should give it a try." "Really?" Guoliang blinked, intrigued. Being a self-proclaimed foodie, he had been brought here by his cousin and had yet to eat anything, his stomach growling in protest. He had been cautious, fearing that a moment of carelessness might expose his less refined background, so he had refrained from touching any of the delicacies on the table. However, Yifei's encouragement sparked his curiosity. Seeing Yifei nod, Guoliang tentatively sampled a piece, and his eyes lit up. He discarded any pretense, joining Yifei in the indulgence. Meanwhile, Jin Chaoyang merely stood by, chuckling. Though he too was hungry, he refrained from joining their feast. Whenever a female server passed by, his gaze would linger appreciatively on her elegantly clad legs. If he caught anyone watching him, he would straighten up, feigning modesty with an air of sophistication. Yifei and Guoliang couldn't help but chuckle at his antics, prompting Guoliang to tease his cousin. Unfazed, Jin Chaoyang launched into a tirade about his experiences with women, discussing the nuances between northern and southern beauties, eventually critiquing foreign women. He asserted that while Western women appeared attractive from a distance, they often had rough skin and unpleasant odors, while African women, despite their darker hues, were surprisingly endearing. While Yifei and Guoliang listened in astonishment before erupting into laughter. Yifei noted that although Jin Chaoyang was a privileged youth, he lacked the arrogance typically associated with the wealthy, displaying a congenial demeanor far superior to that of other affluent peers like Shichen or Guochan Hai. The trio's somewhat unrefined appearance was a stark contrast to the opulence of the soiree, akin to three chickens unexpectedly mingling among a gathering of elegant swans. "Wow, there are plenty of beautiful women here, but sadly, most only score around 80, Jin Chaoyang remarked, clicking his tongue in mild disappointment at the lack of exceptional beauty. Unperturbed, Yifei and Guoliang continued to indulge in the delicacies. Suddenly, Jin Chaoyang shouted exuberantly, "Goodness, this one is a gem. Look, a stunning beauty. I give her a score of 101. I'm not afraid of making her vain. Oh wait, she is coming this way." As Jin Chaoyang exclaimed, he hurriedly adjusted his suit and adopted an air of a gentleman as the beauty he had mentioned approached. Hearing his enthusiastic shout, Yifei and Guoliang glanced up, and to their astonishment, they recognized the girl in the sapphire evening gown making her way toward them. Taken aback, Yifei and Guoliang froze momentarily. The stunning young lady was none other than Luo Iran, their class monitor and the belle of the school. Clearly delighted to see Yifei at the soiree, Luo Iran greeted him warmly. Beside them, Guolyang interjected, "Hey, I've been standing here for ages too." "Oh." Luo Iran exclaimed, startled, suddenly noticing Guolyang beside Yifei. She quickly offered an apology. "I'm so sorry, Guolyang. I didn't recognize you." Guolyang's expression reflected a deep sense of disappointment. "In the eyes of our class monitor, there is only one person, so naturally, I'm overlooked." Luo Iran's cheeks flushed slightly at Guolyang's comment, her demeanor becoming a touch bashful. "Oh, don't say that. It is just that you look particularly dashing today, which is why I didn't recognize you," Yifei chimed in, attempting to ease the awkwardness. Just as Yifei finished speaking, a sarcastic voice rang out from nearby. "Yifei, how did you manage to get in here?" Turning to face the source of the voice, Yifei found a group of familiar faces approaching, Shichen, Chengjia, and Guo Chanhai among them. The snide remark had originated from Guo Chanhai, clearly indicating that they had followed Luo Iran into the venue. Seeing Yifei remain silent, Guo Chanhai sneered again. "Yifei, I'm asking you a question. This is a soiree hosted by the elite of Haijo, and you, the country bumpkin, how did you get in?" Chapter 81. As the wind rises, it disturbs a still pool of spring water. Upon hearing Guo Chanhai's words, the atmosphere of the gathering instantly turned frigid. Jin Zhaoyang, momentarily taken aback, regained his composure upon noticing Shichen and the others, exclaiming in astonishment, "So you all are already acquainted." He was familiar with Shichen, Guo Chanhai, and the rest, as they were all second-generation affluent individuals from Haijo. They had even been classmates in middle school. However, he had never encountered Luo Iran, who was rather low-key and seldom attended gatherings, which had led to his awkwardness. "Acquainted?" Guo Chanhai, upon hearing Jin Zhaoyang, turned his head and sneered dismissively at Yifei. "I certainly do not recognize certain country bumpkins. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect upon your own worthiness to mingle in our upper echelons." Luo Iran's brow furrowed slightly at Guo Chanhai's derision directed at Yifei. She had never held a fondness for Guo Chanhai. Had it not been for Chengjia's insistence, she would not have attended this soiree at all. The unexpected sight of Yifei had brought her a modicum of joy, yet this fleeting happiness was swiftly marred by Guo Chanhai's remarks. Guolyang, filled with indignation, retorted, "Guo Chanhai, what do you mean by that?" "Guolyang, it would be wise for you to keep your mouth shut," Guo Chanhai replied with a derisive smile. "You are hardly in a position to speak to me." "You," Guolyang's face flushed crimson at the insult. Yet Guo Chanhai, undeterred, continued to mock Yifei. "Yifei, I am inquiring how you managed to enter. As far as I am aware, this event is hosted by the Song family, and only those with invitations are permitted entry. Do not even attempt to claim that you received an invitation from the Song family." At this, Cheng Jia scrutinized Yifei and casually remarked, "I heard that the Song family is hosting this soiree not only to celebrate old Song's recovery but also to introduce a distinguished guest to the wealthy of Haijo. Hence, they requested everyone to don formal attire." The attendees were momentarily taken aback, recalling that there had indeed been such a note in the invitation, albeit worded rather politely with just a request. Although the Song family had phrased it as a hope, for the numerous invited affluent individuals, it had become an undeniable obligation. Thus, all the men were clad in suits, while the women donned elegant evening gowns. Upon hearing Chengjia's comment, the crowd's gaze shifted towards Yifei, their expressions transforming. Luo Iran's countenance also shifted as she realized Yifei was dressed in casual attire. At that moment, she began to entertain the notion that Yifei had indeed slipped in unnoticed. Ahem, Jin Zhaoyang, taken aback by the focused animosity towards Yifei, hastily interjected, "Brother Yi is with me. That should suffice, right?" "You?" Shichen regarded Jin Zhaoyang with a bemused smile. "Jin Zhaoyang, you must have brought your father's invitation, correct? Your family's Chaoyang group may hold some renown in Haijo, but I doubt it grants you the privilege to bring more than one guest." Jin Zhaoyang was caught off guard by Shichen's remark, his expression turning somewhat sour. Seeing him rendered speechless, Shichen smiled and turned to Yifei. "Actually, I too am curious about how you got in. You didn't sneak in, did you?" With Shichen's words hanging in the air, all eyes returned to Yifei. The consensus among the crowd was that he had indeed entered stealthily, though their expressions varied. Luo Iran and Guolyang appeared worried, fully aware that this was the soiree hosted by the Song family, the most prestigious in Haijo. If it were to come to light that Yifei had infiltrated and invited, inciting the wrath of the Song family, it could spell ruin for him. Conversely, Guo Chanhai and his cohorts regarded Yifei with expressions of schadenfreude. At that moment, Yifei, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, casting a calm glance at Guo Chanhai and his companions, uttering a cryptic phrase. "As the wind rises, it disturbs a still pool of spring water." "What do you mean by that, Yifei?" Chengjia inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Precisely, we are asking you why you are here. What do you mean by reciting poetry? Shichen echoed, equally perplexed. Kid, don't think you can dodge the question, I seriously suspect you snuck in. Guo Chanhai sneered coldly, observing their expressions. Yifei replied nonchalantly, you inquired how I entered. Have I not answered you? Answered? The incredulity was palpable, not only among Guo Chanhai and his companions but also in the faces of Luo Yiren, Guo Liang, and Jin Xiaoyang. What do you mean by that? Shichen pressed, her brow still knitted in confusion. The crowd, intrigued, turned their attention back to Yifei. Do you truly wish to know what I mean? A playful smile crept across Yifei's face as he surveyed the nodding heads. It is none of your concern. As his words echoed, a thick silence enveloped the gathering. The first to react was Luo Yiren, who erupted into a soft chuckle, quickly followed by Guo Liang's hearty laughter. Jin Xiaoyang, still stung by Shichen's earlier jibe, felt a surge of satisfaction and relief at Yifei's retort, giving him a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Brother, you are brilliant." In stark contrast, Shichen and Chengjia wore grim expressions as they realized they had been outmaneuvered by Yifei. Guo Chanhai, already displeased by Yifei's mockery, simmered with rage upon witnessing the smile on Luo Yiren's face. He had pursued her for so long, yet she had never shown him any favor, deliberately keeping her distance, and now she was enjoying herself in the presence of Yifei. With his anger boiling, Guo Chanhai glared at Yifei and hissed, "Kid, enjoy your arrogance while you can, let us see if you'll still be laughing in a moment." With that, he picked up his phone and dialed a number, raising his voice deliberately as he spoke. "Hello, Uncle Zhu, it's me, Little Guo. I've caught a trespasser at this soiree, you need to come quickly." Once the call ended, he turned to Yifei with a mocking smile. "You are not aware, are you? My cousin is in charge of the Song family's affairs. You think you are so tough, heh? If the Song family discovers you've infiltrated their gathering and are indulging yourself, I wonder how you'll fare." Luo Yiren's face paled at Guo Chanhai's words. Guo Liang, tugging at Yifei's arm, implored, "Yifei, let us leave, it's just a soiree, what is the big deal?" As he spoke, he attempted to pull Yifei away. "Leave? Is it too late to think of leaving now? Prepare to face the wrath of the Song family." Guo Chanhai sneered coldly. As he spoke, he and Shichen, along with Chengjia, surrounded Yifei, blocking any chance of his escape. "You!" Luo Yiren was incensed by Guo Chanhai's actions, her face flashed with anger as she exclaimed, "Guo Chanhai, you have gone too far." Guo Chanhai's expression darkened further at her rebuke. He realized he had no hope of winning Luo Yiren's favor and had given up on that front. However, he channeled all his resentment towards Yifei, viewing him as the source of all his troubles. Luo Yiren grasped Yifei's arm, urging, "Yifei, let us go, I refuse to believe he can do anything to you." With that, she moved to the front, encouraging Yifei to follow her. "Leave?" Yifei chuckled lightly, remaining rooted in place, a mischievous smile upon his face. "Why would I want to leave?" Chengjia, initially intimidated by Luo Yiren's anger, hesitated to yield space, but upon hearing Yifei's remark, she scoffed, "At this point, you are just being obstinate. If you have the guts, stay right here." Yifei shot her a cold glance and replied, "Whether I stay or go is none of your concern." "What is happening?" Just as Yifei finished speaking, a voice resonated from behind the group. A middle-aged man in a well-fitted suit, approximately in his 40s, emerged into view. Seeing the man, Guo Chanhai's face lit up with elation as he rushed to him, pointing at Yifei. "Uncle Zhu, this is the kid I told you about who snuck in." The middle-aged man's expression shifted instantly. Today's soiree was of utmost importance, personally overseen by the family head. If someone had indeed infiltrated, it would signify a severe oversight on his part. Contemplating this, the middle-aged man's face darkened, and he coldly addressed Yifei, "Young man, produce your invitation for me to inspect." Chapter 82. Am I enough? As the middle-aged man finished speaking, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. However, their reactions varied. Some were anxious, while others reveled in schadenfreude. Guo Chanhai chuckled, "Uncle Zhu, you are unaware that this lad and I hail from the same school. He is merely a country bumpkin. How could he possibly possess an invitation from the Song family?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's countenance grew increasingly grim as he coldly addressed Yifei, "Brat, I demand you present the invitation for my perusal." This time, his reference changed from a young man to a brat. Luo Yiren's face turned pale, her beautiful eyes fixated anxiously on Yifei, uncertain how to assist him. Guoliang was about to speak on Yifei's behalf but was restrained by his cousin, Jin Chaoyang. Although this middle-aged man was a steward of the Song family, his status far surpassed that of their families. Speaking out now would not only fail to aid Yifei but could also backfire. Why Yifei glanced at the middle-aged man, his brow slightly furrowed, and replied calmly, "I do not possess an invitation." A wave of uproar erupted as soon as Yifei uttered these words. Although Luo Yiren and Guoliang had anticipated such an outcome, hearing Yifei confess it aloud heightened their tension. In contrast, Guo Chanhai and his cohorts erupted in laughter. Why Yifei continued, "However, I was personally invited here by Song Jiming. If you doubt my word, feel free to inquire with him." Song Jiming, who is that? Guo Chanhai instinctively queried upon hearing Yifei's proclamation. He then mockingly remarked, "Yifei, do you really believe that casually mentioning a name would allow you to escape scrutiny?" Silence. The middle-aged man, whose expression had darkened, interrupted him with a fierce rebuke. Guo Chanhai, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized that Song Jiming might indeed be a significant figure within the Song family. Indeed, at that moment, the middle-aged man spoke again, his face resembling a thundercloud as he glared at Yifei. "Brat, I do not know where you had the name of our family head. You are well aware that I would not go to inquire with the family head, you dare to speak so brazenly. I must admit, you have played a clever game, but unfortunately for you, you have crossed paths with me." The middle-aged man spat through gritted teeth, his fury palpable. He raised his walkie-talkie, already calling for backup. Why Yifei's brow furrowed deeper, and he coldly reiterated, "I have told you, you can ask Song Jiming." "Shut your mouth," the middle-aged man barked at Yifei. "What do you think you are? You presume to utter the name of the family head." "Brat, I merely intended to teach you a minor lesson, but it seems you have dared to disrespect the family head. Today, I shall ensure you learn a proper lesson for your ignorance." As his words fell, a group of fully armed bodyguards rushed towards Yifei and his companions. The commotion had already captured the attention of other guests at the banquet, particularly with such a fierce contingent of bodyguards advancing. "What is happening over there? Who dares provoke Manager Zhu to such fury? I heard someone managed to sneak in. It's that lad dressed in casual attire. Who is this fool? If he wishes to sneak in for a feast, does he not know to don formal attire? Who knows? Perhaps poverty has limited his imagination." A crowd gathered, pointing and whispering, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Manager Zhu coldly addressed Yifei, "Brat, I am offering you one last opportunity. Reveal how you infiltrated here and your intentions. Otherwise, prepare to spend the remainder of your life in prison." Yifei replied icily, "I have already stated, it was Song Jiming who invited me. Truly unrepentant. I can handle this minor matter myself." Guo Chanhai hastily interjected. Manager Zhu shot a glance at Guo Chanhai, then realized, "I had forgotten, your father is the deputy chief of police." Guo Chanhai chuckled, turning to Yifei with a smug grin. "Brat, how arrogant can you be? You have fallen into my hands, let's see how you squirm. I heard you topped the mock exams last time, but so what, competing with me, you will never have a chance to face the college entrance examination again. You will spend the rest of your life in prison." Yifei glanced at Guo Chanhai, coolly uttering two words, "A fool." "You," Guo Chanhai's face reddened with rage as he commanded the bodyguards, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and apprehend this brat. I will call my father and have him interrogated overnight." The numerous bodyguards, seeing that Manager Zhu had not objected, quickly formed a circle around Yifei, preparing to subdue him. Just as they were about to act, a voice filled with indignation rang out among them. "Stop." As the words echoed, a middle-aged man with a grim expression emerged into view. It was Fu Hongyuan, who had been pulled away earlier. Upon seeing Fu Hongyuan, Manager Zhu's expression shifted slightly, and he inquired, "Mr. Fu, what brings you here?" "Manager Zhu, I was about to ask you the same thing." Fu Hongyuan retorted angrily, "Why have you detained the person I brought in? You even threatened to send him to the police for overnight interrogation." Fu Hongyuan's voice brimmed with fury. He had merely been drawn into the villa by a few acquaintances to discuss business, and upon his return, he found Yifei besieged by a throng of people. Realizing that these individuals believed Yifei had infiltrated the gathering, intending to apprehend him for it, Fu Hongyuan rushed forward without a second thought. "What?" The crowd was momentarily stunned, turning to regard Yifei in disbelief. Yifei was brought here by Fu Hongyuan, yet, if Yifei were indeed invited by Fu Hongyuan, why had he not clarified this when Manager Zhu inquired but instead claimed someone else had invited him? Manager Zhu had not anticipated that Yifei was brought in by Fu Hongyuan. However, being questioned so publicly by Fu Hongyuan left him visibly perturbed. While Fu Hongyuan held considerable influence in Haizhou, it paled in comparison to the stature of the illustrious Song family. Although Manager Zhu was merely a steward, he was a steward of the prestigious Song family. He had encountered many wealthy individuals like Fu Hongyuan, all of whom treated him with deference. He had not expected Fu Hongyuan to put him in such an uncomfortable position over a mere young lad. "What are you all waiting for? Clear out!" Fu Hongyuan bellowed at the bodyguards, who hesitated at Manager Zhu's lack of response. "Hold on." Just as the bodyguards were about to withdraw, Manager Zhu interjected. "Manager Zhu, what do you mean by this?" "I, Fu Hongyuan, certainly have the right to bring guests here. Now that you know he is my guest, why do you not release him?" Fu Hongyuan glared at Manager Zhu coldly. "Ah, Mr. Fu, you certainly have the right to bring guests. Ordinarily, upon your word, I would naturally release him," Manager Zhu replied with a sardonic smile. "However, this brat has repeatedly insulted our family head, tarnishing the reputation of the Song family. This is no trivial matter. To expect me to release him based solely on your word is perhaps asking too much of you, Mr. Fu." As he concluded, the smile on Manager Zhu's face turned icy. Fu Hongyuan had not anticipated that Manager Zhu, a mere steward of the Song family, would treat him with such disdain. It was infuriating that not only did he refuse to release Yifei, but he also accused him of such serious offenses. "Mr. Fu, you are welcome to attend our Song family's banquet, but please adhere to our family's rules. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave." Manager Zhu sneered once more. Fu Hongyuan's face turned ashen with rage. Manager Zhu was nothing more than a servant of the Song family, yet he had the audacity to threaten him. Just as he was about to respond, a rugged voice suddenly pierced through the air. "Oh, if one Fu is not enough, how about I join as well?" Chapter 83, The Reckless Act of Defiance. The sudden, coarse voice left everyone present momentarily stunned. No one had anticipated that, just as Yifei was about to be apprehended, someone would dare to step forward. As the words echoed, the crowd dispersed like a receding tide, gradually revealing the figure of a middle-aged man. Who possesses such audacity to oppose the Song family at this critical moment? Who is this person? He seems somewhat familiar. I find him familiar as well. Goodness, you don't recognize him. Is that Wei Kuan? A flurry of murmurs ensued among the onlookers, and when someone finally recognized the middle-aged man's identity, their eyes widened in disbelief, gasping in astonishment. The unexpected arrival was none other than Wei Kuan. "Mr. Wei, how is it you?" Supervisor Zhu stammered, his expression shifting drastically upon seeing Wei Kuan's sudden appearance. At that moment, Supervisor Zhu was nearly cursing inwardly, utterly baffled by Yifei's identity, which had drawn the attention of two influential figures, Fu Hongyuan and Wei Kuan. Were it not for the protection of the Song family's authoritative status, he would not have dared to speak in front of either of them. Just as he thought he had succeeded in deflecting Fu Hongyuan, Wei Kuan appeared as well. However, Wei Kuan paid no heed to Supervisor Zhu. Instead, he greeted Yifei with a cheerful smile, saying, "Little divine doctor, it has been a while." Yifei nodded in acknowledgement. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, shook their heads in disbelief, thinking that Yifei was being overly pretentious. Wei Kuan had taken the initiative to greet him, yet he responded with such indifference, truly a foolhardy attitude. Had Wei Kuan been provoked to anger and chosen to leave, Yifei would likely have faced dire consequences. Guo Chanhai, who had initially been disheartened by Wei Kuan's appearance, felt a surge of excitement upon observing Yifei's demeanor, inwardly exclaiming, "Kid, you are truly digging your own grave." Yet, what transpired next left them utterly astounded. Wei Kuan appeared unfazed. In fact, he laughed heartily, greeting Fu Hongyuan next to him. Once he had finished exchanging pleasantries with Fu Hongyuan, he turned to Supervisor Zhu with a cold expression and remarked, "Supervisor Zhu, did you not just assert that Mr. Fu alone was insufficient? Now, with my presence, I wonder if that suffices." Wei Kuan's words were blunt, offering no courtesy to Supervisor Zhu. The latter's expression darkened further, especially under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd, as he realized he was being publicly humiliated by Wei Kuan. If he succumbed to the pressure exerted by Wei Kuan and Fu Hongyuan today, he would lose all face among the numerous wealthy families of Haizhou. In the future, those affluent individuals would likely no longer treat him with the same deference. However, despite his predicament, he dared not confront Wei Kuan directly. Offending Fu Hongyuan was one thing, although he was a top-tier tycoon in Haizhou, as long as he remained the steward of the Song family, Fu Hongyuan could do nothing to him. Wei Kuan, on the other hand, while possessing wealth comparable to Fu Hongyuan's, had an influential connection that made him a figure to be reckoned with. Wei Kuan was a close friend of Song Jimen, the acting head of the Song family. Few were privy to this relationship, but Supervisor Zhu happened to be one of them. Noticing Supervisor Zhu's indecision, Wei Kuan's expression hardened as he coldly inquired, "What is it, Supervisor Zhu? Are you still unwilling to relent? Do you wish for me to personally seek a favor from Mr. Song?" Upon hearing this, Supervisor Zhu's complexion paled, and he clenched his teeth, feigning difficulty as he replied, "Mr. Wei, you may be unaware, but since this young man was brought here by Mr. Fu, he is indeed entitled to attend this banquet. However, when I inquired about him, he audaciously insulted our acting head of the Song family. This matter is beyond my authority." "Insulted Mr. Song?" Wei Kuan paused, astonished, and turned his gaze towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei shrugged helplessly and replied nonchalantly, "This Supervisor Zhu wishes to verify my invitation. I informed him that I was invited by Song Jimen, but he did not mention anything about an invitation letter. He can inquire further to clarify." Silence. Supervisor Zhu erupted, his heart brimming with elation. This was indeed a stroke of fortune falling into his lap, though his face betrayed his fury. "You, young man, what right do you have to invoke the name of our acting head of the family?" With that, he turned to Wei Kuan and Fu Hongyuan, his expression seething with indignation. "Mr. Wei, Mr. Fu, you have witnessed this young man, clearly brought here by Mr. Fu, daring to exploit the name of our family's acting head to deceive us. This is a blatant affront to the Song family, and I cannot be blamed for not showing you due respect this time. What are you all waiting for? Seize this young man at once." Supervisor Zhu bellowed at the surrounding bodyguards. "I believe it is you who should cease your insolence." Wei Kuan's furious voice rang out as he interjected. While others might be unaware of Yifei's true identity, Wei Kuan was entirely cognizant the young gentleman before him was the savior of the Song elder. Wei Kuan had come to know Yifei through Song Jimen's recommendation, and from the tone of Song Jimen, it was clear just how highly he regarded Yifei, even speaking with a hint of reverence. As Yifei claimed to have been invited by Song Jimen, there could be no doubt about his authenticity. Though Wei Kuan was puzzled as to why Supervisor Zhu did not recognize Yifei, one thing was certain. This Supervisor Zhu was courting disaster. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Wei?" Supervisor Zhu retorted, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Wei Kuan. "You are a friend of our acting head, yet this young man dares to insult him in your presence. Rather than chastising this disgrace to our family's reputation, you choose to defend him. I would like to ask, Mr. Wei, what are your true intentions?" Supervisor Zhu's face bore a smug grin, emboldened by Yifei's earlier statement. He believed that all his actions were in defense of the Song family's honor, and thus felt unafraid of offending Wei Kuan and Fu Hongyuan. Wei Kuan's expression turned cold, and he regarded Supervisor Zhu with pity. This man was truly digging his own grave. "Supervisor Zhu, I advise you to reconsider. The divine Dr. Yi is an esteemed guest of the Song family. If you doubt this, you may inquire directly with Mr. Song. If you truly provoke the divine doctor, no one will be able to protect you." Wei Kuan warned icily. "An esteemed guest of the Song family." Supervisor Zhu faltered for a moment, then burst into raucous laughter, pointing at Yifei. "You mean to tell me this young lad is an esteemed guest of our family?" "Ha ha ha, Mr. Wei, that is quite the jest." "Believe what you will," Wei Kuan replied nonchalantly. He had witnessed Yifei's capabilities firsthand and knew that the bodyguards present were no match for him. Hence, he was in no rush, curious to see just how far Supervisor Zhu would go in his self-destructive path. "I do not believe it," Supervisor Zhu shouted defiantly, retorting against Wei Kuan. He then waved his hand, commanding the nearby bodyguards with an air of authority, "What are you all dawdling for? Seize this young man at once." Supervisor Zhu had resolved that today, for the sake of his own dignity, he would capture this young man and teach him a lesson. Otherwise, what credibility would he have left? As Supervisor Zhu's words hung in the air, both Wei Kuan and Fu Hongyuan fell silent, merely watching him with mocking smiles. Supervisor Zhu scoffed, mistakenly believing that they had given up in the face of the inevitable. Internally, he ridiculed, "What nonsense about being super wealthy, in front of the Song family, they are utterly powerless." The crowd, observing the demeanor of Wei Kuan and Fu Hongyuan, shared Supervisor Zhu's sentiments, convinced that they had abandoned Yifei. Luo Yiren's fair complexion paled, her delicate hands clenched tightly, eyes filled with anxiety. Guo Liang's chubby face flashed crimson, eyes betraying a hint of indignation. Meanwhile, Guo Chanhai, Shi Chen, and the others were expressions of schadenfreude, knowing that this time, Yifei was truly doomed. "Young man, I wonder who will be able to save you this time." Guo Chanhai glared at Yifei, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he envisioned the torment he would inflict upon him once he was in his grasp. Fool. Yifei shot Guo Chanhai a disinterested glance, uttering the words with a sense of disdain before turning his attention away. As the bodyguards advanced toward him, his gaze turned icy. It was clear that Supervisor Zhu could have easily clarified the situation with a simple inquiry, yet he preferred to believe Guo Chanhai's fabrications rather than accept that Yifei had been invited by Song Jimen. Ultimately, his bias towards Guo Chanhai had led him to this folly. Thus, Yifei had no qualms about digging a pit for him. Just as the bodyguard surged toward Yifei, a voice as melodious as a lark echoed in the air. "Oh, Yifei, you've come." With the sound of that voice, a figure as ethereal as a celestial being appeared before the crowd. Chapter 84. My apologies, it was intentional. The crowd, upon hearing yet another voice, collectively cast in disbelief. They all yearned to exclaim, "What on earth is happening here?" What should have been a mere expulsion of a scruffy youth had turned into an intricate saga, more thrilling than any television drama. First, the illustrious tycoon Fu Hongyuan from Haizhou made an appearance, followed by another wealthy magnate, Wei Quan. Astonishingly, both men stood in solidarity with the young man. Now that Manager Zhu had finally managed to send these two heavyweights away, another figure had emerged. Some in the crowd began to speculate about Yifei's identity, pondering, could this young man actually be a scion of a prominent family, a descendant of some extraordinary individual? Naturally, they were eager to see who would next rise to defend Yifei. Could anyone possibly surpass Fu Hongyuan and Wei Quan in stature? With this thought, anticipation rippled through the onlookers. However, when their gazes fell upon the newly arrived figure, they widened in astonishment, rendered speechless by her beauty. She was breathtaking, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, with skin as smooth as jade, eyebrows like delicate ink strokes, and cascading hair held loosely back by a silk ribbon. Rather than a formal evening gown, she donned a moon-white ancient robe, resembling a celestial being descended from a painting. "Dear wife, come quickly and see the fairy." At last, one person could no longer contain their astonishment. The others ignored the exclamation, their eyes fixated on the maiden, unable to blink. This enchanting girl was none other than Song Qinghua. Even Yifei, upon seeing her in such attire, was taken aback, overwhelmed by an exquisite sense of awe, let alone the rest of the crowd. Under the intense scrutiny of so many, Song Qinghua's delicate brows furrowed slightly. This scene caused a ripple of unease among the spectators, as if they had committed some heinous act against this ethereal maiden, awakening an involuntary sense of guilt within them. With a soft sigh, Song Qinghua recognized the impact her appearance had on the crowd. Feeling somewhat helpless, this attire had been insisted upon by her father upon learning that Yifei would attend the banquet. Although Manager Zhu had seen Song Qinghua countless times, he was still left speechless by her current radiance. Yet, he was the first to regain his composure, incredulously exclaiming, "Miss, what brings you here?" He was well aware that this young lady was the most cherished granddaughter of Old Man Song, who typically remained by his side and rarely made public appearances. "Miss." The crowd, hearing Manager Zhu's address, quickly grasped the revelation. The ethereal girl before them was indeed the most treasured granddaughter of Old Man Song, yet she had just called Yifei by name. Did she truly know this scruffy youth? With this thought, the crowd's gaze toward Yifei transformed, their excitement palpable as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. This was an unprecedented twist. Manager Zhu, realizing the implications, wore an expression akin to someone who had just swallowed a fly, his face contorted in distress. Song Qinghua, perceptive and astute, quickly sensed the unusual atmosphere and inquired, "What is happening here?" Manager Zhu's expression turned morose as he hesitantly asked, "Miss, do you know this young gentleman?" The word young man faltered on his lips, transforming into a young gentleman. "Are you referring to Yifei?" Song Qing. Her words sent shockwaves through the gathering. As the eldest daughter of the Song family, her father was none other than the family head. The realization dawned on the crowd, this seemingly inconspicuous young man had indeed been invited by the Song family, and personally no less. Manager Zhu's heart plummeted to despair, yet he persisted, "But he has no invitation." Song Qinghua nodded, explaining, "Initially, my father intended to send a car to fetch him, hence there was no need for an invitation. However, after Yifei declined, my father forgot about the invitation. Just recently, he remembered and, concerned that Yifei might be stopped by the gatekeeper, sent me to bring him." Manager Zhu's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Could it be true? This young man was indeed invited by the family head and had even been sent a car to collect him. After Yifei had declined the family head's goodwill, he had sent Song Qinghua to personally greet him. What did this signify? It meant that Yifei held significant importance in the eyes of Song Jimenji. At the very least, he was not someone a mere manager like him could afford to offend. However, Song Qinghua's subsequent revelation plunged manager Zhu into a state of utter despair. Uncle Zhu, you may not have known Yifei while you were away, but he is the one who healed my grandfather's illness. Her voice was soft, melodious, and delightful, yet to manager Zhu's ears, it sounded like a thunderous explosion. Boom! Manager Zhu felt as though his mind had been shattered. He stared at Yifei in disbelief. What? This young man healed Old Man Song's ailments? Did that not make him the savior of Old Man Song? The very little divine doctor mentioned by Song Jiming, the esteemed guest that the Song family was introducing to the affluent of Haizhou at today's banquet, and he had nearly expelled this guest, even sought to have the police arrest him, condemning him to a life in prison. Recalling his earlier remarks, manager Zhu wished he could strike himself senseless. This was nothing short of self-sabotage. The crowd, upon hearing Song Qinghua's words, stared in shock, unable to comprehend that this seemingly unremarkable young man, clad in faded casual attire, standing among them like a crane among chickens, was indeed Old Man Song's savior. Little divine doctor. Suddenly, someone sharp-witted recalled how Fu Hongyuan and Wei Kuan had referred to Yifei earlier. They had indeed called him that, though at the time it had been overlooked. Manager Zhu, coming to this realization, finally understood why Fu Hongyuan and Wei Kuan were so protective of Yifei. Yet, it was too late. At this moment, Wei Kuan and Fu Hongyuan stood with their arms crossed, smirking. Manager Zhu opened his mouth, a bitter smile on his face. Mr. Wei, Mr. Fu, since you both are aware of the little divine doctor's identity, why did you not inform me sooner? Fu Hongyuan, who had previously been livid with manager Zhu, now relished in his distress, casually replied, did I not mention it? I could have sworn I did. Wei Kuan also chuckled, shrugging, oh, I must have forgotten. Hearing their dismissive responses, manager Zhu nearly spat blood in frustration, acutely aware that he had offended both of these powerful men. In truth, he had no right to speak in their presence, yet today he found himself in a position where both had been put in a difficult spot, all thanks to the Song family. If he were to offend Yifei and provoke the wrath of the Song family, losing his position as their manager, not to mention alienating Wei Kuan and Fu Hongyuan, he would find himself with no way out in Haizhou. Realizing this, manager Zhu quickly turned to Yifei, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. A little divine doctor, since you are Old Man Song's savior, why did you not mention it sooner? Look at the trouble this has caused. I did not say anything, did I? Yifei replied, feigning surprise. After manager Zhu affirmed, Yifei simply said, oh, my apologies, it was intentional. Third. Manager Zhu could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing to the ground. He knew, this time, he was truly finished.